Chapter 1. Mr. Jiang, you must join our racing team. So you mean to say that as long as you become the main driver, you can not only win every race, and even under your modifications and training, the performance of the Mech girl can be greatly enhanced? In the conference room of the Star Racing Club in Yin Country, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and glasses was repeatedly reviewing the resume in his hands. He occasionally looked up, his gaze piercing through the lenses as he scrutinized the young man in a hoodie before him, his expression shifting from initial astonishment to outright disdain that a novice who just got his driver's license actually dares to dream of becoming a main driver. This is simply a pipe dream, Lin Zheng thought to himself. Where does this young man get his confidence? He even suspected that this youth might not have even touched a mech girl before. The driving techniques mentioned in the resume, such as launch control, inertia drifting, and overtaking in drainage channels, were as incomprehensible to Lin Zheng as alien text. He concluded that these were all figments of the young man's imagination. Seeing the interviewer silent, Jiang Hao let out a helpless sigh that I know it's hard for you to believe me, but please give me a chance. Just give me a racetrack and a mech girl, and I guarantee I will make the Star Racing Club famous worldwide, to become the #1 racing team in the world. When Jiang Hao said this, his expression was filled with confidence. That's right. He was a transmigrator with his own cheat code. About a year ago, he crossed over to this world full of speed and passion. And mech girls were a unique existence in this world. Outside the racetrack, mech girls were stunningly beautiful young women. But once they entered the racetrack, they transformed into magnificent racing cars, allowing drivers to race freely on the track. The performance of mech girls was extraordinarily superior. Any mech girl could easily crush any racing car from his previous life. That IT was precisely because of the mech girl's exceptional performance that driver skills were generally quite poor. As long as they coordinated well with the mech girls and trained adequately, they could even just focus on pressing the brake pedal. The rest could be handled by the mech girls themselves. Before his transmigration, Jiang Hao was an exceptional driver, having won numerous championships at a young age, hailed as the king of the racetrack. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by countless media reporters and fans, a star shining brightly. However, after a drunken driving accident, he found himself in this world. Although he lost everything upon arriving here and began his life in an orphanage, he was bound to a powerful system called All-Seeing Eye. With this system, Jiang Hao could see through any mech girl's attributes at a glance. With this ability, he could accurately identify the weaknesses of mech girls and modify and train them to become even stronger. He could even learn about some special abilities of the mech girls that were not known to others. Coupled with the outstanding driving skills he mastered in his previous life, Jiang Hao couldn't even imagine how strong he would be in this world. Becoming the #1 racer in the world would be a matter of minutes. However, to fully activate the system, he needed to fulfill 2 prerequisites. First, before the system is officially activated, the host is prohibited from driving any mech girls, ordinary vehicles, or signing contracts with any mech girls. Second, the host must become a main driver for a racing team within 1 year of acquiring the system. Failing to meet either condition would result in immediate destruction of the system. The first condition was very easy for Jiang Hao. As a broke individual, he couldn't afford even a regular car, let alone a mech girl, so the first condition was automatically fulfilled. The difficulty lay in the second condition. How could someone who just got their driver's license become a main driver? In the eyes of ordinary people, a rookie like Jiang Hao would even need a coach to accompany him when starting to drive. To become a driver of mech girls was indeed a pipe dream. With only a few days left before the 1-year deadline, if he couldn't become a main driver, he would lose the system. Yes, a transmigrator. Without the system, what was the difference between him and a salted fish? So Jiang Hao planned to take a leap of faith. In recent days, he had sent resumes to various clubs in Fucheng to improve his chances of getting an interview. Jiang Hao deliberately included his impressive driving skills from his previous life in the resume. He was just waiting for his opportunity. And today, after facing countless rejections, he finally got an interview opportunity. Jiang Hao had to seize it firmly. But the current situation seemed not too promising. Lin Zheng looked at Jiang Hao as if he were a fool that a smirk appeared on his lips. Since you're so amazing, why has no team wanted you? Young man, this is not a place for you to daydream. I initially thought you had filled out your resume incorrectly, which is why I gave you an interview opportunity. But I didn't expect you to be a complete rookie. Let me put it this way. No team in this world will want you. Not even for a grunt position do you have any competitiveness that, I'm not trying to discourage you, the truth is simply cruel. Even though our star racing club was just established not long ago, we still can't take you. Just as Lin Zheng was about to tell Jiang how to get lost, a crisp female voice suddenly came from outside. Wait, hold on. With that clear cry, a stunning woman with snow-white skin and a tall figure, tied up in a high ponytail, rushed into the conference room like a breath of fresh air. Jiang Hao, who had already fallen into the depths of despair, felt this voice was like a ray of light in the darkness, instantly igniting the spark of hope in his heart. He suddenly looked up, captivated by this beautiful woman, momentarily forgetting his words, staring at her foolishly. The woman seemed unaware of Jiang Hao's daze and directly asked, "Did you really just get your driver's license?" Yes. Jiang Hao came back to his senses, awkwardly nodding. "Then you have never driven a mech girl and have never participated in any race?" The woman continued to probe. "Yes, that's true," Jiang Hao answered honestly. "That's great. Mr. Jiang, our star racing club needs talents like you." The woman suddenly became excited, grabbing Jiang Hao's hand. "Mr. Jiang, you must join our team. I promise to make you the main driver with a starting salary of $1 million. What do you think?" This statement left Jiang Hao momentarily stunned, as if he had been hit on the head by a pie falling from the sky. Lin Zheng beside him was also dumbfounded, instinctively slapping himself. The sharp pain confirmed that this was not a dream. If it wasn't a dream, then the lady must be crazy. This rookie who just got his driver's license was actually being offered the main driver position with $1 million salary? Is there really that much money to spend? But even if Lin Zheng wanted to stop it now, it was already too late. At this moment, in Jiang Hao's mind, the system's voice had already sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the 2 prerequisites. The all-seeing eye has officially activated. From now on, the host will have the ability to see through all mech girls. Every time the host wins a championship, he will receive 15 functional points to enhance the mech girl's attributes." This situation came too suddenly, and Jiang Hao was completely unprepared. He never expected that one day, such a pie falling from the sky would actually land on him. Thinking that he was about to become the #1 racer in the world, he couldn't help but feel excited. Little did he know that A.S. Jiang Hao was filled with excitement. The beautiful woman's mind was also resonating with the system's voice. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding a driver. The Genius investment system is officially activated. From now on, if the bound driver finishes last in a race, all the money spent on that driver will be returned 100-fold. Chapter 2. You have no idea how good my vision is." This stunning girl with a high ponytail also had a system. Her name was Chen Xueying, the only daughter of a real estate tycoon and the chairman of Yaoxing Group, famous in Fuqing for being a rich and beautiful woman. Having just graduated from university, she did not want to inherit the family business step by step, nor did she want to accept the job her father arranged for her. She was determined to pursue a career related to racing. Thus, she resolutely chose to start her own business and establish the Xingchen Racing Club. Out of necessity, her father had no choice but to respect his daughter's choice and provided her with a sum of startup capital. If Chen Xueying lost all that money, or if the team could not achieve results, she would have to return to inherit the family business. To realize her dreams and prove her abilities to her father, Chen Xueying had to give her all in this endeavor. It was at this moment that her system appeared. Genius Investment System, a powerful golden finger that offered 100-fold compensation for failed investments. In simple terms, Chen Xueying needed to bind a driver and invest heavily in him as long as this driver finished last in the race. All the money she spent would be returned 100-fold. Moreover, if the invested driver did not finish last as long as he was not the champion, the investment money could be refunded in full. However, to activate this system, Chen Xueying also needed to fulfill 2 prerequisite conditions. First, the host must bind a driver within 3 months after graduating from university. Second, the host can only choose drivers who actively come for interviews and cannot poach from other teams. Note, if the driver is deliberately made to lose the race, the system will be immediately destroyed. In fact, these 2 conditions were very simple for Chen Xueying. Since the establishment of the Xingchen Racing Club, there had been an overwhelming number of drivers coming for interviews every day, and she could choose whoever she wanted. But to perfectly utilize the system's capabilities, she had to bind a driver with extremely poor driving skills. Only in this way could she ensure that they would always finish last. This way, the money invested in this driver would continuously yield a hundredfold return. In today's world, the transfer fees and signing fees for well-known drivers were exorbitantly high. The initial capital her father gave her was actually not much. Maintaining the operation of the team while trying to poach elite drivers from other teams at high salaries was nearly impossible. Furthermore, purchasing mechas also required a substantial amount of money, so she had to bind a driver who could be endlessly exploited. With only a few days left in the 3-month period, she had almost lost hope. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Jiang Hao appeared. A novice who had just obtained his driver's license was actively interviewing to become a driver. This was undoubtedly a target. The thought of repeatedly gaining a hundredfold return through Jiang Hao made Chen Xueying immensely excited. Wealth and prosperity were just around the corner. Seeing Chen Xueying's inexplicable excitement, Lin Zheng beside her was utterly speechless. Was it necessary to be this happy about recruiting a novice? Lin Zheng was the secretary assigned to Chen Xueying by the chairman of Yaoxing Group, that he was extremely responsible in his work since he chose to help Chen Xueying. He would see it through to the end. At this moment, watching Chen Xueying wanted to make Jiang Hao the main driver of the team, he felt anxious that so he first asked Jiang Hao to leave the conference room and had a private talk with Chen Xueying. Miss, what are you thinking? Even if we have money, we can't spend it recklessly. If you just want to form a team for fun, I won't stop you. But if you want a Xingchen Racing Club to develop smoothly, you absolutely cannot choose Jiang Hao. He just got his driver's license and has no experience driving mechas. How can he become the main driver? If you really think he's good, he can stay on to do some menial work. Listening to Lin Zheng's words, Chen Xueying shook her head meaningfully. No, you have no idea how good my vision is. Uncle Lin, just trust me, once this guy will definitely not disappoint us. With him, our team will have a continuous flow of funds. What? Miss, you can't be serious. This guy can make our team money? Lin Zheng was bewildered. He even began to doubt whether Chen Xueying was under too much pressure and had lost her mind. Just wait and see. Chen Xueying didn't want to explain too much to Lin Zheng and turned to leave the conference room. Then, she waved to Jiang Hao. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Chen Xueying, and I'm the owner of this club. Oh, so you're President Chen. I'm honored. Jiang Hao excitedly shook Chen Xueying's hand. Thank you, President Chen, for giving me this opportunity. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. Okay. Chen Xueying responded perfunctorily. In her eyes, Jiang Hao was just a target. As long as Jiang Hao could ensure that he finished last in every race, he would be a sure cash cow. Do you have any demands regarding salary and benefits? As soon as Chen Xueying finished speaking, Jiang Hao hurriedly shook his head. How could I dare to make any demands? Just being able to join the team is already very satisfying for me. As for a salary of $1 million, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Why not dare to think? Chen Xueying said seriously, patting Jiang Hao's shoulder. You're the main driver of my Xingchen Club, and the benefits must be good. How about this? They'll give you a salary of $2 million a year, plus a seaside villa. In addition, you can choose any mecha from the club. Jiang Hao was stunned, as if struck by lightning, standing there in disbelief. Becoming the main driver was already shocking enough, and now the benefits were so extravagant. Could it be that she has heard my story? Or could she be after my body? Jiang Hao's mouth slightly curved up. Being kept by a rich beauty doesn't sound bad. Mr. Jiang, there's no need to be so excited. These are all you deserve. Come on, they'll take you to choose a mecha. Under Chen Xueying's guidance, Jiang Hao arrived at the second floor of the club. Next, one by one, mechas wearing various tight-fitting outfits, with curvy figures, fair skin, beautiful faces, and long legs appeared before Jiang Hao. Although he had been in this world for a long time, it was still Jiang Hao's first time seeing so many mechas. This feeling was like an emperor selecting concubines, simply exhilarating. At this moment, Chen Xueying, seeing Jiang Hao's naive expression, secretly rejoiced. These mechas were worth over $1 million each at the cheapest. Counting the price of the mechas, along with Jiang Hao's salary, villa, etc., the amount she invested in Jiang Hao had already exceeded $10 million. Next, as long as she arranged for Jiang Hao to participate in a competitive race and finish last, Chen Xueying would instantly receive a hundredfold return, which would be an astronomical sum. Just thinking about it made Chen Xueying feel incredibly excited. Chapter 3: Double Happiness. He actually chose the worst machine girl. Just as Chen Xueying was fantasizing about having billions in assets, and poaching elite members from major racing teams. Jiang Hao is seriously observing the machine girl in front of him with his omniscient eye ability. Outside the racing arena, the machine girls were almost indistinguishable from normal women. They would blush just like any other girl when being stared at by Jiang Hao. At this moment, a series of light screens appeared before Jiang Hao's eyes. Drift, 65 points acceleration, 70 points turning, 63 points charging, 60 points stability, 52 points impact resistance, 57 points endurance, 60 points special ability, none evaluation. This is a machine girl whose performance barely meets the passing line in all aspects. The car body is too light, and its stability and impact resistance are too poor. Drift, 72 points acceleration, 65 points turning, 70 points charging, 62 points stability, 60 points impact resistance, 60 points endurance, 68 points special ability, none evaluation. This machine girl also hovers around the passing line. Her drifting ability is relatively excellent, but she lacks in speed. With the ability of the omniscient eye, Jiang Hao could clearly see any attribute of the machine girls. Thus, he quickly discovered a problem. The machine girls purchased by Chen Xueying's club appeared glamorous and attractive, but they were basically all looks with no substance, and their performance was very average. As the daughter of a real estate tycoon, Chen Xueying surely had no shortage of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to buy so many machine girls at once. So there was only one reason: she had been cheated. Sigh. Even though these machine girls had average attributes, having them was better than not having any at all. With my driving skills, I can make up for the performance gap. If necessary, I could just let Chen Xueying buy some modules for upgrades. After considering this, Jiang Hao no longer focused too much on the machine girls' attributes and began to seriously examine their appearances. Since their attributes were quite similar, he decided to choose the one that looked the best and had the hottest figure. At that moment, a machine girl dressed in a black and gold tight suit rushed out from the side room like a gust of wind. She knelt down directly in front of Jiang Hao, her voice trembling with pleading. Master, please give me a chance. I don't want to be sent back for reprocessing. I want to race on the track. Her eyes were red, and her cheeks were streaked with tears, clearly having just cried. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was taken aback. What was going on? Chen Xueying hurriedly explained, Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. This machine girl is model SD 799. After I purchased her, I discovered that she had serious performance defects, so I plan to send her back for reprocessing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao understood everything. The so-called reprocessing actually meant disassembling the machine girl to extract her intelligent core for use in manufacturing new machine girls. This might seem cruel, but it was a common occurrence in this world. Machine girls with serious performance issues or aging would be sent back for reprocessing. Some strong-willed machine girls, upon realizing they had been abandoned by their owners, would even choose to end their lives by opting for reprocessing. Jiang Hao was genuinely curious about this machine girl who was about to be sent back for reprocessing, so he immediately activated his omniscient eye. Drift, 95 points acceleration, 28 points turning, 90 points charging, 80 points stability, 85 points impact resistance, 70 points endurance, 75 points special ability. Perfect drift. After drifting through a turn, she gains a brief speed boost. During the drift, she can accumulate a large amount of energy, and once it reaches 100, her speed will be significantly increased for 10 seconds. Evaluation. Although this machine girl is slow, her body is extremely stable, and her drifting and turning abilities are exceptional. If she can continuously utilize her drifting to charge, she will dominate the track and be the undisputed queen of turns. Wow, she actually has a special ability. Jiang Hao was immensely shocked when he saw SD 799's attributes. Compared to the other machine girls, her attributes were simply amazing. The only downside was her speed, which was only 28 points. Jiang Hao began to understand why Chen Xueying thought SD 799 had serious issues. Compared to the other machine girls, her speed was like a turtle crawling. Additionally, Chen Xueying and the others were unaware of SD 799's special ability and could not accumulate extra energy through continuous drifting. That was why they planned to send her back for reprocessing. A machine girl that starts with a special ability is undoubtedly a rare existence. While the drivers in this world could not handle SD 799, Jiang Hao was confident that he could. So what if her straight line speed was slow? On the turns, SD 799 would be invincible. As long as he made proper use of her perfect drift special ability, it would more than make up for her speed deficiency. At this moment, Chen Xueying noticed Jiang Hao staring at SD 799 and frowned. Mr. Jiang, you're not actually interested in her, are you? SD 799 has serious problems. To be honest, SD 799's acceleration engine should be broken. Her speed simply couldn't improve, making her straight line speed too slow. So what? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. I want her. He reached out to help SD 799, who was kneeling on the ground, up and gently asked, Are you willing to follow me? Willing, I'm so willing. SD 799 was so excited that she danced with joy and couldn't help but kiss Jiang Hao on the cheek, thanking him for giving her this opportunity. SD 799 was overwhelmed with gratitude for Jiang Hao's choice. It was equivalent to giving her a second life. How could she not be grateful to him? Chen Xueying never expected Jiang Hao would make such a choice and was left dumbfounded. Lin Zheng, who witnessed everything beside them, was already displeased with Jiang Hao. And now he chose a problematic machine girl. To Lin Zheng, Jiang Hao not only had poor judgment, but also knew nothing about machine girls. Damn, this kid is just here to cause trouble. Just as Lin Zheng was about to teach Jiang Hao a lesson, he was stopped by Chen Xueying. Mr. Jiang is not here to cause trouble. His judgment is exceptionally sharp. As she said this, Chen Xueying felt ecstatic. Among so many machine girls, Jiang Hao actually managed to pick the worst one with serious performance issues. A novice who just got his driving license, combined with a machine girl that crawls like a turtle. Wasn't this a guaranteed last place finish? A perfect combination of a hidden dragon and a phoenix chick. This is a sure win. Then, Chen Xueying looked at Jiang Hao. Since Mr. Jiang has already chosen the machine girl, then the day after tomorrow, you can participate in the Fuching Supernova competition. I hope Mr. Jiang can achieve a good ranking by then. Jiang Hao confidently nodded. Don't worry, President Chen. I will not disappoint you. Hearing this, Chen Xueying was overjoyed and almost burst out laughing. Yes, you definitely won't disappoint me. You're sure to come in last. This time, she was going to strike it rich. Chapter 4. This is my Mecha girl. After Jiang Hao chose the Mecha girl, Chen Xueying immediately asked Lin Zheng to bring the contract. She instructed Lin Zheng to handle the signing matters with Jiang Hao, while she left with a cheerful stride. For her, today was the happiest day of her life. For Lin Zheng, however, today was filled with helplessness and confusion. A newly licensed driver paired with a mecha girl whose acceleration engine was broken. If this duo could win, that would truly be a miracle. But since it was Chen Xueying's order, Lin Zheng couldn't defy it. He could only reluctantly sign the contract with Jiang Hao completely. From this moment on, Jiang Hao officially became the main driver of the Star Racing Club. An annual salary of $2 million, as well as a villa in coastal scenic area, would all be fulfilled. Lin Zheng begrudgingly handed the key to Building 7 of coastal scenic area to Jiang Hao. He threatened, Jiang Hao, I don't care why the young lady wants you to be the main driver, but since you are now part of the team, you must achieve a top 3 finish in the Supernova competition the day after tomorrow. This is your only chance. If you can't do it, then get lost. Do you understand? Jiang Hao smiled indifferently upon hearing this. Manager Lin, the young lady trusts me so much. How could I let her down? In the Supernova competition the day after tomorrow, not only will I be in the top 3, I can definitely win. He declared, if I don't win, I will leave on my own. No need for you to tell me. Upon hearing this, Lin Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually wanted to win? Could this kid be out of his mind? Unable to contain himself, Lin Zheng burst into laughter. Haha. Good. Very good. This is what you said. If you can't do it, not only will you get lost, but you will also have to return the mecha girl. A noble mecha girl is not something someone like you can touch. Jiang Hao smiled faintly, ignoring Lin Zheng's mockery. He was already filled with confidence. Following that, he took SD 799 and left with style. Jiang Hao was very familiar with the Supernova competition. It was a grand event organized by the Yin country government to select the strongest drivers from various regions each year. The competition was divided into 3 stages: preliminaries, heats, and finals. The winner of the regional strongest driver would represent that region in the national supernova competition, thus determining the strongest driver of the year in Yin country, which would be an unparalleled honor. The threshold for the preliminaries was relatively low, and any team could participate, so the difficulty was usually not too high. In the city of Fu, where Jiang Hao was, many teams were constantly signing up as part of the East China region, including emerging forces like the Star Racing Club. For Jiang Hao, if he couldn't even win the preliminary championship, then there was indeed no need for him to continue pursuing the path of a driver. However, before that, Jiang Hao had to first master the control skills of the Mecha Girl. This was vastly different from his racing experience in his previous life. If it didn't become proficient, those past driving skills would be of no use. At the same time, he wanted to see for himself just how slow SD 799 could be. So, after leaving the Star Racing Club, Jiang Hao did not hurry to the luxurious villa in coastal scenic area. Instead, he planned to utilize the abilities of the Mecha Girl to enter the racing world he had always dreamed of. The so-called racing world was a mysterious alternative world where Mecha Girls were born, also known as the intelligent machinery world. It was said that a meteorite hit Blue Star, which led to the emergence of the intelligent machinery world, thus starting the Mecha Girl era on Blue Star. In the intelligent machinery world, countless winding and twisting tracks awaited drivers to conquer. All racing competitions involving Mecha Girls were held here. At this moment, Jiang Hao was about to enter the intelligent machinery world to find a suitable training track and prepare adequately for the upcoming race. Master, my acceleration engine has a problem. I will definitely cause you to lose the race. SD 799 lowered her head, looking dejected. You should just give up on me. I will hold you back. Since her birth, SD 799 had suffered cold stares and ridicule. Her straight-line acceleration performance was far inferior to other Mecha Girls, as if she was born with a label of defect. Deep down, she accepted this inadequacy and was even more unwilling to drag Jiang Hao down. Jiang Hao's choice earlier had already made SD 799 very satisfied. If she caused Jiang Hao to lose the race and got expelled from the club, she would become a forever laughingstock in the Mecha Girl world. What, do you think I chose you just out of pity? Jiang Hao reached out and pinched SD 799's cheek. Silly girl, since I chose you, I will naturally not abandon you. Your acceleration engine has no problems at all. It's just that those guys lack vision. If you're willing to trust me, I guarantee I will make you the most dazzling Mecha Girl in this world. Jiang Hao's words were like warm sunshine, illuminating SD 799's heart. Her eyes sparkled with tears, and she was so moved that she couldn't speak. Thank you, master. I am willing to be your Mecha Girl for a lifetime. All right. The urgent matter now is to choose a training track. The race is the day after tomorrow, and we don't have much time left. Upon hearing this, SD 799 no longer hesitated, and her eyes instantly sparkled with a brilliant golden light. Soon, a light curtain slowly unfolded before Jiang Hao. Master, since I have not yet contracted with any driver and have not participated in any events, my permissions are limited, and I can only unlock 2 training maps. SD 799 cherished this opportunity and acted particularly cautiously in front of Jiang Hao, afraid he might drive her away. 2 training maps were more than enough. Jiang Hao looked at the light curtain before him and smiled slightly. The difficulty of these 2 maps was low. The first one focused on straight lines, while the second had a very short straight distance, almost entirely consisting of bends. Let's choose the second training map. It has both straight lines and bends, which is just right to comprehensively test your abilities. Upon hearing this, SD 799 obediently nodded and then, under Jiang Hao's gaze, began to transform. Although Jiang Hao had been in this world for nearly a year and had seen various transformations of Mecha Girls through various means, witnessing this scene still left him in shock. In the blink of an eye, SD 799 completed her transformation, turning into a racing car that resembled the Pagani Huayra BC, quietly resting on the ground. This racing car perfectly blended the black and gold tones of SD 799's bodysuit, with gold as the main color and black as the auxiliary. The 2 intertwined to create an indescribable depth and luxury. The car's lines were smooth, and every detail seemed to have been meticulously crafted, making Jiang Hao extremely excited. Is this really my mecha girl? Jiang Hao couldn't help but reach out to gently stroke SD-799's body. Unexpectedly, a slightly shy voice came from inside the car. Master, the place you're touching is very sensitive. Chapter 5 Special Training. Oh dear, I'm really sorry. I couldn't help it for a moment. Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly. He truly didn't expect the mech girl to be so sensitive. But then he thought, it's quite normal, after all. At this moment, she had transformed into a racing car. Her body was the car itself. In front of so many people, touching a girl like that, it's no wonder she couldn't handle it. Then, Jiang Hao gently opened the car door. He saw SD-799 lying in the center of the control room in a motorcycle riding posture. The black and gold bodysuit clung to her skin, outlining her perfect body curves. And her waist-hip ratio was astonishing. Her hands and feet had merged with a motorcycle, extending a technologically advanced mechanical arm from her spine. A steering wheel was embedded in the mechanical arm, facing the rear driver's seat. This was the steering wheel Jiang Hao would use to control SD-799. It felt a bit thrilling. Jiang Hao sat in the driver's seat, looking around, feeling extremely excited. This driver's seat was far more luxurious than he had imagined. No racing car from his past life could compare. The seat was incredibly comfortable. Sitting on it felt like being embraced by a soft girl rather than sitting on a soft sofa. Master, how do you feel? If you feel uncomfortable, I can adjust the position. I guarantee it will make you comfortable. SD-799 said nervously. She knew very well that if Jiang Hao was dissatisfied with her, she might be sent back for remanufacturing. She didn't expect Jiang Hao to help her win various races. She would be content just to race a few laps on a real track. No. This position is great. It's too comfortable. Jiang Hao couldn't help but stretch. As long as the master is satisfied. SD-799 smiled excitedly. Then, Jiang Hao reached for the steering wheel. At that moment, he seemed to feel an invisible energy connecting his brain with SD-799. Their thoughts were closely linked. Now Jiang Hao only needed a thought to give various commands to SD-799. Compared to the driving methods of his past life, this was undoubtedly more precise. If the mech girl was well-trained and worked harmoniously with the driver, she could even let go of the steering wheel and enable automatic driving. This was also the reason why drivers in this world generally lack driving skills. Although it felt a bit unfamiliar, it was still within an acceptable range. As long as he adapted well for a while, it should be fine. The top-notch driving techniques from his past life were deeply engraved in his mind. From now until the race the day after tomorrow, he had enough time to adapt. Let us go into the training track. Upon receiving Jiang Hao's command, SD-799 immediately started the engine, and a deep, powerful roar echoed around, vibrating every inch of the air. In an instant, a mysterious portal quietly appeared in front of SD-799. She smoothly carried Jiang Hao through it, as if driving into an unknown realm. This process was entirely controlled by SD-799. After crossing the portal, Jiang Hao initially felt a momentary daze, as if experiencing an illusion of time travel. But in the blink of an eye, he regained his clarity and found himself in a closed and mysterious space. Here, only the racetrack stretched out with nothing else in sight, as if it were a sanctuary tailored for speed and passion. The number 2 training track, though not long, was filled with winding curves, resembling a giant dragon coiled on the ground. The straight distance of this track was surprisingly short, with almost every corner immediately followed by the next bend. It provided almost no space for drivers to adjust and accelerate, testing their reflexes and skills. On both sides of the track, towering guardrails stood tall, covered with crash foam, ensuring that in case of an accident at high speed, the safety of the racing car and driver could be maximized. Although the mech world is different from the real world, in some respects, it resembles a virtual world. But everything here is real. If a serious car accident occurs, death is still a possibility. The number 2 training track is the perfect place for Jiang Hao to test SD-799's abilities. After a long absence from the racetrack, this time I will race to my heart's content. Inside the driver's seat, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes shimmering with a desire for speed and anticipation for challenges. Then, with a thought, he released the handbrake, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator in a fluid motion. At first, Jiang Hao felt a bit uncomfortable, but when the sound of the tires screeching against the ground reached his ears, his blood instantly boiled. And when the tires briefly skidded and then regained traction, the engine let out a roar like a beast. He felt as if his whole body was ignited by flames, burning with an infinite desire for speed and passion. This feeling seemed to bring Jiang Hao back to his past life, to the glorious era of being the king of a racetrack. Master, what are you trying to do? SD-799 had to unconditionally obey the commands given by the driver. Now, she had no idea what Jiang Hao intended to do. Previous drivers never acted this way. SD-799 said in panic, Why do I feel so hot? So warm. Hee. Don't worry. No need to panic. I just want you to experience what a launch start feels like. Jiang Hao's lips curled slightly upward. Before the words were out, SD-799 shot forward like a runaway horse. The roar of the engine echoed through the sky, shaking the entire track. Oh, so fast. So exhilarating. SD-799 never expected to unleash her fastest speed right from the start. However, despite her impressive launch, SD-799 struggled with straight-line speed. Her top speed barely reached 300 km/h. If it were another mech girl with strong, straight-line acceleration, she would have easily surpassed 400 km/h. This immediately made Jiang Hao aware of SD-799's flaw. Her speed was truly too slow. No wonder Chen Xueying thought this mech girl had an issue with her acceleration engine. Without relying on special abilities, over 300 km/h was her limit. But none of this mattered to Jiang Hao. While the straight-line speed was slow, SD-799's cornering ability was exceptionally strong. In the blink of an eye, they had passed the straight section, and ahead was a sharp right-angle turn. Faced with such a perilous curve, Jiang Hao showed no intention of slowing down. It's over. It's over. Master, you're too fast. This will lead to a rollover. SD-799 exclaimed in alarm. But Jiang Hao was unaffected. Gripping the steering wheel with determination, everything was under his control. With Jiang Hao's precise maneuvering, SD-799's body leaned lightly to one side, the tires screeching against the ground, creating sparks and a piercing sound. In that fleeting moment, they drifted through the turn with astonishing speed, as if time had frozen at that instant. Beautiful. No wonder I chose this mech girl. After successfully navigating the right-angle turn, Jiang Hao shouted excitedly. SD-799's cornering ability was already strong, and combined with Jiang Hao's excellent driving skills, they could almost maintain speed without losing momentum while turning. Additionally, after drifting through the curve, SD-799's special ability was triggered. At that moment, she gained a brief acceleration effect, instantly boosting her speed to over 360. Chapter 6 Master, you are amazing. Jiang Hao completed the drift around the corner with astonishing flawless speed, leaving SD-799 in shock. But what was even more surprising was that after exiting the turn, he could suddenly accelerate and break his own speed limit. Master, what on earth is going on? SD-799's voice was filled with disbelief. Before Jiang Hao, SD-799 was seen as a discarded object by countless drivers, abandoned and resold time and again. When it fell into the hands of Chen Xueying, it even faced the tragic fate of being sent back to the factory. She even believed that there was a problem with her acceleration engine and that she couldn't pick up speed at all. But now she had soared to over 360 km/h. How could SD-799 not feel excited? Although after a brief acceleration, her speed slowed down again. It at least proved that her acceleration engine had no issues. I have long said that I chose you not out of pity. It is because in my heart, you are indeed the strongest mechanical girl. Another turn is coming. Are you ready? Jiang Hao had gradually adapted to controlling the mechanical girl, and now he was becoming more and more skilled. Of course, SD-799 responded excitedly. The master has given me true life. I will do my best. Ha ha ha. Then let us conquer this track. As soon as the words were spoken, a series of lightning-fast curves appeared ahead. Jiang Hao's gaze sharpened, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, and without hesitation, he drove SD-799 into the curve. In the continuous drifting, SD-799 seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning. drawing brilliant trails on the curve. With Jiang Hao's superb driving skills and SD 799's outstanding performance, they easily traversed the lightning curves. When they burst out of the last curve, SD 799's speed soared to the limit once again. Moreover, Jiang Hao noticed that there was a progress bar on the display screen of SD 799's steering wheel. Every time they drifted around a corner, it would increase by about 10 to 20. Obviously, this unique progress bar was a special energy bar unique to SD 799. When the energy bar reached full, it meant they would gain a super acceleration lasting for 10 seconds. In fact, every mechanical girl could accumulate nitrous through drifting to gain short bursts of acceleration. But the energy bar of lightning was completely different from other mechanical girls. The 10-second super acceleration state would crush the ordinary mechanical girl's acceleration. In the next few curves, Jiang Hao successfully raised the progress bar to 100 with his superb driving skills. Just then, a wide straight track appeared ahead, and Jiang Hao immediately activated the super acceleration without hesitation. At that moment, SD 799's speed instantly reached over 380, and it was still climbing. This speed left SD 799 feeling unprecedented shock and excitement, and she couldn't help but let out a series of cheers. Master, Master, you are amazing. Soon, Jiang Hao completed a lap around the number 2 training track with SD 799, taking only about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This performance was already quite outstanding, but Jiang Hao was not satisfied. He knew he could go faster. So, in the following time, Jiang Hao continued to hone his driving skills on the number 2 training track, skillfully maneuvering SD 799, challenging himself time and again, pushing his limits. It wasn't until dark that Jiang Hao slowly drove SD 799 away from the training track, returning to the lights of the real world. He drove towards the luxurious villa located in Benhaiyujing. Since it was a residential area, Jiang Hao couldn't recklessly speed and had to strictly follow traffic rules. By the way, do you have a name? I can't just keep calling you SD 799. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao immediately asked, Master, my name has always been SD 799, but if you don't like it, you can rename me. Although SD 799 had not yet signed a contract with Jiang Hao, in her heart, she had already regarded him as her only master. SD 799 is not a nice name. After a brief thought, Jiang Hao smiled slightly and said, from now on, your name will be Lightning. Recalling SD 799's figure drifting through the curves on the training track, Jiang Hao felt this name perfectly suited her. Lightning, Lightning. Thank you, Master, for giving me a name. Lightning gladly accepted her new name, and her fondness for Jiang Hao skyrocketed. Just as Jiang Hao was driving Lightning towards Benhaiyujing, Chen Xueying, who was at the Starlight Racing Club, had several business cards from top club drivers on the table in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xueying picked up the one in the middle and dialed the number on it. Hello, is this Lin Zhui? Mr. Lin? I am Chen Xueying from the Starlight Club. About the transfer fee you mentioned last time, I think we can negotiate a bit. As soon as Chen Xueying finished speaking, an extremely impatient voice came from the other end of the line. Boss Chen, your Starlight Racing Club has just been established and has no experience in major competitions. I am one of the most famous racers in East China, ranked 7th in the national rankings. I have not signed with any team yet, and if I join your team, I can make your club famous in East China. So the signing fee cannot be less, at least 200 million. Additionally, the monthly salary must not be less than 10 million. Faced with Lin Zhui's outrageous demands, if it were before, Chen Xueying would have hung up without hesitation. But now the situation was different. As long as Jiang Hao finished last in the Supernova Championship, the money she invested in him would return 100-fold. By then, let alone signing one Lin Zhui, even 3 Lin Zhuyas would be within her financial reach. So, Chen Xueying hurriedly replied, Mr. Lin, the conditions you propose can actually be accepted by our club. Let me discuss it here, and then I will contact you. We can finalize the signing details then. Okay. I'm very busy. Before Lin Zhui could finish, a seductive moan and his rough breathing came from the other end of the line. Then he immediately hung up the phone. Although Lin Zhui was known to be a notorious playboy, It was undeniable that he was indeed one of the most promising young drivers. In Chen Xueying's view, if she could successfully sign Lin Zhuiyue, the Starlight Racing Club would surely soar to great heights and become famous far and wide. Jiang Hao. Oh, Jiang Hao, you must not let me down. Chapter 7. Signing the contract, together with a master for a lifetime. At this moment, in the Fuqing Binhai Yujing community, Jiang Hao, led by the enthusiastic butler, arrived at Villa Number 7. This three-story villa, with a spacious courtyard, covers an area of over 500 square meters, showcasing extraordinary grandeur. Judging by Fuqing's high real estate prices, the value of this villa is certainly over 15 million yuan. Jiang Hao gazed at the luxurious residence in front of him, his eyes sparkling with undisguised amazement and joy. He truly did not expect Chen Xueying to be so generous, gifting him a large villa right off the bat. Since CEO Chen has treated me so generously, I must repay her with all my efforts. Jiang Hao secretly made up his mind and then walked in with lightning. Inside the villa, various furniture and appliances were fully equipped, exuding elegance and comfort. Even the kitchen refrigerator was already stocked with a variety of food. With the butler's enthusiastic introduction, Jiang Hao became roughly familiar with the layout of the villa. Mr. Jiang, this is my contact information. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. The butler respectfully handed Jiang Hao a business card and then turned to leave. I need to go back to my old shabby rental apartment tomorrow to tidy up my things. I'll spend the night here first. Jiang Hao initially planned to take Lightning upstairs to choose a room. However, he unexpectedly found Lightning already lying on the sofa, deeply asleep. It seemed that today's training intensity was indeed too harsh for her, exhausting her physically. Jiang Hao carefully picked up Lightning and slowly walked upstairs. The second floor had 3 bedrooms of similar size, and Jiang Hao casually chose one, gently placing Lightning on the bed. In this world, machine girls, outside the racetrack, are no different from ordinary women. They too feel fatigue and hunger. In the attributes of machine girls, endurance represents their physical strength. The stronger the endurance of a machine girl, the longer she can maintain her transformed racing state. Remembering the scenes on the training track, Jiang Hao repeatedly broke through his speed limits. Although Lightning did not show it, he could sense her struggle and persistence. Tomorrow, I need to go to the club and see if I can ask CEO Chen for some nutrient solutions. Otherwise, this girl might find it hard to endure my high-intensity training. After confirming that Lightning was sound asleep, Jiang Hao covered her with a blanket and turned off the light as he left the room. He first went to the kitchen to prepare some food. After filling his stomach, he washed up and returned to his room to rest. Long hours of driving a machine girl also consume a lot of energy for the driver. Jiang Hao lay on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, he did not notice that shortly after he fell asleep, the door was quietly pushed open, and a petite figure silently slipped into his bed. The next day, Jiang Hao woke from his slumber. Suddenly, he felt something particularly soft, accompanied by faint breathing sounds, which were particularly clear in the quiet air. Turning around, he discovered that Lightning was sleeping beside him without him realizing it. She was tightly pressed against his body like a soft octopus, with all her limbs snug against him. Even the softest parts of her body were closely attached to Jiang Hao's. If she had been completely asleep, perhaps it wouldn't have mattered. But now Jiang Hao was awake, and it was early morning. As a normal man, he would naturally have a reaction at this time, and right now, it was even more pronounced. Winky face. What is going on? Didn't I put her in a room next door last night? Jiang Hao truly did not expect Lightning to sneak into his bed in the middle of the night. Looking at Lightning's exquisite and flawless face, as well as her alluring body curves, a sense of indescribable heat surged within him. Should I give it a try? But reason quickly overcame impulse. Yesterday's training was already a heavy burden for Lightning. How could I tire her out more? There is plenty of time ahead. No need to rush. Jiang Hao carefully tried to move Lightning's limbs away. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lightning suddenly woke up. When she realized that Jiang Hao's face was less than 2 centimeters away from hers, her cheeks instantly flushed, resembling a ripe apple. Master, let me explain. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to be alone in the dark room anymore. I didn't want to be abandoned again. Lightning hurriedly sat up, her voice trembling, revealing her inner fear and unease. Over the years, having been abandoned by too many drivers, Lightning often found herself locked in dark warehouses. Loneliness and fear accompanied her through long nights. Last night, when she woke up in the darkness again, in her panic, she instinctively ran to Jiang Hao's room, seeking that long-lost warmth. "It's all right. If you're still tired, you can sleep a little longer. I'll go downstairs to make something to eat." After saying this, Jiang Hao quickly washed up and turned to head to the kitchen on the first floor. As a machine girl belonging to her master, how could Lightning sleep in? Without saying a word, she followed Jiang Hao. "Master, you can ask me to do anything." No, I'm used to being alone. I've adapted to this life." "You must be hungry too. I'll make something for you." Jiang Hao rummaged through the refrigerator and simply cooked 2 bowls of noodles. Machine girls can eat human food and can absorb the necessary nutrients from it to fill their stomachs. However, they cannot rely on it for long periods and must supplement with functional nutrient solutions from time to time. Only in this way can they ensure that their functions do not age and remain in the best condition. Looking at the steaming noodles in front of her, Lightning couldn't help but burst into tears. "Woo, Master, you're too good to me. No one has ever treated me this well from childhood to now." Lightning wanted to be with her master forever and was willing to serve him for a lifetime. As she spoke, a cube-like crystal core, radiating dazzling golden light, slowly emerged from Lightning's chest. This was the intelligent core belonging to machine girls, equivalent to their heart. "Why you took your heart out?" Jiang Hao was taken aback upon seeing this. "Please, Master, drop a drop of your blood onto Lightning's intelligent core. This way, Lightning can become your machine girl forever." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was initially stunned, but soon understood everything. In this world, there are 2 ways to sign a contract with a machine girl. One is a spiritual contract. As long as the machine girl is willing to follow a certain driver, she can publicly vow, and both parties establish a spiritual contract. However, this type of contract is not unbreakable. If the machine girl changes her mind or the driver is dissatisfied, either party can unilaterally dissolve it at a certain cost. The other way is the blood contract that Lightning proposed at this moment. Only when a machine girl voluntarily offers her intelligent core can this contract be made. Once the contract is successful, it lasts a lifetime, and it cannot be dissolved unless the machine girl passes away. Jiang Hao was already satisfied with Lightning, and at this moment, he had no hesitation. He immediately bit his finger and let a drop of bright red blood fall onto Lightning's intelligent core. In an instant, Lightning's intelligent core radiated a dazzling crimson light. As the light gradually faded, Lightning slowly retracted her intelligent core. After having eaten and drunk enough, Jiang Hao first took Lightning to move out of his rental apartment. Then they entered the training track to continue honing their synergy and challenge their limits. Until the evening, Jiang Hao finally went to the Star Racing Club. In Chen Xueying's office, Jiang Hao straightforwardly made his request. "President Chen, I hope you can provide me with some functional nutrient solutions. As you know, if a mech girl doesn't get enough nutrient solution, she will age quickly." Chen Xueying smiled slightly and said, "Sure. How many do you want?" Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and slowly extended 3 fingers. He had just joined the team, had not achieved any results, and had not brought any benefits to the team. Moreover, a bottle of high-quality functional nutrient solution costs at least 10,000 yuan. So he didn't dare to ask for too much. 3 bottles would be enough. However, before Jiang Hao could speak, Chen Xueying preemptively said, 300 bottles, right? No problem. I'll have Supervisor Lin send this batch of functional nutrient solutions to your villa right away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was stunned on the spot. 300 bottles? Chapter 8 today, I am the protagonist. President Chen, you're not joking, are you? You really want to give me 300 bottles of functional nutrient solution all at once? Jiang Hao thought he had misheard and hurriedly asked. Of course. You are our team's main driver. Not only should your treatment be good, but your mecha girl should also receive the highest treatment. From now on, let your mecha girl drink the nutrient solution as if it were water. If it's not enough, come find me anytime. I can give you as much as you want. As Chen Xueying said this, she was ecstatic. Now, SD 799 is already Jiang Hao's mecha girl, and investing in her is equivalent to investing in Jiang Hao. As long as Jiang Hao finishes last in tomorrow's competition, she will immediately receive a hundredfold return. 300 bottles of nutrient solution, along with an annual salary of 2 million and a luxurious villa. The total value has already far exceeded 20 million. Moreover, there is also the value of SD 799 itself. If all these are added up and multiplied by a hundredfold return, that would be an astronomical figure. So at this moment, let alone just 300 bottles of nutrient solution, even if it were 3,000 bottles, she would do everything possible to acquire them. Thank you, President Chen, for your trust in me. Jiang Hao excitedly shook Chen Xueying's hand. I will definitely not let you down. MHM. Good. Chen Xueying perfunctorily nodded. Soon after, Jiang Hao left the club with lightning. Tomorrow morning is the preliminary round of the Fuqing Supernova racing competition. Tonight, Jiang Hao must adjust to his best condition, racing ahead to win the championship. After Jiang Hao left, Lin Zheng walked in with a helpless expression. I say, miss, what are you really thinking? That S 300 bottles of nutrient solution. Do you think it's just 300 bottles of mineral water? Even if bought at wholesale price, it would still cost at least 2.5 million. Our account doesn't have much left, and Jiang Hao has no commercial value. Nor can he attract sponsorships. How do you expect to recoup such a large investment in him? Do you really think he will win the championship and get a huge prize? Lin Zheng could not understand Chen Xueying's various actions. In his view, aside from his handsome face, what else about Jiang Hao is worth paying attention to? You don't need to worry about that. After tomorrow's race, we will naturally have a large sum of money coming in. I will contact Lin Zheyue to come to our club and discuss the signing matters. Before Chen Xueying finished speaking, Lin Zheng immediately raised a doubt. Miss, do you know what you're saying? Let us not even talk about how the funds will come in. Do you know how much Lin Zheyue's signing fee is? That is 200 million. To be blunt, the chairman does not support your team formation and would never provide you with financial support. Chen Xueying smiled confidently. It's just 200 million. To me, it's pocket change. Just do as I instructed. You. Lin Zheng was speechless at her response. But as he was just an employee, he didn't want to say too much. After a helpless sigh, he hurriedly turned to leave. Soon, under Lin Zheng's arrangement, 300 bottles of nutrient solution were delivered to Jiang Hao's villa. Before leaving, he shot Jiang Hao a fierce glare. Listen well. You don't deserve to use these 300 bottles of nutrient solution. That faulty mecha girl of yours would just waste them. These 300 bottles are only temporarily stored with you. After the race tomorrow, I will come to take them back. Oof. I really don't know what the miss sees in you. It's like she is bewitched, throwing money at you like crazy. As Lin Zheng walked away, he muttered discontentedly about Jiang Hao. Of course, Jiang Hao heard all of this but didn't care. He knew that Lin Zheng had never looked favorably on him from the start, and now that he could become the main driver and gain a mecha girl, it was all thanks to Chen Xueying's keen eye. Jiang Hao knew that explaining more now would be useless. It was better to prove himself with concrete actions tomorrow. He then immediately took out 2 bottles and handed them to Lightning. Drink both of these tonight. Tomorrow morning, come with me to participate in the Supernova racing competition. Looking at the precious functional nutrient solution in her hands, Lightning's eyes turned red and her hands trembled slightly. Since her creation, she had never tasted such high-end nutrient solution, except in her dreams. Master, can I really drink it all? Am I not dreaming? Jiang Hao smiled slightly upon hearing this. Silly girl. Since you're my mecha girl, how could I shortchange you? Rest well tonight. If we don't win the championship tomorrow, we might really have to roll up our bedding and leave. Lightning nodded firmly. She silently vowed that even if she had to exhaust herself, she would ensure Jiang Hao won the championship. Late at night, Lightning initially planned to adapt to sleeping alone, but found it impossible to suppress her fear of the dark. So, in the middle of the night, she slipped back into Jiang Hao's bed. Lightning, what are you doing? I want to hug my master to sleep. Just sleep. Why are you touching everything? In Lightning's eyes, Jiang Hao's bed was the warmest and safest place in the world. The next day, the preliminary round of the Fuqing Supernova racing competition officially kicked off. In this world, all events related to mecha girls are strictly regulated to take place in the intelligent machinery world. The preliminary round of the Fuqing Supernova racing competition was no exception. Within Fuqing, all registered drivers could leverage the power of their mecha girls to enter the official racing venue. The stands on both sides of the venue were packed with spectators. Ordinary people who bought tickets could also step into this intelligent machinery world and witness the battle of speed and passion firsthand. When Jiang Hao arrived at the venue, the preliminary round was about to start. The venue was filled with drivers and mecha girls, most of whom were nameless juniors like Jiang Hao. They all needed to stand out in this preliminary round. Due to the large number of drivers and mecha girls participating in the preliminary round, it was impossible for everyone to start at the same time. All preliminary rounds adopted a qualifying start mechanism, with the final crossing time serving as the basis for the final ranking. Only the top 3 drivers could advance to the next round of the competition. This ensured that the preliminary round would be extremely fierce. Jiang Hao and Lightning had wasted some time in the morning, almost arriving right on time at the venue. So they were arranged in the last starting position. Just then, Lin Zheng walked over with a dark face, expressing his displeasure. "I thought you were too scared to compete and would run away. What, do you think you're the protagonist, making a grand entrance?" Facing Lin Zheng's mockery, Jiang Hao smiled lightly. "Sorry, today I'm the protagonist. Chapter 9, you can't even see my taillights." Lin Zheng was momentarily stunned by Jiang Hao's words. Then he burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, Jiang Hao, are you really lost in a daydream? Let me put it this way. If you really win the championship in today's preliminaries, I'll call you Grandpa Jiang." Hearing this, Jiang Hao shook his head slightly. No, you don't have to call me Grandpa. I don't have a grandson as old as you. As long as you stop targeting me in the club from now on, that's enough. With that, Jiang Hao took Lightning onto the track, waiting for the race to begin. Looking at Jiang Hao's departing figure, Lin Zheng only felt amused. He truly didn't understand where Jiang Hao got his confidence from. A person who just got his driver's license, has no racing experience, and even has issues with his machine girl. How could such a driver possibly win the championship? Just not finishing last would be a blessing. Unfortunately, Chen Xueying was unable to attend the race today because she needed to discuss contract matters with Lin Xueying in person. Otherwise, she could have witnessed Jiang Hao's miserable defeat firsthand, thus logically expelling him from the club. However, even with Chen Xueying absent, the outcome of the race would not change. As long as Jiang Hao did not make it to the top 3, Lin Zheng would ruthlessly expel him and reclaim all the resources given to him, minimizing losses as much as possible. At this moment, as Jiang Hao stepped onto the track, the race officially began. The track used for this preliminary round was the sea-level Bay Road in the intelligent machine world. There are countless track maps in the intelligent machine world, with difficulty levels ranging from low to high: D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The D-level track, also known as the training track, allows all drivers with machine girls to enter freely. Starting from the C level, all tracks are designated for competitions and cannot be entered individually. Only official personnel organizing the races can apply for track usage rights in the intelligent machine world. Although the Bay Road track is only a C-level track, it has a high level of difficulty. The entire track stretches 30 kilometers, with the starting point being a straight section of about 5 kilometers, which is the easiest part of the entire course. But from there on, there are 20 consecutive curves that test the driver's reactions and the machine girl's performance. Especially before reaching the finish line, there is a narrow series of lightning-type curves, which is an ultimate challenge for both the driver and the machine girl. Such a multitude of curves undoubtedly poses a significant test for the driver. It not only requires the driver to have sharp reflexes, but also places high demands on the machine girl's cornering performance. Some machine girls with poor cornering abilities can only complain on this track. However, for Jiang Hao, this Bay Road track was virtually without difficulty. He truly did not expect that in his first race in this world, he would encounter such a suitable track for Lightning. Truly, heaven is helping me. Lightning, do you have confidence? Jiang Hao thought joyfully, then turned to look at Lightning beside him. But at that moment, Lightning's face was pale, and her whole body was trembling slightly. What's wrong? You aren't feeling unwell, are you? Don't scare me. This is our first race. Lightning's current state genuinely startled Jiang Hao. No, it's not that, Master. I'm just a little nervous. Lightning said with a trembling voice. It's my first time officially entering a competition track. If I can't help you win, what will happen? Hearing this, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Haha, you scared me. I thought you were sick, but you're just too nervous. Saying that, Jiang Hao reached out to pat Lightning's head. Silly girl. With me here, what are you afraid of? Don't worry. This track is easy for both of us. Under Jiang Hao's reassurance, Lightning's emotions finally calmed down. She really enjoyed the feeling of Jiang Hao patting her head because it made her feel incredibly safe and warm. What's going on? Why is everyone daring to sign up for the preliminaries? At that moment, a man with dyed yellow hair and wearing a studded leather jacket suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed on Jiang Hao. He disdainfully looked at Lightning beside Jiang Hao. This is hilarious. It's my first time seeing a machine girl so nervous after entering the track. Is this machine girl sick or something? As he said this, the yellow-haired guy proudly showcased the tall figure of the purple-haired machine girl next to him, dressed in a black bodysuit that accentuated her perfect curves. The purple-haired machine girl had a proud look, as if she was fully confident about the upcoming preliminaries, contrasting sharply with Jiang Hao's Lightning. See? This is the proud demeanor a machine girl should have. I really don't know where you got this machine girl from. I advise you to send her back for a rework. A machine girl afraid of racing doesn't deserve to exist in this world. She might as well look for death. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately became displeased. My machine girl is just participating in a race for the first time. It's normal to be a little nervous. Before Jiang Hao could finish, the yellow-haired guy interrupted him. No. Your machine girl is not just nervous. She's cowardly. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I advise you to get rid of this machine girl quickly. Let me show you what a real machine girl looks like. As the yellow-haired guy finished speaking, the purple-haired machine girl beside him instantly transformed. A car, completely black and purple, resembling a Ferrari 296, suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Hao. Drift, 63 points acceleration, 73 points cornering, 60 points charge, 62 points stability, 60 points crash resistance, 55 points endurance, 60 points special ability, none evaluation. This machine girl's performance barely passes in all aspects, with acceleration being relatively outstanding, while the rest are mediocre. Is this it? I thought it would be impressive, but the stats are so garbage. Jiang Hao couldn't help but complain. However, the yellow-haired guy seemed to hear nothing, calmly stroking his racing car. Isn't my machine girl's body extremely cool? The yellow-haired guy boasted proudly as he opened the car door and got inside. My machine girl is named Purple Lightning. Her speed is as swift as lightning. You won't even see my taillights. Don't fall in love with me. I'm just a legend. Ha ha. Accompanied by the yellow-haired guy's boisterous laughter, he decisively drove off towards the front track. Jiang Hao watched this scene, feeling speechless in his heart. Is this guy brain dead? Chapter 10. Ejection start. Perfect drift. Master, that guy's Met girl seems really impressive. His starting speed is very fast. Lightning's gaze was fixed on the speeding violet thunder ahead, whispering softly, impressive my ass. His Met girl can't even compare to your pinky finger. After saying that, a mechanical countdown sound echoed in Jiang Hao's ear. Star Racing Club driver Jiang Hao, please get ready. You will officially start the race in 30 seconds. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Hao immediately turned to Lightning beside him, relaxing a bit. Don't worry. I won't lose. It was time to show them what true skill is. Lightning nodded obediently and then unfolded her body. A gorgeous black and gold racing car suddenly appeared before Jiang Hao's eyes. Unfortunately, as the last contestant to start, the other drivers had already entered the track. And Jiang Hao, a relatively unknown driver, hardly attracted any attention from the surrounding audience. Only Lin Zheng, the supervisor of the Star Racing Club, had his gaze firmly locked on Jiang Hao. Both Lightning and the other Met girls in the club were carefully selected by him and Chen Xueying. He naturally knew Lightning's striking racing form inside and out. When he first saw it, he was also attracted by its glamorous appearance, firmly believing that this car must be extraordinary and its performance exceptional. However, the reality was disappointing. Lightning was just a flashy car, too slow to compare with the other Met girls. With no hope of returning it, he could only helplessly choose to send it back to the furnace to minimize losses. If it weren't for Jiang Hao's choice, Lightning would have probably already been in the cold return furnace. Such a flashy but impractical thing wasted millions of the club's funds. As long as Jiang Hao cannot place in the top 3, I will immediately take this SD 799 to the return furnace. A useless mech girl deserves to stay in the return furnace filled with waste. Just as Lin Zheng was calculating in his heart, the 30-second countdown had quietly ended. Beep. At the moment the prompt sounded, Jiang Hao in the cockpit quickly completed the ejection start operation. With a deafening roar of Lightning's engine, it shot into the track like a true black and gold lightning bolt, although its speed was still inferior compared to the other mech girls. With the boost of the ejection start, Lightning burst out an astonishing top speed right from the start. What? Lin Zheng in the audience widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth is happening? How could Jiang Hao make the SD-799 explode with such astonishing speed in an instant? This is wrong. The SD-799's acceleration engine clearly has issues. Wasn't it always as slow as a turtle crawling? Lin Zheng was stunned by this scene, but soon he regained his composure. Because at this moment, Jiang Hao's Lightning, although it had an amazing speed at the start, was still slower than the other mech girls. The large screen beside them clearly displayed each mech girl's current speed. He could see that the SD-799 barely reached 300 km/h. Among all the mech girls participating in the preliminaries, this speed was the slowest. Damn, you scared me. I thought I was really going to be wrong about this. Trash is indeed just trash. At this moment, not only was Lin Zheng greatly disappointed, but many spectators also showed expressions of disappointment. TCH, I thought the last contestant would be impressive. Turns out his mech girl's top speed is only 300 kilometers? What kind of trash mech girl is this, daring to participate in the supernova competition? Speaking of which, how did the Star Racing Club allow such a driver to compete? Who knows? A club that lets such a driver participate must also be a trash club. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Zheng's face turned extremely ugly. Miss, I really don't know what to say to you. You actually believed in such trash. No matter what, after the race is over, I must make Jiang Hao scram. Just as Lin Zheng was furious, Jiang Hao on the track remained calm, as usual. Master 200, followed by a right angle, go straight. At this moment, Lightning's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Hao's ears. She could accurately report the situation on the track, acting like a navigator. Before the race began, all the participating drivers already knew the conditions of the Bay Road track. However, during the race, drivers must concentrate fully on controlling their mech girls, making it difficult to observe the map. At this time, the mech girl could accurately report the current information of the track, serving as a navigator. No need to slow down, just take the turn at this speed. Jiang Hao said confidently. Received. Lightning responded without hesitation, never questioning Jiang Hao's instructions. She did not reduce her speed and continued at 300 km/h towards the upcoming turn. Lin Zheng witnessed this scene and was shocked. This kid must be crazy. Who does he think he is? He actually plans to take a right-angle turn at such a high speed? Doesn't he fear flipping over? Lin Zheng felt unable to understand Jiang Hao's actions, even feeling a bit angry, although the mech girl Jiang Hao was driving had a slower speed than the others. In this world, the vast majority of drivers must slow down when taking turns, especially such right-angle turns. Drifting is regarded as a skill only top drivers can master. Even top drivers wouldn't dare to attempt a turn without slowing down easily. In Lin Zheng's view, Jiang Hao was completely a novice, a rookie. What he was doing was simply playing with his life, completely looking for death. At this moment, not only Lin Zheng, but all the spectators on the scene were shocked and confused by Jiang Hao's actions. They believed such a maneuver was almost impossible to succeed. However, what everyone expected to be a flip-over incident did not happen. With his extraordinary driving skills, Jiang Hao managed to drift elegantly through the right-angle turn. Throughout the entire process, Lightning's speed did not decrease at all. Even more astonishing was that at the moment Lightning burst out of the turn, its speed suddenly surged to about 350 km/h. This scene left Lin Zheng and all the spectators dumbfounded, hardly believing their eyes. What is going on? How could that last contestant easily take the turn without slowing down? Moreover, that was a right-angle turn. Who dares to do that? And why was his mech girl's speed unaffected while taking the turn? Wow, his mech girl actually exploded in speed after the turn. How on earth did he do that? Could it be that this kid intentionally suppressed the mech girl's top speed from the start? Could it be that this kid is actually an elite driver from a top racing team, deliberately hiding his strength to come here and play the fool? Chapter 11. Miss, I was wrong. You really have a unique perspective. How could this be? Could it be that I've been blind all along? Could Jiang Hao have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Lin Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Hao on the racetrack. At this moment, Jiang Hao had smoothly navigated the right-angle turn, executing a series of jaw-dropping maneuvers, elegantly drifting through the corner. Throughout the process, Jiang Hao's speed did not decrease in the slightest. Moreover, every time he drifted through a corner, the speed of the MECH girl he was driving would instantly surge. Jiang Hao could even take the corner at nearly 350 km/h without losing any speed. This scene made Lin Zheng question his life on the spot. Slap! Lin Zheng unhesitatingly gave himself a resounding slap. This was not just a punishment for his previous misjudgment, but also to verify that this was not a dream. It turned out that Jiang Hao's driving skills far exceeded his imagination. Even though the SD-799 was slow, it did not affect Jiang Hao at all. Although Lin Zheng was not a driver himself, he was quite knowledgeable about MECH girls. It was at this moment that he truly realized that perhaps there was never any problem with the SD-799 from the beginning. In terms of speed, the SD-799 indeed lacked. But on the corners, the SD-799 was incredibly fast. He understood well that Jiang Hao's ability to complete almost damage-free cornering and that perfect drift was not solely due to his exceptional driving skills. The performance of the SD-799 undoubtedly played a crucial role. Furthermore, every time after drifting through a corner, the SD-799 could accelerate briefly, which clearly indicated that this MECH girl possessed special abilities. I really was blind. I actually thought Jiang Hao was a waste. I even wanted to send such a powerful MECH girl back to the factory for a remake. I am truly foolish. After cursing himself a few times, Lin Zheng suddenly remembered the scene where Chen Xueying insisted on signing Jiang Hao despite his objections. Obviously, Chen Xueying had a keen eye. Miss, your insight is indeed remarkable. Regardless, after the race is over, I will apologize to you. No, I should apologize to Mr. Jiang. At this moment, Lin Zheng truly understood everything. No wonder Chen Xueying confidently said before that once this race was over, the club would continuously receive funding. It turned out she had already discovered Jiang Hao's extraordinary talent, and Jiang Hao would surely rise to fame in Fuching because of this preliminary race. By then, various endorsement deals would naturally come pouring in. This is amazing. My level is indeed far inferior compared to the miss. Just as Lin Zheng was muttering to himself, the surrounding audience was also expressing their astonishment at Jiang Hao's driving skills. Can anyone reveal the background information of this contestant? The Star Racing Club he belongs to seems to be a newly established team. Could it be that the owner behind the Star Racing Club is actually some business magnate? Otherwise, how did they discover such an exceptional driver? Such a driver is fully qualified to go directly into the preliminaries, yet he chose to participate here, which is simply a dimensional reduction blow to the other contestants. Lin Zheng's ears were filled with the bustling discussions of the audience. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a smile crept onto his face. He quickly took out business cards from his pocket and distributed them to the surrounding spectators. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Zheng, the supervisor of the Star Racing Club. The contestant currently speeding on the track, Jiang Hao, is our club's most outstanding driver. He is young and talented, and he will definitely become famous nationwide in the future. If any of you are interested in him, feel free to come to our club for a detailed discussion. While Lin Zheng was handing out business cards, Jiang Hao on the track, relying on his superb driving skills and the MECH girl's unique abilities, was accelerating and sprinting forward. Along the way, he surpassed one racing car after another. The drivers were all incredibly shocked by this newcomer, Jiang Hao. Damn, where did this expert come from, crashing into our territory? He clearly started last, yet now he has overtaken us? This is just outrageous. How is this guy so strong? Watching Jiang Hao's taillights gradually disappear, everyone felt helpless. Encountering such an expert, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Soon, Jiang Hao spotted a black and purple racing car not far ahead. It was the Purple Lightning driven by the blonde kid who had mocked him earlier. That blonde kid just said he would make me unable to see his taillights? A sneer appeared on Jiang Hao's lips. It seemed this guy was nothing special after all. Lightning, let them witness our true speed. We're about to enter 3 consecutive corners with a curvature of 4. Shake him off. Make sure he can't see our taillights. Got it, master. I'll do as you say. At this moment, the blonde kid driving the purple Lightning was comfortably leaning back in the soft seat of the driver's cabin. He hardly made any maneuvers, relying entirely on the outstanding performance of the purple Lightning for automatic driving. This blonde kid, named Wang Dongkai, was a key player in the Fuching Seoul Racing Club. In the last Supernova Championship, he achieved 8th place in the East China Division. Because of this racing experience, he didn't take this preliminary race seriously at all. He believed that with his skills and the speed of the MECH girl, winning the preliminary championship would be a piece of cake. Just then, a loud and piercing roar suddenly rang in Wang Dongkai's ears. Huh? What was that sound? Wang Dongkai frowned slightly and asked casually, Purple Lightning, is there a problem with your engine? Purple Lightning, looking extremely shocked, replied, Master, my engine is perfectly fine. It's that guy who started last. He's catching up. What did you say? Wang Dongkai's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. He straightened up abruptly and looked in the rearview mirror. He saw a black and gold racing car speeding towards him like lightning. The car was drifting through corners at an astonishing speed, rapidly closing in on him. What the hell? What is up with this guy? He can pass through those continuous curve corners without losing any speed, and his drifting skills are just too amazing. Before Wang Dongkai could recover from shock, Jiang Hao had already overtaken him in an instant, leaving behind a stunning black and gold silhouette. Chapter 12. Damn. Even a MECH girl can get car sick? Although Wang Dongkai was the second to last contestant to start, he had already overtaken numerous opponents on the track. Confident in his self-proclaimed excellent driving skills and the speed of his vehicle, Zidian, he believed that Jiang Hao, who had started last, was already far behind him. At this moment, he never expected that Jiang Hao would catch up so quickly. In an instant, he even overtook him. It should be noted that there was a 30-second difference in their starting times. What shocked Wang Dongkai even more was Jiang Hao's astonishing drift around the corner, which left him dumbfounded and in disbelief. Damn it, has this guy been hiding his strength and pretending to be weak all along? With that kind of skill, he could have been directly advanced to the preliminaries. So why is he still participating in the qualifiers? Is he overtaking me just to humiliate me? Wang Dongkai roared in anger, filled with resentment and fury. Master, should we try to catch up with him? Zidian cautiously asked. Catch up? What are you talking about? We can't even see his taillights right now. Damn it, this is really infuriating. Where the hell did this guy come from? This race was supposed to be my stage to shine, and now this guy is stealing it from me. Damn, it's just too infuriating. While cursing, Wang Dongkai accelerated desperately, trying to close the distance between him and Jiang Hao. Although catching up with Jiang Hao seemed difficult, he didn't want to fall too far behind. At the same time, he secretly prayed for Jiang Hao to make a mistake and crash. That way, the champion's throne might still return to him. However, Wang Dongkai's thoughts were far too naive. After Jiang Hao overtook him, he completely vanished. No matter how hard he pursued, he couldn't see Jiang Hao's taillights. Even as he overtook one racing car after another, he still couldn't spot Jiang Hao. This left Wang Dongkai utterly despondent. Meanwhile, under the gaze of thousands, the first contestant to start in the Fuching Supernova qualifiers successfully crossed the finish line. On the big screen beside him, in addition to displaying the driver's race time, it also clearly recorded the average speed of the MECH girl he was driving during the turns, as well as the top speed. The first contestant, from the Fuching Yaoxing Racing Club, was named Li Yanhai. The Yaoxing Racing Club is one of the most outstanding teams in the entire East China racing area. Under the Yaoxing Group, although Li Yanhai was just a rookie stepping onto the stage of a national large-scale event for the first time, he had already won numerous championships in various events in the Fuching area, earning the title of Fuching's annual Rookie King. He and Wang Dongkai were both regarded as strong contenders for the championship in this Fuching Supernova qualifier. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Average cornering speed of 250 kilometers h, with a top speed of 380. Not bad. It's pretty much what I expected. Li Yanhai smiled confidently as he looked at the information on the big screen. Standing beside him, a MECH girl in a silver, tight-fitting suit excitedly linked her arm with Li Yanhai's. Master, you really are the best. We should have no problem winning this time. That Wang Dongkai definitely can't surpass you. Hearing this, Li Yunhai casually flicked his bangs. Of course, I'm the Fuching Rookie King. Was Wang Dongkai even? He's just an old veteran with some achievements, long past his prime. While Li Yunhai was basking in his glory, members of the Yao Xing team gathered around him. Not bad, not bad, completing a 30-kilometer track in under 7 minutes. Li Yunhai, you've basically secured the championship. The leaders of the Yao Xing team praised him highly. During this time, many of the earlier starters crossed the finish line one after another. But their times were all around 7 minutes, far from Li Yunhai's. Just when everyone thought Li Yunhai would surely win, a thunderous roar of an engine suddenly erupted from behind. Instantly, it caught the attention of everyone at the finish line, and they all turned to look at the track. Following that, a black and gold car silhouette streaked through the crowd like a lightning bolt. With unimaginable speed, it surged across the finish line. Its race time astonishingly froze at 5 minutes and 40 seconds. At that moment, Li Yunhai, who had originally held the top spot on the leaderboard, was suddenly pushed to second place, overtaken by a rookie named Jiang Hao. What was even more jaw-dropping was that Jiang Hao's average cornering speed reached an incredible 315 kilometers per hour, with a top speed exceeding 380 kilometers. What the hell? Who is this guy? Li Yunhai was stunned at the sight of this. The MECH girl beside him looked equally shocked, rubbing her eyes in disbelief at what was happening before her. This astonishing data undoubtedly left everyone present in great shock. Although a top speed of over 380 kilometers was not difficult for many speed-type MECH girls, Jiang Hao's incredible cornering speed was breathtaking. Even during several consecutive turns, his speed was around 350. The combined average cornering speed was 315 kilometers h. What does that mean? It meant that from the moment the race started, Jiang Hao never slowed down. Moreover, his MECH was able to maintain its original speed almost flawlessly during each turn. The previously confident Li Yunhai now felt as if the sky had fallen. He was clearly the Fuching Rookie King and a favorite for the championship. If Wang Dongkai had overtaken him, he wouldn't feel so bad. But the problem was, they had never heard of Jiang Hao's name. He had never stood out in any Fuching events. This meant that Jiang Hao was a complete newcomer with no racing experience, a true dark horse. Damn, where did this monster come from? Both Li Yunhai and the contestants participating in this qualifier stared in shock at Jiang Hao ahead. At this moment, Jiang Hao was holding the now ordinary-looking Zidian. Zidian's face was pale, feeling dizzy and unsteady. Master, for some reason, I feel like I want to vomit. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Damn, even a MECH girl can get carsick? Chapter 13, what did you say? Jiang Hao is the champion? Master, I'm really sorry. I can't take it anymore. You are too intense. My body really can't handle it. But don't worry. I will definitely train harder in the future. In this kind of situation, 1T happen again. Lightning lowered her head, full of guilt, not even having the courage to look Jiang Hao in the eye. The feeling of wanting to vomit was not just due to Jiang Hao's extraordinary driving skills. More so, it was because Lightning had been overly tense from the very beginning. In fact, she had already felt a severe urge to vomit halfway through the race. But this race was the most important one in Lightning's life. She absolutely couldn't lose, and she definitely couldn't let her master down. So she endured the nausea until the moment she crossed the finish line, when she could finally relax completely. Silly girl, if you feel any discomfort in the future, you must tell me immediately. You are my machine girl. Your life is mine. Do you hear me? When we get home, you must drink the functional nutrient solution like water every day. You've suffered too much over the years. That's the reason your body's functions can't keep up. Jiang Hao looked at Lightning with pain in his eyes. He knew very well that because Lightning's straight-line speed was too slow, combined with her special abilities, ordinary drivers couldn't detect it at all. This led to Lightning being viewed as a machine girl with serious problems. She was either abandoned by drivers or continuously resold, imprisoned in dark rooms without sunlight. Without a doubt, Lightning hadn't had a proper meal in years, let alone the functional nutrient solution. Since following Jiang Hao, due to his high-intensity training, Lightning had been in a state of overload. This was the real reason for her physical discomfort. Jiang Hao silently vowed that he would never let Lightning be in such a state again in this lifetime. Thank you, master. Lightning was moved to tears tightly hugging Jiang Hao. At the same time, as the drivers gradually arrived at the finish line, the preliminary round of Group A of the Fuching Supernova competition came to an end. Jiang Hao secured first place with an astonishing time of 5 minutes and 40 seconds. He pushed Li Yanhai, who was considered a favorite to win, down to second place. In fact, Li's race time was over a minute slower than Jiang Hao's. This gap was enormous. Another contender, Wang Dongkai, was even more than a minute behind Jiang Hao. This undoubtedly made everyone present particularly curious about Jiang Hao, this new driver. Just as many media reporters were about to interview Jiang Hao, they found that he had already left the machine world. "Master, why are we leaving so quickly? Don't you want to show off after winning the championship?" Lightning drove Jiang Hao back to the real world, slowly heading towards Benhai Yujing. "Show off?" Jiang Hao smiled slightly. "I've already had my moment in the spotlight. With my results, I'm undoubtedly the champion of the Group A preliminaries, unmatched by anyone. Next, we just need to quietly wait for the finals to begin. If we stay in the arena any longer, we will definitely be surrounded by a lot of media reporters. And those drivers I defeated are all glaring at me. The best strategy is to retreat. Let us go home and rest well. It just so happens you're not feeling well, so there is no need to linger at the arena." Upon hearing this, Lightning obediently nodded. She secretly vowed that from now on, she would become the most powerful machine girl in the world. Only in this way could she repay her master's kindness. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in Fuching, a handsome man with a buzz cut and an earring in his left ear was lazily leaning on the sofa. This person was the famous racer Lin Xueying from the East China region. Beside him stood a graceful machine girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She looked like the handsome man's wife, glaring at Chen Xueying with a very unfriendly expression. "General Manager, Chen, you also know that my status in the East China racing circuit is unmatched. Let me be frank with you, just yesterday, the owner of another club extended an olive branch to me." He paused, deliberately emphasizing the next number. "They offer a price of 300 million. So, if you sincerely hope that I join the Xingchen Racing Club, the signing fee must exceed this amount." As he said this, Lin Zhuiyue's expression was extremely proud. Upon hearing the astonishing figure of 300 million, Chen Xueying felt furious. She knew very well that no one wanted to poach Lin Zhuiyue. It was all this guy trying to drive up the price. However, the Xingchen Racing Club was currently obscure and desperately needed top drivers like Lin Zhuiyue. As long as Jiang Hao could achieve the last place today, forget about 300 million, Chen Xueying could even come up with 3 billion. Therefore, Chen Xueying showed no signs of anger, suppressing her displeasure. Just as she was about to agree to Lin Zhuiyue's request, her phone suddenly rang. Chen Xueying originally planned to hang up, but seeing it was a call from Lin Zheng, she immediately stood up, apologetically looking at Lin Zhuiyue. "I'm sorry. I need to take this call." Saying this, Chen Xueying walked out of Lin Zhuiyue's room. Today, Lin Zheng went to the machine world to watch the supernova preliminaries. At this moment, receiving a call suddenly, Chen Xueying thought the race must have ended. She couldn't wait to know the result. So, as soon as she answered the phone, she immediately asked, "How did it go? What place did Jiang Hao get?" In fact, the loss in the first race didn't matter. He just needed to win next time. Chen Xueying thought Jiang Hao must have gotten the last place. Just thinking about the hundredfold rebate compensation that was about to come and made Chen Xueying even more excited. At that time, not only could she sign Lin Zhuiyue, but also poach other teams' elites. However, at that moment, Lin Zheng's excited voice came from the phone. "Miss, please forgive me for my previous ignorance. My vision was too narrow, and I completely failed to see Jiang Hao's brilliance." Upon hearing this, Chen Xueying suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. "Uncle Lin, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that Jiang Hao is not in last place?" "Miss, please don't joke with me. I was blind before. How could such a genius like Jiang Hao be in last place? He successfully passed the preliminaries. And he also..." Before Lin Zheng could finish, he was anxiously interrupted by Chen Xueying. "What did you say? He passed the preliminaries? To advance from the preliminaries, he must at least be in the top 3. Could it be that Jiang Hao is the 3rd place in the preliminaries? Although he didn't get last place and couldn't receive the hundredfold rebate compensation, as long as Jiang Hao didn't win the championship. The money she invested in him would still be returned. However, the laughter of Lin Zheng came from the phone. Miss, actually Jiang Hao's results are much better than you think. This kid is the champion of the preliminaries, and his race time was more than a minute faster than second-place Li Yinhai. He was incredibly fast. Upon hearing this, Chen Xueying felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her phone fell directly to the ground. Chapter 14, Please accept my knees, Mr. Jiang. Champion. Champion? Is that possible? In Chen Xueying's eyes, Jiang Hao was just a rookie who had just gotten his driver's license. Even a MECH girl he chose had serious issues. But who would have thought that, under these circumstances, Jiang Hao could actually win the championship? This made Chen Xueying question her life on the spot. Mississippi. Miss? Are you okay, miss? The phone that fell to the ground kept receiving Lin Zheng's calls. With a face full of despair, Chen Xueying picked up the phone. She thought that after receiving a hundredfold compensation a day, she would be able to achieve financial freedom. But now, with Jiang Hao's victory, all of this had turned to nothing. Although Jiang Hao's strength exceeded her imagination, Chen Xueying couldn't be happy. It felt as if she had evaporated tens of billions of assets out of thin air. Who could smile at that? Miss, I know you must be too excited right now. To be honest, I'm also incredibly excited. Just now, quite a few business tycoons wanted to collaborate with our Star Racing Club. Miss, your vision is truly remarkable. Finding Jiang Hao is like discovering a treasure. Lin Zheng thought that Chen Xueying was silent because she was too excited, and he spoke enthusiastically. Miss, I believe you really don't need to sign with Lin Zheng anymore. Who can afford such an expensive signing fee? It's better to focus on cultivating Jiang Hao. I think this kid really has too much potential. However, the most impressive part is the MECH girl he chose. I guarantee that this SD-799 must have some hidden special abilities. Listening to Lin Zheng's incessant chatter on the phone, Chen Xueying felt increasingly annoyed. In this situation, signing a contract was pointless. A transfer fee of 300 million was something she couldn't possibly gather, even if she sold everything she owned. Asking her father for money was nearly impossible. That damn Jiang Hao! Why are you not playing by the rules? Chen Xueying cursed inwardly a couple of times, then sighed helplessly. All right, Uncle Lin, stop talking. You should go back and rest now. I'll head back to the club later. After saying that, Chen Xueying decisively hung up the phone. Why is the miss sighing? On the way back to the club, Lin Zheng's expression was puzzled. Could it be that the miss doesn't want Jiang Hao to win the championship? That doesn't make sense. After Jiang Hao's victory, our Star Racing Club would benefit as well. Wait. At that moment, Lin Zheng suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the miss is afraid Jiang Hao will become too famous? That must be it. After all, Jiang Hao is just a rookie with no racing experience. With this opportunity to become famous through the supernova preliminaries, there will definitely be people extending olive branches to him. What if Jiang Hao gets poached? Currently, the club is only offering Jiang Hao a salary of 2 million a year. If other clubs offer a higher salary, what should we do? The more Lin Zheng thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Damn it, this is all my fault. If I hadn't provoked Jiang Hao with my words, he wouldn't have gone all out to win a championship. No, I must not let Jiang Hao leave the club. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng immediately turned around and drove towards Binhai Yujing. Meanwhile, Chen Xueying walked dejectedly into Lin Zhueyue's room. Before she could say anything, Lin Zhueyue spoke first. Miss Chen, I'm very busy. I don't have time to waste here with you. If you don't have sincerity, please leave quickly. I still say, if you want me to join the Star Racing Club, the signing fee must be at least 300 million. Also, the monthly salary cannot be less than 10 million. Prior to this, Lin Zhueyue had already investigated Chen Xueying's background. He knew she was the only daughter of Chen Wansong, the richest man in Fuqing. Perhaps the Star Racing Club is also a team under the Yaoxing Group. Because of this, he dared to ask for such a high price. Although this price is somewhat exaggerated, Lin Zhueyue believed that with his looks and skills, he could bring unlimited commercial value to the team. 300 million is not excessive at all. However, just as he was confidently waiting for Chen Xueying to compromise, unexpectedly, Chen Xueying suddenly sighed. Then, with an apologetic expression, she said, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Our club is currently facing some financial issues and cannot meet your demands in the short term. I have something to attend to, so I will leave first. After saying this, Chen Xueying turned and walked out, leaving Lin Jiayue alone, astonished. What? She just left. This isn't right. When I mentioned the 300 million signing fee, she was clearly about to agree. Why did she change her mind after taking a phone call? She is the daughter of Chen Xueying. How could she possibly be short on money? While Lin Jiayue was in disbelief, the blonde MECH girl beside him suddenly handed him a tablet. Master, you should take a look. The champion of this Fuching Supernova Preliminaries is actually an unknown rookie. And this rookie comes from the Star Racing Club. What did you say? Lin Jiayue's expression changed dramatically as he immediately took the tablet and began to examine it closely. Jiang Hao, 5 minutes and 40 seconds, winning the preliminaries. Damn it! How could such an amazing driver be treated as a backup by Chen Xueying? Lin Jiayue suddenly realized why Chen Xueying had changed her mind. It was all because Jiang Hao won the championship. If it weren't for this kid, Lin Jiayue would have already held 300 million in his hands. Recently, Lin Jiayue had fallen into illegal gambling and accrued a mountain of debt. If he could get that 300 million, he could pay off all his debts. But now, because of Jiang Hao's victory, he lost that 300 million. This made Lin Jiayue hate Jiang Hao immensely. You little brat, how dare you ruin my good fortune? I will make you pay a painful price. While Lin Jiayue was cursing, outside a villa in Benhaiyujing, Lin Zheng, having prepared himself mentally, immediately pressed the doorbell. Soon, the door slowly opened, and Jiang Hao's figure appeared at the doorway. As soon as he saw Lin Zheng, his brow furrowed tightly. Manager Lin? What are you doing here all of a sudden? Are you here to take back those functional nutritional fluids? Jiang Hao spoke with a hint of caution. Hearing this, Lin Zheng quickly shook his head in denial, sincerely saying, No, Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. Please accept my knees. I, Lin, failed to recognize your greatness and didn't realize how powerful you are in time. I sincerely request that you do not leave the Star Racing Club. Huh? Jiang Hao was speechless upon hearing this. When did I say I wanted to leave the club? Chapter 15, could this be the legendary talent? Lin Zheng excitedly grabbed Jiang Hao's hand. Mr. Jiang, are you really not going to leave our Star Racing Club? I'm not very good at handling pressure, so please don't scare me. Lin Zheng actually hoped Jiang Hao would hit him right now to vent his frustration. That way, he would feel a little better inside. After all, what he had said to Jiang Hao before was indeed too much. I say, Supervisor Lin, what do you take me, Jiang Hao, for? Jiang Hao sighed lightly. Since I've joined the Star Racing Club, I will never leave. If it weren't for President Chen giving me such a rare opportunity, how could I have won the championship? I, Jiang Hao, have never been an ungrateful person. I will definitely not leave the Star Racing Club. However, I do have a small request. Listening to Jiang Hao's words, Lin Zheng was moved to tears. Mr. Jiang, just let me know your request. Don't say 1. Even if it's 100, we will definitely fulfill it. Jiang Hao placed his hand on Lin Zheng's shoulder. Let's skip the 100, I'm not that greedy. I just hope Supervisor Lin can advance my salary for a year. You know that both training and modifying a MECH girl require a lot of money. Jiang Hao currently only had $200 left. When he signed with the club, he actually wanted to ask for an advance on his salary. However, at that time, Jiang Hao hadn't achieved any results yet. Having already received so many benefits from the club, he really didn't have the face to bring up the salary advance. Now that he was the preliminary champion, it was a perfect opportunity to ask the club for an advance. Although Lightning's performance was already outstanding and easily won the preliminary championship, Jiang Hao knew that luck played a part in his victory. After all, the preliminary track had too many curves, which suited Lightning's strong cornering ability. If he encountered a track with more straight lines in the subsequent races, Lightning's advantage would disappear. Therefore, he had to modify Lightning well before the finals to enhance her straight line speed. In addition, when he won the preliminary championship, Jiang Hao triggered another ability of the system, gaining 5 points of performance value. This was just enough to enhance Lightning's acceleration attribute. As long as he could continuously improve acceleration, Lightning would undoubtedly become one of the best MECH girls in the world. Advanced salary? Upon hearing this, Lin Zheng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. Mr. Jiang, please rest assured, wanting to advance a year's salary is absolutely no problem. You don't need to worry about the training and modification costs for your MECH girl. The club will cover it all. He paused slightly and added, However, I am just a supervisor, and this matter still needs to be discussed with the lady. But you can rest assured the lady will definitely agree to any of your requests. In Lin Zhang's view, Jiang Hao's request for an advance was not really about lacking money, but more like a test of the club. If they refused, Jiang Hao would likely jump to another club without hesitation. At that point, forget about advancing a year's salary. Even advancing 10 years would have to be met. As for the costs of training and modifying mech girls, generally, most clubs won't cover them fully. They usually reimburse only 30 to 50. Only those drivers who contributed greatly to the team and had high fame would have their expenses fully reimbursed. Although Jiang Hao was still a newcomer, he was too important for the Star Racing Club. Mr. Jiang, how about this? You come with me to the club. The lady will definitely meet all your needs. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. Okay, I'll go to the club later. All right, I won't disturb Mr. Jiang's rest any longer. If you have any needs, feel free to contact me at any time. After saying that, Lin Zhang hurriedly turned and left, heading straight for the Star Racing Club. Meanwhile, in the office of the Star Racing Club, Chen Xueying repeatedly watched the video of the Supernova Group, a preliminary match. Although she was reluctant to believe it, she had to accept that it was happening. Jiang Hao was indeed far more impressive than she had imagined. What puzzled her was that Jiang Hao had only just obtained his driving license. So how could he possess such amazing driving skills? Could this be the legendary talent? No, it was not just that Jiang Hao was good at driving. The real reason he could win the championship should be the mech girl SD 799. By watching Jiang Hao's race video, Chen Xueying noticed that SD 799 always gained a brief acceleration after drifting through a turn. Even during the final sprint, she could unleash an astonishing speed that lasted about 10 seconds. This was clearly a special ability of SD 799. I was really too stupid. How could I not have discovered all this? The more Chen Xueying thought about it, the more regretful she became. These mech girls were all purchased by her and Lin Zhang together. After buying them, they must have undergone a specialized test drive. At that time, SD 799 speed could not be raised at all. Who would have thought that such a slow mech girl actually hid a special ability? She remembered that when they bought SD 799, they spent $1,880,000. This price was considered very low among mech girls. Even some poorly performing mech girls cost at least $3 million or more. Clearly, the person selling SD 799 at the time also failed to discover her secret. Under normal circumstances, a mech girl with a special ability would be worth at least $10 million. Spending less than $2 million to get such an excellent mech girl was something anyone would be thrilled about. But Chen Xueying couldn't be happy at all, because this mech girl was chosen by Jiang Hao, and her genius investment system was completely bound to Jiang Hao. This also meant that it would be almost impossible for Jiang Hao to ever finish last again, unless she could persuade Jiang Hao to voluntarily give up this mech girl. But in Chen Xueying's view, that was also unlikely. Jiang Hao wasn't stupid. How could he casually abandon such an excellent mech girl? The system clearly stated that it was forbidden to deliberately let the driver lose the race. Chen Xueying couldn't do anything that would affect the driver's performance. If she violated this rule, the system would disappear immediately. Chen Xueying also couldn't forcibly take back SD 799. If she did that, it would be equivalent to deliberately letting Jiang Hao lose the race. Thinking of this, Chen Xueying felt extremely frustrated, wishing she could slap herself. Wait, who said there was no chance? This mech girl was just strong in corners, and her special ability only activated after drifting through turns. But her speed was still very slow. If it were a track that was mostly straight lines, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly lose. Even if he didn't finish last, he at least wouldn't be able to win the championship. And that way, the money invested in him could all be refunded. That's right, she must arrange for Jiang Hao to continue participating in the races now. Chapter 16. I can satisfy all of the master's needs. Just as Chen Xueying was lost in thought, Lin Zhang hurried into the office. Miss, I know you're very excited right now, but please try to calm down a bit, as there is something even more exciting. I just spoke with Jiang Hao, and he is extremely grateful for your recognition. At least for the time being, he will not leave our team. However, he has a small request. He needs to advance a year's salary. I wonder if you could grant his request? Upon hearing this, Chen Xueying frowned slightly, then relaxed and said, advancing a year's salary is naturally not a problem. I can even reimburse him for all expenses related to transforming and training the machine girl in the future. He needs to prove himself worthy of this investment with actual results. Uncle Lin, please inform Jiang Hao to come to the club immediately. I have important matters to discuss with him. All right, I'll contact him right away. After Lin Zheng agreed, he turned and left to make the call. Originally, Jiang Hao planned to go to the club in the evening, but since Chen Xueying wanted to see him immediately, he couldn't delay. He left Lightning at home to rest and took the bus to the club. When he arrived at the conference room, he couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Xueying's expression was not quite right today. Could it be that his request was too much? Or was there some other reason? Just as Jiang Hao was about to say something, Chen Xueying spoke first. Mr. Jiang, your performance today was truly outstanding. Therefore, your request for an advance on a year's salary is absolutely no problem. As she said this, Chen Xueying cursed internally. If it weren't for Jiang Hao winning the championship, she would have already achieved financial freedom. Why was she here, racking her brain in distress? However, despite her inner anger, Chen Xueying still managed to smile. After all, Jiang Hao was the champion of Group A's preliminary round, bringing great fame to the Xingchen Racing Club. As for Jiang Hao's request for an advance on his salary, she was naturally willing to comply. After all, every penny invested in Jiang Hao could potentially yield a hundredfold return in the future. The more she invested, the greater the returns. Mr. Jiang, the club can also reimburse you for any expenses related to transforming the machine girl in the future. But you also know that the club needs to make a profit. Currently, there are many sponsorship opportunities reaching out to you. Therefore, I hope you can continue to participate in competitions and wear their branded clothing as per their requirements during the races. The machine girl's body will also need to temporarily display their brand logos. You don't have any issues with this, do you? Hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately replied, without hesitation, no problem. The club has provided such good benefits, so I naturally want to help the club make a profit. These matters were all within Jiang Hao's expectations, and he had no reason to refuse. After all, according to the contract, he would receive a corresponding share of these earnings. Why wouldn't he want to make money? Moreover, improving Lightning's attributes required continuous competition and winning championships to accumulate performance points. Chen Xueying arranging for him to participate in competitions was exactly what he hoped for. Great. Since Mr. Jiang has agreed, I'll be straightforward. Chen Xueying casually took out an invitation and handed it to Jiang Hao. This is an invitation from the Seoul Racing Club. 3 days later, they will host a small competition. The champion will receive a cash prize of 1 million. I hope you can participate in this competition. Jiang Hao took the invitation and looked at it seriously. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Since President Chen has spoken, I must participate. Nowadays, every time Jiang Hao won a championship, the system could give him 1 to 5 performance points. The competition held by the Seoul Racing Club didn't have much prestige and wasn't a major event. In Jiang Hao's view, even if he won the championship, he would probably only get 1 or 2 performance points. But having something was better than nothing. Performance points were extremely important for Jiang Hao right now. Only through performance points could he quickly improve Lightning's speed. No matter what, he would unconditionally participate. If there is nothing else, can I leave now? Jiang Hao politely asked, as he was preoccupied with improving Lightning's attributes. Of course, you can. I will have Manager Lin transfer 2 million directly to your account shortly. Chen Xueying replied readily. All right, thank you, President Chen. After saying this, Jiang Hao happily left the club. Lin Zheng, following Chen Xueying's instructions, quickly processed the transfer of 2 million for Jiang Hao. In the spacious conference room, only Chen Xueying remained. She casually picked up the tablet on the table to check the track conditions for the upcoming competition at the Seoul Racing Club. Although this track was also a C-class track like the Bay Road, it was completely different. This track was 25 kilometers long, with more than half of it being straight. This meant that Jiang Hao's machine girl could not showcase her advantages on this kind of track. A machine girl whose speed could barely reach 300 kilometers h would definitely come in last. Chen Xueying was originally contemplating how to ensure that Jiang Hao finished last. Unexpectedly, the Seoul Racing Club gave her an opportunity. Thinking of this, Chen Xueying could no longer contain her excitement and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao, let's see how you win this time. Meanwhile, after leaving the club, Jiang Hao took the bus home. casually learning about some well-known machine girl module shops in Fuching along the way. By the time he returned to the villa, it was already evening. Jiang Hao gently pushed open the door, and the scene before him instantly stunned him. The spacious villa was spotless and tidy in every corner. On the dining table, a feast of delicious dishes was set up. What's going on? I don't remember hiring a maid. Jiang Hao looked at this scene in surprise. Just then, Lightning walked out from the side. Unlike her usual appearance in the signature black and gold bodysuit, she had changed into a maid outfit that she had somehow found, looking particularly unique. She respectfully looked at Jiang Hao and softly said, "Master, you're back. You must be hungry. Lightning has prepared a table full of meals for you. From today on, you won't need to handle these chores yourself. Lightning will take care of everything for you. Moreover, if the master has any needs at night, Lightning will do her utmost to satisfy all your requests." As she said this, Lightning clearly displayed a shy expression. Chapter 17. Don't worry, Master. Lightning will never let you lose. Over the years, Lightning has constantly experienced being abandoned by drivers or sold off by clubs. In their eyes, Lightning is just a useless machine girl. They never arrange for her to compete, only using her as a servant. She can only get some food to barely fill her stomach if she performs well. Once a suitable opportunity arises, they will abandon Lightning without hesitation. Such experiences have led Lightning, who should have focused on the racetrack, to master many skills that she should not have to bear. Now, although she has become Jiang Hao's machine girl and has formed a blood pact, the fear in her heart has not dissipated, worried that she will be abandoned again. So, she does her utmost to clean the room and cook delicious food for Jiang Hao, trying to make herself seem more valuable. Did you do all this? Jiang Hao looked at Lightning in disbelief. He never expected that a machine girl who should be racing could handle these household chores so skillfully. This undoubtedly reveals the hardships and difficulties of Lightning's past life. Normally, machine girls are well cared for and spoiled and would never do such things. Master, are you not satisfied? Lightning's voice revealed panic and unease. No, you've misunderstood me. I just didn't expect you to be this amazing. Jiang Hao reached out and pinched Lightning's cheek. It seems I really struck gold. He then sat down at the nearby table and began to enjoy the meal. While eating, he waved to Lightning. Don't just stand there, come eat with me. This is also your home. You don't have to be so restrained here. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lightning was momentarily stunned, and her eyes became moist. Throughout her life, she has always been regarded as useless by others. Some drivers or club owners even beat her for being too slow. As a machine girl, she had no way to resist her masters, so she could only silently accept everything. But Jiang Hao not only did not disdain her, he praised her instead and said he struck gold. This truly moved Lightning, and tears streamed down her face. Oh no, why are you crying again? If someone didn't know better, they would think I bully you all day, Jiang Hao said, pulling Lightning to sit beside him. Let's eat. Remember to drink 2 bottles of nutritional liquid before going to bed later. Tomorrow I'll take you to the Machine Girl module store to see if there are suitable modules. Then we'll start high-intensity training. In 3 days, we have to participate in the race organized by the Soul Club. We can't let President Chen down. At this point, admiration for Chen Xueying emerged in Jiang Hao's eyes. If it weren't for Chen Xueying's discerning eye that made him a key player in the team, how could he have won the A Group Preliminary Championship? Even the system would have disappeared. No matter what, Jiang Hao could not let Chen Xueying down. He had to win the championship in this race organized by the Soul Racing Club. Only in this way could he repay Chen Xueying's recognition of his talent. As for the 5 points of ability value he gained after winning the Supernova competition, Jiang Hao did not directly apply it to Lightning, but planned to keep it for now. He intended to gradually add it to Lightning during the training over the next few days. This way, Lightning would feel that her speed increased through her own hard work and training, avoiding any suspicion from sudden boosts. Lightning obediently nodded. Master, rest assured, Lightning will never let you lose. Okay, let's eat, Jiang Hao said gently. Lightning didn't think much of it and began to eat heartily. For her now, the only way to repay Jiang Hao's kindness was to become stronger. That night, Jiang Hao, as usual, washed up and lay down to sleep. Before he could fall asleep, a magical claw pressed against his strong chest. What are you doing? Why do you come over to sleep with me every night? We're alone together. Do you know this makes me very hot? Jiang Hao tried to push Lightning's hand away, but unexpectedly, her entire body pressed against him. The softest part of her body was tightly against Jiang Hao's arm. Being close to Master feels particularly safe. It's fine to sleep with me, but your hand roaming around is a bit too much. Touching is one thing, but pinching? Lightning thought she had hurt Jiang Hao and quickly spoke up. Master, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, I'll stop right now. No, don't stop, keep going. Okay, Master. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Seoul Racing Club in Fucheng, the atmosphere was unusually tense, and everyone's faces looked very grim. Damn, where did this Jiang Hao come from? Why was there no news about him before? How could a rookie with no competition experience win a championship? Moreover, in this a group of the Supernova preliminaries, there was also Li Yunhai from the Yaoxing team. But the result was that whether it was Li Yunhai or our Wang Dongkai, they both lost to this Jiang Hao. I can't believe a rookie who has never participated in any competition could win an A-group championship in their first attempt. Even more absurd is that this Jiang Hao just recently got his license. No matter how talented someone is, they shouldn't be able to do this. By the way, where did Chen Xueying find this kid? At this moment, the people in the meeting room were all high-level leaders of the Seoul Racing Club. Wang Dongkai was their club's most outstanding driver. Originally, in their plans, the one they needed to be most wary of was Li Yunhai from the Yaoxing Club. But who would have thought that Jiang Hao, this dark horse, would emerge out of nowhere? Even more incredible was that Jiang Hao's race time was only 5 minutes and 40 seconds. This was simply unbelievable. What's everyone panicking about? Just as everyone was discussing, a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, casually cracking walnuts, smiled lightly. Jiang Hao is indeed a talent, which is why I held this friendly match. The purpose is to see for myself whether Jiang Hao is just lucky or truly skilled. I have repeatedly checked his machine girl. Her cornering performance is extremely strong. The map for this preliminary round happened to have many curves, which may be the real reason Jiang Hao won the championship. The map for this friendly match, however, is completely the opposite. If Jiang Hao loses, it would prove that his driving skills are not very good, and he only won by relying on machine girl's performance. But if Jiang Hao can win under this map, then he must be poached. Chapter 18. Scheming in the shadows to poach Jiang Hao. The middle-aged man speaking at this moment was Wang Zhen, the owner of the Seoul Racing Club. He was also the father of Wang Dongkai. Although Wang Dongkai only managed to secure third place in the preliminaries, which greatly angered Wang Zhen, it led him to discover a talent, Jiang Hao. To recruit this potential star, Wang Zhen specially organized this friendly match and sincerely invited Jiang Hao to participate. He secretly calculated that if Jiang Hao was indeed a promising talent, he would spare no effort to bring him under the Seoul Racing Club's banner. After all, a novice who had just entered the scene and managed to win first place in Group A preliminaries was truly astonishing to Wang Zhen. Mr. Wang, Jiang Hao is indeed worth recruiting, but the problem is that he is not an individual racer. He is backed by the Star Racing Club. Although the Star Racing Club is a newly established team, its owner is Chen Xueying. Chen Xueying is the daughter of Chen Wansong, the chairman of the Yaoxing Group. Even though the Yaoxing Group has not officially recognized the Star Racing Club as its subsidiary team, it's almost the same. Can we really poach Jiang Hao? The people present cast doubtful glances at one another. Compared to the Yaoxing Group, their Seoul Racing Club seemed insignificant. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Wang Zhen suddenly laughed. I am already well aware of the situation at the Star Racing Club. I also know that Chen Xueying is Chen Wansong's daughter, but from what I know, Chen Wansong has always opposed his daughter starting a racing team. The Star Racing Club was actually established by Chen Xueying against her father's wishes. This also means that Chen Xueying doesn't have much funding at her disposal. If we manage to poach Jiang Hao now, the Star Racing Club will collapse. Chen Wansong has always dreamed of having his precious daughter return home. By doing this, I am merely helping him. He would be grateful to me rather than trying to stop me. As he spoke, Wang Zhen was filled with confidence. The others nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, a blonde-haired young man stormed into the meeting room, furious. Dad, what do you mean by this? Why are you holding this ridiculous friendly match? Do you think I can't compete with that Jiang Hao? Dad, you were once a racer too. Can't you see that Jiang Hao won the championship because of his MECH girl? I've already investigated, and Jiang Hao's MECH girl is the SD-799. a well-known member of the SD family in the mech girl world. However, this SD799 has serious performance issues. Its speed is too slow and almost cannot accelerate properly. That's why it is considered a disgrace to the SD family and has been expelled long ago. The preliminaries had many curves, which gave this defective mech girl a chance to shine. In future races, it won't always be curve-dominated. Once it's a straight track, Jiang Hao has no chance of winning at all. He only won by relying on the special performance of that mech girl. The blonde young man was Wang Dongkai, the main racer of the Seoul Racing Club. He was already displeased with only coming in third in the preliminaries. Now his father wanted to hold a friendly match to recruit Jiang Hao, which infuriated him to the extreme, prompting him to storm in. Son, I've known about the SD799 for a long time. The mech girls from the SD family are almost all top-notch, worth over tens of millions, and they're in short supply. The SD799 is indeed a defective product, but it cannot be denied that Jiang Hao successfully won the championship using this defective mech girl. It's not just a matter of luck, Wang Zhun said earnestly, looking at Wang Dongkai. This friendly match is also a stage set up for you by your father. I know how excellent your racing skills are. If you want to prove yourself, then defeat Jiang Hao in the match. It will also verify whether Jiang Hao is just lucky or really has the strength. Oomph. Wang Dongkai scoffed disdainfully. Dad, you clearly look down on me. Just wait. I will definitely defeat Jiang Hao in the friendly match. I want to see how powerful this defective mech girl can be. After saying this, Wang Dongkai angrily turned and left. Wang Zhun paid no attention to Wang Dongkai and continued discussing with the others present. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Hao took Lightning and headed towards the most bustling commercial street in Fuqing. There was the largest mech girl module shop in Fuqing. Upon entering the store, the sight was overwhelming, with various mech girl modules neatly displayed. These modules were mainly divided into 6 categories: engine modules, steering modules, energy modules, endurance modules, structure modules, and special modules. In this world, modules were equivalent to equipment for mech girls. The quality ranged from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. The higher the quality, the stronger the module, and the more expensive it was. In this module store, the highest quality module was purple. The red and gold modules, which surpassed purple, were extremely rare. Ordinary shops rarely displayed them, and one could only catch a glimpse at auctions. For Lightning at the moment, purple quality modules were already strong enough. Jiang Hao had a clear purpose and walked straight to the engine module display area. His gaze was instantly drawn to a purple module on a glass display case, which was an engine module named Rapid Meteor. Name: Rapid Meteor. Category: engine module. Quality: purple. Acceleration: 18 cornering, -6 drifting, -5 stability, -5 crash resistance, -2 no way. The price of increased speed comes at the cost of sacrificing other attributes. Jiang Hao used his all-knowing eye to clearly see the detailed attributes of the Rapid Meteor. Although this module could significantly boost Lightning's speed, the reduction in other attributes made it hard for him to accept. Even though the reduction in these attributes had little impact on Lightning, it still surprised and hesitated him. Most importantly, this seemingly imperfect engine module was actually priced at 3 million. This price could directly buy a mech girl. Jiang Hao only had 2 million in funds, and that was him shamelessly asking Chen Xueying for an advance. He couldn't go back to Chen Xueying for more money, could he? However, just as Jiang Hao was hesitating, a crisp female voice suddenly came from behind him. Buy. Just buy. As long as Mr. Jiang find a module he likes. No matter the price, it can be fully reimbursed. Chapter 19. The Fool. As Chen Xueying spoke, she strode into the module shop. Early this morning, she was awakened by a phone call from her father, insisting that she was sick and needed to come home. With no choice, Chen Xueying had to return home. Passing through this commercial street, she planned to buy some fruits to take back. Unexpectedly, she saw Jiang Hao entering the module shop and hurriedly followed him inside. Mr. Jiang is a key player in the team. You can take whatever module you like. I'll pay for it. Although Chen Xueying's remaining funds were limited, buying some modules was still not a problem. After all, she believed that Jiang Hao had almost no chance of winning in the friendship race organized by the Seoul Racing Club. The track for this friendship race was not suitable for Jiang Hao's mech at all. Even if he used the module's abilities to increase speed, it wouldn't help. Moreover, modules generally have certain side effects, which might even weaken a mech. Additionally, the main driver of the Seoul Racing Club, Wang Dongkai, was ranked 7th in East China. Although he lost to Jiang Hao in the preliminaries, it didn't mean he was weak. Plus, his father, Wang Zhen, was the owner of the Seoul Racing Club. Perhaps this friendship race was a stage set up by Wang Zhen for Wang Dongkai to publicly defeat Jiang Hao. Therefore, both the track and other factors would definitely favor Wang Dongkai. In her view, even if Jiang Hao didn't come in last, he certainly wouldn't win the championship. This also meant that the money invested in Jiang Hao would soon be returned, or even multiplied. Naturally, Chen Xueying was very willing to buy modules for Jiang Hao. President Chen, this isn't quite right. I just came today to look around. I didn't plan to buy anything. Chen Xueying's sudden appearance shocked Jiang Hao greatly. He didn't expect that Chen Xueying would be so generous. In Jiang Hao's view, this was probably because Chen Xueying was worried he would change teams. He would never do something so ungrateful. After a brief silence, Jiang Hao said seriously, President Chen, I, Jiang Hao, am a member of the club in life and a ghost of the club in death. Don't worry, I definitely won't change teams. I will bring Lightning to win one championship after another, making our team a world-class team. Lightning, standing beside Jiang Hao, also nodded firmly. I'm really happy to hear Mr. Jiang's words, but we must buy this module. Saying this, Chen Xueying looked at the rapid meteor that Jiang Hao had just focused on. This was a purple quality engine module, priced at 3 million, which was still acceptable. Since Mr. Jiang liked this module, let's buy it directly. Before Chen Xueying could finish, Jiang Hao grabbed her arm. My President Chen, please calm down. If you're really going to buy me a module, could you let me choose a bit more? This rapid meteor is actually just average. All right, no problem. If Mr. Jiang doesn't like it, then you can choose other modules. Immediately, Chen Xueying shouted to the side, Boss, where's the boss? Bring out all your best engine modules. Oh, coming. Big client. A slightly plump man wearing glasses rushed over, his face filled with smiles. Under his instructions, the staff brought various engine modules and neatly displayed them in front of Jiang Hao. These are all the purple quality engine modules in our store. Do you see any you like? The boss knew that anyone who could afford a purple quality engine module was certainly not short on money. He naturally had to greet them warmly and could not be negligent. Jiang Hao saw the warm hospitality and could only seriously start selecting. Like the previous rapid meteor, almost all purple quality engine modules had certain side effects. It was equivalent to trading other attributes for speed improvements. Considering that Lightning's drift and cornering attributes were already very outstanding, especially with drift reaching 95, Jiang Hao decided that if he really had to sacrifice attributes, he would reduce the drift attribute, which would have a negligible effect on Lightning. After all, his excellent driving skills were enough to compensate for the loss of attributes. Plus, he still had 5 function points, so he didn't need to worry about Lightning becoming weaker after using the module. Thus, after careful consideration, Jiang Hao's gaze fell on the leftmost engine module. Name, Extreme Flash Category, Engine Module Quality, Purple Acceleration, 20 cornering, -6 drift, -8 stability, -6. This module could directly increase Lightning's acceleration attribute by 20 points. Although the acceleration and cornering attributes were significantly reduced, Jiang Hao believed that with his driving skills, these reductions were not a concern. As for the stability of -6, Jiang Hao didn't need to worry at all. He was very steady when driving. He then turned to the boss beside him. How much is this extreme flash? Oh, this gentleman really has a good eye, choosing our store's most powerful engine module at a glance. I won't hide it from you. As long as the mech is equipped with this module, its speed will make a qualitative leap, and there are no side effects. It won't affect the mech's handling at all. Such an amazing module will naturally be a bit expensive. At this point, the boss slowly extended 5 fingers. This module costs 5 million. What? 5 million? Jiang Hao instantly became furious. Do you think I know nothing? This module is not much different from the rapid meteor, yet the price is 2 million more. Are you trying to fool me? At this moment, not only was Jiang Hao angry, but Lightning, standing beside him, was also stunned by the price. Her own value was only 1,800,000. Yet this purple engine module was priced at 5 million. Lightning was truly terrified and hurriedly grabbed Jiang Hao's hand, whispering, "Master, I don't deserve such an expensive module. Its price far exceeds my worth. We shouldn't waste money." Years of experience had led Lightning to always believe she was a defective product. Jiang Hao bringing her to the module shop had already opened her eyes. How could she dare to expect Jiang Hao to buy her such an expensive module? This price is indeed a bit outrageous. Let's check other shops, Jiang Hao said, intending to pull Lightning away. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Chen Xueying directly took out a bank card and handed it to the boss. 5 million is nothing. This young lady can afford it. Swipe the card. Chen Xueying's action left both Jiang Hao and Lightning dumbfounded. Even the boss of the module shop was shocked, his eyes wide open. 5 million was indeed too high. He quoted such an exorbitant price just to prompt the buyer to haggle. But who would have thought that Chen Xueying wouldn't even furrow her brow and would buy it directly? Chapter 20. You have too much money. Wow, President Chen. We can't spend money like this even if we are rich. Calm down. Calm down. Jiang Hao wanted to pull Chen Xueying back, but he couldn't stop her at all. She directly paid 5 million. At this moment, Jiang Hao finally understood why there were so many trash mech girls in the club. Who else would these rich women, with money to burn, be deceived by if not him? Mr. Jiang, I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. If you want other modules, you can always contact Supervisor Lin, and he will come over to settle the bill for you. After saying that, Chen Xueying elegantly turned and walked out. Jiang Hao tightly held the speed flash module in his hand, feeling nothing but speechless. At this moment, the boss leaned in close to Jiang Hao with a sly look. "Sir, do you have any other modules you fancy? Our store has everything." However, before he could finish, Jiang Hao shot him a fierce glare and shouted, "Get lost." Then he angrily stormed out with Lightning. This scammy module shop, Jiang Hao vowed never to visit again. She was not a silly rich woman like Chen Xueying. Quite a temper. Wasn't she just a kept boy? The boss muttered disdainfully and then cheerfully turned to count his money. Although the Supernova preliminaries had just concluded and Jiang Hao had won the championship in Group A, he had hurriedly left before the awards ceremony. And since he was relatively unknown at first, almost no one had captured his likeness. Thus, the owner of this module shop naturally couldn't recognize him. At this moment, after leaving the module shop, Jiang Hao drove Lightning away from the commercial street in a hurry. Although Chen Xueying had been scammed out of a large sum of money, Jiang Hao had genuinely obtained a purple quality engine module for free. For Lightning, a mech girl with significant speed deficiencies, the speed flash in his hands would provide a huge boost. Therefore, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to let Lightning install the speed flash. Drift, 87 points acceleration, 48 points cornering, 84 points charge, 80 points stability, 79 points crash resistance, 70 points endurance, 75 points at the moment Lightning was equipped with the speed flash. Her attributes changed significantly. Naturally, Lightning herself was the most aware of this change. She excitedly said, "Master, I feel like my speed has noticeably increased after equipping this module." "That's natural." Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Now that the module is equipped, it's time to start training. Let's head to training track number 1. Before the friendly match begins, I must further enhance your straight-line speed. Let's go." Lightning happily responded a few times, and a portal suddenly appeared in front of her. She joyfully carried Jiang Hao to training track number 1 in the mech world. This track was completely opposite to training track number 2. The entire track resembled a square with only 4 right-angle turns. The rest were all straight sections. Jiang Hao intended to use this straight-filled track to further enhance Lightning's speed. Meanwhile, as Jiang Hao headed to the training track, Chen Xueying slowly entered a magnificent and grand manor. This manor resembled a paradise on earth, with lush trees and fragrant flowers. In the center stood a grand villa, its architectural style elegant and solemn, exuding luxury and nobility. When Chen Xueying gently pushed open the villa's door, a warm and elegant scene came into view. At the tea table sat a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit. He had a resolute face, deep-set eyes, and exuded an aura of authority without needing to be angry. This man was Chen Wansong, the chairman of the Yaoxing Group. Upon seeing him, Chen Xueying sighed helplessly. "Dad, didn't you say you were sick? You look more energetic than me. What illness do you have?" "Ah, my precious daughter is back." When Chen Xueying saw Chen Xueying, the imposing aura instantly vanished. He rushed over with a grin and pulled her to sit on the sofa beside him. "If I didn't pull a few tricks, would you come home so easily?" He feigned grievance and said, "Our house is so big, yet you insist on moving out. Others might think I mistreat you. Hee hee. What do you want to eat for lunch today? I'll have Auntie prepare it for you." Before Chen Xueying could finish, Chen Xueying immediately interrupted him. "Dad, my club is very busy. If you have nothing else, I'll take my leave." Saying this, Chen Xueying stood up, ready to leave. "Wait." Chen Xueying, seeing that Chen Xueying was about to leave after only a couple of sentences, was instantly furious. But after all, she was his precious daughter, and he couldn't bear to scold her. He could only helplessly pull Chen Xueying back down. "Fine, I'll be direct with you. That Jiang Hao from your club is indeed a good talent. You should let him go to the Yaoxing Racing Club. It's the only place where he can achieve better development." "Why should he?" Chen Xueying immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. "He's one of my club members. Why should he go to the Yaoxing Club? Did the Hewen say something to you again?" The Hewen she mentioned was her stepmother. Years ago, Chen Xueying's biological mother passed away from serious illness, after which Chen Xueying married Hewen. Hewen's brother, Heyu, was responsible for the operations of the Yaoxing Racing Club. This created a chaotic environment in the club, which prompted Chen Xueying to establish her own independent club. She knew her father well. He was a profit-driven businessman. Although he had formed a team, he was not interested in racing at all. He wouldn't even pay attention to the Fuching Supernova competition. Now, he inexplicably brought up letting Jiang Hao go to the Yaoxing Club. It was definitely the work of Hewen and her brother. "Ying, look at how you're saying this." At this moment, a blonde woman in a cheapao walked over, swaying her hips. "I'm doing this for your own good, you know? Annie knows you like racing, but your Xingchen Racing Club can't develop at all. Keeping Jiang Hao in your club will only waste his talent. It's better to merge Xingchen Racing Club directly into Yaoxing Club. This way, you can legitimately take over Heyu's position. After all, this is the Chen family's asset. Your uncle, he is just supervising it on your behalf." Chapter 21 High-Speed Straight Line Drift and He. Don't you feel embarrassed when you say that? You keep saying you're supervising, but in reality, the Yaoxing Club has already become a mess because of you two siblings. No matter how talented or skilled a driver is, anyone wanting to join the Yaoxing team has to pay a membership fee of 500,000. What nonsense membership fee? It's clearly just a way for you to extort money. The more Chen Xueying spoke, the angrier she became, pointing at Hewen and cursing. The Yaoxing Racing Club was originally the top club in Fuching, ranking among the top 3 in the entire East China region. But under your manipulation, so many mediocre drivers have entered the team through backdoor connections. Instead, those exceptionally talented drivers have been driven away by you because they couldn't afford the membership fee. This has caused many outstanding drivers who should have belonged to our club to be poached by other teams. It has also tarnished our club's reputation more and more. All of this is because of you. Initially, when Chen Xueying had not yet graduated from university, she indeed thought about returning to take over the Yaoxing Racing Club. But after learning about these matters, she felt extreme shame towards Hewen and Heyu's actions. She also hated them for turning the team into a tool for money-making. Currently, the main driver of the Yaoxing Racing Club, Li Yanhai, is Hewen's nephew. He was prioritized for training solely due to family ties. Chen Xueying couldn't stand this, so she chose to establish her own Xingchen Racing Club. Faced with Chen Xueying's accusations, Hewen showed no signs of displeasure. All of this was within her expectations. At this moment, Hewen lazily sat beside Chen Xueying, saying, "Ying, your thoughts are just too naive. Which club in this world isn't for profit? Do you really think there are clubs that train drivers without charge? Isn't the Xingchen Racing Club you founded also a tool for you to make money?" Hewen casually picked up the coffee cup in front of her, glanced at Chen Xueying, and sneered, "If you really hold yourself in such high regard, why spend your father's money to set up a team?" As soon as these words came out, Chen Xueying exploded. "Hewen, stop talking nonsense." Before Chen Xueying could finish, Chen Xueying immediately interrupted her. "Ying, and he is still your elder. How can you be so disrespectful to an elder? As for what you said about the membership fee, that was actually my suggestion. If the club can't make money, what's the point of keeping it? Dad is doing this for you." Chen Xueying was a complete businessman. In his eyes, there was only the word profit. He didn't establish the Yaoxing Racing Club because he loved racing. He simply believed that the racing industry could make a lot of money. However, in recent years, one team after another had risen rapidly, and there were too many excellent drivers. Chen Xueying believed that the Yaoxing Racing Club would soon be eliminated, so he wanted to exploit the club's fame while he still could. "Dad, how can you do this? I'm so disappointed in you." After saying this, Chen Xueying angrily turned and left. No matter how Chen Xueying called her, Chen Xueying did not look back and resolutely walked away. She knew her father was a businessman who wouldn't act without profit, but she never expected that the person who made the Yaoxing Racing Club a mess was actually him. This further strengthened Chen Xueying's determination to make the Xingchen Racing Club famous worldwide. To achieve this, she first needed sufficient funds. Jiang Hao's talent was indeed strong, but even so, Chen Xueying still had to find a way to make him come in last. Only then could she achieve financial freedom immediately. Watching Chen Xueying's departing figure, Chen Xueying sighed helplessly. "It's all my fault for pampering her too much over the years. She's been spoiled since childhood. How would she understand how hard it is to earn money? Does she really think money just falls from the sky?" Chen Xueying said with disappointment. Seeing this, Yuan quickly stood up to massage Chen Xueying's shoulders. "Sir, Ying is just too naive. Now that she isn't coming home, it's only because she thinks the Xingchen Racing Club can develop. I guarantee Ying is definitely pouring everything into Jiang Hao. If we can find a way to make Jiang Hao leave the Xingchen Racing Club, it will undoubtedly be a devastating blow to her team. By then, when she is on the verge of bankruptcy, she will naturally come home." At this point, Yuan handed Chen Xueying an invitation from the Seoul Racing Club. "Sir, I've already had Yin Hai participate in this friendship race with the Seoul Racing Club. This is also a good opportunity to win over Jiang Hao. What do you think?" Chen Xueying stroked his chin, his mouth curling up slightly. "Not bad, that's a good idea. Previously, I gave Ying 50 million in funds, and I estimate that's almost used up. As long as we poach Jiang Hao, her club will naturally collapse. I'll leave this matter entirely to you. But you have to remember, Jiang Hao is just a newcomer, and winning the preliminary championship has a lot to do with luck. If he is willing to come to the Yaoxing Racing Club, a salary of 700,000 to 800,000 should be enough. There's no need to offer too good a treatment." Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, I understand all of this." After speaking, Yuan turned and left. Meanwhile, on the number 1 training track of the intelligent machinery world, Jiang Hao was driving lightning, completing one ejection start after another. Although the extreme speed had reached 320 km/h, this speed was still too slow compared to other mechas. If the track had enough curves, Jiang Hao could utilize lightning's special ability to temporarily boost speed. At the current speed, it was entirely possible to reach nearly 400 km/h. However, this was contingent upon triggering a 10-second super acceleration. If he encountered a track with few curves, or mostly straight lines, lightning would have no advantage and would undoubtedly lose. Therefore, Jiang Hao had to think of a solution. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to win the championship in the subsequent races. Lightning sensed her master's anxiety and felt guilty, saying, Master, it's all my fault. My performance is too poor. If I could be a bit faster, you wouldn't be so troubled." In her eyes, Jiang Hao was undoubtedly a racing god, unmatched in driving skills. Yet she felt like she was a stumbling block on his path. This made Lightning feel increasingly guilty, thinking she was unworthy of being Jiang Hao's Mecha. "Master, if you really think I'm not good enough, you can send me back for reprocessing. I can't continue to drag you down. You can use my smart core to exchange for a more powerful Mecha." Hearing Lightning's words, Jiang Hao was suddenly speechless. "Silly girl, why do you have such thoughts? Do you think my silence means I'm in despair? I'm just repeatedly simulating in my mind how to achieve an unprecedented high-speed straight-line drift on this long straight." Chapter 22. If you don't obey, I'll spank you. Huh? High-speed straight-line drifting? Master, what are you talking about? I can't understand it all. Lightning released her racing state and transformed back into her usual mech girl appearance, looking at Jiang Hao with a puzzled expression. Although she didn't understand what high-speed straight-line drifting was, Lightning thought it must be an incredible skill, just like launch control. It's normal not to understand. After all, this is my first attempt. Although Jiang Hao was a top racer in his past life, high-speed straight-line drifting was virtually impossible in real racing. It only existed in some virtual games. But this world is different. The performance of mech girls far exceeds that of cars. Even the most advanced cars in his past life cannot compare to the most basic mech girl. Perhaps high-speed straight-line drifting could be achieved with a mech girl. High-speed straight-line drifting refers to maintaining a certain drifting state while driving at high speed as the vehicle enters a straight section. This allows for maintaining high speed while utilizing the extra friction generated by drifting to gather nitrous or stabilize the vehicle's posture. Lightning's special ability allows her to gather a large amount of energy while drifting. When it accumulates to 100, she can enter a super acceleration state. Generally, drifting can only occur when turning. So when faced with tracks that have few turns, Lightning's special ability cannot be utilized. But if high-speed, straight-line drifting can be achieved, then even on straight tracks, energy can be gathered through drifting. This way, super acceleration can be triggered quickly, giving Lightning a burst of speed. Come on, let's give it a try. After all, the Seoul Racing Club competition is the day after tomorrow, so we have plenty of time. Okay, I'm listening to you, Master. Lightning obediently nodded. She then transformed her body into a cool racing form. After Jiang Hao entered the cockpit, he took a deep breath, focused, and completed the launch control immediately. As Lightning raced at full speed on the straight track, Jiang Hao quickly pulled the handbrake, causing the car to experience a strong side slip. At this critical moment, Jiang Hao precisely controlled the steering wheel while gently pressing the accelerator to maintain the car's speed and power. He felt every subtle interaction between the car and the ground, continuously adjusting the handbrake and accelerator's force. However, the first attempt did not go smoothly. Due to pulling the handbrake too hard, the car almost lost control, and Jiang Hao had to brake urgently to avoid a potential disaster. Master, are you okay? This is all my fault. My performance is too poor. Lightning said with self-reproach. In her heart, she always believed she was just a defective product. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been disowned by her family. Jiang Hao's driving skills were so impressive, yet he still failed now. She was sure she was dragging him down. As a mech girl, she not only failed to help her master enjoy the thrill of racing on the track, but almost caused him to have an accident, filling her heart with endless guilt. Don't say that. This is just me not being skilled at this operation. It's not your fault. From now on, you are not allowed to be so down. Cheer up. Jiang Hao reached out and patted Lightning's bottom, saying, "If you don't obey, I'll spank you." Wow, this bottom feels great, so bouncy. Lightning exclaimed shyly, Master. Don't touch there. It's very sensitive. I can't take it. Hee. Since you don't want to be spanked, then I'll adjust my state. Let's continue trying. Although the previous attempt ended in failure, almost causing Jiang Hao to flip the car, he deeply realized that achieving high-speed, straight-line drifting with a mech girl was completely feasible. The reason for failure was entirely due to his unfamiliarity with such operations. After all, this technique was impossible to achieve in real racing in his past life. Even as a top racer, he found it difficult to master. All right, Lightning shyly nodded and quickly adjusted her state. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao continued to drive Lightning, practicing high-speed straight-line drifting. During the process, Jiang Hao experienced one failure after another, but after each failure, he summarized his experiences and adjusted his strategies and methods. After countless efforts and attempts, Jiang Hao finally found that delicate balance. He firmly grasped the steering wheel, perfectly coordinating between the handbrake and the accelerator. When Lightning raced at full speed on the straight track, he unhesitatingly pressed the accelerator while swiftly and precisely pulling the handbrake. The car subtly side-slipped at high speed, with tires creating plumes of smoke against the ground. But this time, Jiang Hao completely controlled the situation. He precisely managed the steering and accelerator, maintaining Lightning in a prolonged drifting state on the straight. Ordinary mech girls would slow down during drifting, but Lightning was different. She possessed a special ability for perfect drifting, so even in a drifting state, her speed would not be significantly affected. Although this increased the difficulty of Jiang Hao's control, it was not a problem for him, a top racer from his past life. By utilizing this operation, Jiang Hao could make Lightning start drifting even before entering a turn. Not only could he quickly navigate turns, but the energy accumulated would also be much more than before. Let's go. Faster. Don't stop. Just hold on a little longer. Jiang Hao drove Lightning, repeatedly completing the high-speed straight-line drifting operation. While becoming proficient in this maneuver, he also helped Lightning adapt to this special state. This allowed her to repeatedly enter super acceleration state, causing Lightning's speed to explosively increase to nearly 400 km/h. Jiang Hao is still not satisfied with this extreme speed. Therefore, he decisively allocated all 5 points of functionality he had obtained to Lightning's acceleration attribute. With the support of the purple quality module, Lightning's acceleration attribute had already risen to 48. Now with these 5 points added, it soared to 53, although it was still a step away from the passing line. Compared to the initial state, Lightning's speed had achieved a qualitative leap. Master, what did you do? Why do I feel so hot? So burning. But for some reason, this feeling is so good. Chapter 23. No matter how rich you are, you shouldn't waste money like this. The moment Jiang Hao's functional points acted on Lightning, it felt as if her whole body was ignited, and along with the heat, there was an indescribable exhilaration. This feeling was addictive. Even her top speed improved, though she didn't know what had happened. Lightning firmly believed that it was Jiang Hao's training that led to such a significant change. It felt great. Remember this feeling now. It will become our secret weapon for tackling straight tracks in the future. Next, let's continue training until we can perfectly execute high-speed, straight-line drifting, Jiang Hao said as he drove Lightning onto the track. Go, go, go. Master, I will not let you down. Lightning was filled with passion, feeling no fatigue as she raced along the track with Jiang Hao. As night fell, the lights at the Star Racing Club remained bright. Chen Xueying returned to the office, fuming. Miss, what's wrong? Who upset you? Lin Zheng noticed Chen Xueying's unusual expression and hurried in. Who else? Chen Xueying gritted her teeth. It's those two troublemakers. He won and he you. Although Dad has always prioritized profit, at least he wouldn't act without any principles. It's these two who have been manipulating him. They're driving me crazy. Chen Xueying's face turned red with anger, as if she would burst into flames. She took a few deep breaths to try to calm down. Sigh. Lin Zheng probably understood the situation with the Chen family. As an outsider, he felt it was inappropriate to say much, so he could only sigh helplessly. Forget about these annoying matters. Uncle Lin, how much money do we have left in our account? Upon hearing this, Lin Zheng quickly handed Chen Xueying the club's financial report. Miss, when you founded the Star Racing Club, your father gave you 50 million as capital. Now, there's less than 5 million left. However, thanks to Jiang Hao's strong performance in Group A's preliminaries, we have secured quite a bit of sponsorship. Altogether, the company currently has around 8 million in available funds. At this point, Lin Zheng sighed deeply and sat down in the chair opposite Chen Xueying. Miss, although Jiang Hao is talented, we must provide him with sufficient treatment to keep him from leaving the club. But the problem is, you can't be this extravagant. I really don't understand what kind of purple engine module is worth 5 million. Isn't that clearly a scam? Thinking back to the morning when Chen Xueying spent 5 million to buy the module for Jiang Hao, Lin Zheng felt speechless. To him, that so-called extreme flash module was not worth that much money at all. Chen Xueying didn't respond to Lin Zheng immediately. Instead, she carefully studied the financial report, calculating the various expenses over this period. After a brief moment of contemplation, she tossed the report aside. Uncle Lin, I know that module isn't worth 5 million, but what I'm doing is to let Jiang Hao know that our club has sufficient funds. If we are so stingy that we can't even afford a purple quality module, wouldn't that expose the fact that we are running out of money? What if Jiang Hao runs away then? Lin Zheng, hearing this, forced a smile. Miss, I understand what you're saying, but the problem is we are really running out of money. If Jiang Hao can continue to win championships and showcase extraordinary driving skills, that will naturally bring us endless commercial value. But if Jiang Hao's performance later on is not as impressive, those sponsors will certainly pull out. What will we do then? From the looks of it, Jiang Hao should be very afraid of tracks with long straights. The upcoming races will definitely not be as easy as the preliminaries, Lin Zheng said with concern. During this period, he had repeatedly watched the videos of Jiang Hao's preliminary races. He could see that the SD 799 was indeed strong on tracks with many curves, thanks to Jiang Hao's driving skills. But once it encountered tracks with long straights, it would be doomed. After all, The speed of the SD-799 was just too slow. Even with the extreme flash purple quality engine module, it wouldn't go much faster. Uncle Lin, I know everything you're talking about. But don't worry, since I dare to do this, I'm not worried about funding. I can guarantee you that once this friendship race with the Seoul Racing Club is over, we won't have to worry about money anymore. Chen Xueying said confidently. She had already studied the track for this friendship race multiple times, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was perfect for the SD-799, which had extremely slow straight-line speed. Moreover, she had received news that Wang Dongkai from the Seoul Racing Club had publicly vowed to defeat Jiang Hao in this race. This meant that Wang Dongkai would spare no effort in modifying his machine and honing his driving skills, and he might even buy a more powerful machine to compete. Additionally, besides the Seoul Racing Club, many well-known teams from Fucheng would also participate in this friendship race. She did not believe that under such extremely unfavorable conditions, Jiang Hao could still take first place. As long as Jiang Hao did not win, at least the money she invested in him could be fully returned. If luck was on her side and Jiang Hao finished last, she would achieve financial freedom. Although Jiang Hao's talent was indeed strong, Chen Xueying had never seen a rookie who just got their license win the championship in the Supernova preliminaries. But now, rather than placing all her hopes on Jiang Hao and expecting him to win again and again, it would be wiser to do everything possible to ensure he finished last. This was a most sensible choice. Mississippi. Are you serious? Lin Zheng had no idea what Chen Xueying was plotting. To him, the probability of Jiang Hao winning the Seoul Racing Club friendship race was even lower than in the preliminaries. Lin Zheng wanted to ask more questions, but was interrupted by Chen Xueying. Uncle Lin, our club currently has only Jiang Hao as a driver. We also don't have money to poach elite drivers from other teams. This means that the machines we previously purchased are basically useless. Please arrange to sell those machines as soon as possible. Okay, I'll handle it right away. Lin Zheng didn't say much more and turned to leave the office. Given the club's tight finances, selling those machines that were currently not in use could effectively alleviate the financial strain. After Lin Zheng left, Chen Xueying hesitated for a long time and once again dialed Lin Zhuiyue's number. Chapter 24. I am the car god of East China. At this moment, in the presidential suite of a luxurious hotel in Fucheng, Lin Zhuiyue was lying on the big bed, embracing a fair-skinned, beautiful, and completely nude blonde MECH girl. The blonde MECH girl beside him had a shy expression, as if she had just come back to her senses after a romantic encounter, her cheeks slightly flushed. Having a MECH girl to do something with, and having a MECH girl to do nothing with had always been Lin Zhuiyue's life philosophy. Just as he was about to indulge himself in the warmth of the moment again, a sudden ringtone from his phone broke the tranquility. Damn it, what a buzzkill! Lin Zhuiyue cursed under his breath and picked up the phone. To his surprise, it was Chen Xueying calling. Huh, why is it her again? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Zhuiyue's lips curled up slightly. It seemed she couldn't forget about him after all. After all, he was the most famous driver in East China, known as the car god of East China. Moreover, he hadn't signed with any club yet. It was quite normal for a girl like Chen Xueying to admire him. Well, I'll give her another chance. With that thought, Lin Zhuiyue answered the call and said smugly, Ms. Chen, so you've come to your senses? However, it's a pity that my value has increased again. Another club has offered a higher price. But considering our good rapport, I resolutely turned them down. For a signing fee of 300 million, I will immediately become the main driver for the Star Racing Club. Additionally, the guy named Jiang Hao from your original club is not worthy of being in the same club as me. You must fire him first. These are all my conditions. I wonder if Ms. Chen can accept them? Lin Zhuiyue spoke with confidence. In his eyes, Chen Xueying would definitely agree to all his conditions this time. Upon hearing Lin Zhuiyue's words, Chen Xueying fell silent. A signing fee of 300 million was not difficult for her to accept. After all, Lin Zhuiyue's strength was evident, and his reputation in East China was like a dazzling star, unmatched by anyone. If he publicly announced his joining the Star Racing Club, the club's reputation would undoubtedly soar. But the problem was, his condition for joining the club was to fire Jiang Hao first. For Chen Xueying, Jiang Hao was the most important existence in the club. Without Jiang Hao, how could she turn things around? How could she achieve financial freedom? I'm sorry, I can't meet Mr. Lin's demands. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. After saying that, Chen Xueying decisively hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The beeping sound of the call being disconnected rang in Lin Zhuiyue's ears, and he was stunned, unable to believe his ears. She actually rejected me just like that? What the hell is going on? Am I not even more important to her than a newcomer? How infuriating. Chen Xueying is clearly insulting me. Lin Zhuiyue was filled with rage and smashed his phone to pieces in a fit of anger. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was nothing but an insignificant ant, and he was the most dazzling top driver in East China. He couldn't tolerate Jiang Hao continuously ruining his good fortune. Lei Ji, have you investigated thoroughly? What is the situation with that guy Jiang Hao and his MECH girl? Lin Zhuiyue questioned sharply. Why would Chen Xueying give up on cooperating with me for him? The Lei Ji he mentioned was his MECH girl, a member of the Lightning family in the MECH girl world, model SD 715. Master, I have already investigated the situation regarding Jiang Hao, Lei Ji said disdainfully. That Jiang Hao just recently got his driver's license. He is not a master hiding his strength. He is just a novice. As for why he was able to win the Supernova Group, a preliminary championship, it was entirely because his MECH girl is also a member of the Lightning family, model SD 799. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuiyue's brows furrowed instantly. What did you say? He also has a MECH girl from the Lightning family? How is that possible? Lei Ji quickly explained. Master, don't be anxious. The MECH girl that Jiang Hao has, although she is from the Lightning family, has already been expelled. The reason is simple. She has serious performance issues and is slower in a straight line than the worst MECH girls. Her existence is undoubtedly a stain on the Lightning family, so she was expelled long ago. Logically speaking, such a useless MECH girl should have been sent back for reconstruction. I really don't understand why she is still on the track. Jiang Hao was able to win the preliminary round because the track used in the preliminaries happens to have mostly curves. This useless special ability allows Jiang Hao to easily take the corners. Plus, this Jiang Hao does have a bit of driving skill, which is how he relied on luck to win. If the preliminaries had a different track, this guy would definitely be at the bottom. Lei Ji's words were filled with disdain for SD 799. As a noble member of the Lightning family, she could not tolerate a trash MECH girl like SD 799 being part of the same family. In her opinion, SD 799 should have been sent back for reconstruction long ago, rather than living a miserable existence in this world. I see. Lin Zhuiyue sneered coldly. Indeed, a trash driver is only worthy of a trash MECH girl. That woman Chen Xueying actually gave up collaborating with me, the car god of East China, for a useless one? That's simply extremely foolish. However, I am in need of money right now, and that little rich girl, Chen Xueying, can just meet my needs. So I must get rid of Jiang Hao and make Chen Xueying kneel and beg my family, the Star Racing Club. Hearing this, Lei Ji quickly said, Master, I heard that there will be a friendly match at the Seoul Racing Club in Fuching the day after tomorrow. It should be quite lively. That Jiang Hao also received an invitation. Do you want to join in the fun and give him a surprise? Since Lin Zhuiyue had not signed with any club, he was an independent professional driver. Therefore, Lei Ji was not only his MECH girl, but also his manager. What status do I have to participate in such a low-class competition? If I go, wouldn't it be said that I am bullying the weak? Lin Zhuiyue said coldly. I remember that Wang Dongkai from the Seoul Racing Club seems to want to be my disciple. You inform him that if he can get rid of Jiang Hao and pay me 50 million as tuition, then I will consider taking him as a disciple and teach him a few ultimate skills. Upon hearing this, Lei Ji covered her mouth and chuckled. Master is still clever. I didn't think it through. Don't worry, I will arrange everything properly. All right, I don't want to think about these troublesome matters anymore. I'm very angry right now. You know what to do, right? Lei Ji seductively touched Lin Zhuiyue's chest. Master, you're so annoying. Chapter 25, Training Alone. Shocked Jiang Hao, Chen Xueying was grinding her teeth in anger after hanging up Lin Zhuiyue's call. Damn it, who does he think he is? If it weren't for the club being in its initial stages and needing a well-known driver like him to hold the fort, would I really have to keep putting my warm face against his cold backside? What a load of crap. The god of cars in East China, wanting to replace my Jiang Hao. Dream on. Although Chen Xueying hoped that an expert like Lin Zhuiyue could join the Star Racing Club, for her, Jiang Hao was the most important existence in the club. No one could replace him. Moreover, Once Jiang Hao was expelled, the system would disappear. And how could she achieve financial freedom then? Forget it. Rather than struggling to win over these guys, it would be better to focus on cultivating Jiang Hao. As long as Jiang Hao finishes last this time, I can have ample funds. The first thing to do then is to replace Jiang Hao's mech girl. SD 799 has always been a mech girl with performance flaws. Jiang Hao's driving skills are quite good. He deserves a more powerful mech girl. After making up her mind, Chen Xueying decisively logged into the exclusive website of the mech world, MECH. This website appeared alongside the mech world, becoming a bridge connecting the real and virtual worlds. Here, people could buy tickets to enter the mech world to watch competitions and select their favorite mech girls. There were even top modules of purple quality and above. On MECH, new mech girls would be listed for sale from time to time, dazzling the eyes. In Chen Xueying's view, as long as Jiang Hao could finish last this time, she would have endless wealth. By then, she would have a chance to buy the top-tier Lightning family mech girl, not some defective SD 799. The next day, the sun lazily climbed to the zenith. Jiang Hao suddenly woke up from his sleep. Wait, when did I get home? Where did Lightning go? Rubbing his eyes and looking around, he was confused. Memories gradually flooded back, and the training scene with Lightning from last night replayed in his mind like a movie. They had trained late into the night, and exhaustion hit him like a tide, causing him to fall directly into a dream. It was Lightning who loyally carried him home through the bumpy ride. Strangely, after such high-intensity training yesterday, even I couldn't handle it. Where could Lightning have run off to? Jiang Hao mumbled as he got up, quickly washed up, and unexpectedly found a note lying on the table, the handwriting delicate and playful. Dear Master, you worked hard last night. Lightning can't let you be so tired. So, Master, you should rest well today. Lightning can go to the training ground alone. Although Lightning is not as powerful as Master, as long as I work hard, you can relax more in the future. This girl actually ran off to the training ground by herself. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly, a hint of fondness on his lips. This silly girl. Doesn't she know that without my control, it's hard for her to complete high-speed drifting on her own? In this world where mech girls fight alongside drivers. While mech girls can drive autonomously, high-difficulty driving skills cannot be performed without a driver's assistance. Although Lightning remembered Jiang Hao's movements, it was still difficult for her to complete them on her own. To Jiang Hao, Lightning being able to complete the launch star by herself was already impressive. There's no way she could handle high-speed drifting independently. If only I were a spirit mechanic. A hint of longing flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Spirit mechanics, the most noble profession in the world, hold a transcendent status. Even top drivers must bow down to them. They possess mysterious spiritual energy within them, which not only grants mech girls special abilities, but also allows them to travel freely in the mech world with this power. However, becoming a spirit mechanic was nothing short of a pipe dream for Jiang Hao. Alas, I can only wait for her to return. She must be hungry by now. Jiang Hao shook his head and went downstairs to prepare lunch. Just as he was busy with lunch, a roar of racing engines suddenly sounded outside the door. Soon, Lightning stumbled in, dragging her slightly tired body across the threshold. As soon as she saw Jiang Hao cooking in the kitchen, she whirled in like a small whirlwind. Master, you can leave the heavy work to me. It's my oversight that made you go hungry. Lightning said with a sense of guilt. Next time, I won't let this happen. How could you see me as someone without self-care abilities? Your master is not some pampered young master. Noticing Lightning's tired face, Jiang Hao felt a pang of heartache and instructed, Look at you. You're exhausted. Go drink a couple of bottles of nutrient liquid to replenish your energy. If you don't listen, be careful, I'll spank you. As he spoke, Jiang Hao gently patted Lightning's rear, and the bouncy feeling made him unable to resist pinching it a couple of times. Okay, thank you for your concern, Master. Lightning was already accustomed to Jiang Hao's slightly mischievous actions and didn't take it to heart. She obediently followed Jiang Hao's instructions, gulping down the nutrient liquid as if it were the sweetest dew in the world. Lightning, did you gain anything from training alone this morning? Can you really manage high-speed drifting by yourself? Jiang Hao asked curiously while stirring the food. Master, I can barely manage it on my own, but... Lightning said shyly, lowering her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito. I really can't do it like you. drifting at over 300 speeds. I can only maintain around 200. Master, am I very stupid? Hearing this, Jiang Hao was taken aback. He initially thought Lightning would not be able to do it, but who would have thought that she could actually complete high-speed drifting by herself? Although her speed was a bit slower, it far exceeded Jiang Hao's expectations. This was enough to prove that his choice at that time was correct. Lightning had far greater potential than ordinary mech girls. Immediately, Jiang Hao generously gave Lightning a thumbs up. Silly girl, being able to handle high-speed drifting on your own is already super impressive. A slower speed is normal. After all, you're still growing. If you could do everything perfectly, wouldn't I, as your master, be out of a job? You should rest well for now. In the evening, we'll go train on the track together. Hearing her master's praise, Lightning was so happy she almost jumped up. She had been training hard to become stronger and not be a burden to Jiang Hao. Now, receiving Jiang Hao's affirmation made her feel sweeter than eating honey. Master, I won't let you down in tomorrow's race. Chapter 26. Apologize to my mecha girl. In Fuching, the Seoul Racing Club is undoubtedly the top contender, second only to the renowned Star Racing Club. The friendship race organized by the Seoul Racing Club is quite large in scale. In addition to the participation of many well-known local teams, it has also attracted numerous individual racing elites. What is even more noteworthy is that teams from outside the area have come to join this grand event. However, their true goal is not the hefty prize of 1 million, but rather one person, Jiang Hao. The Seoul Racing Club has already spread the news of Jiang Hao's participation far and wide, making his name a hot topic of discussion recently. Everyone is filled with shock and curiosity about this emerging rookie driver. After all, who would have thought that a newcomer could win the Group A preliminaries in one fell swoop? As a result, many teams and individual drivers have chosen to participate just to witness Jiang Hao's true strength. They all want to see whether Jiang Hao's skills are genuinely astonishing or merely a stroke of luck. This time, it seems the Seoul Racing Club has deliberately chosen a track dominated by straight lines to target Jiang Hao. From an aerial view, this track resembles a concave shape. It appears unremarkable, but is actually fraught with hidden dangers. The old street circuit consists of a series of right-angle turns and straight sections. Each right-angle turn is preceded by a slope of approximately 45 degrees, followed by a similarly sloped descent. Such a design places extremely high demands on the driver's reaction speed. A slight miscalculation could lead to loss of control due to the downhill momentum, resulting in crashing or overturning. The rules of the race are simple. Whoever completes 3 laps first is the champion. However, to win on this type of track, the Mecha girl's straight-line acceleration speed must be exceptionally high. When Jiang Hao arrived at the venue and saw the full view of the old street circuit, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, this track is indeed quite challenging. But unfortunately, this perilous track will not affect my chances of winning. Jiang Hao spoke with confidence. Even Lightning, who used to tremble like a fallen leaf upon entering the track, now maintained a confident smile. In Lightning's view, Jiang Hao is a driver capable of creating miracles. However, just as everyone began to arrive at the venue, the originally clear sky seemed to be covered by a heavy curtain, and soon raindrops began to fall like pearls on a broken string. Although the world of intelligent machines is filled with fantasy and the unknown, it is just as susceptible to weather changes as the real world. Sunny days will not last forever, and rainy days can arrive unexpectedly. This sudden rain is undoubtedly a bad omen for every driver. The road surface becomes slippery with the rain, increasing the difficulty of the race. Lightning, once the race starts, you focus on sprinting. Make sure to maintain tire grip. Leave everything else to me. You don't need to be distracted, Jiang Hao said gravely, looking at Lightning. Otherwise, if you lose focus and an accident happens, it could be troublesome. Master, don't worry. I know what to do. Lightning nodded slightly. After the race starts, I'll only be responsible for navigation and won't interfere with your racing. Just as those words fell, a burst of arrogant laughter came from behind. Ha ha, Jiang Hao. From the sound of it, you seem to be confident of winning. But can you really do it? I already know everything about your situation. You won the Group A preliminaries purely by luck. Accompanied by this harsh voice, Wang Dongkai walked towards Jiang Hao with a disdainful expression. Beside him was Lightning, but she had undergone a significant change. She was no longer in a plain black bodysuit, but had many golden streamlined designs. On her chest, there was an embossed black and gold lightning emblem, shining brightly. Drift, 60 points acceleration, 90 points cornering, 55 points charge, 57 points stability, 56 points impact resistance, 55 points endurance, 60 points special ability, none evaluation, equipped with a purple quality engine module. Black gold lightning, speed surges like a runaway wild horse, but drift, cornering, charge, stability, etc. are all weakened. Such trade-offs are truly unwise. TCH, I thought this guy could modify his Mecha Girl to be powerful, originally pursuing extreme speed while sacrificing other attributes. Raising the acceleration attribute to 90. Do you think you have exceptional driving skills and are unafraid of crashing? That is truly foolish. Jiang Hao glanced at lightning-s speed and curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. What are you laughing at? Wang Dongkai clenched his fists, glaring at him. Nothing. I just think you've modified your Mecha Girl quite well. It makes me feel inferior, Jiang Hao said mockingly, his tone revealing a hint of subtle amusement. Ha! Wang Dongkai sneered twice. At least you have some taste. Now, lightning speed is no longer what it used to be. It has made great progress. On this straight-line-dominated track, lightning will be unstoppable. At this point, Wang Dongkai glanced at lightning with contempt in his eyes. I never expected that a renowned member of the lightning family would have a useless Mecha Girl like you. No, you've already been expelled from the lightning family, so you're no longer one of them. A Mecha Girl with a serious problem with her innate acceleration engine. I really don't know how you have the face to step onto the track. If I were your master, I would have sent you back for a remake long ago. Wang Dongkai's words pierced Lightning's heart like a sharp blade. The originally confident her instantly felt as though struck by lightning, becoming dispirited. Those long-buried memories surged back like a tide. SD 799, that was her model. SD represented the Lightning family, which was her pride and glory. The Lightning family is one of the top families in the Mecha Girl world, with Mecha Girls possessing extraordinary performance and special abilities. However, SD 799 was an exception. As the last Mecha Girl born in that batch, she had once been held in high regard. But fate was cruel. She was born with extremely slow speed, almost unable to accelerate on straight paths. Therefore, SD 799 was deemed a Mecha Girl with inherent problems in her acceleration engine, like a naturally flawed infant. As a result, SD 799 was expelled from the Lightning family and treated as an ordinary, useless Mecha Girl for sale. If it weren't for meeting Jiang Hao, she would have been sent back for a remake long ago. Now, these sad memories surged back to her mind, and Lightning suddenly burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Although Jiang Hao was unaware of the Lightning family's matters, he knew that the current Lightning was no longer SD 799, but his very own Mecha Girl, Lightning. Seeing Lightning break down and cry because of Wang Dongkai's words ignited a surge of anger within Jiang Hao. He pointed angrily at Wang Dongkai. You made my Mecha Girl cry. I want you to apologize to her immediately. Apologize? Wang Dongkai laughed maniacally. Haha. What status do I have to apologize to a useless Mecha Girl? Before Wang Dongkai could finish his sentence, Jiang Hao raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of applause echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 27: A Mechanized Girl Devoid of Everything. This friendly match is hosted by the Seoul Racing Club. Wang Dongkai is the son of the owner of the Seoul Racing Club. Now, for some unknown reason, Wang Dongkai has been slapped in public, which undoubtedly shocks everyone present. Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng just entered the race venue with tickets to watch the match. As a result, they witnessed this scene and were taken aback. They immediately ran towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, what is going on? How could you hit someone so casually? Chen Xueying immediately asked, glancing at the slapped Wang Dongkai. At that moment, Wang Dongkai's face was ashen, and even without speaking, one could see the raging anger in his eyes. However, Jiang Hao seemed unfazed and said lightly, he insulted my mechanized girl and refused to apologize. Shouldn't I hit him? I was just venting my mechanized girl's anger. Jiang Hao was not afraid of Wang Dongkai at all and never thought he did anything wrong. Lightning is his mechanized girl, his partner. If he couldn't even protect his own mechanized girl, what kind of professional racer would he be? If no one provokes me, I won't provoke anyone. That is Jiang Hao's attitude. Jiang Hao, you're going too far. Wang Dongkai, after all, is the young master of the Soul Club. Being slapped in public made him furious. He roared angrily. You say I insulted your mechanized girl? When did I insult her? ISNT this SD. 799, a useless mechanized girl? A waste removed from the Lightning family due to serious performance defects has no face to stay on the track. She should be sent back for reprocessing. The more Wang Dongkai spoke, the angrier he became, rolling up his sleeves, ready to fight Jiang Hao. He had to get back that slap. But just as Wang Dongkai was about to take action, a stern voice suddenly came from behind. Stop. This is a race venue, not a place for you to fight casually. I can understand the temper of young people, but anyone who dares to fight here, regardless of their status, will be disqualified from the race. If you have anger, then compete on the track. The man speaking was Wang Zhen, the owner of the Soul Club. Watching his son being humiliated in public, he was, of course, furious. But considering the large audience, the media cameras, and the attention of many racers, he had to suppress his anger and intervene to stop this farce. Dad, look at this. I was really slapped in the face by him, Wang Dongkai said indignantly, his voice filled with resentment. I can't swallow this. You have to swallow it. Wang Zhen snapped. If the friendly match I worked hard to organize is ruined because of you, don't blame me for being rude. As a racer, you should speak with your strength on the track and crush your opponent fairly, not fight like a street thug here. Wang Zhen glared angrily at Wang Dongkai. Jiang Hao is a newcomer and doesn't he understand these things, which can be forgiven. But you, as a professional racer who has gone through countless competitions, shouldn't he act so recklessly? Calm down. After saying that, Wang Zhen decisively turned to leave. Before he left, he cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao could obediently join the Soul Club after the race, Wang Zhen would treat everything that happened today as if he hadn't seen it. But if Jiang Hao refused, then Wang Zhen would not let Jiang Hao off the hook. With Wang Zhen's departure, this farce that should not have happened came to an end. Even so, Wang Dongkai still couldn't swallow this anger. But instead of choosing to fight Jiang Hao, he glared at him fiercely. Just wait. I'll make you understand the cost of provoking me. This will be the last race of your life. After saying that, Wang Dongkai left with a huff. Following him was Zidian, who looked coldly at Lightning. You don't deserve to be a mechanized girl. Everything that happened today is because of you. If I were you, I would choose to be reprocessed. Both Wang Dongkai's previous words and Zidian's current words were like sharp daggers, stabbing into Lightning's weak and sensitive heart. They were right. I am indeed a waste abandoned by my family. Master, I am not worthy of you. As Lightning cried bitterly, Jiang Hao hugged her tightly. Lightning, I don't care what your family situation is, but you listen to me, you are definitely not a waste. You will become the most powerful mechanized girl in this world. Let us ride together on the track, and let those who look down on you see your potential. Hearing this, Lightning felt a warm current surge in her heart. She looked up at Jiang Hao, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented light. When Jiang Hao named her Lightning, she had thought about telling him about her family situation, but she was afraid that once Jiang Hao knew everything, he would choose to abandon her. So Lightning dared not speak the truth. But she never expected that Jiang Hao would steadfastly protect her after knowing everything. This deeply moved Lightning, and she vowed to become the strongest mechanized girl Jiang Hao spoke of. Only in this way could she repay Jiang Hao's kindness. Master, I must win this race. I want to prove to everyone that I am not a waste mechanized girl. Jiang Hao burst out laughing. Good, this is my mechanized girl. Then, Jiang Hao looked at Chen Xueying. Miss Chen, I'm sorry to worry you. Don't worry, I will control my temper in the future. I will definitely win the championship in today's friendly match. Upon hearing this, Chen Xueying's heart tightened. No, please don't win the championship. Why can you be so confident when you have a mechanized girl with serious performance defects? Wang Dongkai was right. This SD 799 is indeed too weak. A mechanized girl removed from the Lightning family, who even has a speed slower than ordinary mechanized girls. What is that if not a waste? Although Chen Xueying thought this in her heart, she still tried to maintain her composure on the surface. She patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder. Mr. Jiang, I believe in you. You will definitely win the championship. However, Deep down, it felt like there was a little person praying wildly. God bless. Please don't let Jiang Hao win the championship. What should I do if he wins again? Chapter 28. Why is his speed so fast? As all the racers gradually enter the track, the Friendship Race of the Soul Club officially kicked off. Due to the large number of participants and limited track resources, it was impossible to ensure that all racers could start at the same time. Therefore, the judges cleverly used a random assignment of numbers to group the racers into pairs. Racers with the same number were placed in the same group and would start in pairs according to a predetermined order. The Old Street Circuit, with a total length of 20 kilometers, is not particularly long. Thus, the race rules stated that the first racer to complete 3 laps would be the champion. Whether due to internal arrangements or luck, Jiang Hao drew the number 5, and surprisingly, Wang Dongkai also drew number 5. This meant that Jiang Hao and Wang Dongkai would start at the same moment, engaging in an intense competition. Ha ha ha! Wang Dongkai swaggered over to Jiang Hao again. Do you remember what I said during the preliminaries? I'll make sure you can't see my taillights. Trash machine girls can only match trash racers. Wang Dongkai's purpose this time was far more than just winning the championship. He had a more important mission. That was to eliminate Jiang Hao. Lin Xueying was his idol, and he dreamed of becoming Lin Xueying's disciple. Now, this opportunity was right in front of him, as long as he could take the chance to eliminate Jiang Hao in this race, ensuring he could never appear as a racer again. Wang Dongkai would have a hope of becoming Lin Xueying's disciple. He certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Furthermore, it was pouring rain, making the track slippery. This undoubtedly provided him with more favorable conditions to eliminate Jiang Hao. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Dongkai's eyes. Jiang Hao scoffed disdainfully. If I remember correctly, back then you were the one who couldn't even see my taillights, right? Tell me, what gave you the courage to say such ridiculous things now? You better wake up. This isn't a place for your daydreams. If you can't wake up, I don't mind giving you another slap. This time, Wang Dongkai wasn't provoked by Jiang Hao's words. He sneered. You could win back then purely because you encountered a track suitable for your machine girl's performance. A machine girl with a maximum speed barely reaching 300 kilometers h could never win on a track like today's. Your ranking today will only be dead last. As soon as Wang Dongkai finished speaking, the Zidian beside him immediately expanded its body. It still looked like a Ferrari 296, but the color of the car was no longer just black and gold. Several smooth golden lines had been added. The black and gold lightning logo that was previously on its chest also appeared on the body of the car. Then, amidst Wang Dongkai's arrogant laughter, he proudly entered the Zidian's body. All this flair, but with such speed modification, I think you're just courting death in this rainy weather. Jiang Hao scoffed a couple of times, then let the lightning expand its body. Compared to the Zidian, Lightning's racing appearance was still the coolest. At the moment Jiang Hao entered the cockpit, a mechanical voice echoed around. Drivers with number 5, please get ready. 10 seconds countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. During the countdown, Jiang Hao quickly released the handbrake, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator, accompanied by the sound of tires screeching against the ground. Jiang Hao showed a confident smile. Winning on this track was simply too easy for him. At this moment, the engine roared like a beast, and Jiang Hao could tell that Lightning was holding back a lot of power. The previous humiliation from Wang Dongkai and his machine girl towards Lightning was now the best opportunity for Lightning to prove its strength. It was eager to tell everyone that Lightning was definitely not a useless machine girl. Meanwhile, in the Zidian cockpit, Wang Dongkai clearly heard the deafening roar of Lightning's engine and the harsh sound of tires grinding against the ground. However, he didn't care at all and couldn't understand the significance of Jiang Hao's actions. No matter how many tricks you pull, in the face of absolute strength, it's just a futile struggle. A condescending smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Hao, with your broken machine girl, do you really think you can surpass my Zidian? You're simply dreaming. Wang Dongkai's eyes were filled with overwhelming confidence, as if the trophy of victory was already firmly in his hands. 3, 2, 1. Beep. The moment the prompt sounded, Lightning and Zidian shot off the starting line almost simultaneously like arrows released from a bow, entering a fierce competition. Wang Donkai firmly believed that speed was the soul of a machine girl, and everything else could be compensated for with skill. Therefore, he spared no effort to push Zidian's acceleration attribute to the limit, reaching as high as 90. This configuration allowed Zidian to easily break through the 400 km/h speed barrier and even go faster. However, just as he was feeling smug, thinking he could easily leave Jiang Hao behind, he was shocked to find a black and gold lightning bolt surpassing him at an incredible speed. That was Jiang Hao driving lightning. How is this possible? Why is his speed so fast? This is unreasonable. Wang Donkai stared blankly at the lightning ahead. He never expected that a machine girl with an acceleration engine issue could unleash such astonishing speed. Could it be because of Jiang Hao's strange maneuvers before the race? The seemingly inexplicable actions of Jiang Hao flashed through his mind, and his expression suddenly darkened. At that moment, Zidian also spoke in a serious tone. "Master, although I really don't want to believe it. The facts prove that Jiang Hao must have mastered some special driving skills that we do not know about. This is what allows lightning to explode with extremely impressive speed in an instant. But don't worry, Master, lightning's speed is still very slow. Even if it has the same engine module, it won't be too fast. I will definitely surpass her." Just as Zidian had said, lightning's starting speed was exceptionally fast. Even Zidian, with an acceleration attribute of 90, could only watch in awe. However, the good times didn't last long. Due to its basic speed limitations, lightning soon began to show signs of fatigue. Zidian seized this opportunity and, relying on its astonishing speed advantage, quickly completed the overtaking. "Good job. My machine girl is indeed the best." Wang Donkai proudly rolled down the car window and extended his right hand, raising his middle finger high. "Jiang Hao, do you see this? This is the true style that a top machine girl should have." Ha ha ha. Chapter 29. Overtaking Jiang Hao. Will Jiang Hao lose? Jiang Hao is the champion of Group A preliminaries in Fuching Supernova. The driver at the same starting line, Wang Donkai, is the ace of the Seoul Racing Club. This makes the showdown between Jiang Hao and Wang Donkai undoubtedly the center of attention, capturing everyone's gaze. Initially, when people saw Jiang Hao instantly overtake Wang Donkai, they found it hard to believe. After all, the SD799 that Jiang Hao was driving is notorious for being a piece of junk. Without relying on special abilities, its maximum speed barely reaches 300 km/h. The fact that Jiang Hao could momentarily push the speed to 300 proves just how exceptional his driving skills are. Unfortunately, he lacked sustained power and was quickly overtaken by Wang Donkai, who was driving the Zidian. This scene left many in the audience feeling regret for Jiang Hao, as if they witnessed a shooting star streak across the sky, only to fall swiftly. "Miss, after this race, we must suggest to Jiang Hao that he change his vehicle," Lin Zheng said, shaking his head helplessly. "The speed of the SD799 is simply too slow. No matter how impressive Jiang Hao's driving skills are, it's all in vain." However, sitting next to him, Chen Xueying was overjoyed. Before the race, Jiang Hao's immense confidence had made her somewhat anxious. She was worried about what unexpected events might occur during the race. But now, seeing that Wang Donkai quickly overtook Jiang Hao, her tension finally eased. Even if Jiang Hao wouldn't come in last, he definitely wouldn't win the championship. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Chen Xueying's face. "Miss, what are you smiling about? Are you happy that Jiang Hao can't win?" Lin Zheng asked, confused. If Jiang Hao can't win this time, the sponsors might withdraw their funding. He looked at Chen Xueying puzzled. "Don't forget, the sponsors require Jiang Hao to wear their logo on the podium after winning and to recite their designated advertisement. If Jiang Hao doesn't win, we would be in breach of contract, and they would have the right to take back all the sponsor funds. What is there to panic about?" Chen Xueying replied calmly, patting Lin Zheng's shoulder. "It's just a sponsor. What's there to worry about? Even if Jiang Hao doesn't win this time, he is still our club's most important driver. Don't worry, after this race, the funding issue will naturally be resolved." Listening to Chen Xueying's words, Lin Zheng felt even more puzzled. He had no idea what Chen Xueying was thinking. In his opinion, if Jiang Hao couldn't win this time, it would significantly reduce the value of his group, a preliminary championship title. Many would surely think Jiang Hao won by luck. By then, not only would the sponsors withdraw their funding, but there might not be anyone willing to sponsor their team in the future. Once the funding chain is broken, the team would disband. He really didn't understand why Chen Xueying was so confident that even if Jiang Hao didn't win, there would be enough funds to maintain the club's operations. Could it be that the MIS plans to go back and ask the old master for help? Lin Zheng speculated but quickly dismissed the thought. No, that's impossible. The old master opposes her starting her own venture. He would rather see the Xingchen Racing Club disbanded than provide her with funding. Seeing Lin Zheng's puzzled expression, Chen Xueying revealed a confident smile. She didn't want to explain too much because, in her view, as long as Jiang Hao didn't win, her plan would already be a success. All she needed to do next was wait for the system to return the funds. If luck was on her side and Jiang Hao came in last, she would achieve financial freedom in no time. Jiang Hao, don't let me down. Meanwhile, on the track, Jiang Hao didn't feel the slightest panic because Wang Dongkai had overtaken him. Even when Wang Dongkai made an obscene gesture at him, Jiang Hao didn't care at all. The Zidian's acceleration attribute is an astonishing 90, making its speed mind-blowing. In terms of speed, the Lightning has significant flaws. Even equipped with the purple module, Speed Lightning, it's hard to catch up with the Zidian. To overtake this guy, Jiang Hao must trigger Lightning's special ability. However, Jiang Hao wasn't in a hurry to do that. On one hand, it was raining, making the track slippery and unfavorable for Jiang Hao's maneuvers. On the other hand, he wasn't too familiar with this track yet. The race rules state that the first driver to complete 3 laps wins the championship. So, Jiang Hao planned to take the first lap to familiarize himself. He could also observe if there were any factors on this old street track that would impede high-speed drifting. Once everything was prepared, he would unleash his full strength in the second lap. This was the safest choice. Lightning, let us not rush. How long do you think it will take for that guy to crash? Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lightning was taken aback. Master, what do you mean? Are you saying Wang Dongkai will crash? That seems unlikely. Hee, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. Right now, it's pouring rain, which affects visibility, and the ground is slippery. In this situation, if he keeps accelerating with his poor driving skills, he absolutely won't be able to control it. Just wait and see. If that guy doesn't want to crash, he will definitely slow down when approaching the sharp turn. At that moment, we'll catch up and give him a good lesson. Upon hearing this, Lightning couldn't help but laugh. Master, I understand now. Then let us wait and see the fun. At this moment, Wang Dongkai, driving the Zidian, was increasingly pleased with himself. He was resting one hand on the steering wheel while the other stroked the Zidian's rear. Yes, just like this. I must shake off Jiang Hao completely, leaving him in the dust. If I can lead this guy by a whole lap, I will have a great opportunity to take action against him. Wang Dongkai became more and more excited, transitioning from stroking the Zidian's rear to patting it. At that moment, he imagined Jiang Hao crashing and having an accident. Suddenly, the Zidian emitted a warning sound. Master, there's an uphill section 500 meters ahead, followed immediately by a right-angle turn. The ground is too slippery, and the downhill speed is too fast. It could lead to losing control. Wang Dongkai, who had been feeling smug, was startled by the Zidian's words. Then, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and slow down. Damn it, are you so stupid that I have to teach you this? On such a steep downhill, combined with the slippery surface, who could possibly make it through the turn without slowing down? Chapter 30. Are you crazy? Who taught him to drive like that? Wang Dongkai had increased the acceleration attribute of Zidian to 90, fully aware that this would make cornering extremely difficult. To ensure he could safely navigate the corners, he had to slow down Zidian before every turn. With the ground slippery and facing a right-angle turn, he expected Zidian to slow down in advance. However, to his surprise, Zidian continued to accelerate, which made Wang Dongkai extremely angry, and he couldn't help but curse. Master, didn't you tell me to shake off Jiang Hao? Don't forget, Jiang Hao's machine girl is best at cornering. I'm worried that if we slow down, Jiang Hao will catch up, Zidian said, feeling quite wronged. Shut up. The piece of junk that Jiang Hao is driving might be good at turning, but does he dare to take a corner at full speed on this slippery ground? Not to mention the downhill section. It's easy to lose control, and one mistake could lead to disaster. Wang Dongkai said confidently. Just slow down and take the corner safely. There's no way Jiang Hao can overtake us. All right, I'll listen to the master. Zidian didn't say much and immediately started to decelerate. Wang Dongkai didn't think there was anything wrong with his decision. In fact, most of the drivers participating in this friendly match would act similarly, choosing to slow down as they approached the right-angle turn. As he glanced at Jiang Hao in the rearview mirror, Wang Dongkai smirked disdainfully. In his view, even if he started to slow down now, Jiang Hao would still struggle to catch up. However, just as Wang Dongkai was feeling smug, Jiang Hao, driving lightning behind him, noticed Zidian suddenly decelerating and a smile crept onto his face. This junk is indeed scared. It's slowing down. Jiang Hao said, Lightning, since that's the case, let's not get him a chance. Let him experience what true driving skills are. Jiang Hao's previously lazy demeanor was instantly replaced by seriousness, as if a sleeping beast had suddenly awakened. If it were clear weather, those ordinary curves would be a piece of cake for him, easily drifted through. But at this moment, with heavy rain pouring down, the road was as slippery as ice, and the downhill section was fraught with danger. A slight mistake could lead to losing control. Jiang Hao understood the severity of the situation. He had to stay focused and not let his guard down for a moment. Received. Lightning responded excitedly. It then charged toward the uphill ahead like a black and gold lightning bolt, not slowing down at all. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Are you crazy? Who taught him to drive like this? Does Jiang Hao really think he's a god of cars? Not slowing down in this situation. Is he looking for death? My God, his speed has already reached 320 km/h. While that speed isn't too fast in a straight line, he's about to go uphill. And right after that is a right-angle turn. Who can safely pass at this speed? And doesn't he fear just flying off the hill at this speed? Crazy. Jiang Hao must be crazy. While everyone was discussing, Zhong Linzheng and Chen Xueying, who were sitting in the audience, were also shocked. Jiang Hao, what is he doing? Linzheng said with a face full of fear. Is he trying to commit suicide? In this situation, even the best driver in East China, Linzheng, would have to slow down, but he dares to accelerate? Miss, if Jiang Hao crashes, our club will be finished. Upon hearing Lin Zheng's words, Chen Xueying fell silent, her expression extremely grim. If a driver crashes, it also means losing their qualification for the race, which defaults to last place. According to the system's rules, she would receive a hundredfold reward. But if he crashes, the consequences could be serious injuries or even death. She hoped Jiang Hao would steadily finish last rather than be declared last place due to death. Just as everyone thought Jiang Hao was being reckless, he remained full of confidence, unleashing his maximum speed and instantly overtook Wang Dongkai's Zidian. When Wang Dongkai saw Jiang Hao charging uphill at over 300 km/h, his eyes widened in shock. This kid has gone mad? Wang Dongkai shouted in disbelief. Even if he wants to overtake me, he can't do it like this. What's the difference from seeking death? But soon, a cold smile appeared on Wang Dongkai's face. According to my plan, I was supposed to team up with Li Yunhai to eliminate him. But now it seems that's not necessary. This kid is definitely going to crash. Ha ha ha. Zidian witnessed this scene and couldn't help but let out a couple of disdainful snickers. In her eyes, SD 799 was just a piece of junk that had been expelled from the Lightning family. At this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to be in another world, completely ignoring the ridicule and doubts around him. On the entire track, it felt as if only he existed. No external interference could shake his determination. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Hao charged up the slope at an astonishing speed of 320 km/h resolutely. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone's heartbeats raced along with that speeding lightning. Just when everyone thought Jiang Hao was about to meet with disaster, a miracle quietly arrived. Thanks to lightning's exceptional stability and Jiang Hao's extraordinary driving skills, the racing car drew a stunning arc in the air. It eventually landed safely on the ground. Although the tires slid a bit, Jiang Hao quickly adjusted. He then deftly adjusted the direction, the tires creating clouds of smoke against the slippery surface, yet miraculously maintaining grip. With a drift that could be deemed perfect, Jiang Hao easily conquered the seemingly insurmountable right-angle turn. In an instant, the entire venue fell into silence. The anticipated disaster did not occur. No one expected that Jiang Hao would truly create a miracle. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Many had already become fervent fans of Jiang Hao, wildly shouting his name. At this moment, Wang Dongkai, however, looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with shock and disbelief. For a moment, he forgot he was driving a machine girl, his entire being lost in a daze. Fortunately, Zidian was already accustomed to such situations and autonomously navigated through the first right-angle turn. However, compared to Jiang Hao's spectacular driving skills, Zidian's cornering speed seemed as slow as a turtle's crawl. Just a single turn's difference, and Jiang Hao had left him far behind. He couldn't even see the taillights anymore. Chapter 31, Malicious Plan. How could this happen? Wang Dongkai looked at Jiang Hao, who had already gone far away, and began to doubt his life. Previously, in the Supernova preliminaries, Jiang Hao had showcased extremely impressive drifting skills, successfully winning the championship of Group A. However, in Wang Dongkai's eyes, Jiang Hao's driving skills were not that remarkable. The perfect drifting and maintaining speed throughout the drifting process were all due to the outstanding performance of the SD 799 in drifting and cornering. If we put speed aside, the SD 799 is indeed top-notch in this regard, capable of crushing almost all the MECH girls. Therefore, Wang Dongkai always believed that Jiang Hao had merely won by relying on the superiority of the MECH girls' performance. But now, the situation was different. Jiang Hao descended steadily to the ground like a flying dragon. In an instant, he executed a perfect drift through a right-angle turn. Moreover, he maintained a speed of over 320 km/h throughout. Such performance could not be achieved solely by relying on the MECH girls' performance. Jiang Hao undoubtedly proved to everyone through his actions that he possessed exceptional driving skills. Damn it, how could this rookie, fresh on the scene, have such incredible driving skills? Am I really going to lose to him today? Wang Dongkai was furious, gritting his teeth in anger. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Wang Dongkai glanced at it unhappily and found it was a call from Lianhai. After answering, Wang Dongkai angrily said, "Lianhai, are you crazy? Why are you calling now? Don't you want to win? Your starting position is 4th, and at Jiang Hao's current speed, he can definitely catch up to you. I advise you to take this seriously. This guy is a freak. I really don't know where he learned this driving skill. He.S. just a rookie who just got his license. How can he be so good?" Although Lianhai had not witnessed Jiang Hao drifting around the corner with his own eyes, he could clearly sense from the audience's reactions that Jiang Hao's strength was far beyond his imagination. If Jiang Hao joined the Stellar Racing Club, his position as a main driver would definitely be seriously threatened. The team was filled with talent, and the only reason he received special training was that he was He-Win's nephew. However, once Jiang Hao joined, everything he had could turn to nothing. Therefore, he had to cooperate with Wang Dongkai to deal with this threat, which was why he took the risk of calling Wang Dongkai. At this moment, Lianhai said seriously, "Wang Dongkai, although we have always been rivals, we must team up now. Didn't you want to join forces to eliminate Jiang Hao before? Now I agree." Upon hearing this, Wang Dongkai frowned. "I wanted to eliminate Jiang Hao before, but this guy's driving skills are really too strong. If you saw it with your own eyes, you would be dumbfounded. To put it bluntly, even if we join forces now, we might not be able to stop Jiang Hao." Remembering Jiang Hao's astonishing driving skills, a hint of despair flashed in Wang Dongkai's eyes. He knew that even if he teamed up with Lianhai, intercepting Jiang Hao on the track would probably be futile. However, Lianhai sneered twice, his tone revealing a cold and cunning edge. "Who says we can't stop Jiang Hao? Don't forget, on the Old Street track, there are steep downhill sections near the right-angle turn. Jiang Hao's driving skills are indeed amazing. But if he encounters a collision during his drift, what do you think will happen?" Hearing this, Wang Dongkai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. "You mean to intentionally crash into Jiang Hao under the pretext of losing control in the downhill?" "Ha ha!" Lianhai laughed wildly. "Exactly. Once Jiang Hao encounters a collision during his drift, he will definitely overturn. As long as we prepare in advance, even if the crash happens, we won't be too seriously injured. But Jiang Hao will definitely be severely injured or even die. What do you think of this plan?" After listening, Wang Dongkai curled his lips into a cold smile. "Lianhai, I originally thought you were an upright person. It seems that you're the most ruthless and malicious one. However, with my current capabilities, even if the mech girl is fast, it's still difficult to catch up to Jiang Hao. Even if I do catch up, I will have to slow down to take the turn. I can't dare to not slow down like Jiang Hao. Li Yunhai didn't care about Wang Dongkai calling him malicious. As long as he could solidify his position in the team, being a bit ruthless was nothing. As for Wang Dongkai saying he couldn't catch up to Jiang Hao, that was also within Li Yunhai's expectations. He calmly said, Wang Dongkai, listen carefully. Your task is just to keep chasing Jiang Hao from behind. With your mech girl speed, catching up to Jiang Hao in the straight section is very easy. You just need to create the appearance of fiercely competing for the championship with Jiang Hao. Leave the rest to me. At this point, Li Yunhai's tone suddenly turned cold. Wang Dongkai, if everything goes smoothly, my mech girl will definitely suffer serious damage in this race. So even if you win the championship, you must give me the 1 million prize money. Otherwise, before Li Yunhai could finish, Wang Dongkai immediately agreed. No problem. As long as you can make Jiang Hao overturn, I'll transfer the 1 million to your account immediately. Ha ha ha, very good. Li Yunhai smiled with satisfaction. Then let us wish for a pleasant cooperation. After saying this, Li Yunhai hung up the phone. In the driver's seat, Wang Dongkai revealed an extremely cold smile. He never expected that Li Yunhai would take the initiative to team up with him. Upon careful thought, it made sense. After all, Jiang Hao belonged to the Star Racing Club, which also belonged to the Stellar Group. He must be worried that Jiang Hao would outshine the Stellar Racing team today, thus affecting his position in the team. I never expected that the notorious Li Yunhai could be even more malicious than I am. At this moment, Zidian's voice sounded in his ear. Master, should we follow his plan and start pursuing Jiang Hao? Wang Dongkai nodded, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Li Yunhai's plan is quite perfect. Since we chose to join forces, we must go all out to pursue Jiang Hao. Come on, unleash your maximum speed and catch up to that fool Jiang Hao. Chapter 32. The race goes out of control. Jiang Hao encounters a crisis. After a brief adjustment, Zidian immediately burst forth with astonishing speed. With an exceptional acceleration attribute of 90 points, Zidian was nearly unbeatable in straight-line sprints, leaving the vast majority of machine girls far behind. The speed was so fast that it shot up to over 400 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye, and it was still climbing. At this moment, it lived up to its name, resembling a purple lightning bolt streaking across the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Even more favorable was the fact that after the right-angle turn, there was a straight section of the track that extended for 5 kilometers, with no bends to interfere. This was undoubtedly a godsend for Wang Dongkai. Without hesitation, he let Zidian race freely on this straight stretch, accelerating wildly. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Wang Dongkai quickly caught up to Jiang Hao and overtook him at an astonishing speed. This is why the speed of machine girls is so crucial. Jiang Hao's driving skills were indeed impressive, but his machine girl was clearly holding him back, as her speed was still too slow. His machine girl, SD 799, was actually part of the Lightning family, but unfortunately, her performance was too poor to remain in the family. A machine girl with serious performance issues, even with special abilities, was not of much significance. Although she could gain a brief speed boost after the turns, there were too few turns on this track, rendering her special ability almost useless. It was truly a pity that Jiang Hao had such excellent driving skills. If only he had a different machine girl, Wang Dongkai would not have been able to catch up at all. The spectators witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiang Hao. Lin Zheng, sitting in the audience, sighed repeatedly. Miss, it's such a pity for Jiang Hao. I didn't expect him to be overtaken by Wang Dongkai so easily. In the end, it's still the poor performance of SD 799. This time, no matter what, Jiang Hao had to switch to a different machine girl. In Lin Zheng's view, Jiang Hao's hopes of winning the championship in this race had already become slim. However, fortunately, with his astonishing driving skills, he had already deeply impressed everyone present. Now, everyone knew that Jiang Hao was being held back by the SD 799 machine girl. Even if he failed to win, it wouldn't affect his reputation. In fact, it might attract even more sponsors. Of course we need to change, and we need to get the best. Chen Xueying thought this while feeling ecstatic. Just now, when Jiang Hao soared through the turns with incredible driving skills, he had completely stunned Chen Xueying. She never expected Jiang Hao to be so outrageously skilled. Fortunately, Wang Dongkai, driving Zidian, quickly overtook Chen Xueying, which helped to calm her flustered heart. She was well aware that the old street track was primarily straight. No matter how skilled Jiang Hao was, if his machine girl's straight-line speed was too slow, he could not possibly win. However, there were too many drivers participating in this friendly match of the Seoul Racing Club. Among them were some who were just filling in. In this situation, it was nearly impossible for Jiang Hao to come in last. But as long as he didn't win, all the money he invested in Jiang Hao could be returned immediately. Adding it all up, it was nearly 20 million. Next, it was just a matter of arranging for Jiang Hao to participate in races that he was almost guaranteed to lose, and sooner or later, he would finish last. This way, he would directly receive a hundredfold return on his investment. By then, arranging for Jiang Hao to have a genuine Lightning family machine girl would be no problem at all. And just as Chen Xueying was envisioning the future, Jiang Hao on the track was not at all flustered. Zidian's speed was incredibly fast, and it was normal for him to be overtaken by Wang Dongkai on such a purely straight track. Everything was within Jiang Hao's expectations. After all, this was just the first lap. There was no need for him to rush to sprint. Understanding the track conditions was the most important thing. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened while he was pushing himself to the limit, it would be disastrous. We'll stick to the old plan. Let's not rush this lap. Jiang Hao gently patted Lightning's rear, planning to unleash its power in the second lap and show everyone its potential. MECH, I will listen to the master. Lightning excitedly nodded. Under Jiang Hao's control, they sped forward in an orderly manner. In the next part of the race, when they encountered straight sections, due to Lightning's performance, Jiang Hao was basically falling behind. But once they hit the right-angle turns, Jiang Hao could immediately overtake Wang Dongkai. The competition between the two was intense, becoming the main highlight of the race. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. The rain in the mechanical world was getting heavier, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty for the drivers. Many cautious drivers chose to slow down to avoid accidents. In this race, only Wang Dongkai, Jiang Hao, and Li Yunhai were still racing at full capacity. The other drivers had mostly given up. Now, they had reached the final stretch of the old street track, which was the most challenging part of the U-shaped track. It included 5 right-angle turns, with an uphill before each turn. The pouring rain undoubtedly increased the danger of this section of the track. Li Yunhai, who was originally in the lead, chose to slow down upon entering this section, giving Jiang Hao the opportunity to overtake him. This changed the situation to Jiang Hao leading everyone at the front, with Li Yunhai in second place and Wang Dongkai in third. Li Yunhai had started much earlier than Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao quickly caught up. This meant that even if Li Yunhai managed to overtake Jiang Hao, his total time would inevitably be longer than Jiang Hao's. However, Li Yunhai did not feel the slightest shock at being overtaken by Jiang Hao. Instead, a smug smile appeared on his face. Jiang Hao, you finally took the bait. Ha ha ha. With Li Yunhai's loud laughter, just as they were about to go uphill, he suddenly accelerated. In an instant, he pushed his machine girl's speed to the limit. Bye you. I'm sorry to trouble you to put on a good show this time. He softly reassured his machine girl. After the race, I will definitely upgrade you. Li Yunhai's machine girl, named by you, was a fully silver racing car. Although her speed was not as fast as Wang Dongkai's Zidian, she was still far superior to Jiang Hao's SD 799. In an instant, her speed exploded to nearly 400. What? Jiang Hao didn't know much about Li Yunhai, but he knew this guy would never dare to do something like this. It was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Could it be? Could this guy be doing it on purpose? Jiang Hao suddenly realized something, his expression changing drastically. However, at this moment, Li Yunhai had already surged to the top of the hill, drawing a dazzling arc in the air almost simultaneously with Jiang Hao. But at the moment of landing, Li Yunhai's Baiyu suddenly skidded out of control, crashing violently into Jiang Hao's Lightning. Chapter 33. Car Accident. Earlier, Li Yunhai had shocked everyone present by sprinting down the slope at an astonishing speed of 400 km/h. At this moment, when his car lost control, the hearts of the spectators rose to their throats, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. This is bad. Li Yunhai's car is out of control, and it could lead to a serious accident. Li Yunhai is still too young and impulsive. After being overtaken by Jiang Hao, he clearly began to panic. This guy is simply insane. No matter how anxious he is, he shouldn't take such a reckless risk at that incredible speed. His speed far exceeded Jiang Hao's, and Li Yunhai could hardly maintain full control. Moreover, with the heavy rain pouring down, the difficulty of driving has undoubtedly increased significantly. Now it's a mess. Li Yunhai's car is hurtling towards Jiang Hao, and unless Jiang Hao can miraculously dodge it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dodge it? How is that possible? Under normal circumstances, he might still have a chance to react. But now it's a downhill section, and the ground is slippery. Jiang Hao is already prepared to drift. If he gets hit by Li Yunhai, a serious accident is certain. I even suspect that Li Yunhai is doing this on purpose. It's really infuriating. He could have enjoyed watching Jiang Hao's amazing driving skills, but now it's turning into a car crash scene. The audience had basically concluded that Jiang Hao was going to get hit, except for a few fans of Li Yunhai who felt sorry for him. Most were cursing Li Yunhai. After all, he was the one who caused all this. If it weren't for Li Yunhai's reckless acceleration, the car wouldn't have lost control and wouldn't have headed towards Jiang Hao. Li Yunhai is simply despicable. Lin Zheng witnessed this scene and was furious, cursing loudly. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Miss, Li Yunhai seems like a gentleman, but in reality, he's a scheming little man. He must have sensed Jiang Hao's presence, feeling threatened by his position in the Yaoxing racing team. So he resorted to such dirty tactics, wanted to make Jiang Hao crash. This guy has done similar things before. He's utterly detestable. Even if Lin Zheng didn't say anything, Chen Xueying was well aware of Li Yunhai's vile character. This guy is the nephew of He Wen and He Yu, and they are all in cahoots. Before the race even started, Jiang Hao had already clashed with Wang Dongkai and almost came to blows. So it's only natural that Wang Dongkai would target Jiang Hao during the race. But she never expected Li Yunhai to be even more despicable than Wang Dongkai. Although this move would secure Jiang Hao's position at the bottom, it could also lead to a serious car accident, and he might even die on the spot. Li Yunhai's actions undoubtedly infuriated Chen Xueying. That damn guy. If Jiang Hao really dies because of this, I will never let him go. This beast is worse than an animal. Chen Xueying could no longer suppress her inner fury and began to curse loudly. At this moment on the track, Jiang Hao had anticipated that Li Yunhai would cause trouble, but he never expected Li Yunhai to be this insane. This despicable man is so treacherous. Jiang Hao cursed loudly. If it were on a normal track, it would be easy for Jiang Hao to dodge Li Yunhai's impact. But now the track was incredibly slippery due to the rain. Plus, he was in the middle of a high-speed drift, and Li Yunhai's violent crash felt like a sudden thunderclap, catching him off guard. Even though Jiang Hao's reflexes were as quick as lightning and his driving skills were superb, it was nearly impossible to avoid the collision in this situation. Boom! With a loud crash, Li Yunhai's white feather collided violently with Jiang Hao's lightning on the track, sparks flying and debris scattering. Jiang Hao's car instantly lost balance under the tremendous impact and began to skid wildly on the track. It was like a runaway wild horse, impossible to control. Meanwhile, Li Yunhai's car, out of control, veered off the track and crashed violently into the guardrail, emitting a piercing metallic screech. The spectators stood up, holding their breath in tension, their hearts in their throats. Watching Jiang Hao's car skid uncontrollably on the track, they shook their heads in despair, filled with regret. Oh no, it's over. Jiang Hao is definitely going to crash. What was supposed to be an exciting race has turned into such a disaster because of Li Yunhai's reckless actions. Li Yunhai could no longer continue the race, and it seemed Jiang Hao could hardly escape disaster either. This gave third place Wang Dongkai an opportunity. What a shame. I was looking forward to seeing more of Jiang Hao's spectacular driving skills. I even began to suspect whether Wang Dongkai and Li Yunhai had conspired in advance. Everything is just too coincidental to ignore. While everyone was discussing, Jiang Hao on the track still did not give up. Master, it hurts so much. I feel like I'm falling apart. Am I going to die? Lightning had never experienced anything like this. The violent impact from Li Yunhai's car had severely damaged it. At this moment, the cockpit was flashing red lights, and alarms were blaring. Lightning was crying out in agony. Lightning, don't panic. Jiang Hao displayed an extraordinary calmness, quickly saying, You are not an ordinary machine girl, nor are you a fragile regular racing car. Even though you were hit by that beastly Jiang Hao, you are not going to fall apart, and you won't die. Lightning, you just need to calm down and hold on tight. Leave the rest to me. I will definitely help you win this race. While comforting Lightning, Jiang Hao gripped the steering wheel tightly. At that moment, his hands seemed to meld with the racing car, revealing determination and resilience in his eyes. Despite Lightning losing control and skidding wildly on the slippery track, even being overtaken by Wang Dongkai, who had been left behind, Jiang Hao paid no attention. He exerted all his strength to control the car, as if taming a runaway wild horse. With his astonishing driving skills, every subtle movement was perfectly executed. Just when everyone thought Jiang Hao was doomed, Lightning, under his control, miraculously began to stabilize. Although the car was still swaying slightly and had sustained serious damage, this did not make Jiang Hao give up the race. Lightning also showed incredible willpower, gritting her teeth and enduring the intense pain. She knew that if she couldn't hold on now, Jiang Hao would definitely lose. The fact that Lightning could return to the track and not be sent back for repairs was all thanks to Jiang Hao. He had given her a second life. How could she let him down at such a crucial moment? Master, I can continue racing. At this moment, Lightning said with unwavering determination. Great, that's my machine girl. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and then slammed the accelerator. The car surged forward like a beast awakened, racing down the track once again. Chapter 34, Is This Something Humans Can Do? Everyone initially thought Jiang Hao would crash, or end up like Jiang Hao, forced to withdraw from the race after violently hitting the guardrail. After all, Jiang Hao's car had already started to lose control, and with the ground being slippery, it was impossible to maintain stability. But to everyone's surprise, not only did Jiang Hao not crash, he miraculously stabilized the car. Immediately after, he adjusted his state with astonishing speed and continued to engage in the fierce competition. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone present. My God, is this something humans can do? Jiang Hao crashed into Jiang Hao's mech so violently, yet he was still able to hold on. Moreover, Jiang Hao's mech could still continue driving, which was simply unbelievable. MECH are not ordinary racing cars. They have emotions and desires. After such a severe impact, it must be in immense pain. So how could it endure? Could it be that this accident did not cause significant damage to Jiang Hao's mech? That is impossible. Look at how the body of SD-799 is clearly dented. It can't be fine, which means SD-799 is persisting in the race out of sheer will. I've never seen a mech with such incredible perseverance. At this moment, the entire venue erupted into thunderous applause and frenzied cheers. Originally, many fans of Jiang Hao and Wang Dongkai had come to watch the race. But now, everyone was captivated by Jiang Hao's driving skills, wildly shouting his name. Even SD-799, which had previously been deemed a useless mech by many, received continuous praise from the crowd. All of this deeply pierced Jiang Hao's eyes. He looked at the distant Jiang Hao in disbelief, his face filled with horror and unwillingness. He thought his plan was flawless. That Jiang Hao would never escape that blow. However, although he did crash into Jiang Hao did not crash as he had hoped. Instead, he quickly stabilized the car and could even continue racing. Why? Why did this happen? Jiang Hao paid a painful price to eliminate Jiang Hao. His mech, Baiyu, was severely damaged and had to be sent for repairs. He himself was injured and bleeding from the crash. If Jiang Hao could have crashed and been hurt, he would have felt it was all worth it. But now, Jiang Hao was almost unaffected, continuing to drive his mech at high speed on the track, making Jiang Hao feel like a complete joke. Master, I'm in so much pain. Baiyu, heavily injured, was wailing in agony. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao had no mind to care about his mech's injuries. He was constantly imagining Jiang Hao jumping ship to the Yaoxing Racing Club, taking away everything that belonged to him. No, why can this kid be so amazing? Why can even his mech continue to grit its teeth and persist in the race? Useless. They're all useless. Jiang Hao's emotions broke down, and after getting out of the car, he vented all his anger on Baiyu, kicking it fiercely. This action undoubtedly made many people present look down on Jiang Hao. Clearly, it was his lack of skill that caused the mech to lose control and crash. Now, he was still punching and kicking the mech. Such behavior was simply disgraceful. As one of the most famous young drivers in Fuqing, Li Yunhai's actions undoubtedly brought a huge negative impact to the Yaoxing Club. All the major media present rushed to capture this shocking moment, each frame clearly recording this turmoil. But Li Yunhai was completely blinded by rage, oblivious to everything around him, only caring about venting his anger. Meanwhile, Wang Dongkai thought that after Li Yunhai crashed into Jiang Hao, neither of them would be able to continue the race. This made Wang Dongkai relax, leisurely driving his Zidian on the track. After all, in his view, the two most threatening drivers had already been eliminated. Who else could affect his position as champion? Moreover, injuring Jiang Hao this time also counted as completing the task assigned by Lin Zhuiyue. The thought of soon being able to take the renowned Lin Zhuiyue as his mentor filled Wang Dongkai with joy. At this moment, Wang Dongkai had already driven Zidian through the most difficult section of the old street and was about to complete the first lap at the fastest speed. As long as he led in the first lap, the subsequent second and third laps would naturally be a piece of cake. But just then, Zidian suddenly let out a cry. Master, that guy can still continue racing, and he's actually going to catch up to us." This sudden exclamation from Zidian startled Wang Dongkai. He initially wanted to scold Zidian, but accidentally caught a glimpse of Jiang Hao driving lightning in the rearview mirror. What the hell? This guy, wasn't he crashed by Li Yunhai? Why can he still continue racing? Wang Dongkai thought he was seeing things and instinctively rubbed his eyes. At that moment, Jiang Hao drifted around the corner with lightning and triggered the super acceleration ability. In 10 seconds, lightning's speed explosively increased, instantly reaching 400 km/h. Meanwhile, Wang Dongkai had to slow down to navigate the series of right-angle turns for safety. Therefore, he had no chance to react and was overtaken by Jiang Hao at an astonishing speed. The 10 seconds of acceleration allowed Jiang Hao to leave Wang Dongkai far behind in an instant. Staring at the increasingly distant taillights of lightning, Wang Dongkai was left dumbfounded. This guy must be cheating. Damn it, his mech was crashed like that, and he can still race? Doesn't that damn mech feel pain? How is this possible? Wang Dongkai cursed angrily. "Master, I can assure you that Jiang Hao's mech, having suffered such severe injuries, must be in unbearable pain. But now it can still persist in the race, which is simply hard to believe. I think aside from having strong willpower, its stability must also be extremely high. After all, putting speed aside, ST-799 was once a member of the Lightning family." Seeing this scene, Zidian, also a mech, was deeply shocked. Damn, didn't Li Yunhai say he could take out Jiang Hao? This bastard is just a useless piece of trash. Zidian, I don't care what means you use. You must surpass Jiang Hao immediately. I want to win. I cannot lose. Chapter 35. Wang Dongkai's brutal cornering technique. Master, if it were a straight track, overtaking Jiang Hao at my speed would be a piece of cake. The problem is the last stretch has 5 consecutive right-angle turns. During this segment, Jiang Hao will definitely catch up, and he might even overtake us. It's nearly impossible to completely shake him off, Zidian said in a panic, unless we can miraculously maintain nearly full speed while cornering. At least keep up with Jiang Hao, sweeping through the turns at a speed of 300 km/h. Only then can we ensure that Jiang Hao cannot reach our speed and completely shake him off. But with my steering ability and the slippery road, it's simply impossible. Zidian knew her master's temperament well and expected a furious reprimand. But unexpectedly, Wang Dongkai burst into a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha, Zidian, you've given me a great idea. That's right, as long as we ensure that we don't have to slow down when turning, relying on our straight-line speed advantage. Jiang Hao is bound to lose," Wang Dongkai said, a sly smile creeping onto his face, as if he had everything under control. "Master, I was just casually mentioning it. With my current performance, it's impossible to corner without slowing down. Although the rain has lessened, the road is still slippery." Before Zidian could finish, Wang Dongkai interrupted her. "Do you think I don't know what you're talking about? After all, I'm one of the most famous young drivers in Fuqing. How could I lack such basic knowledge? The reason I dare to do this is that I have complete confidence. From now on, without my permission, you must not slow down on your own. I have full control. If you dare disobey my orders, I'll send you back to the furnace." Hearing the words "back to the furnace," Zidian trembled in fear. For machine girls, being sent back to the furnace meant being killed. Zidian wouldn't dare disobey her master's orders. Quickly nodding, "Master, I will never violate your instructions." "Very good." Wang Dongkai nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Zidian was not wrong with her performance. It was nearly impossible to corner without slowing down. Furthermore, Wang Dongkai's driving skills were mediocre, and he couldn't even execute basic drifting well. This meant that cornering without slowing down was out of the question. However, Wang Dongkai had already devised a rather perfect plan. That is, to crash through. When encountering a right-angle turn, there would be no need to deliberately slow down or worry about the machine girl's safety. Just grip the steering wheel tightly and let Zidian crash through every turn like a wild beast. Although this would lead to heavy damage for Zidian. As long as they could win the race, all sacrifices were worth it for Wang Dongkai. Zidian had somewhat guessed what Wang Dongkai was planning, but as a machine girl, she simply couldn't go against Wang Dongkai's wishes. Otherwise, she would definitely be sent back to the furnace. Compared to death, what did serious injury matter right now? Ha ha ha. With Wang Dongkai's loud laughter, Zidian suddenly accelerated, like a black and purple lightning bolt racing down the track. Due to Li Yunhai's car accident, he could no longer continue the race. The other competitors had mostly given up, having witnessed Li Yunhai's crash into the wall. This caused nearly all the drivers to completely abandon the race. Now, only Wang Dongkai and Jiang Hao remained, still fiercely competing. At this moment, the surrounding audience was in high spirits, cheering loudly, with the vast majority cheering for Jiang Hao. However, in this enthusiastic atmosphere, Chen Xueying's expression was gloomy, appearing particularly out of place. "Miss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Zheng noticed Chen Xueying's unusual demeanor and immediately asked. Although Jiang Hao had been ambushed by Li Yunhai earlier, almost leading to a serious accident, thankfully, Jiang Hao managed to navigate the danger with astonishing driving skills. This made Lin Zheng extremely excited. In his view, Jiang Hao was sure to win the race. But under such circumstances, Chen Xueying was frowning and looking very unhappy, which puzzled Lin Zheng. "No, I'm fine." Chen Xueying forced a smile, but her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She was extremely angry that Jiang Hao had been ambushed by Li Yunhai. If Jiang Hao had really died, she would have made Li Yunhai pay with his life. However, what was happening now was completely different from what she had anticipated. Jiang Hao had endured Li Yunhai's fierce impact without much effect and was continuing the race. He even overtook the already leading Wang Dongkai. This meant that Jiang Hao was likely to win the championship. Once Jiang Hao won, the huge investment made in him would be unrecoverable. How could Chen Xueying be happy about that? From the beginning, when Jiang Hao was behind, to him displaying astonishing driving skills, overtaking Wang Dongkai, then to the accident, and now soaring high again. This roller coaster of events was truly overwhelming for Chen Xueying. Wasn't it just said that he had just gotten his driver's license? How could this guy's driving skills be so impressive? Where on earth did he take his driving test? Chen Xueying endured her inner anger, as if she had a little figurine of Jiang Hao in her hands, constantly stabbing it with a needle. Just at that moment, a sudden exclamation came from the audience. "Oh my God, look quickly. What does Wang Dongkai want to do?" There's about to be an uphill, followed by a right-angle turn, and he dares not to slow down? His machine girl was already approaching a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, even faster than Li Yunhai. Did he think he could easily complete a perfect drift like Jiang Hao? How could that be possible? If Wang Dongkai could do that, why would he have slowed down when cornering earlier? Why take such a risk? Was he also losing his mind out of frustration? Who knows? This is simply too crazy. The audience was buzzing with discussions, and Chen Xueying's attention was drawn to Wang Dongkai. She saw Wang Dongkai showing no intention of slowing down. His machine girl like a runaway horse, continuously unleashing astonishing speed as they charged uphill. At the moment the machine girl reached the top of the hill, it felt as if time had frozen. But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. After Wang Dongkai drove Zidian up the hill, he traced an astonishing arc in the air. Then, Zidian crashed heavily onto the ground. Using the impact force, Wang Dongkai violently slammed Zidian's body against the guardrail, forcing her to change direction and crash through the right-angle turn. Chapter 36, it's time to show real skills. Such a violent crash. Even if the mech girl's body is strong enough, it's impossible to be completely unharmed. One side of Zidian's body was obviously dented, showing serious damage. This caused Zidian to endure immense pain. Master, if this continues, I will die. Zidian cried out in agony. However, Wang Dongkai, at this moment, did not care at all about Zidian's injuries. He shouted angrily, "Shut up! If you dare to whine again, be careful, I send you back to the furnace immediately. Until I win the championship, no matter how serious your injuries are, you have to endure. Even that useless mech girl SD 799 can do it, so you must too." In the cockpit of the mech girl, the protection for the driver is very well done. Unless it's a very serious accident, the driver generally won't suffer too much harm. Wang Dongkai had prepared for the crash in advance, so he was unharmed and still driving Zidian at full speed. Although Zidian was in excruciating pain, she was powerless to resist Wang Dongkai's commands. She could only grit her teeth and bear the intense pain, striving to move forward. This scene was clearly witnessed by everyone present. Initially, everyone thought Wang Dongkai and Li Yunhai were both frantic and had lost their rationality. To achieve victory, they took risks and chose not to slow down while turning. But they never expected that Wang Dongkai was not out of control at all. Everything was intentional on his part. This madman, how dare he do this? Doesn't the mech girl's life matter? He claims to be a professional driver, but he is worse than a beast. This guy's behavior is even more despicable than Li Yunhai's. Is there no one to take action? I demand the revocation of this madman Wang Dongkai's driving license. These angry voices pierced the eardrums of everyone at the Seoul Racing Club like sharp swords. Wang Zhen, as the owner of the Seoul Racing Club and organizer of the friendly match, never anticipated that such a thing would happen. This ungrateful son, he is really driving me crazy. Wang Zhen was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring, cursing loudly. If Wang Dongkai were standing in front of him right now, he would not hesitate to kick him a few times. With Wang Zhen's financial resources, losing a mech girl is actually not a big deal. But the problem is reputation. Wang Dongkai's actions not only damaged his own reputation, but also caused the Seoul Racing Club to lose face. There were numerous media reporters at the event, and what happened today would soon become known to everyone. Even if Wang Dongkai ultimately won the championship, it would be a victory without glory. Instead, it would put Wang Dongkai at risk of being banned. The Racing Association of Yin Country clearly stipulates it is strictly forbidden for drivers to inflict any harm on mech girls, and it is not allowed for drivers to take extreme measures to put mech girls in danger for the sake of victory. Wang Dongkai had passed the supernova preliminaries and would soon participate in the heats. If he were banned by the Racing Association because of what happened today, it would mean he lost his qualification to participate in the supernova heats. The more Wang Zhen thought about it, the angrier he became. Shouting at the person next to him, "Immediately contact Wang Dongkai. Tell him to give up the race and stop harming the mech girl." As soon as he finished speaking, the secretary sitting next to Wang Zhen, with a very ugly expression, said, "Boss, we can't contact the young master right now." He turned off his phone. He also turned off the communication device on the mech girl. What? Wang Zhen trembled with anger upon hearing this. This ungrateful son, does he intend to drive me to death? Everything Wang Dongkai said now exceeded Wang Zhen's expectations. What's more troublesome is that he cannot stop it now. He could only watch helplessly as Wang Dongkai made such a crazy move. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Wang Dongkai, relying on Zidian's speed, recklessly took the turn. This allowed Zidian to quickly catch up with the lightning driven by Jiang Hao and overtake it. "Jiang Hao, you will never win against me." "Ha ha!" Wang Dongkai rolled down the car window and let out a crazed laugh. However, Jiang Hao ignored all of this and did not show any panic due to Wang Dongkai's taunts. He remained calm, driving the lightning while carefully assessing the damage to it. "Master, it's all my fault for being too weak. If my performance were strong enough, I could have avoided Li Yunhai's crash just now. I'm afraid I will drag my master down and cause him to lose the race." The intense pain in her body, Lightning could endure, but she could not bear her own weakness. "Don't say such discouraging words. We're just temporarily behind. How could we lose? Don't worry. I'm fully confident that I can win this race." As Jiang Hao spoke, a confident light flashed in his eyes. From a moment he learned he would participate in the friendly match of the Seoul Racing Club, he had been practicing the high-speed straight-line drifting technique with lightning. If Wang Dongkai had not made such a crazy move just now, he would have planned to keep this killer move hidden. But now, since Wang Dongkai was using any means necessary to win, Jiang Hao could not let this person succeed. Moreover, Jiang Hao had promised Chen Xueying that he must win the championship in this friendly match. Now that the rain was about to stop, it was time to exert strength. Master, but given my current situation, I'm afraid I can't help you. Before Lightning could finish her words, Jiang Hao interrupted her. Lightning, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to be responsible for the navigation task. I'll handle everything. Just hold on a little longer, and I will definitely help you win the championship. Jiang Hao knew Lightning's injuries. She was enduring intense pain while racing on the track and had already taken on a heavy burden. He could not continue to increase her load. He just needed to keep the car running, and he could handle everything else. As for the navigation task, Jiang Hao had already memorized the entire track during the first lap. Even without Lightning's navigation, it would not affect his performance at all. Seeing Jiang Hao's confident expression, Lightning said nothing more. She silently nodded. Master, I believe in you. I will not give up until the race is over, no matter how serious the injury. As long as I have breath left, I will run to the finish line. Very well, then let us get started. Jiang Hao looked at the clear, straight track ahead, a proud smile appearing on his lips. It's time to show real skills. Chapter 37. Shocking everyone, surpassing Wang Dongkai. Under normal circumstances, the Lightning driven by Jiang Hao had a very slow, straight-line speed. The only hope to overtake Wang Dongkai lay in the corners. However, Wang Dongkai had gone mad, recklessly slamming the MECH girl into the walls to take the turns. This meant that Jiang Hao's only advantage was essentially gone. The many spectators present had already concluded that Jiang Hao had no hope of winning and expressed their regrets for him. At the same time, more and more people began to condemn Wang Dongkai. After all, his behavior was no different from publicly murdering a MECH girl. The situation unfolded just as they had anticipated. Wang Dongkai, using his wall-slamming technique, had successfully navigated the most challenging stretch of the old alley. With the second lap about to be completed, Jiang Hao still could not catch up, falling further behind and completely without hope of victory. However, just as everyone was lamenting Jiang Hao's fate, he made a shocking move on the track that astonished everyone. Although he was still some distance from the right-angle turn and hadn't even reached the uphill section, the Lightning suddenly unleashed an astonishing speed and began to drift. This was not an ordinary drift. It was a high-speed straight-line drift that Jiang Hao wanted to showcase to everyone. He first lightly pressed the brakes, skillfully adjusting the center of gravity of the Lightning. Then, just as the vehicle was about to lose balance, Jiang Hao sharply turned the steering wheel while smoothly and quickly increasing the throttle. This series of actions was incredibly fluid, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, with every detail executed flawlessly. With a roar of the engine, the Lightning transformed into a black and gold flash, the rear wheels generating immense friction while spinning at high speed. This allowed the vehicle to maintain high speed while beginning to slide slightly sideways on a straight path. But this slide was not out of control. It was precisely balanced by Jiang Hao, with smoke rising from the friction between the tires and the ground. In this state, the Lightning seemed to break free from the constraints of physical laws, racing down the track in a near-magical manner. Each minute adjustment kept the vehicle remarkably stable and fast. As if racing against the wind and time, Jiang Hao's eyes were fixed ahead, filled with a desire for victory and confidence in his skills. At that moment, he felt as if he had merged with the Lightning, every subtle movement eliciting the most direct response from the vehicle. This high level of synergy between man and MECH girl was the key to perfectly showcasing the high-speed, straight-line drift technique. As the Lightning surged up the hill with astonishing speed and landed firmly on the ground, just as it was about to turn, Jiang Hao adjusted the direction again. This allowed the Lightning to glide into the corner with elegance and power. Thanks to the superior performance of the Lightning, there was almost no loss of speed during the entire drifting process. Instead, the additional energy accumulated from the drift allowed the Lightning to trigger a 10-second super acceleration even faster. Previously, a single drift turn would only increase energy by about 10 to 20. However, this time, through high-speed straight-line drifting, it increased by nearly 50, almost more than double the previous amount, just at the most difficult stretch of the old alley, which was filled with 5 right-angle turns. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for him. With each turn, he could increase his energy by about 50, and after 2 turns, he could directly trigger 10 seconds of super acceleration. Jiang Hao had been accumulating energy for super acceleration all along, just to use the 10 seconds of super acceleration during this stretch, continuously performing high-speed right-angle drifts. This would allow the lightning to seamlessly maintain the state of super acceleration. Moreover, if the state of super acceleration had not been used yet, it could be stacked. It wasn't the case that energy accumulation stopped once the energy bar reached 100. The continuous state of super acceleration would ensure that the lightning speed would not be inferior to Wang Dongkai's purple lightning. Furthermore, Wang Dongkai's purple lightning had already been battered after continuous impacts. The vehicle had taken severe damage repeatedly, and it could not withstand it completely. This would undoubtedly cause its speed to gradually slow down, ultimately unable to continue the race. In the third lap, Jiang Hao had to surpass Wang Dongkai to claim victory. The astonishing move Jiang Hao displayed undoubtedly shocked everyone present. Wow, can someone tell me what Jiang Hao is doing? How can he start drifting on a straight section of the track? And how is his SD 799 MECH girl suddenly speeding up like she's on steroids? Didn't they say the acceleration engine had problems? This is simply slapping them in the face. Just a moment ago, Jiang Hao's average speed through the turn was around 370 to 380, and now it's shot up to 400. Who on earth is this guy? I can't believe he's just a rookie who just got his license. On the side, Chen Xueying was so shocked by Jiang Hao's maneuver that she couldn't utter a word. She had thought that Wang Dongkai could easily win with such a brutish method. Although this behavior made her extremely disgusted with Wang Dongkai, cursing him in her heart, she believed that under these circumstances, Jiang Hao would definitely not be able to catch up with Wang Dongkai, and thus could not win. This also meant that her system could finally trigger. Although Jiang Hao was unlikely to come in last, as long as he didn't win, she could still get her money back. But now, Jiang Hao's driving skills were simply like he had turned on a cheat. He was drifting on a straight track. She understood that the reason the lightning could unleash such speed must be due to some special ability. After all, as a member of the lightning family, it wouldn't make sense not to have some special ability. However, on a track that was mostly straight, this ability was originally difficult to utilize. But Jiang Hao was drifting directly on the straight section, and his speed was frighteningly fast. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could surpass Wang Dongkai with super acceleration. From the start of the race until now, the plot had been like a roller coaster, and Chen Xueying was truly exhausted. Amidst the cheers of astonishment from the crowd, Jiang Hao instantly passed the most difficult stretch. Maintaining an astonishing speed of over 400, he rapidly closed in on Wang Dongkai like a flash of lightning. Wang Dongkai had thought he had the victory in the bag, but at that moment he caught a glimpse of Jiang Hao, who was sprinting up in the rearview mirror. What the hell is this? How did this guy catch up again? Chapter 38, Champion Again. Wang Dongkai, in his desperate attempt to win, recklessly made Zidian crash into the wall while cornering. Even after doing this, his reputation would be greatly affected. Having paid such a high price, he was shocked to see Jiang Hao catching up. At that moment, the lightning driven by Jiang Hao erupted with astonishing speed, directly surpassing Wang Dongkai. Why does this guy's useless machine girl have such incredible speed? Zidian, push forward. Why can't you even catch up to a useless machine girl? Wang Dongkai was furious, frantically punching and kicking Zidian in the cockpit. Master, it hurts so much. It's not that I don't want to accelerate. It's just that I'm too injured to keep going. Master, please spare me. After Zidian's cries of agony, she ultimately couldn't bear the intense pain and lost consciousness. With Zidian's fainting, it also meant that the race car stalled, quietly stopping on the track. Useless. You useless thing. How dare you give up the race without my permission? I'll count to 3, and if you don't restart, I'll send you back to be remade. No matter how Wang Dongkai roared, it was meaningless. Zidian had already completely fainted, unable to maintain her racing state, reverting to her usual machine girl appearance. At that moment, Wang Dongkai was forcibly ejected from the cockpit and fell heavily to the ground. Ah, you infuriate me. You useless thing. From this moment on, I am no longer your master, and I will send you back to be remade. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, Wang Dongkai punched and kicked the injured and unconscious Zidian. Earlier, when Li Yunhai kicked the machine girl, the audience had already looked down on him. Now, Wang Dongkai's actions were undoubtedly even more detestable. How could he be so cruel to an unconscious machine girl? Many spectators witnessing this scene stood up, pointing at Wang Dongkai and angrily shouting, "Wang Dongkai, do you still deserve to be a professional driver? What you did is no different from murder. I will report you to the Racing Association. You vile little man should be completely banned." Wang Dongkai was already furious, and now the surrounding audience was insulting him like this. Some even threatened to report him to the Racing Association. This caused Wang Dongkai to lose all reason, pointing at the audience and roaring, "Shut up, a bunch of country bumpkins. How I race is none of your business. If you want to report me, go ahead. Do you really think I'm afraid?" Just as Wang Dongkai vented his anger, his father, Wang Zhen, rushed onto the track. Without saying a word, he slapped Wang Dongkai hard. This slap caught Wang Dongkai off guard and brought him back to his senses. "Dad!" Before Wang Dongkai could finish his sentence, Wang Zhen raised his hand and slapped him again. "Shut your mouth. Aren't you embarrassed enough today? How could I have such a fool as my son? From now on, you cannot leave the club without my permission. Someone, take this fool away." With Wang Zhen's order, the security personnel of the Seoul Racing Club rushed in. They forcibly took Wang Dongkai away despite his resistance. The injured and unconscious Zidian was also carried away on a stretcher by the staff, hurriedly leaving the racetrack. With Wang Dongkai's withdrawal from the race, no one could stop Jiang Hao from winning the championship. In the final lap, Jiang Hao surged forward like a fierce wind, crossing the finish line at the fastest speed amidst the cheers of countless spectators. He won the championship of this Seoul Racing Club friendly match. At first, most people believed that Jiang Hao, the A Group preliminary champion, had won by luck. But now, after this race, Jiang Hao undoubtedly proved his astonishing driving skills. At this moment, almost all the spectators became Jiang Hao's fans, cheering wildly. Before this, Li Yunhai and Wang Dongkai had both been regarded as the best young drivers of Fuqing's younger generation. But now they had become the laughingstock of everyone. At this moment, at the finish line, Jiang Hao quickly jumped out of the cockpit, and, at the same time, Lightning returned to her machine girl form. Her clothes around her waist were soaked with blood, and her face was as pale as paper. After being hit by Li Yunhai's machine girl, Lightning was seriously injured. But in order to help Jiang Hao win and repay him, she endured the pain silently, not uttering a word. Only after the race ended could she finally relax. Master, we won." Lightning, feeling extremely weak, directly knelt on the ground. Machine girls are very special life forms from the mechanical world. Although they can transform into cool racing cars, their physical structure is almost identical to that of humans when they maintain a human appearance. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly stepped forward to gently pick up Lightning and comforted her softly. "All right, don't say anything more." He carefully placed Lightning on the sofa in the resting area, saying, "From now on, your task is to sit here and rest well." "MHM." Lightning obediently nodded. Despite being covered in injuries, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction and happiness in her heart. As long as Jiang Hao could win, she would willingly pay the price of her life. With the end of the race, it was time for the awards ceremony. Jiang Hao changed into clothes with the sponsor's logo as required. Standing on the podium, he raised the trophy and passionately shouted the sponsor's advertising slogan. After completing this series of tasks, Jiang Hao was about to leave with Lightning when he saw Wang Zhen leading the members of the Seoul Racing Club approaching. "Mr. Jiang, please don't rush to leave. I am Wang Zhen, the owner of the Seoul Racing Club." Wang Zhen organized this friendly match primarily to recruit Jiang Hao. Now that Jiang Hao had displayed such extraordinary driving skills, he had shocked everyone present. From this moment on, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly become the most dazzling young driver in Fuqing. Wang Zhen would not miss the opportunity to recruit Jiang Hao. At this moment, Wang Zhen looked at Jiang Hao sincerely and asked if Mr. Jiang would be interested in having a talk with me. "Sorry, I have nothing to discuss with you or the Seoul Racing Club." Just remember to transfer the 1 million prize money to the Xingqian Club S account on time. After saying this, Jiang Hao turned and left with lightning. But at that moment, security personnel from the Soul Racing Club suddenly surrounded Jiang Hao and lightning. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? Jiang Hao looked coldly at Wang Zhen and questioned, do you want to act against me in front of everyone? Hearing this, Wang Zhen quickly waved his hand to clarify. Mr. Jiang, you misunderstand. I have no ill intentions towards you. Wang Dongkai's behavior during the race was indeed inappropriate. And as his father, I take responsibility and apologize to you. The reason I want to talk to you is simply to hope to give you a broader stage. The Xingqian Club has no future. Only by joining our Soul Racing Club can you have better development opportunities. Chapter 39. Trigger Hidden Mission. Mississippi. Miss, you have to look quickly. Wang Zhen and those people have surrounded Jiang Hao. They must be trying to win Jiang Hao over. Damn it. We can't let Wang Zhen's people succeed. Lin Zheng noticed Jiang Hao's situation at this moment and was furious. He intended to rush into the arena to help Jiang Hao, but found Chen Xueying sitting there in a daze. Miss, aren't you worried at all? Do you want to watch Wang Zhen poach Jiang Hao with a huge sum of money? Lin Zheng said anxiously. Now that Jiang Hao has defeated Wang Dongkai and Li Yanhai, he is undoubtedly the strongest driver of the younger generation in Fuqing. This will undoubtedly bring huge commercial value to our club. If Jiang Hao leaves, our club will be finished. However, Chen Xueying couldn't hear a word of what Lin Zheng was saying. She originally thought that arranging this friendly match for Jiang Hao meant he would never win. But unexpectedly, Jiang Hao did it. This meant she wouldn't receive the system's rebate reward. Fortunately, with Jiang Hao's rise to fame from this match, there should be quite a few sponsors coming in. This could somewhat alleviate the club's financial crisis. But then again, there are still many days ahead. Jiang Hao can't possibly win every match. Chen Xueying sighed slightly at this thought. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in her mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host's investment in driver Jiang Hao has exceeded 20 million, and the rebate for both times is 0 yuan. Unlocking hidden mission. If driver Jiang Hao can come in last place in the next race, the host will receive a rebate compensation of 200 times the investment amount. What? The moment Chen Xueying heard the system's voice, her eyes widened. 20 times 20 million. That's 4 billion. If she could obtain such a huge sum, she would immediately achieve financial freedom. At that time, not only could she train Jiang Hao, but she could also easily poach elites from other teams. She could make the Star Racing Club a world-class team. In fact, Chen Xueying was very clear about the system's actual intention, which was to encourage her to actively invest in and train drivers. Even if the trained drivers were not strong and brought little benefit to the club, the system would still provide a guaranteed rebate compensation. With this system in place, investing in drivers could be said to never result in a loss for Chen Xueying. However, in her view, the system was not meant to be used like this. The true clever use of the system was to trigger a hundredfold rebate compensation. To achieve this, she needed a driver whose skills were terrible. She originally thought Jiang Hao was the best candidate, but she never expected that, through a twist of fate, she ended up signing a dark horse. System, can I request to change my investment target? Chen Xueying said bitterly in her heart. No, once bound, it cannot be changed. If the bound driver leaves the host's team, the system will disappear immediately. Hearing this, Chen Xueying's eyes widened. She could no longer sit still. If Jiang Hao were really poached by the Soul Club, she would be finished. So, Chen Xueying immediately stood up and said, Uncle Lin, hurry. We must find Jiang Hao. We can't let him go with Wang Zhen. After saying that, Chen Xueying rushed toward Jiang Hao. Miss, why are you suddenly so agitated? Lin Zheng was genuinely puzzled by Chen Xueying's actions. But he didn't have time to think too much and quickly followed Chen Xueying toward Jiang Hao. At this moment, in the rest area of the arena, Wang Zhen had his secretary bring over a contract and handed it directly to Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, I know that whatever I say now is useless, but rest assured, I am definitely here with full sincerity. You can read this contract carefully. I don't know what kind of treatment the Star Racing Club offers you, but it definitely can't compare to the Soul Racing Club. As long as you are willing to join, I will immediately transfer 10 million to your personal account. What do you think? Wang Zhen had already thoroughly investigated Jiang Hao's background. He knew that Jiang Hao was an orphan raised in the Fuching orphanage. He had a hard life growing up in a slum. Although he was sure where Jiang Hao learned his driving skills, he knew that Jiang Hao definitely needed money. In his view, 10 million was an astronomical figure for someone like Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had no reason to refuse. However, just as Jiang Hao was about to say something, a furious shout suddenly came from afar. Wang Zhen, are you crazy? Jiang Hao is a member of my star club. Who allowed you to stop our team member from leaving? Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng came running over angrily. Ha! Seeing this, Wang Zhen sneered dismissively. Miss Chen, I think you've misunderstood. I just want to have a chat with Mr. Jiang. How could I be stopping him from leaving? At this point, Wang Zhen looked at Jiang Hao beside him and said, Mr. Jiang, you don't need to rush to give me an answer. You can go back and think about it slowly. I believe you will make the right choice. After saying that, Wang Zhen and his men dispersed and slowly left. Chen Xueying worried that Jiang Hao might really leave the Star Club, so she immediately spoke up. Jiang Hao, I know that with your current fame, the treatment the club offers you must be too low. How about this? Whatever demands you have, feel free to bring them up. Chen Xueying looked at Jiang Hao sincerely, and as long as it was something I could do, I would definitely meet your needs. Jiang Hao, hearing this, did not immediately respond, but glanced at the contract in his hands. Then he immediately shouted toward Wang Zhen ahead. President Wang, wait a moment. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Wang Zhen was instantly delighted and turned around. Mr. Jiang, have you made your decision? That's great. You really are a smart person. A good bird chooses the right tree to perch on. You Haven Tea made the wrong choice. Wang Zhen, thinking Jiang Hao had agreed, was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng looked ashen, feeling extremely desperate. But no one expected that Jiang Hao would decisively tear up the contract in front of Wang Zhen. He scattered the pieces directly over Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen, listen to me. I, Jiang Hao, am not an ungrateful person. I am a member of the Star Racing Club, and I will never transfer to another club. Chapter 40, Uninvited Guest. At this moment, Jiang Hao's words undoubtedly shocked everyone present. Wang Zhen's previously radiant smile instantly froze. In contrast, Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng, who were nearby, burst into excited laughter after a brief moment of astonishment. They never expected Jiang Hao to so decisively refuse the invitation from the Soul Racing Club. At this moment, Wang Zhen's face darkened as he looked at Jiang Hao, asking, So you're not satisfied with the conditions I offered? You're still young, and you have plenty of time ahead of you. Staying at the Star Racing Club would only waste your talent. If you join the Soul Racing Club, I guarantee you will get a real lightning family mech girl. Hee hee. Jiang Hao scoffed. I have never said I like the lightning family's mech girls, and I don't care at all. I have no interest in your Soul Racing Club. Goodbye. After saying this, Jiang Hao turned and left with lightning. Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng hurriedly followed. Watching Jiang Hao and the others leave, Wang Zhen gritted his teeth in anger. You ungrateful guy. Just wait. I will make you regret this. At this moment, Wang Zhen's eyes became extremely terrifying. If he couldn't have it, neither could anyone else. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, Chen Xueying, and Lin Zheng had already left the mechanical world and returned to the Star Racing Club. Due to Lightning's serious injuries, Jiang Hao let her go back to rest first. However, resting alone would not fully heal Lightning. Professional treatment was necessary. As mech girls are special life forms in the mechanical world, once injured, ordinary hospitals or repair stations cannot handle them. Only a spirit mechanic can treat them. At this moment, in the Star Racing Club, Jiang Hao got straight to the point and expressed his thoughts. President Chen, Lightning suffered severe injuries in this competition, and I hope you can contact a spirit mechanic for repair and treatment. Otherwise, it will greatly affect the upcoming Supernova preliminary, and I don't want to lose. Before Chen Xueying could speak, Lin Zheng sighed helplessly beside her. Mr. Jiang, we are very grateful that you chose to stay with our Star Racing Club. We can meet any conditions you propose. But you must understand that spirit mechanics are the most noble profession in the world, and their numbers are extremely rare. Each spirit mechanic can be considered a treasure of our Yin country. These important figures are usually elusive, and it's not easy to find one in a short time. Moreover, the costs for having a spirit mechanic treat a mech girl are often extremely high. At this point, Lin Zheng worried Jiang Hao would misunderstand them as being unwilling to spend money, so he quickly explained, Mr. Jiang, your driving skills are truly impressive. But the SD, 799 Mech Girl has obvious flaws. Even if your extraordinary driving skills can compensate for these flaws, she still cannot be considered a qualified Mech Girl. Instead of spending a large amount of money to find a spirit mechanic for repair, it would be better to give up on her. Don't worry. Our club will definitely provide you with a better Mech Girl. In Lin Jiang's eyes, the SD-799 had always had serious performance issues. The reason they bought SD-799 was not only because of the low price, but also with a bit of hope to get a bargain. After all, SD-799 came from the famous Lightning family. How bad could it be? But the result was a huge mistake. SD-799 was ridiculously slow, even worse than ordinary Mech Girls. Even with a purple quality engine module installed, her speed was still too slow. If Jiang Hao hadn't chosen her, SD-799 would have been sent back for reprocessing long ago. Now that SD-799 was seriously injured, Lin Jiang believed spending a large sum of money to treat such a Mech Girl was simply not worth it. He preferred Jiang Hao to give up on SD-799 and choose a better performing Mech Girl instead. Jiang Hao had actually anticipated Lin Jiang's remarks. He spoke slowly, his tone firm. I know that in your eyes, SD-799 is a Mech Girl that should be sent back for reprocessing. But in my eyes, she does not have serious performance issues. She is very excellent. I hope you can agree to my request. Lin Jiang wanted to say more, but was immediately stopped by Chen Xueying beside him. Manager Lin, Mr. Jiang is the most important person in our team. He is also the best young driver in Fuching. How can we refuse his requests? Since Mr. Jiang wants us to treat SD-799, there is naturally no problem. Mr. Jiang, please rest assured, I will contact a spirit mechanic immediately. No matter how high the cost, I will ensure he treats SD-799. I guarantee it won't affect your participation in the subsequent competitions. All right, thank you, President Chen. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, then stood up and left the club. He didn't know any spirit mechanics, but he believed Chen Xueying would definitely find a way to contact one. He needed to go back and check Lightning's condition. After Jiang Hao left, Lin Jiang looked at Chen Xueying helplessly. Miss, are you really going to do this? It's undeniable that Jiang Hao has exceptional driving skills. But SD-799 obviously has performance flaws. If he can drive such a Mech Girl so well, wouldn't he be even more amazing with a more powerful Mech Girl? Is it really worth spending a huge amount of money to treat a Mech Girl that should have been sent back for reprocessing? Lin Jiang's concerns were well understood by Chen Xueying. Under normal circumstances, if a Mech Girl was seriously injured, the final outcome was usually to send her back for reprocessing. Not everyone could afford to hire a spirit mechanic. Moreover, hiring a spirit mechanic was expensive, and often the treatment costs could directly buy a stronger Mech Girl. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Jiang tried hard to stop her. But in Chen Xueying's view, SD-799 had to be treated. No matter how expensive, it had to be cured, because only then would Jiang Hao have a chance to finish in last place. If they replaced Jiang Hao's Mech Girl with a much stronger one now, how would she complete the system's hidden task? As long as she could let Jiang Hao finish in last place in the next competition, she would directly receive at least 4 billion in rebate compensation. However, just as Chen Xueying was about to say something, an unexpected guest walked into the Star Racing Club. This person was dressed in an expensive suit, had slick back hair, and walked into the conference room with a proud expression. Both Chen Xueying and Lin Jiang showed shocked expressions upon seeing this man. He was Yu, the current head of the Yaoxing Racing Club. Chapter 41. Jiang Hao is mine. Yu. Chen Xueying was instantly filled with rage at the sight. Who allowed you to come up here? Do you believe I can have security throw you out? Xueying, what are you talking about? This building belongs to the Yaoxing Group. As a member of the Yaoxing Group, what is wrong with me entering my own building? Yu walked into the conference room with an arrogant expression, then sat down in a nearby chair, crossing his legs. Upon noticing Chen Xueying's hostile gaze, Yu smiled dismissively. Xueying, you really don't need to be so nervous. I'm here with no ill intent, just to inform you of something. Saying this, Yu casually took out a photo of Jiang Hao and placed it on the table. This driver named Jiang Hao is quite talented. After a decision from the company's higher-ups, we intend to recruit Jiang Hao into the Yaoxing Racing Club. You can prepare for him to report to the Yaoxing headquarters in the next few days. You're talking nonsense. Chen Xueying could no longer hold back, shouting, Yu, Who do you think you're to take away my Jiang Hao? He is a member of my Xingchen Racing Club, and he will never go to the Yaoxing Club. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly. Xueying, how naive you are. Your so-called Xingchen Racing Club actually belongs to the Yaoxing Group in a strict sense. This means Jiang Hao is also a driver under the Yaoxing Group. Moving from the Xingchen Club to the Yaoxing Club is like changing hands from left to right. What's the problem? He looked at Chen Xueying with disdain. In his eyes, Chen Xueying was just a young girl fresh out of college, far too inexperienced. Jiang Hao had recently defeated Li Yunhai and Wang Dongkai in a friendly competition held by the Linghun Racing Club, gaining fame. He could be said to be the most commercially valuable driver among the younger generation in Fuqing. He, who always viewed wealth as paramount, would never miss out on such a driver who could continuously bring in wealth. No matter what, he had to find a way to get Jiang Hao to join the Yaoxing Racing Club. Listening to Hiyu's words, Chen Xueying's anger reached its peak. Hiyu, stop talking nonsense. The Xingchen Racing Club has never belonged to the Yaoxing Group. This was a promise made by my father to me. It is an independent club. You absolutely cannot take Jiang Hao. Hiyu sneered. Xueying, do you really want to do this? So what if I do? Chen Xueying shouted angrily. Get out of here right now. We don't welcome despicable people like you. Good. Very good. Hiyu's expression darkened instantly. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. His eyes turned cold, and his tone revealed a threat. Chen Xueying, I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. If anything happens to your team in the future, don't come looking for the Yaoxing Group. After saying that, Hiyu angrily turned and left. Bah, what a piece of trash. Chen Xueying cursed. Sooner or later, I will drive you and the He siblings away. The entire process was overheard by Lin Zhang. At this moment, he spoke gravely. Miss, you shouldn't be so agitated. Right now, the ones your father trusts the most are the He siblings, and they have indeed brought great profits to the group. Offending He will probably bring significant trouble. Trouble? Chen Xueying scoffed. If I dare to do this, I'm not afraid of any trouble. No one can take Jiang Hao away. He is mine. Mine. Before Chen Xueying could finish her sentence, Lin Zhang's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, then looked at Chen Xueying with a serious expression. Miss, I need to step out to take a call. Moments later, Lin Zhang walked back into the conference room with a dark expression, his tone heavy. Miss, something big has happened. The sponsor who signed a contract with us suddenly said that Jiang Hao didn't say the advertisement lines as they requested, and they want to withdraw their investment. What did you say? Chen Xueying's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did Jiang Hao violate the rules? Didn't he follow their requirements? Besides, he just defeated Li Yunhai and Wang Dongkai. He is the strongest driver among the younger generation in Fuqing, with immense commercial value. Why would they suddenly do this? Chen Xueying was extremely confused. Miss, if I'm not mistaken, it should be you who pressured them. The Yaoxing Group is the largest force in Fuqing. Who would dare to offend them? We are really going to get into big trouble now. Everything went as Lin Zhang had predicted. Next, Chen Xueying and Lin Zhang's phones began to ring one after another. All were calls from sponsors who had previously agreed to collaborate. Their messages were almost identical, as if they had a unified stance, all expressing their intent to withdraw their investment from the Xingchen Racing Club. This meant that from this moment on, aside from the prize money from competitions, their club would have no other income. Damn it, that bastard Hiyu. I will tell my dad about this. Saying this, Chen Xueying was about to dial Chen Wansong's number, but was stopped by Lin Zhang. Miss, calm down. Hiyu is just the head of a racing team. Since he dares to do this, he must have received permission from your father. Calling him 1T change anything. Lin Zhang's face looked very grim as he spoke. He sighed heavily. Miss, we are truly at a dead end now. I suggest you go home and compromise with your father. Having Jiang Hao join the Yaoxing Group is better than being poached by other clubs. Before Lin Zhang could finish, Chen Xueying immediately interrupted him. No way. I will never compromise. So what if we don't have sponsors? The club 1T go bankrupt immediately. Trying to force me to back down? Impossible. Lin Zhang helplessly said. Miss, do you think it's that simple? To put it bluntly, the Yaoxing Group has already pressured us, which means we can't gain any commercial value from Jiang Hao. How can we profit just from those meager prize amounts from competitions? Besides, Jiang Hao requires us to find a mechanic to repair the SD 799. That is another huge expense, and at that point, our funding chain might really break. Miss, face reality. Chen Xueying was well aware of what Lin Zheng was saying, but she would never give up. She still had her secret weapon, the genius investment system. As long as Jiang Hao could come in last in the next competition, all problems would be easily resolved. Chapter 42, Doubles Competition. Chen Xueying takes the lead. Uncle Lin, you don't need to worry about the money. I have my own ways to handle it. A slight smile appeared on Chen Xueying's lips, as she had already thought of an excellent plan. Did you sell those machine girls I asked you to sell last time? Lin Zheng hurriedly replied, not yet. The performance of those machine girls is quite average. They will probably have to be sold at a loss. Even if we sell them all, along with the company's existing funds, we can barely gather around 15 million. However, a large portion of this will have to be spent on hiring a spirit mechanic to treat SD 799. This means we might only have around 6 or 7 million left. If we cut costs, we might manage for a while. But if Jiang Hao makes any additional demands, like buying modules to modify SD 799, we might struggle to cope. Once Jiang Hao realizes our financial strain, he might leave our club. Lin Zheng sighed deeply, Miss. I'm not trying to discourage you. In my opinion, Jiang Hao stays with us because he knows you're the daughter of the chairman of Yaoxing Group, and you surely have money. Miss, our only way out now is to seek help from the master. Only with the support of Yaoxing Group can we escape our current predicament. Chen Xueying naturally understood Lin Zheng's concerns, but she was not disheartened. Instead, she maintained a confident smile. Uncle Lin, I know all that you said, but I will never go back to beg him. You go ahead and sell those machine girls a low price, but you must keep one. I plan to have Jiang Hao participate in this competition. After saying that, Chen Xueying took a poster out of a drawer nearby. Initially, Lin Zheng looked puzzled, but upon seeing the content of the poster, his eyes widened immediately. Mississippi. Miss, are you serious? You want Jiang Hao to compete in the extreme doubles racing competition? There's no doubt about Jiang Hao's driving skills, but the problem is that to participate in this competition, we need to send out 2 drivers. Where are we going to find a second driver for our club? The extreme doubles racing competition mentioned by Lin Zheng is a grand event organized by the East China Racing Association. Each participating team must send 2 drivers. The final results of the competition are based on the combined times of the 2 drivers, with the team having the shortest total time winning the championship. The champion team will receive a hefty prize of 10 million. The preliminary round of the Supernova competition won't be held until next month. There is still more than half a month left, and many teams in East China will participate in this competition. After all, that prize money is incredibly tempting. If it were a single-player competition, Lin Zheng would undoubtedly let Jiang Hao participate without hesitation. But now, the Xingchen Racing Club only has Jiang Hao as a driver, and the club doesn't have enough funds to recruit other skilled drivers. In Lin Zheng's view, the Xingchen Racing Club simply does not have the conditions to participate in the doubles racing competition. Who says our team doesn't have a second driver? Am I not one? Chen Xueying said proudly, elegantly pulling her driver's license from her bag and slapping it on the table. Back then, Chen Xueying had a dream. She dreamed of becoming the most dazzling star in the racing world. But dreams are beautiful, and reality is cruel. Chen Xueying's driving skills were too poor, which made her realize the difference between dreams and delusions. So, she made a glamorous turn, transforming from a dreamer into a dream builder, establishing the Xingchen Racing Club. And now, this doubles racing competition is a golden opportunity for her that she cannot miss. As long as she relaxes a little on the track and gives Jiang Hao a little trouble, even if Jiang Hao is a genius driver, he can't easily take the crown. If there happens to be a little mishap along the way, the last place would be within reach, right? After all, the rules of the doubles race are clear. The 2 scores are added together. If Chen Xueying is as slow as a snail, Jiang Hao will be close to the bottom. The system stipulates that drivers cannot intentionally lose the race. Chen Xueying cannot do anything that might affect the driver's scores. But doesn't he say she can't compete herself? In a doubles race, we each race our own, without interfering with each other. This is not a violation. It's called strategy. Thinking of the hundredfold return from the system that is about to come, Chen Xueying couldn't help but smile widely, her lips almost reaching her ears. However, Lin Zheng, beside her, was completely confused and unable to keep up with Chen Xueying's train of thought. He frowned deeply, as if trying to squash a mosquito, and smiled wryly. Miss, are you planning to team up with Jiang Hao to compete? To put it bluntly, your driving skills are probably worse than those of a new driver who just got their license. You and Jiang Hao competing means dragging him down, right? In this situation, winning the championship is completely impossible. Even a small mistake could lead to coming in last. Uncle Lin, you're underestimating me a bit too much. Chen Xueying's expression turned unhappy. I have participated in formal competitions before, after all, although I have never won any dazzling titles. I shouldn't be outperformed by a new driver, right? I just need to perform normally, and the rest can be left to Jiang Hao. Even if we can't take the championship, we should at least secure a second or third place, right? As long as we are in the top 3, there will be prize money. At this point, Chen Xueying appeared determined on the surface, but internally, she was calculating her strategy. She could only hope that Jiang Hao would come in last, and if that happened, her dream of financial freedom would be just around the corner. Initially, Lin Zheng didn't understand Chen Xueying's intentions, but after careful thought, he actually felt it was a good idea. After all, under the pressure from Yaoxin Group, the club wouldn't have any sponsors anymore. The only way to profit is to participate in various events with substantial prize money. As long as they can secure a top 3 finish in this doubles racing competition, they can earn a considerable amount of prize money. Just as Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng were discussing the competition, Jiang Hao had already returned to the villa. In the previous race, Lightning had sustained severe injuries, but had still managed to finish the race. This made her already serious injuries even worse. At this moment, Lightning was too weak to get up and could only lie weakly on the bed. Her consciousness was hazy, and cold sweat was oozing from her body continuously. Her condition was concerning. Jiang Hao was not a spirit mechanic. He could only keep wiping her body with a towel, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented desire in his heart, dreaming of becoming a spirit mechanic. However, this dream seemed as distant as the stars in the sky, unattainable. In fact, even to this day, Jiang Hao had never seen a real spirit mechanic. Just when he was anxiously worrying about Lightning's injuries, a sudden doorbell rang, breaking the silence. Could it be that manager Chen has found a spirit mechanic to help? Jiang Hao felt a surge of joy and hurried downstairs. However, when he opened the door with anticipation, he was met not by Chen Xueying, but by a ragged old man who reeked of alcohol. Chapter 43, Abandoned SD, 799. Old man, you must have the wrong door. Jiang Hao looked at the disheveled, drunken old man in front of him, about to close the door. Unexpectedly, the old man quickly wedged his foot in the door, blocking his action. Hey, young man, don't be in such a hurry. I'm not at the wrong door. I came here specifically to chat with you, the old man said as he walked into Jiang Hao's big villa uninvited. TSK, TSK, TSK. Young man, you're quite impressive. A house this big must cost quite a lot. Old man, are you crazy? This is my home. What gives you the right to just walk in? Jiang Hao was already anxious because of the serious injury to Lightning, and now this inexplicable, drunken old man barged into his house, which made him very angry. If it weren't for the old man's age, Jiang Hao would have kicked him out long ago. I don't know you, and there's nothing to talk about. Please leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude, Jiang Hao said with a very displeased expression. Young man, I know the frustrations in your heart. It's just because your machine girl is injured and urgently needs a mechanic's treatment. No matter how anxious you are, it won't help. What you should do now is calm down, the old man said while taking out a small bottle of white liquor from his pocket and taking a leisurely sip. Jiang Yin originally had no good feelings for this old man, thinking he was just a lecherous old fool trying to mooch off others. But upon hearing the old man's words, Jiang Yin was suddenly startled. How do you know my machine girl is injured? Who are you? The old man's lips curled into a sly smile. I'm just an old man obsessed with racing. Your machine girl, numbered as D 799, should be soaring through the skies, enjoying glory as a member of the Lightning family. However, fate is cruel, and she was born with irremediable flaws. This misfortune caused her to fall from grace, stripped of all the brilliance belonging to the Lightning family, and reduced to a lowly machine girl in the eyes of others. Hearing this, Jiang Hao's expression darkened. His voice as cold as ice. Old man, I don't care who you are, but I won't allow you to slander my machine girl like that. Although I don't know much about the inner workings of the Lightning family, I don't think those machine girls are that impressive. In my heart, my machine girl is unparalleled, and her strength doesn't need anyone's validation. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Young man, you are truly too naive. You must know that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Your driving skills are indeed outstanding, but your machine girl might become a stumbling block on your path forward. Future races will only become more difficult. If you really want to become a top driver, I advise you to abandon SD 799 as soon as possible. At this point, the old man's originally lazy eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp glint. If you're willing to give her up, I can introduce you to a mechanic. I guarantee that he can restore your seriously injured machine girl to her former state. He can even. Before the old man could finish, Jiang Hao immediately interrupted him. Sorry, old man. I appreciate your good intentions. I don't need you to introduce me to any mechanics. By the way, I find what you said extremely ridiculous. Are you saying that to become a top racer, I should abandon my loyal machine girl who has been with me all along? That is simply a huge joke. Let me say it again. My machine girl is the best, unmatched by anyone. After saying this, Jiang Hao pointed to the door, his tone icy. Please leave here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for forcibly kicking you out. Oh dear, you're quite young, but of quite the temper, the old man chuckled nonchalantly. But soon, his expression became extremely serious. Young man, there is something I must tell you. Nowadays, in Fuching, there should only be one mechanic left. This person is notoriously greedy, lecherous, and his skills are quite poor. He has at most a third-tier mechanic. If you ask him to treat your seriously injured machine girl, it's very likely to be a wasted effort. The mechanic I know is different. Jiang Hao didn't want to listen to the old man ramble on any longer, pointing again to the door. Get out. All right, you're in a bad mood today, so I'll leave first. If you come to your senses, go find me at the Fuching number 3 Reforge factory, the old man said before staggering out. Strange old man. Watching the old man's departing figure, Jiang Hao muttered a few complaints. Then he went upstairs to take care of Lightning. In the evening, after receiving a message from Chen Xueying, Jiang Hao hurried to the club. Manager Chen, have you really contacted the mechanic? Jiang Hao hurriedly asked after entering the conference room. Of course, Chen Xueying smiled confidently. Since I promised you, I will definitely make it happen. Moreover, your machine girl is indeed seriously injured and needs treatment as soon as possible. I've already arranged it. Tomorrow morning, I will bring the mechanic to your house to treat your machine girl. However, Chen Xueying said as she handed Jiang Hao a poster. It prominently displayed the words Duo Racing Competition. Manager Chen, are you suggesting that I participate in this competition? Jiang Hao frowned. Actually, participating in any competition is not a problem for me. I am Manager Chen's gun. Wherever Manager Chen points, I will shoot. But the problem is that this competition requires 2 drivers. Does our team have any other drivers besides me? The registration time is about to close, so recruiting someone now seems a bit late. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Chen Xueying burst into laughter. Mr. Jiang, you don't need to worry. To be honest, I am the second driver of our team. The preliminary competition hasn't started yet, and I hope Mr. Jiang can help our club win the championship again. The prize money for this duo racing competition is quite substantial. Huh? Jiang Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. Manager Chen, you want to compete yourself? What is wrong with that? Or do you think I will hold you back, worried about my reputation and not wanting to compete? No, Manager Chen, you misunderstood me. Jiang Hao quickly said. Since Manager Chen has said so, then I will certainly give it my all. Please rest assured, Manager Chen. I can win the championship this time too. Chapter 44. Knowing the truth, Jiang Hao must win. After leaving the conference room, Jiang Hao looked at the poster for the 2-person racing competition in his hand, a look of confusion on his face. He couldn't understand the intention behind Chen Xueying's actions. In his view, the 2-person racing competition was a team event that required both drivers to perform excellently. If one party made a mistake, it would almost mean losing the championship. Jiang Hao had no knowledge of Chen Xueying's driving skills. He could only imagine the worst and view her as a complete novice. If they wanted to win this competition, they had to give their all to ensure that his race time far exceeded that of the other team's drivers. This way, even if Chen Xueying was a bit slower, they could still make up for it. Just as Jiang Hao was about to leave the club, he heard Lin Zheng calling urgently from behind. Jiang Hao, please wait a moment. Jiang Hao stopped and turned around to ask, Director Lin, is there anything else? Lin Zheng hurriedly approached Jiang Hao, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Jiang Hao, do you know why the young lady wants you to participate in this two-person racing competition? Perhaps it's because President Chen is eager to participate in the competition herself. Jiang Hao thought. After pondering, he concluded that this was the only possibility. Lin Zheng sighed slightly. Jiang Hao, actually, things are not as simple as you think. You should know the young lady's identity. She is Chen Xueying's daughter, the chairman of Yaoxin Group. So in your mind, you should also think that the Xingchen Racing Club belongs to Yaoxin Group, right? Jiang Hao frowned slightly. Isn't that the case? Of course not, Lin Zheng said anxiously. The Xingchen Racing Club does not belong to Yaoxin Group at all. The situation is like this. Lin Zheng did not hide anything and simply informed Jiang Hao about what had happened during this period, as well as Chen Xueying's original intention in establishing the Xingchen Racing Club. Initially, Jiang Hao thought that since Chen Xueying was Chen Xueying's daughter, the club must have plenty of funds. But he never expected that the club's financial chain was on the verge of breaking. At that moment, Jiang Hao finally understood the real reason why Chen Xueying wanted him to participate in the two-person racing competition. It was not out of personal interest, but rather to compete for the substantial prize money to maintain the normal operation of the team. Jiang Hao, I originally didn't plan to tell you these things. After all, you are currently the most outstanding driver of the younger generation in Fuqing. If you knew about our club's predicament, you would surely jump ship. I only decided to tell you everything after careful consideration. Such matters cannot be hidden from you forever. I don't expect you to stay at the club indefinitely, but I hope you can consider transferring after completing this two-person racing competition. When Lin Zheng said this, his expression was extremely grave. Now that the club had lost the support of sponsors, it was nearly impossible to maintain its operation solely relying on the prize money from competitions, in Lin Zheng's view, unless Jiang Hao could win first place in every race. But that was obviously unrealistic. Even world-class drivers couldn't guarantee a 100 win rate. Lin Zheng did not hold out much hope for Chen Xueying's decision to participate in the two-person racing competition. Her driving skills were indeed limited, and even if Jiang Hao was outstanding, it would be difficult to make up for this shortcoming. This meant that the club would soon face a financial crisis. Therefore, Lin Zheng decided to lay everything bare to Jiang Hao, hoping that he could make a decision that would benefit his future after understanding the truth. After all, Jiang Hao had limitless potential and should not be bound by this predicament. After a brief silence, Jiang Hao suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, Director Lin, do you think Jiang Hao, am an ungrateful person? If I really wanted to jump ship, would I have refused the invitation from the Seoul Racing Club earlier? Before this, I had interviewed with countless teams, and not a single one wanted me. They even treated me like a fool. Director Lin's impression of me was the same. Only President Chen chose to believe in me, giving me the opportunity to become a driver. So to me, President Chen is my mentor, and I will never leave the Xingchen Racing Club. As Jiang Hao spoke, a confident glint flashed in his eyes. He patted Lin Zheng on the shoulder and said, Director Lin, please go back and tell President Chen that as long as I, Jiang Hao, am here, the club will never close down. I have absolute confidence that I can win the championship in this two-person racing competition. With that, Jiang Hao turned and walked out of the club. Although participating in this two-person racing competition was beyond Jiang Hao's expectations, the timing was just right, as it was right before the preliminary rounds. There would be many teams that passed the preliminaries signing up for the two-person racing competition. Jiang Hao could use this opportunity to understand the abilities of these drivers who made it to the preliminaries. As for winning the championship, Jiang Hao did not see it as that difficult. As long as Lightning could recover, anything was possible, whether for his own reputation or for the survival of the club. He had to win. Watching Jiang Hao's departing figure, Lin Zheng was moved to tears. In stark contrast, Chen Xueying was overjoyed, her heart practically blooming with joy. Great. Great. Jiang Hao has agreed to participate. She thought, I don't believe he can win the championship in such a difficult two-person competition. As long as I drive slowly during the race, there's definitely a chance we could come in last. This way, I can get at least 4 billion in system rebate compensation. No, I need to plan how to spend this 4 billion properly. Since Jiang Hao's Met Girl doesn't want to be replaced, I must buy a better module. I might as well recruit a few elite drivers from other teams to expand the squad. Maybe I could even support a mechanic. She thought excitedly. However, thinking aside, the most important thing right now was to ensure that Jiang Hao's Met Girl could recover quickly. Otherwise, there was a high probability that Jiang Hao would give up the competition, and that would be disastrous. To ensure that the mechanic would arrive on time tomorrow, Chen Xueying dialed the number again. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Fuqing, a long-haired man with a feminine appearance and a slim build leaned against the sofa. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. However, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he waved the phone in front of Lin Zhuiyue. Brother Lin, do you think I should answer this call or not? Chapter 45, Spirit Mechanic. Chen Xueying offered me 8 million to treat Jiang Hao's Met Girl. This price was something I couldn't refuse, so I readily agreed. What I didn't expect was that Lin had a grudge against Jiang Hao. Had I known this earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to Chen Xueying. The long-haired man speaking at the moment was the only spirit mechanic in Fuqing, named Deng Junpeng. Although Deng Junpeng was not very strong among spirit mechanics, being only a third-tier spirit mechanic, his status allowed him to be carefree with money and women. Deng Junpeng had known Lin Zhuiyue for many years and considered him a friend. He understood Lin Zhuiyue's character. As a renowned genius racer in East China, it was surprising that he had a feud with the up-and-coming Jiang Hao. Deng Junpeng was quite curious about their relationship. Lin, I'm really curious about what Jiang Hao did to offend you. Even though he's been in the spotlight recently, he still pales in comparison to you. Do you think he will threaten your position in the future? As soon as Deng Junpeng finished speaking, Lin Zhuiyue slammed the table in anger. Bullshit. In my eyes, Jiang Hao is nothing but an ant. Even if he has won a few races recently, what does that matter? The reason I target him is entirely because he obstructs my ability to make money. If it weren't for him, I would have already made a fortune. Mentioning Jiang Hao only fueled Lin Zhuiyue's anger. He had thought that the friendly match organized by the Seoul Racing Club would be a smooth opportunity to eliminate Jiang Hao. However, he never expected that Wang Dongkai and Li Yunhai would both fail miserably. After all, they were the most famous young racers in Fuqing. Yet they were toyed with by Jiang Hao and lost the race in a pitiful manner. As a result, Chen Xueying was now ignoring Lin Zhuiyue. Chen Xueying was the daughter of the chairman of the Yaoxing Group and the richest person in Fuqing. The Chen family had significant financial power and influence. Ranking among the top 3 in East China, Lin Zhuiyue had thought he could easily swindle billions from Chen Xueying, but Jiang Hao ruined it. He was deep in gambling debt, and the interest was piling up. If he didn't pay it off soon, his troubles would only get worse. Therefore, he had to eliminate Jiang Hao as soon as possible. Now that Jiang Hao's Met Girl was severely injured, it was the perfect opportunity for him to act. In his view, Jiang Hao was able to defeat Li Yunhai and Wang Dongkai solely because of SD 799's special ability and his drifting skills, which complemented each other perfectly. If SD 799 were to die, Jiang Hao's strength would be greatly affected. Once Jiang Hao started losing races, Chen Xueying would naturally come back to him. At that point, he could ask for 400 or 500 million without any issue. After all, Chen Xueying was Chen Wansong's daughter and had plenty of money. Wow, it seems that Lin really hates Jiang Hao. In that case, I'll refuse to collaborate with Chen Xueying for Lin's sake. After all, 8 million is just a drop in the bucket for me. As soon as Deng Junpeng finished speaking, he was immediately met with Lin Zhuiyue's opposition. No, Deng, you absolutely cannot refuse Chen Xueying's request. Since she asked you to treat her, you should at least take a look. But make sure not to cure her. Ideally, you should directly send SD 799 back to the furnace. After saying this, Lin Zhuiyue's lips curled into a sly smile. Deng Junpeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, "Ha, I understand. However, I have one more condition." At this point, Deng Junpeng leered at Lin Zhuiyue. You know what I like. After this matter is settled, I hope Lin will also satisfy my desires. Lin Zhuiyue sneered a couple of times. Rest assured, I will make sure to satisfy you. Ha ha ha. The next day, around 10 in the morning, Jiang Hao, anxiously waiting at home, finally heard the doorbell ring. When he opened the door, he saw Chen Xueying, Lin Zheng, and a long-haired, effeminate-looking man. Without a doubt, this man was the spirit mechanic that Chen Xueying mentioned. For some reason, Jiang Hao felt an inexplicable aversion upon seeing this person. Chen Xueying noticed Jiang Hao staring at Deng Junping and quickly introduced, Jiang Hao. This is our famous spirit mechanic in Fuqing, Mr. Deng Junping. However, while she was introducing him, Deng Junping's gaze was quite contemptuous. He merely glanced at Jiang Hao and didn't take him seriously at all. Then, with a rather arrogant demeanor, he walked into the house without giving Jiang Hao a proper look. Where's the MECH girl? My time is very precious. I can only give you half an hour. If it exceeds half an hour, it's 50,000 per minute. Hearing this, Jiang Hao was taken aback. What? Spirit mechanics make this much money? Even though Jiang Hao was shocked, he didn't dare waste any time. He hurriedly led Deng Junping to the room of lightning on the second floor. Mr. Deng, this is my MECH girl. Please, you must treat her. Although Jiang Hao didn't have a good first impression of him, he couldn't deny that the other party was a genuine spirit mechanic. This profession was something Jiang Hao truly admired. However, to Jiang Hao's surprise, Deng Junping merely glanced at lightning and then turned to leave the room. Mr. Deng, what does this mean? Aren't you short on time? Why don't you start treating her immediately? Jiang Hao frowned tightly. Treat her? Deng Junping sneered twice. This useless MECH girl who is about to die. Is there even a need to treat her? If I'm not mistaken, this must be SD 799, a waste that the Lightning family has abandoned. She should have been sent back to the furnace long ago. If her injuries weren't so severe, I might consider treating this waste. But this waste is beyond saving. Even a noble spirit mechanic like me can't cure her. I advise you to send her back to the furnace as soon as possible. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Hao, Chen Xueying, and Lin Zheng all looked shocked, as if they had been doused with cold water. They never expected that even a spirit mechanic would be helpless and unable to treat SD 799. No, this is impossible. Jiang Hao was filled with rage. Grabbing Deng Junping by the collar, you only glanced at her. How can you determine she's beyond saving? She didn't suffer any fatal accidents, just a light collision. You're clearly just taking the money and not doing the work, deliberately giving us the runaround. Chapter 46. Helpless? Deng Junping had a proud personality, believing that spirit mechanics were the noblest people in the world. What if Jiang Hao was an exceptionally talented driver? In his eyes, he was still equivalent to an ant. Jiang Hao's defiance only served to infuriate Deng Junping. At that moment, Deng Junping shoved Jiang Hao aside and shouted, "Damn it! Who allowed you to touch me with your filthy hands? How dare you? I'm a spirit mechanic, get lost." Deng Junping was extremely angry. Stop talking nonsense. After taking so much money, you just want to take a look and leave? Even if you're a spirit mechanic, you won't be able to leave today. Jiang Hao rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and looked coldly at Deng Junping. He indeed yearned to become a spirit mechanic, but he would never feel intimidated just because the other party was won. Lightning was injured only because it was bumped by Li Yunhai's out-of-control machine girl during a friendly match. Compared to Li Yunhai's machine girl, Lightning's injuries were significantly lighter. He absolutely did not believe that Lightning could be rendered irreparable just from that bump. This had to be intentional on the part of the spirit mechanic before him. He was simply refusing to help. Facing Jiang Hao's threat, Deng Junping sneered disdainfully. Jiang Hao, who do you think you are? Just an insignificant driver. And you dare to threaten me, a noble spirit mechanic? Do you believe that with just one word from me, I can have the local racing association in Fuqing ban you from racing? I have countless ways to ensure you can never become a driver. Jiang Hao wanted to say something more, but was immediately stopped by Chen Xueying. Jiang Hao, calm down. No matter what, he is still a spirit mechanic. Offending a spirit mechanic could lead to unimaginable consequences. But what about my machine girl? Am I just supposed to watch her die? Jiang Hao said, extremely unwilling. Calm down first. I'll talk to Deng Junping. Chen Xueying reassured Jiang Hao before walking up to Deng Junping. Mr. Deng, you have already accepted the 8 million I paid, so you have the obligation to fix Lightning. Although you are a spirit mechanic, you should at least keep your promise. Chen Xueying was well aware of Lightning's condition. After all, she had watched that match live. She could not believe that Lightning was on the verge of being scrapped just because of a bump from Li Yunhai's machine girl. This was clearly impossible. Moreover, She was counting on Jiang Hao to participate in the two-person, two-car competition. If Lightning could not recover in time, how could they compete? Do you think I care about your 8 million? Deng Junpeng sneered at Chen Xueying. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that your father is Chen Wansong, I wouldn't even treat you for 10 million. Chen Xueying, I advise you to give up. This machine girl is beyond saving. Of course, you can choose not to believe me and look for other spirit mechanics. But it seems there are no other spirit mechanics in Fuqing. Who else can you find? If you are really unwilling to accept this, I can refund you the 8 million. I don't care about that money. But I assure you, no one can save SD 799. With that, Deng Junpeng swaggered away. Jiang Hao could not allow Deng Junpeng to leave so easily and immediately chased after him, but was stopped by Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng. Why? Are we just going to let him walk away? What will happen to my machine girl? Am I just supposed to watch her die? Jiang Hao was extremely angry. At first, he thought all spirit mechanics would care for machine girls. They were like doctors saving injured souls. But Jiang Hao could not have imagined that Deng Junpeng, a spirit mechanic, could be so despicable. This made Jiang Hao even more eager to become a spirit mechanic. If he were a spirit mechanic himself, he wouldn't have to feel so helpless. Jiang Hao, there is still some time before the two-person flying car competition starts. Since this spirit mechanic is so unreliable, I'll find someone else for you. It is completely possible to heal your machine girl. Chen Xueying tried to soothe Jiang Hao. Deng Junpeng's actions had indeed caught her off guard. Lin Zheng, who was beside her, also wanted to calm Jiang Hao down. But he felt extremely troubled and helpless when he thought that Deng Junpeng was the only spirit mechanic in Fuqing. Miss, where else can we find a spirit mechanic? Spirit mechanics from other places might not come all the way to Fuqing. Even if they do, they might charge exorbitantly. Chen Xueying hurriedly interrupted Lin Zheng. All right, stop talking. I'll think of a way. She worried that if Lin Zheng continued, it would expose the club's financial crisis and might even lead Jiang Hao to consider switching teams. If Jiang Hao left the Star Racing Club, her system would disappear as well. What Chen Xueying could do now was to calm Jiang Hao as much as possible and then look for other spirit mechanics. No matter how expensive, she had to bring someone to Fuqing. In her opinion, only by having Jiang Hao continue to drive the SD 799, which had performance defects, could they have a chance to avoid last place. If they replaced Jiang Hao's machine girl, he might become even stronger. After all, Jiang Hao is not an ordinary driver. He had a keen eye, and any machine girl he chose would surely be very expensive. Given the current financial situation of the club, they absolutely could not afford it. After calming Jiang Hao down, Chen Xueying took Lin Zheng away, eager to contact other spirit mechanics. Even though Chen Xueying promised to find other spirit mechanics, Jiang Hao was still extremely anxious. He knew very well that spirit mechanics were rare. With Deng Junpeng refusing to treat Lightning, it would be impossible to find another spirit mechanic in a short time. This left Jiang Hao with a deep sense of helplessness. As a driver, watching his machine girl head towards death was a huge blow to him. However, at that moment, a person suddenly flashed through Jiang Hao's mind. It was the old man from last night who reeked of alcohol. Initially, Jiang Hao had not taken this old man seriously, thinking he was just an old fraud. But now, it seemed that this old man knew a lot about spirit mechanics. Moreover, he had promised to help Jiang Hao contact other, more reliable spirit mechanics. That strange old man must have a way. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao did not hesitate and rushed out, running at full speed towards the Fuqing No. 3 recasting yard. There were only 3 recasting yards in Fuqing, and Jiang Hao knew their exact locations. The No. 3 recasting yard mentioned by the old man yesterday was not too far from where Jiang Hao lived. He had to find that strange old man immediately. Chapter 47. The Spirit Mechanic at the Reclamation Center. Jiang Hao originally planned to go directly to Reclamation Center No. 3. However, he soon realized that doing so would waste too much time. He had to act quickly to heal Lightning. So, he hailed a taxi by the roadside and rushed to Reclamation Center No. 3 as fast as possible. The so-called Reclamation Center was essentially a junkyard filled with racing car wrecks. After being reclaimed, the MECH girls would lose their most important intelligent core, equivalent to the heart of a MECH girl. The remaining wreckage would generally be disassembled and piled up in the Reclamation Center, resembling a mountain of garbage from afar. All reclamation centers were built by the government. Periodically, specialized workers would come to remove all the wreckage and transport it to the intelligent machinery world for destruction. Those responsible for managing the reclamation centers were also considered government employees and received decent compensation. When Jiang Hao arrived at Reclamation Center number 3, he was indeed stunned by the scene before him. In some sense, the Reclamation Center could also be considered a crematorium for mech girls. Old man, didn't you tell me to come here to find you yesterday? Where are you? Jiang Hao did not enter the Reclamation Center casually. He felt an overwhelming sense of gloom here. It was as if countless souls of mech girls were watching him, giving him a chilling feeling. After calling out a few times, an old man staggered out from a tin house up ahead. This person was Lu Jichuan, the head of Reclamation Center number 3. You young people are quite fast. It seems that Deng Junpeng did not help your mech girl, did he? Lu Jichuan walked up to Jiang Hao leisurely. He still reeked of alcohol, and his beard was unkempt, looking like he hadn't tea-bathed in days. Deng Junpeng is a despicable little man. Just thinking about him makes me angry. He took so much money, but didn't even lift a finger to help. He even said my mech girl was beyond saving and should be sent for reclamation immediately. It's simply outrageous. After complaining a bit, Jiang Hao quickly asked, "Old sir, if you really know a spirit mechanic, please contact him immediately." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lu Jichuan immediately burst into laughter. I told you before that Deng Junpeng is a man of poor character. Do you really think that all spirit mechanics in this world are good people? Let me tell you, the vast majority of spirit mechanics are extremely profit-oriented. If you don't offer them enough benefits, they will never lend a hand. Because of this, for most mech girls, once they are injured, they are essentially beyond healing. Their fate is to be sent to the Reclamation Center. As Lu Jichuan spoke, his previously drunken demeanor suddenly became heavy. As the head of the Reclamation Center, he had long been accustomed to witnessing these occurrences. No matter how unwilling the mech girls were to die, once they arrived at the Reclamation Center, it meant the end of their lives. Whether they wanted it or not, they could only be reclaimed in the end. Old sir, I know your identity must be significant. Since you proactively came to find me yesterday, you must have the ability to save my mech girl. We cannot delay any longer. Please contact the spirit mechanic quickly. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Lu Jichuan immediately shook his head at him. No, young man, you haven't agreed to my conditions yet. Only if you give up SD, $7.99 will I help save her. So, do you agree? Lu Jichuan looked at Jiang Hao with a very serious expression. The previous drunkenness had completely disappeared. He was waiting for a response that would satisfy him. Old sir, my mech girl's life is in danger. I will never send her for reclamation. Therefore, I must save her. But asking me to abandon her after she is healed, I absolutely cannot do that. I don't want to deceive you, so I'll be straightforward. Jiang Hao looked firmly at Lu Jichuan. She is the mech girl I chose. I will never abandon her easily. Upon hearing this, Lu Jichuan fell into silence. Jiang Hao thought Lu Jichuan might get angry, but unexpectedly, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha! Jiang Hao, you truly are unique. Not only is your driving skill quite peculiar, but even your personality is vastly different from ordinary drivers. Since you are so determined to choose SD, $7.99, I want to force you to abandon her. Jiang Hao was overjoyed to hear this. Old senior, can you contact the spirit mechanic now? When can he arrive in Fuching? Lu Jichuan smiled slightly, again appearing somewhat drunk. He casually took out a small bottle of white liquor from his pocket and savored a sip. Refreshing. Old sir, please stop drinking and quickly contact the spirit mechanic. I have a race to participate in a few days. Jiang Hao felt really helpless watching Lu Jichuan drink leisurely. Calm down. I assure you, your mech girl will definitely recover today. As for contacting the spirit mechanic, that is completely unnecessary, because I am the spirit mechanic. As soon as Lu Jichuan said this, Jiang Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded in place. He looked at the old man in front of him in disbelief, his expression increasingly shocked. You are the spirit mechanic? This is impossible. Isn't it? It said that there's only one spirit mechanic in Fuching now. The more Jiang Hao spoke, the more incredible it seemed. An old man guarding the reclamation center was actually the spirit mechanic. Who would believe that? After all, spirit mechanics were the most distinguished profession in the world. Every spirit mechanic was wealthy, living in luxury, driving luxury cars, and surrounded by beautiful women every night. He couldn't believe that a spirit mechanic would willingly guard a lifeless reclamation center. Ha. Lu Jichuan laughed a couple of times and said, "Who told you that there is only one spirit mechanic in Fuqing? In my eyes, Deng Junpeng is just a waste. I want to waste any more time with you. Let us go heal you, mech girl." After Lu Jichuan finished speaking, he closed the door of the reclamation center and walked toward Jiang Hao's villa, drinking along the way, swaying unsteadily. Can this really work? Jiang Hao felt perplexed but hurriedly followed Lu Jichuan. Meanwhile, in the Star Racing Club, a heated argument broke out. "Miss, what do you think? Where are we going to find a spirit mechanic now? Moreover, finding these out-of-town spirit mechanics will definitely be more expensive. Where are we going to get the money? Personally, I suggest that we let Jiang Hao change his mech girl. Otherwise, he won't make it in time for the dual racing competition." Chapter 48. The Power of Spirit Machines. Originally, hiring a spirit mechanic to treat the machine girl would require a substantial amount of money. Not to mention, hiring a highly paid mechanic from another city would definitely be even more expensive. The 8 million paid to Deng Junpeng, although he said he would return to the club, has not yet been received. With the current funds in the club's account, it is simply not enough to invite a mechanic from another city to Fuqing. "Miss, Jiang Hao's driving skills are excellent. If he has a stronger machine girl, he will be more likely to win the doubles racing championship. I suggest we take this opportunity to let Jiang Hao switch to another machine girl. I can urge Deng Junpeng to return the money to ensure we have enough funds." From Lin Zheng's perspective, the doubles racing championship is the club's last chance. If Jiang Hao can win, they will earn a substantial prize. If not, the club will be finished. Listening to Lin Zheng's words, Chen Xueying fell silent, her brow furrowed. According to her plan, having Deng Junpeng heal SD 799 would allow them to smoothly participate in the doubles racing championship. She never expected that Deng Junpeng would be so despicable, deliberately refusing to treat Jiang Hao's machine girl. He had agreed when she contacted him yesterday, but when it came to the scene, he suddenly changed his mind. Clearly, something must have happened last night. Perhaps someone had bribed Deng Junpeng to let SD 799 die without assistance. When Chen Xueying said she would find another spirit mechanic for Jiang Hao, her main goal was actually to stabilize him. As Lin Zheng said, the club simply has no money to hire other mechanics. Sigh. After a deep sigh, Chen Xueying looked at Lin Zheng. "Uncle Lin, there really is no other way now. You need to go find Deng Junpeng immediately and demand he return the 8 million. As for purchasing a new machine girl, that's not necessary. Don't we still have unsold machine girls? Let Jiang Hao choose one from those." Huh? Lin Zheng was taken aback. "Miss, those machine girls are all below Jiang Hao's standards. I know that, but the doubles racing championship is imminent, and re-entering the intelligent machine auction for a new machine girl would waste too much time. Plus, Jiang Hao would need time to adapt to a new machine girl, and there is simply no time left. He can only temporarily choose one from these existing machine girls to participate in this doubles racing championship. If he can win championships with SD 799, which has severe performance issues, he can definitely do the same with other machine girls." Although Chen Xueying said this, she didn't actually think so in her heart. If they bought Jiang Hao a new machine girl, she was worried he would choose one with outstanding performance, making it harder to win. The machine girls currently in the club all have very average characteristics and lack the special abilities of lightning. If Jiang Hao competes with such a machine girl, he would have a better chance of winning. The system rules do not allow for intentional losses by Jiang Hao, nor any actions that could affect the outcome of the race. But this time it was Jiang Hao's machine girl that was injured, and the spirit mechanic did not step in to help. Changing the machine girl is reasonable. The club also doesn't have money to buy other machine girls, so they can only choose from the existing ones. This fully complies with the system regulations. Lin Zheng wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he felt that Chen Xueying had a point. "In that case, I'll go prepare." After saying that, Lin Zheng hurriedly turned and left. Meanwhile, Chen Xueying logged into the Intelligent Machine Network, carefully reviewing the recent batch of machine girls. For the doubles racing championship, she desperately hoped Jiang Hao could come in last. because only in this way could she obtain the system's hundredfold returns. But after receiving the system rewards, she would then fully cultivate Jiang Hao. Regarding SD 799, Chen Xueying always felt there were too many hidden dangers, and it was not worthy of Jiang Hao's superb driving skills. She must arrange for Jiang Hao to have a more powerful machine girl, or an even stronger module. On the other side, in Jiang Hao's villa, Lu Jichuan stumbled in, giving him no chance to rest, and Jiang Hao directly dragged him upstairs. No need to rush. The machine girl's vitality is quite strong. She won't easily die. Your machine girl's injuries weren't severe. Just stay calm. Stay calm. Jiang Hao couldn't absorb a word of what Lu Jichuan was saying. He just hoped Lightning could recover quickly. Soon, under Jiang Hao's guidance, Lu Jichuan entered Lightning's room. After glancing at the unconscious Lightning, who was sweating profusely, Lu Jichuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, she is not in any life-threatening danger. After saying this, Lu Jichuan's previously hazy gaze, due to alcohol, suddenly became serious. A glimmer of blue light flashed in his eyes, and he exuded a unique and mysterious aura, which was the spirit mechanic's unique spirit machine power. Spirit mechanics can use the spirit machine power to repair and heal the injuries of machine girls. However, this process consumes a lot of energy from the spirit mechanic. Therefore, most spirit mechanics charge exorbitant fees for treating machine girls. So, you really are a spirit mechanic. Jiang Hao was incredibly shocked at what he was witnessing. An old man guarding the recycling plant was actually a spirit mechanic. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Next, Lu Jichuan waved his hand, and a blue spirit machine power instantly enveloped Lightning. Under the nurturing of this power, Lightning's previously pained and twisted face gradually relaxed, and her pale complexion slowly regained some color. Lu Jichuan focused intently on manipulating the spirit machine power, moving through Lightning's body to repair her damaged system. As time passed, Lightning's weak breaths became steady and strong. The frown that had been tightly knit began to relax, as if she was being freed from endless pain. The entire process lasted about half an hour. It was only after the wound on Lightning's abdomen had completely healed that Lu Jichuan withdrew the spirit machine power. All done. Next, just let her rest easy for one night, and after that, make sure she drinks more of the functional nutrient solution every day. Lu Jichuan casually pulled out a small bottle of white liquor from his pants pocket and took a leisurely sip. Throughout the process, Lu Jichuan appeared very relaxed, as if healing Lightning had not consumed any of his energy at all. This was enough to prove that Lu Jichuan was far more powerful than Deng Junpeng. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's anxious heart finally settled. He hurried to Lu Jichuan, thanking the old gentleman for his help. It's nothing, just a small effort. Lu Jichuan pulled out a few peanuts from another pocket. He was about to turn to leave when Jiang Hao suddenly stopped him and deeply bowed. Old sir, I can see that you are definitely not a weak spirit mechanic like Deng Junpeng. I implore you to take me as your disciple. I want to become a spirit mechanic. Chapter 49 Shi has actually recovered. Lu Jichuan was not the slightest bit surprised by Jiang Hao's actions at this moment. He sneered twice and looked at Jiang Hao. Young man, do you know what a spirit mechanic is? Do you really think everyone can become a spirit mechanic? If that were the case, wouldn't spirit mechanics be everywhere? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao said with a serious tone, Old sir, I know what you said, but I still want to give it a try. What if I can? As soon as these words came out, Lu Jichuan burst into laughter. Ha ha, should I say you're confident enough? Or arrogant? Never mind, we are somewhat fated, so I might as well tell you what a spirit mechanic is. However, at this point, Lu Jichuan rubbed his belly. I've only been drinking without any food, so I really don't know how to explain it right away. Jiang Hao immediately said, Old senior, please wait a moment. I'll go prepare some delicious food for you. After saying that, Jiang Hao hurriedly left. After a moment, Jiang Hao set a table full of delicious dishes in front of Lu Jichuan. He even specially bought 2 bottles of Maodai for Lu Jichuan to enjoy. Old sir, you should be able to talk now, Jiang Hao said earnestly, looking at Lu Jichuan. All right, no problem. Lu Jichuan casually tore off a big chicken leg, and while eating, he began to speak. As we all know, from the moment the intelligent machinery world appeared, our planet underwent tremendous changes. Besides the appearance of machine girls, There's actually a very special power that envelopes the entire planet. This power is the spirit mechanic power. Thus, a very special profession, the spirit mechanic, was born. After taking a sip of wine, Lu Jichuan continued, spirit mechanics are divided into two types, innate and acquired. Innate spirit mechanics, as the name implies, can directly sense the spirit mechanic power from the moment they are born, allowing them to absorb and utilize this power to become spirit mechanics. That kid Deng Junpeng is an innate spirit mechanic. As for acquired spirit mechanics, it's the opposite. Generally, at first, they cannot sense the spirit mechanic power, but through special means they gain this ability. However, whether innate or acquired, to become a spirit mechanic, one must be able to sense the spirit mechanic power. If one cannot do that, they can only remain an ordinary person. Jiang Hao was extremely shocked upon learning all this. It was the first time he had such a comprehensive understanding of spirit mechanics. He currently could not sense the existence of spirit mechanic power, which proved that he was definitely not an innate spirit mechanic. This meant that the only way for him to become a spirit mechanic was through the special means Lu Jichuan mentioned. Old sir, can I try the special means you just mentioned? If you want me to do something, or if it's about money, just say it. This was Jiang Hao's closest opportunity to becoming a spirit mechanic, and he had to seize it firmly. Ha ha! Lu Jichuan laughed a couple of times. Young man, you are too anxious. Even if I tell you now, I'm afraid you still won't be able to sense the spirit mechanic power. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately became unhappy. Old sir, you are underestimating me too much. How do you know I can't do it if you don't let me try? Lu Jichuan disdainfully snorted. Young man, I'm an acquired spirit mechanic, and I know how difficult this path is. Let me tell you the truth. I see no possibility of you becoming a spirit mechanic at all. What you need to do now is to honestly be a driver. After saying this, Lu Jichuan ignored Jiang Hao and started eating heartily. It was only after finishing the table full of food that he left satisfied. During this process, Jiang Hao sat beside him with an extremely dejected expression. He had thought he could seize this opportunity today to become a spirit mechanic, but unexpectedly, he was doused with cold water. Lu Jichuan actually said he had no possibility of becoming a spirit mechanic at all, which made Jiang Hao feel both angry and very helpless. However, Jiang Hao did not give up. The road of life is long. Just because there is no opportunity now does not mean there will never be one. Besides, he already knew Lu Jichuan's identity and that he lived in the know. 3. Reforge yard. Jiang Hao had plenty of time to find him again. The current priority was to handle the upcoming two-person racing competition. Jiang Hao originally planned to go upstairs to check on Lightning's condition. But at that moment, Chen Xueying suddenly arrived at the villa. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Chen Xueying sighed helplessly. Jiang Hao, I'm really sorry. Right now, there's only Deng Junpeng as a spirit mechanic in Fuqing. He refuses to treat your machine girl, and I can't find another spirit mechanic for the time being. The two-person racing competition is imminent, so I hope you can let SD 799 rest well for now. Don't worry. It's not that we want to abandon her. We just need to choose another machine girl for the competition temporarily. During this process, I will also do my best to find a spirit mechanic. I will definitely be able to heal your machine girl. Chen Xueying came over to ask Jiang Hao to go back to the club to choose another machine girl. But she knew that Jiang Hao really liked SD 799, so she had to try her best to soothe Jiang Hao's emotions. In Chen Xueying's view, as long as Jiang Hao finishes last in this two-person racing competition, healing SD 799 would be a matter of minutes. Unfortunately, the system regulations did not allow her to tell Jiang Hao directly, nor to let Jiang Hao deliberately lose the competition. Otherwise, Chen Xueying would have already laid her cards on the table with Jiang Hao. However, the situation was completely different from what Chen Xueying had expected. She thought Jiang Hao might be very angry, but unexpectedly, Jiang Hao was exceptionally calm now. He even burst out laughing. Haha, President Chen, you don't need to worry about my lightning. His injuries have already healed. Huh? Chen Xueying's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Hao, are you sure you're not joking? There's only Deng Junpeng as a spirit mechanic in Fuqing. He didn't treat her. How could your machine girl possibly recover? Are you saying you let your seriously injured machine girl participate in the two-person racing competition just to compete? Jiang Hao, this violates the competition rules, and the Racing Association does not allow this. Jiang Hao wanted to explain, but he saw lightning coming down from upstairs. Although he still looked a bit weak, he had overall recovered. The injury to his waist and abdomen had completely healed. Seeing this, Chen Xueying was stunned. What the hell is going on? Chapter 50, Give her a lesson. What on earth is going on? How did she recover without a spirit mechanic? Chen Xueying's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the revitalized lightning before her heart in turmoil. Just moments ago, when Deng Junpeng left, lightning was still weakly lying on the bed, covered in wounds, as if death had tightly gripped her throat. And now, in just a brief moment, she miraculously reborn like a phoenix. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Chen Xueying looked at Jiang Hao in shock. Do you know another spirit mechanic? In her view, apart from a spirit mechanic, there was no way lightning could have recovered. Jiang Hao was about to mention the unassuming elder from the number 3 refinery, but then thought better of it. It was not a matter to be publicized. Spirit mechanics were the noblest profession in this world, and he had chosen to stay at the refinery. Moreover, for so many years, no one knew his true identity. This indicated that Lu Jichuan did not want to expose his identity, and if Jiang Hao were to say it directly, it would surely bring him trouble. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao shook his head slightly. I'm really sorry, Chun, but I can't tell you anything about the spirit mechanics. However, Lightning has basically recovered now. She can naturally continue to participate in the duo racing competition. Well, okay, I won't disturb you anymore, Chen Xueying said with a bitter smile and turned to leave. Although Jiang Hao did not reveal the truth, Chen Xueying was almost certain that he must know a very powerful spirit mechanic. Now that Lightning had recovered, it was almost impossible for Jiang Hao to switch her out for another racing partner. However, Chen Xueying did not feel anxious. After all, Jiang Hao was participating in a duo racing competition this time. As long as she performed well enough, Jiang Hao would surely be at the bottom. After Chen Xueying left, Lightning instantly transformed into a gentle little cat, leaping into Jiang Hao's arms. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls. Master. Thank you, Master. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead long ago. During the long period of unconsciousness, Lightning fell into endless darkness and fear. She dreamt that Jiang Hao had ruthlessly abandoned her, sending her to the cold refinery. He even cruelly dismantled her body, forcibly taking away her intelligence core. But fortunately, all of that was just a terrifying nightmare. Jiang Hao had not abandoned her. Instead, he had gone to great lengths to invite a spirit mechanic to save her from peril. This was the second time Jiang Hao had brought her back from the hands of death, and this kindness filled Lightning's heart with immense gratitude and emotion. For a moment, she didn't know how to repay this deep gratitude, and could only hold Jiang Hao tightly and give him a passionate kiss. All right. You don't need to be so excited. Although you call me Master, we are more like partners. How could I bear to see you die? And sending you to the refinery is absolutely out of the question. In my eyes, you will always be the strongest and most unique racing partner. Jiang Hao patted Lightning's head. Your body is still very weak now. Drink 2 bottles of nutritional supplements and then hurry up to rest. Once you fully recover tomorrow, we will immediately start special training. A very challenging competition is coming up. We must not lose. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lightning obediently nodded and turned to go back to her room to rest. Only by taking care of her health could she perform at her best on the track. That way, she could repay Jiang Hao's kindness. Meanwhile, at the most famous Yaoxing racing club in Fuqing, Chairman Chen Wansong rarely visited the place. After glancing at the club's financial report, he nodded in satisfaction. You really are talented. The club's profits are much better than in previous years. The competition in this industry was fierce, and the Yaoxing Racing Club had been declining in recent years. Many outstanding drivers had jumped ship, yet under such circumstances, the club was making more and more money. This truly excited Chen Wansong. Hearing this, He smiled obsequiously. Brother-in-law, I'm not a talent at all. I'm just following your orders. If it weren't for your guidance, I wouldn't know anything by now. However, at this point, He let out a deep sigh. But Ying is just too disobedient. It's bad enough that she won't come home. Now she is even forcibly keeping Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao could join the Yaoxing Racing Club, his commercial value would definitely bring us great profits. Upon hearing this, Chen Wansong's originally smiling face suddenly darkened. He then sighed helplessly. This girl has been spoiled by me. She's really too naive. This time will serve as a lesson for her. Currently, all sponsors had refused to cooperate with the Xingshan Racing Club, which was actually an order issued by Chen Xueying. As the richest man in Fuqing, he was also a local power. Who would dare to provoke such a giant? Even if Jiang Hao had immense commercial value, no one would dare to collaborate with him. In a way, this effectively blacklisted Jiang Hao. Chen Xueying was focused on getting his daughter to come back. In his view, as long as the club went bankrupt and ran out of money, Chen Xueying would naturally return. Now that Jiang Hao had been blacklisted, the Xingshan Racing Club's funds would surely dry up. It wouldn't be long before they couldn't hold on. By then, Chen Xueying would come out to cover the losses, disband the club, and then recruit Jiang Hao. He could then spare no effort to cultivate him, allowing Jiang Hao to become the second Lin Zhuiyue in the East China region, which was not impossible. However, at that moment, he suddenly took out a poster and handed it to Chen Xueying. It was the promotional poster for the duo racing competition. Chen Xueying frowned slightly upon seeing it. What does this mean? Brother-in-law, I just received news that Yingying's club will also participate in this competition. As far as I know, Yingying's club only has Jiang Hao as a driver. Since she chose to register for the competition, it means she intends to personally participate in the race. What? Chen Xueying slammed the table in anger. Why is this girl starting to race again? No, driving a racing car is too dangerous. Yingying cannot become a driver. What if something happens? He quickly replied, Brother-in-law, the duo racing competition is organized by the East China Racing Association, and we have no right to interfere. Yingying's participation in this competition is definitely for the prize money. She plans to fight to the death, relying on the prize money to turn things around. If that's the case, then we should let the Xingshan Racing Club suffer a crushing defeat. By then, with the funding chain broken and the club bankrupt, Yingying will naturally come back. Chapter 51, I want to ruin his reputation. Wait, how much is the prize for this two-person racing competition? Chen Xueying is a businessman who only acts for profit. He has no interest in racing. He only cares about the prize money after the competition. Therefore, the Yaoxing Racing Club has a clear rule. Apart from major official events, like the Supernova competition, they're not allowed to participate in events without prize money. Those with very little prize money aren't worth participating in either. After all, the machine girl needs to replenish a large amount of functional nutrient fluid after the race. So Chen Xueying believes that participating in events without prize money or with very little prize money is a loss. Brother-in-law, the prize for this two-person racing competition is quite substantial. The champion's prize is 10 million. The runner-up gets 5 million, and the third place gets 1 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Xueying excitedly slapped the table. Good. Good. I didn't expect the prize for this two-person racing competition to be so high. No wonder Yingying wants to rely on this competition to turn things around. No, our Yaoxing Club must win the championship. This way, not only can we get 10 million, but we can also cut off Yingying's last chance. At this point, Chen Xueying's expression suddenly became serious as he turned to Hiyu. I don't care what methods you use. You must ensure that we win the championship. Do you understand? Hiyu patted his chest. Brother-in-law, you can rest assured. I have already arranged everything. Chen Xueying nodded slightly and was about to turn and leave when he suddenly thought of something. He looked seriously at Hiyu. As the head of the club, you naturally understand the club's rules. You can handle that brat Li Yunhai yourself. The team doesn't need a worthless waste. After saying that, Chen Xueying hurriedly left the club. After Chen Xueying left, Hiyu immediately called for Li Yunhai. Yunhai, you should know about the two-person racing competition, right? Upon hearing this, Li Yunhai's eyes immediately lit up. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Can I still participate in the competition? The chairman isn't going to hold me accountable. During the previous friendly match with the Seoul Racing Club, Li Yunhai had let his machine girl suffer serious injuries to deal with Jiang Hao. Because hiring a mechanical engineer was too expensive, his machine girl Baiyu was directly abandoned by the club and sent back for reprocessing. As a driver, causing his machine girl to be injured during a race resulted in heavy losses for the club. After returning to the club, Li Yunhai was naturally met with a barrage of scolding. If it weren't for the fact that Li Yunhai was He-Won and Hiyu's nephew, he would have been kicked out of the club long ago. Li Yunhai initially thought that Hiyu had called him over to tell him to leave, and he was already mentally prepared for that. But he didn't expect Hiyu to suddenly ask him about the two-person racing competition. This truly puzzled Li Yunhai. Yunhai, it's fine that you didn't win the championship in this competition, but you also caused the club to lose a machine girl, and your own reputation has been greatly affected. The chairman has already said that the club doesn't need waste. You should understand what that means. To be honest, if it weren't for your mother's unexpected death years ago, leaving you as her only son, I wouldn't want to deal with you at all. At this point, he sighed deeply, Yunhai. You really got yourself into big trouble this time, and your uncle can't help you. However, I can fight for one last chance for you. As long as you can demonstrate outstanding skills in the two-person racing competition and win the championship, you can still be a key member of the team. Otherwise, you'll have to leave. He has always believed that Li Yunhai's driving skills are quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have supported him to become a key member of the team. Although he lost to Jiang Hao twice in a row, he still believes that Li Yunhai has the ability to defeat Jiang Yan. The reason Li Yunhai lost was entirely because his machine girl held him back. He believes that Jiang Yan's SD-799, despite having significant flaws, possesses unique abilities. Moreover, with Jiang Hao's driving skills assisting him, this machine girl, which was eliminated from the Lightning family, was able to unleash astonishing speed. But even so, the SD-799 straight line speed is still too slow. Winning 2 championships in a row has indeed made Jiang Hao the center of attention. However, this also means that countless people are now studying Jiang Hao's driving skills. This indicates that Jiang Hao's trump card has been exposed, and many will start targeting him. In his view, as long as Li Yunhai is given a machine girl far superior to Baiyu, he will definitely be able to win the championship again and become the most dazzling young driver in Fuching. Upon hearing he use words, Li Yunhai's first reaction was one of great excitement. But soon, he revealed a bitter smile. Uncle, my Baiyu's already been forcibly sent back for reprocessing. I currently don't have a machine girl at all. How can I compete? Moreover, the two-person racing competition requires 2 drivers. Who will be my partner? He smiled lightly. Don't worry about the machine girl. I've already arranged everything. As for your partner, you'll find out in due time. Saying this, he stood up and hurriedly left the club with Li Yunhai. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa where Deng Junpeng resides, Lin Zhuyue walked in with hurried steps. How is it? What is the condition of Jiang Hao's machine girl? As soon as Lin Zhuyue entered, he didn't bother to sit down and immediately began to inquire. Deng Junpeng sneered a couple of times. Brother Lin, there's no need to be so anxious. The matter you entrusted to me has already been taken care of. Right now, that brat Jiang Hao should be crying while holding his machine girl. Ha ha ha. In Deng Junpeng's view, he is the only mechanical engineer in Fuching. If he doesn't step in to save SD-799, then this machine girl is doomed. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuyue immediately burst into laughter. Good. Very good. Now that there is no more useless machine girl SD-799, Jiang Hao is even less of a threat. Next, we just need to make Jiang Hao lose a match badly, and he will be ruined. At that time, Chen Xueying will naturally abandon Jiang Hao and turn to me. Whether it's beauty or money, I want it all. Hearing this, Deng Junpeng frowned. Brother Lin, the Xingchen Racing Club has now signed up for the two-person racing competition. From what you're saying, are you also planning to participate? Chapter 52. The Difficult Road to Victory. Deng Junpeng. Are you kidding me? I am the god of cars in East China. How could I participate in such a low-tier competition? Besides, I have no interest in the doubles racing competition, and there is no one worthy to be my partner. If I participate, it will definitely cause a stir, and my brainless fans will come out and create trouble. I hate trouble the most. As Lin Zhuyue spoke, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. I just let one of my apprentices participate. Apprentice? Deng Junpeng was suddenly curious. You actually have an apprentice? Why not? Lin Zhuyue sneered. Someone is willing to pay me for nothing and insists on being my disciple. How could I refuse? I've already made arrangements. That kid will compete with Li Yunhai. They will definitely win the championship in the doubles racing competition. Actually, Lin Zhuyue initially wanted to join the Yaoxing Racing Club, but Chen Xueying was too stingy and overly focused on profits. He wouldn't do anything that couldn't make money. Chen Xueying believed it wasn't worth spending such a high price to sign Lin Zhuyue. With that large sum of money, it would be better to invest in other industries or train other drivers. In Chen Xueying's view, the Yaoxing Racing Club was already famous enough and didn't need to rely on Lin Zhuyue. But Chen Xueying's Xingchen Racing Club was different. Although he didn't understand why Chen Xueying wanted to independently form a team, he knew she was Chen Wansong's only daughter and was extremely favored. Chen Wansong's assets would eventually belong to Chen Xueying. As long as he secured Chen Xueying, Lin Zhiyue could also take over the vast assets of the Yaoxing group. All right, since Brother Lin already has a plan, I won't say much more. Now that I have done what I promised Brother Lin, shouldn't Brother Lin also? Before Deng Junpeng could finish, Lin Jie interrupted him. Don't worry, I've already made all the preparations. Just go to the Fuqing Xingyuan Hotel at 8 tonight, and I guarantee you will be thrilled. Ha ha ha. With these words, both of them burst into laughter. After resting for a night, Lightning had basically fully recovered. Early in the morning, Jiang Hao drove Lightning to the Xingchen Racing Club. Upon learning about all the teams participating in the doubles racing competition, Lin Jiang's tone became extremely serious. Jiang Hao, this doubles racing competition is far more difficult than we imagined. I really didn't expect that the Huiyang Racing Club would also participate. The Huiyang Racing Club he mentioned was the most famous team in East China and also Lin Zhiyue's former employer. Years ago, Lin Zhiyue had worked for Huiyang Racing Club. His rise to fame as the god of cars in East China was largely due to the training he received there. However, 3 years ago, Lin Zhiyue had a falling out with the club, and both sides even ended up in court. In the end, Lin Zhiyue successfully terminated his contract and became a personal professional driver, while the Huiyang Racing Club suffered greatly from losing him. In the past 3 years, the Huiyang Racing Club had hardly participated in any events. There were even rumors that the Huiyang Club was on the verge of dissolution. But no one expected that the Huiyang Racing Club would participate in this doubles racing competition, with the Huiyang Club having nurtured a genius driver like Lin Zhiyue. It was very likely they would cultivate another one. I have already found out that the Huiyang Club also participated in the preliminaries of the Supernova competition. The driver who qualified is named Li Qi. This guy is similar to the previous Jiang Hao, with almost no competition record. He is just a newcomer. It is said that he also won the local preliminaries championship, and his strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid that during these 3 years, the Huiyang Club has been training this Li Qi. Lin Zhang's expression grew more serious. In his view, this doubles racing competition was the last chance for the Xingchen Club. But he never expected that the Huiyang Club would return. This undoubtedly made the road to victory even more distant. Although Jiang Hao could still participate in the preliminaries of the Supernova competition later, the Supernova competition had no prize money. It was merely a competition for endless honor. Now, with the pressure from the Yaoxing group, their club had no sponsorship fees left and could only rely on participating in prize-winning competitions to win championships. If they couldn't win the championship in the doubles racing competition, the club's funding chain would basically break. Li Qi. Jiang Hao looked at the personal information about Li Qi before him, frowning. This guy's resume was blank, with only one award, the champion of the A group in the Jiangcheng preliminaries of the East China Supernova competition. Undoubtedly, this person was either incredibly skilled or had a ridiculously powerful racing machine. Otherwise, a newcomer with no competition experience could never win. However, Jiang Hao was not overly anxious. Instead, it sparked his competitive spirit. Meanwhile, Chen Xueying maintained a calm demeanor. The appearance of the Huiyang Racing Club indeed surprised her, but she did not feel any anxiety or tension. On the contrary, she was overjoyed. She almost couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from rising. Originally, her intention to participate in this doubles racing competition was to ensure Jiang Hao would come in last. For this, she even personally entered the field to drag him down. Now, with the Huiyang Racing Club's participation, it meant Jiang Hao's chances of winning were even slimmer. How could Chen Xueying not be happy? But to avoid exposing herself, Chen Xueying sighed deeply. After all, the championship prize for the doubles racing competition was very substantial, 10 million. The Huiyang Racing Club's participation was also to be expected. As soon as Chen Xueying finished speaking, Lin Zheng sighed. Miss, if it were just the Huiyang Racing Club, it could be barely acceptable. But the problem is, now there is another unexpected contestant. This person is named Huang Ming, the only disciple that Lin Zhiyue has publicly acknowledged in recent years. He is the third son of the famous Hua family in East China. I don't know what kind of medicine this guy took, but he actually joined the Yaoxing Racing Club, and he is going to partner with Li Yunhai to participate in the doubles racing competition. As Lin Xueying's disciple, his driving skills go without saying. They must be excellent. Although Li Yunhai lost in the previous competition, he holds a grudge against Jiang Hao and will definitely seek revenge. I don't know how we're going to win this doubles racing competition. Chapter 53. Start a special training. Just having Li Qi was enough to give Lin Zheng a headache. And now another Hong Ming has emerged. Lin Zheng is feeling utterly desperate right now. To make matters worse, Jiang Hao's Mecha girl is unstable, and Chen Xueying's driving skills are terrible. He can't see any possibility of their club winning this dual racing competition. At this moment, sitting aside and sighing repeatedly, Chen Xueying appears to have a heavy expression, but in reality, she is extremely excited. She wishes for Jiang Hao to come in last, so she can directly receive a huge system reward. However, she is very curious about what Jiang Hao is thinking. So, she turns to Jiang Hao and asks, "Come on, how confident are you about winning this race?" 10 out of 10. Jiang Hao replies without hesitation. What the hell? Chen Xueying's eyes widen in disbelief. Are you kidding? You have a 10 out of 10 chance of winning. Not only Chen Xueying, but even Lin Zheng, who is beside her, looks shocked. If this were a solo competition, they might believe Jiang Hao could do it. But the problem is, this is a dual competition. And with Chen Xueying being a deadweight, Lin Zheng really can't believe what Jiang Hao is saying. Seeing the stunned expressions of Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng, Jiang Hao smiles slightly and says, "Hee, I might have exaggerated a bit. Actually, I'm about 80 to 90% sure." Upon hearing this, Lin Zheng is left speechless. 80 to 90%? He really doesn't understand where Jiang Hao's confidence comes from. Both Li Qi and Hong Ming are quite strong opponents. Moreover, there are other skilled racers from different teams participating as well. In his opinion, Jiang Hao claiming he has an 80 to 90% chance of winning is clearly just bravado. On the other hand, Chen Xueying, while also surprised by Jiang Hao's inexplicable confidence, doesn't say much. After all, this dual racing competition has many experts, and Jiang Hao's chances of winning are extremely slim. It can almost be said to be impossible. At this moment, Chen Xueying is too happy to care about criticizing Jiang Hao. She stands up and walks to Jiang Hao, saying, "Jiang Hao, since you are so confident, I will believe in you. This dual racing competition will rely entirely on you." Jiang Hao pats his chest and smiles. "Don't worry, Chen, I definitely won't let you down." After saying that, he quickly turns and leaves. He immediately drives lightning into the mechanical world. Initially, in the mechanical world, Jiang Hao could only unlock 2 initial training maps. But now, after participating in the Supernova Games and the friendship match of the Soul Racing Club, Jiang Hao discovers that 2 more maps have appeared in the training map section: the Bay Road from the Supernova Preliminaries and the Old Street Alley from the friendship match. Clearly, any map Jiang Hao has raced on will appear in the training tracks. Interesting. Jiang Hao pats Lightning's rear and says, "So today we'll choose the Old Street Alley for training." Although Jiang Hao won the friendship match at the Soul Racing Club, the process was quite arduous, and he even thought that Li Yunhai had severely injured Lightning, almost losing the Mecha girl. In Jiang Hao's view, it is highly probable that he will encounter reckless drivers who intentionally crash into others in future races. This time, it was because Lightning's willpower was strong enough to endure and complete the race. But that doesn't mean it can do so next time. Moreover, Jiang Hao cannot let Lightning suffer such serious injuries again. As a driver, it is his duty to protect the safety of his Mecha girl. Therefore, Jiang Hao must undergo special training. He needs to simulate various situations where he might be hit by other drivers to dodge at the first moment. Even if he cannot completely evade, he must avoid frontal collisions as much as possible. "Master, you chose the Old Street Alley for special training to avoid situations like Li Yunhai's, right? In that case, we can summon simulated drivers." Upon hearing Lightning's words, Jiang Hao furrows his brow. Simulated drivers? What is that? "Master, the existence of training tracks is to enhance the driver's skills. So we can set various presets in the training track, such as weather and environment. As for simulated drivers, you can think of them as AI-controlled racers in the mechanical world that will compete against you. The intensity ranges from low to high, with 5 levels: C, B, D, A, and S. You can also preset the personalities of these simulated drivers, almost perfectly replicating real people. In the training track, you can summon up to 5 simulated drivers at the same time. Lightning explains earnestly. Wow, that is a pretty good feature, Jiang Hao says with a slight smile. But then he suddenly remembers something and quickly asks, wait, I have another question. If I'm hit by these simulated drivers, will I get hurt too? Lightning smiles slightly, Master. Please rest assured, you won't be injured in the training track. All simulated drivers are just virtual images and do not exist in reality. Even if you are violently hit by a simulated driver, it will only create a mental impact with no substantial harm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao finally understands everything. The big stone that was hanging in his heart finally drops. Next, sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Hao sees a light screen appear in front of him. On it, he can casually set the conditions of the training track and the intensity, personality, and so on of the simulated drivers. It feels like playing a mini-game, quite interesting. He never expected such a special feature to exist. Since that's the case, let's set the old street alley for a heavy rain scenario, just like during the friendship match. Additionally, I'll summon 2 B-level simulated drivers, both with impulsive and irritable personalities like Wang Dongkai. Although Lightning had previously told him that there are 5 levels of simulated drivers, Jiang Hao is still unsure of their true strength. So he doesn't dare to choose a level too high. The lowest level would definitely lack challenge, so he opts for B level, which also allows him to test the strength of the simulated drivers. After completing the presets, the originally clear weather on the track suddenly turns cloudy, and then it starts pouring rain. At the same time, 2 pitch-black racing cars appear on Jiang Hao's left and right sides. Haha, not bad, not bad. This is no longer boring training. Come on, let me see the strength of B-level simulated drivers. As the countdown ends, Jiang Hao launches forward, racing into the track. Chapter 54. I am the high disciple of the car god of East China. 2 simulated drivers, despite not mastering the technique of launch control, managed to closely tail Jiang Hao thanks to the astonishing performance of their vehicles, without being left far behind. Almost at the same moment, they both overtook Jiang Hao, with speeds soaring above 400 kilometers per hour, leaving everyone in awe. Oh, this is getting interesting. It seems that the 2 B-class simulated drivers controlling their mech girls can at least be compared to Wang Dongkai's Zidian. This is great. This training session will definitely be enjoyable. In the past, Jiang Hao was always alone on the training track. Now, facing such strong opponents, his blood couldn't help but boil. Although he was currently at a disadvantage, Jiang Hao showed no signs of panic. With his superb high-speed drift technique and the unique abilities of his mech girl, Lightning, he quickly overtook the 2 simulated drivers, reclaiming the lead. Due to the personalities set for these 2 simulated drivers, they were both very impatient and easily angered. As they found themselves unable to surpass Jiang Hao, they gradually became reckless, even crashing headlong into sharp corners without any caution. During one uphill climb, the situation was remarkably similar to the previous friendly match. The first simulated driver, going too fast uphill, lost control when descending, causing the car to skid. It crashed into Jiang Hao like a raging bull. Although Jiang Hao was somewhat prepared, he was still caught off guard and was violently knocked aside by the first simulated driver. Fortunately, these simulated drivers were just virtual images and could not cause real harm, only bringing some mental shock, which could be adjusted quickly. Lightning, are you okay? Jiang Hao immediately asked. Don't worry, Master. This level of mental shock has almost no effect on me, Lightning replied. In the previous friendly match, after being hit by the mech girl driven by Lian Hai, she managed to hold on until the end of the race, proving her strong willpower. Now, these mental shocks were just a piece of cake for her. Great. Then let's continue. Even if we can't completely avoid it, we must avoid being hit head-on. Let's officially start the special training. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he explained as Lightning dashed back onto the track. In the training track, there were no time limits or specified laps. Drivers could race freely, and the simulated drivers would always be present. At this moment, this old street circuit was just the perfect place for Jiang Hao to hone his and Lightning's reaction abilities. Meanwhile, inside the Yaoxing Racing Club, a young man with a buzz cut, wearing expensive sunglasses and a suit, strode in confidently. His demeanor and expression exuded arrogance. He walked directly into the club's conference room as if he owned the place. Who is this guy? Who allowed him to enter the conference room? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar. He should be a newly joined driver. Seriously? You all still don't know? This guy is the third young master of the Hua family, Hua Ming, who just announced joining the Yaoxing Club recently. What? Hua Ming? Lin Dongkai's disciple? Oh my god. How could such a big shot suddenly choose to join the Yaoxing Club? Did they pay a high price to recruit him? That doesn't make sense. The Hua family is not short on money. So what's going on? The discussions among the crowd were naturally heard by Hua Ming, but he paid no mind. Upon entering the conference room and finding no one there, he shouted angrily, "Where is everyone? You, where the hell are you?" After Hua Ming yelled a few times, he hurriedly brought Li Yanhai in. He immediately closed the door and pulled the curtains in the conference room. "Uncle, is he my new partner?" Li Yanhai was taken aback upon seeing Hua Ming. Hua Ming, however, looked down at Li Yanhai with disdain and said, "Kid, I'm not your partner. I am the sole main driver of the Yaoxing team. If it weren't for the duo racing competition needing 2 drivers, you wouldn't even have a chance to participate. Losing to Jiang Hao twice in a row, you really are a waste. If it weren't for your connection with you probably wouldn't even be able to enter the Yaoxing Club." Upon hearing this, Li Yanhai was filled with rage and slammed the table. "Hua Ming, don't go too far. Haha, you still have the face to get angry?" Hua Ming sneered. "Am I not speaking the truth? Getting the chance to race with me in the duo competition is the luckiest break you've ever had. Hua Ming, you're too much." Li Yanhai could not take it anymore and shouted back. But at that moment, Yu quickly stepped in to stop him. "That's enough. Yanhai, you go outside first. If you anger young Master Hua, I can't protect you." After saying that, Yu forcefully pulled Li Yanhai out of the conference room and then turned to sit beside Hua Ming with a smile. "Young Master Hua, I apologize. My nephew is too young and impulsive. Please don't take it to heart." Hua Ming sneered a couple of times. "I didn't take him seriously at all. So how could I get angry? Yu, let me be honest with you. If it weren't for my master wanting to eliminate Jiang Hao, I would never have joined the Yaoxing Racing Club. Your contract with the Yaoxing Racing Club is only temporary. After the duo racing competition, it will be terminated immediately. Do you understand?" Yu quickly nodded. "Young Master Hua, don't worry. I understand all these things. But I still want to remind you, Jiang Hao is not that easy to deal with. Li Yanhai is also." Before Yu could finish, Hua Ming interrupted him. "Ridiculous. Jiang Hao, a second-rate driver, isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. I've watched his last 2 races. He only won by relying on those flashy driving skills, right? Any flashy technique is meaningless in the face of absolute strength. I'm the high disciple of the car god Lin Zhuiyue of East China. Meeting me is Jiang Hao's misfortune. I will never lose to someone like him. So stop comparing that waste Li Yanhai with me." After saying this, Hua Ming stood up. "Remember to prepare some high-grade nutrient solutions for me. My Met girl needs to drink at least 3 bottles a day." No problem. I've already prepared them." Haha. Hua Ming nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave the conference room. He did not go to visit Lin Zhuiyue directly, but first headed to the Xingchen Racing Club. Chapter 55. I'm here to help you. At this moment, inside the Star Racing Club, Lin Zheng informed Chen Xueying as soon as he learned that Hua Ming was coming here. "What did you say?" Chen Xueying frowned immediately. "How could Hua Ming suddenly come to our club? I'm not familiar with him at all." She was already aware that Hua Ming had joined the Yaoxing Racing Club and was going to participate in the double racing competition. However, his sudden appearance at her star club was indeed surprising. She had only met Hua Ming once at a previous event, and they had had no contact since. In fact, Hua Ming and the Hua family rarely even set foot in Fuqing. The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became. "Should we meet or not?" Lin Zheng asked. "Forget it. After all, he is a young master of the Hua family. It wouldn't hurt to meet him," Chen Xueying said. After she finished speaking, Lin Zheng hurriedly left. A moment later, he brought Hua Ming into Chen Xueying's office. "Miss Chen, long time no see. It seems we haven't met for 2 years. You've become even more beautiful," Hua Ming said, his eyes glued to her the moment he saw her. He met Chen Xueying at a business event in East China 2 years ago, where many prominent figures were present. Although they had only met once, Hua Ming had fallen for her since then. No other woman compared to Chen Xueying in his eyes. This time, Hua Ming chose to temporarily join the Yaoxing Racing Club, mainly to get closer to Chen Xueying, especially since she was the only daughter of Chen Wansong, the chairman of Yaoxing Group. Cut the small talk. We aren't that familiar. Just tell me, what do you want? Chen Xueying said coldly. I don't have time to chat with you. Huoming didn't care about Chen Xueying's indifferent attitude. He smiled slightly. Miss Chen, you're still so impatient. Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. I'm actually here to help you. Saying this, Huoming casually sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. If I'm not mistaken, the funds for the Star Racing Club are almost running out, right? Your father is ruthless with one command. Who in Fuching would dare to sponsor your club? It won't be long before the Star Racing Club you established goes bankrupt. Only the power of the Hua family can help you. Before coming to Fuching, Huoming had already done his homework. In this place, Yaoxing Group was undoubtedly a local tyrant, and no one dared to provoke Chen Wansong. He believed there must be some friction between Chen Wansong and Chen Xueying, which forced the usually doting father to take a hard stance against her. This was also the moment when Chen Xueying was at her most vulnerable. Providing help at this time would be like adding fuel to the flames, and Chen Xueying would surely be extremely grateful, allowing him to take advantage of the situation and make her his woman. Although Huoming was a young master of the Hua family, he had two older brothers above him. Normally, it would be nearly impossible for him to become the head of the Hua family and inherit all the family assets. According to the family rules, only the eldest son had the right to inherit, unless his abilities and value surpassed those of his two brothers. Could he be valued by his father? Marrying Chen Xueying, however, was undoubtedly the quickest shortcut. Using the Chen family's influence and the financial power of Yaoxing Group would ensure his position as the heir. So, from what you're saying, can you help me secure sponsorship? Chen Xueying narrowed her eyes, looking at Huoming with suspicion. At this stage, Chen Xueying indeed needed money. But she believed that even if Jiang Hao didn't come in last in the double racing competition, he certainly wouldn't win. In that case, relying on the System S rebate could alleviate her funding issues. However, since Huoming had taken the initiative to offer financial help, how could she refuse free money? Ha ha ha. Huoming laughed a few times. I can not only help you secure sponsorship, but can also directly invest in your club in the name of the Hua family. You won't have to worry about funding in the future, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Chen Xueying immediately asked. Very simple. You just need to have dinner with me, Huoming said, looking at Chen Xueying with a lewd expression. He believed such an enticing condition was one she could not refuse. However, at this moment, Chen Xueying directly refused him. Young Master Hua, I'm really sorry, but I don't have time to have dinner with you. I appreciate your goodwill, but I don't need you to worry about my club. You can leave. Chen Xueying could see what Huoming was trying to do. His lewd gaze proved he had ulterior motives. She had no interest in someone like Huoming at all. Huoming never expected Chen Xueying would refuse him, and he instantly became furious. Miss Chen, you need to think this through. Without my sponsorship, if I don't help you, your club will definitely go bankrupt. You can't compete with your father. Huoming forced himself to calm down and said, I'll be honest with you. I like you. As long as we are together, the entire East China region will be under our control. Both the Hua family and Yaoxing Group will become even stronger. What's that supposed to mean? Just because you like me, I have to marry you? Chen Xueying said coldly. I have no interest in you at all. I don't want any connection with your Hua family. Please leave immediately. Damn it. Huoming could no longer suppress his anger and slammed his hand on the table. Chen Xueying, don't be ungrateful. I came here to help you out of kindness. Is it too much to ask you to have dinner with me? Or do you want money? Spend one night with me, and just name your price for the money. Before Huoming could finish speaking, Chen Xueying immediately raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the office. Huoming never expected Chen Xueying would dare to hit him. He was already furious, and now he was even more enraged. You bitch, you're asking for death. Huoming angrily grabbed Chen Xueying's hand. Lin Zheng hurried over to stop Huoming, but was violently kicked away. Get lost, you dog. Feeling unsatisfied, Huoming kicked Lin Zheng several more times. Chen Xueying, today whether you agree or not, you must become my woman. Huoming roared and directly knocked Chen Xueying to the ground. At that moment, a figure flashed by, and Huoming was kicked away. Before he could react, a chair had already smashed onto his head. Huoming fainted on the spot. Chapter 56, 20 million in emotional damages. looking at the bloodied and unconscious Ming on the ground. Both Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng were utterly shocked. The person who had just acted was none other than Jiang Hao. After leaving the club earlier, Jiang Hao had entered the mechanical world via a lightning transport. After finishing his training, he had intended to go home to rest, but unexpectedly encountered a silver-haired mechanical girl at the entrance of the club. Although Jiang Hao did not know her, she looked at him with hostility. This immediately made Jiang Hao realize that someone must have come to the club. Out of curiosity, he sneaked upstairs to check, only to witness the heart-stopping scene that had just unfolded. Without any hesitation, he first kicked Ming away and then grabbed a chair, decisively smashing it to knock Ming unconscious. Not good. Lin Zheng came back to his senses and hurriedly checked Ming's breathing. After confirming that he was merely unconscious, he let out a slight sigh of relief. "You scare me. I thought this guy was dead." Even so, Lin Zheng's expression remained extremely grim. If it were an ordinary person, they could just be sent to the hospital, but Ming was the third young master of the Hua family. Now, with his head bloodied and unconscious, if the Hua family found out, it would certainly cause a huge uproar. Despite Chen Xueying's anger at Ming's previous actions, the thought of the Hua family's power gave her a headache. The Hua family was a top consortium in East China, wielding immense power, and even her father, Chen Xueying, would not dare to provoke them lightly. Now that Ming had been beaten like this, the Hua family would definitely not let it go easily. Just as Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng were anxious, Jiang Hao appeared unusually calm. "What are you two panicking for?" Jiang Hao asked. "Do you know who this person is?" Lin Zheng said helplessly. "I know. He seems to be the third young master of the Hua family, right? But so what?" Jiang Hao replied coldly. "This guy tried to bully President Chen in broad daylight. How could I just sit back and do nothing? Besides, this room seems to have surveillance, right? If the Hua family dares to pursue this, we can just upload the footage online. Worst case, I spend a few days in jail, and they lose all face." Upon hearing this, Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng were first taken aback, then suddenly realized, "That's right, this room has surveillance. Ming definitely wouldn't dare confront us." After saying that, Lin Zheng immediately went to retrieve the surveillance footage and edited the relevant video clips. Meanwhile, the silver-haired mechanical girl waiting on the first floor, seeing that her master had not come down for a long time, hurriedly ran upstairs. Upon seeing Ming unconscious on the ground, she was shocked. "Master, what have you done to him?" The silver-haired mechanical girl, named by Ling, had followed Ming for many years. She couldn't believe her master had been beaten like this. "Master, wake up," Bai Ling softly called to Ming. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Ming slowly opened his eyes. "It hurts so much." He touched the back of his head, and the blood on his hands made him furious. Who hit me just now?" Ming roared in anger. At this moment, a disdainful male voice came from beside him. "It was me. What can you do about it? Daring to bully our boss in the club. This is the lesson you deserve." "You." Ming furrowed his brow upon seeing Jiang Hao and quickly reacted. "Oh, so you're Jiang Hao. You dare to injure me. Do you want to die? I will never let you go." Ming then angrily turned to Chen Xueying. "You better wait. I will definitely tell my father about this, and you can expect the endless wrath of the Hua family. By then, even if your father intervenes, he won't be able to protect you." However, just as Ming was about to leave, a video suddenly started playing on a nearby display screen. It showed Ming pushing Chen Xueying to the ground, attempting to commit an act worse than an animal. Seeing this, Ming's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, "Delete it! Quickly delete this video." "Why should I delete it?" Jiang Hao sneered. "I was planning to upload this video online. I want to see how the netizens will comment on you. The third young master of the Hua family. Jiang Hao, if you dare do that, you are dead." Ming had been blinded by anger after being slapped by Chen Xueying earlier, which led him to attack her. He completely forgot that there were cameras in this room. If this footage were spread, the Hua family would face immense public backlash. Even though the Hua family's financial power could cover it up, he would certainly face severe punishment. As a result, he would never have the chance to become the heir of the Hua family. He might even be directly expelled and exiled to some small town to fend for himself. "Master, don't act impulsively," Bai Ling, standing beside Ming, quickly interjected. "We must remain calm." After a brief silence, Ming took a few deep breaths to suppress his anger. As long as you delete this video, everything that happened today will be forgotten. Chen Xueying had intended to use this video to threaten Huaming, so now that he had said this, she would naturally agree. But just as Chen Xueying was about to speak, Jiang Hao interjected, "Forget it? Are you dreaming? If you want to delete the video, fine. But you must pay President Chen 20 million in emotional damages. Otherwise, I'm uploading the video right now." "What? 20 million? Huaming exclaimed, and the anger he had been suppressing erupted once more. Not only Huaming, but even Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng beside him were astonished. No one expected Jiang Hao to take the opportunity to demand such an exorbitant amount. "What? Is that not acceptable?" Jiang Hao said coldly. 20 million to exchange for your Hua family's reputation is a bargain. Besides, with your Hua family's financial resources, 20 million is probably just a drop in the bucket. Hurry up, my patience is limited. Listening to Jiang Hao's words, Huaming was so furious that his whole body trembled, wishing he could rush up and beat Jiang Hao. But now he was injured, dizzy, and needed to go to the hospital for treatment. Not to mention, this video would indeed affect the Hua family's reputation. After pondering for a long time, Huaming finally agreed to Jiang Hao's demand. "Fine, 20 million, right? I'll give it to you." After saying that, Huaming promptly transferred 20 million to Chen Xueying's account. Just as Jiang Hao had said earlier, this 20 million was nothing to the Hua family. Even Huaming could easily come up with it. At this moment, Chen Xueying stared at the additional 20 million in her account, dumbfounded. She never expected that earning this 20 million would be so easy. Chapter 57, Crazy Revenge. "Miss, what we're doing can be considered extortion, right? Is it? Not very good. I'm worried it might cause trouble." Despite the club unexpectedly receiving a huge sum of 20 million, Lin Zheng felt uneasy. After all, the other party was the powerful young master of the Hua family. "Don't panic, we've already done it. What can we do? Besides, this matter is entirely Huaming's fault. It's only reasonable for him to spend 20 million to save his reputation and that of the Hua family." Chen Xueying never expected Jiang Hao would take the opportunity to extort. But upon thinking it over, she felt Jiang Hao was right. The club needs money now. 20 million is not something to be missed. I've already given the money, so delete that video quickly. For Huaming, 20 million was nothing. What he cared about now was his reputation. "All right, no problem. Since young Master Hua is so generous, we will naturally keep our promise." After saying this, Jiang Hao exchanged a glance with Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng immediately understood and deleted the video in front of them. After watching the video being deleted, Huaming finally sighed in relief. Immediately afterward, he glared at Jiang Hao, saying, "You wait. In the two-person racing competition, I will definitely defeat you. I will make you know the painful price of provoking me." After leaving this harsh remark, Huaming stormed off with Bai Ling. He didn't want to stay in this unlucky place for even a moment longer. Once Huaming had completely left, Jiang Hao immediately said to Lin Zheng, "Manager Lin, you must have backed up that video, right? Huaming is quite despicable. We have to keep a backup plan." Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "Although this is my first time doing something like this, just to be safe, I made a backup earlier. Even if Huaming comes to make trouble again, we can continue to threaten him with this." "Good, then I can rest assured." With that, Jiang Hao turned to leave. But at that moment, Chen Xueying hurriedly caught up. "Jiang Hao, wait a minute. The Hua family is the top consortium in East China, incredibly powerful. You've offended Huaming, and there will definitely be trouble. I'm worried he will target you in the two-person racing competition. If something happens like in the previous friendly match, you might not be able to escape." "So?" Chen Xueying sighed deeply and said, "So I plan to withdraw from this two-person racing competition. There will be many more competitions in the future." At first, Chen Xueying had thought of using this two-person racing competition to let Jiang Hao come in last. This way, she could trigger the system's hundredfold return and achieve financial freedom. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Just now, Jiang Hao offended Huaming to save her. Chen Xueying was not an ungrateful person. She knew very well what kind of character Huaming was. Jiang Hao would definitely be in danger in the two-person racing competition. After all, they had just taken 20 million from Huaming, which had alleviated the club's financial shortage. Because of this, Chen Xueying decided to give up the competition to ensure Jiang Hao's safety. "Give up?" Jiang Hao frowned immediately. "President Chen, why give up? That's a prize of 10 million. How can we miss it? Besides, if I were afraid of Huaming, why would I have acted against him just now? The championship of this two-person racing competition is mine for the taking. As for Huaming, I don't take him seriously at all. But Chen Xueying still felt uneasy. The Hua family's influence was not to be underestimated, and her partner Li Yanhai would also target you. Before Chen Xueying could finish her words, Jiang Hao interrupted her. I never do things without assurance. You can rest assured. After saying this, Jiang Hao turned and left gracefully. Looking at Jiang Hao's confident demeanor, Chen Xueying suddenly began to feel uneasy. In the previous two competitions, she initially thought Jiang Hao was bound to lose. Even if he didn't come in last, he would definitely not win the championship. But Jiang Hao managed to create miracles time and again and won the championship each time. Chen Xueying even began to doubt whether Jiang Hao could also win the championship in this two-person racing competition. No, it can't be. He definitely can't do it. After all, I will be competing in this two-person racing competition too. My skills will definitely hold Jiang Hao back. He cannot win the championship. As long as he is not the champion, that will be enough. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xueying revealed a smile. If this two-person racing competition could successfully yield a system return, even if it wasn't a hundredfold return, it would still be enough to return the money previously invested in Jiang Hao. Adding in the club's current funds, it would be enough to last for a while. Meanwhile, after Huaming went to the hospital for bandaging, he returned to the hotel with an extremely angry expression. No, I cannot swallow this anger. Jiang Hao, I will never let you go. I want you dead. As the third young master of the Hua family, Huaming had always been high and mighty, used to bullying others. How could he endure such humiliation? Today's disgrace was an extreme humiliation for him. He not only had his head broken by Jiang Hao, but was also forced to pay 20 million as compensation. Although this money was nothing to him, the feeling of humiliation was like a thorn in his throat, difficult to swallow. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, as if he had thought of a brilliant plan. He turned to Bai Ling beside him and coldly asked, how many teams have come to the two-person racing competition? Bai Ling checked the information and quickly replied, Master, there are a total of 3 teams. Good. You immediately contact the leaders of these 3 teams. Let them quote a price. I want them to do everything possible to overturn Jiang Hao's car in the competition. I want Jiang Hao to understand what a painful price it is to offend me. Huaming. Originally, Huaming had no deep-seated hatred toward Jiang Hao. He had planned to publicly defeat Jiang Hao in the two-person racing competition with his own strength, stirring up public opinion to ruin Jiang Hao's reputation and complete the task assigned by Lin Zhuiyue. But now the situation was different. Jiang Hao had completely enraged him, and it was no longer just about completing Lin Zhuiyue's task. He wanted Jiang Hao to have an accident on the track of the two-person racing competition. He wanted him to die in the most tragic way. Chapter 58. The double racing competition. Time flies, and 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The triennial double racing competition has arrived. Due to the timing, which is just before the supernova preliminaries, many teams that have passed the preliminary rounds signed up for the competition, not only for the 10 million cash prize for winning, but more so to take this opportunity to test the strength of the other teams that advanced from the preliminaries. At this moment, in the Star Racing Club, Jiang Hao looked at the MECH girl standing next to Chen Xueying, and a light screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Drift, 65 points acceleration, 70 points cornering, 63 points charge, 60 points stability, 52 points impact resistance, 57 points endurance, 60 points special ability, none evaluation. This is a MECH girl whose performance barely meets the passing line in all aspects. The vehicle is too light, and its stability and impact resistance are too poor. Jiang Hao had seen this MECH girl when he first joined the club. She could be described as very ordinary, with no standout features. In the MECH girl community, she could only be considered at the bottom tier. Chen Xueying's driving skills were already concerning, and now she was driving such a mediocre MECH girl, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of this double racing competition. However, Jiang Hao did not show the slightest panic. On the contrary, he looked as confident as ever. The special training over the past few days had equipped him with the ability to handle various unexpected situations. Even the high-speed straight-line drifting technique had become increasingly refined. Additionally, after winning the friendship match, Jiang Hao had allocated all 3 points of functional value he earned to the Lightning's acceleration attribute, making Lightning's speed faster and faster. However, Lin Zheng, standing nearby, had a very serious expression. He walked up to Chen Xueying and said, "Miss, please remain calm. In the double racing competition, your job is simply to safely complete the entire course. We don't need to pursue speed, just be steady. The rest can be left to Jiang Hao." Lin Zheng knew Chen Xueying's personality well and was worried that she might act impulsively during the race, leading to accidents. After all, the rules of the double racing competition were very strict. If any driver flipped their vehicle during the race, the entire team would be immediately disqualified. Since Chen Xueying was the first driver, he did not want Jiang Hao to miss his chance to compete because of her mistakes. "Don't worry, I'm just here to make up the numbers. I definitely won't act impulsively." Chen Xueying said this while glancing at Jiang Hao subconsciously. Though she believed that Jiang Hao would definitely not win the double racing competition, given that she was a liability, even if they weren't in last place. It was impossible for them to be in first place. Yet at this moment, Jiang Hao looked far too confident. For some reason, Chen Xueying suddenly began to feel uneasy. Could it be that this guy has some secret weapon? No, that's impossible. I must calm down. She took a few deep breaths, trying to steady her emotions. The system stipulates that she cannot intentionally make Jiang Hao lose the competition or do anything that would affect his performance. This meant that in this double racing competition, Chen Xueying could not deliberately crash or drive very slowly. All she could do was perform to the best of her ability. Chen Xueying knew very well her own capabilities. No matter how hard she tried, she would only end up in last place. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. If so, then she could achieve financial freedom. Chen Xueying then looked at Jiang Hao. "Let's go. We are entering the mech world." Okay. Jiang Hao didn't think much of it and let Lightning transform into racing car form. He and Chen Xueying were transmitted into the mech world together. The stage for this double racing competition was set on the uniquely characteristic windmill island of the sea-level track. The entire track is 30 kilometers long, with straight and curved sections that are almost equal in length. The difficulty is not very high, considered average among all sea-level tracks. However, this track has a very special and challenging area. This section of the track is extremely wide, more than 3 times wider than a normal track. It seems to be a grand road specially paved for racers. However, immediately following this wide section is an extremely narrow path, barely wide enough for a single racing car to pass through. Once they navigate this narrow path, they will reach the finish line. This means that if a driver wants to win the championship, they must rush into this narrow path at the fastest speed. If they hesitate even slightly and let other drivers take the lead, then no matter how fast their car is, they can only helplessly follow behind other drivers, losing the chance to win the championship. Even more thrillingly, the double racing competition adopts a group competition format. Every 5 teams are divided into a group, and the drivers will start on the same starting line, launching simultaneously. This will undoubtedly make the competition on that last wide section of the track exceptionally intense. It could even turn into a brutal battle. Drivers may go to any lengths to compete for the opportunity to enter the narrow path, including using extreme measures to ram into other cars. When Jiang Hao and Chen Xueying were transmitted to Windmill Island and saw this track, their expressions became very serious. How could it be like this? Before the double racing competition officially began, the tracks used were kept strictly confidential. Now, Chen Xueying and Jiang Hao had just learned about this extremely special track. Remembering the previous grievances between Jiang Hao and Huaming, and thinking about this special track on Windmill Island, Chen Xueying couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition arise within her. This undoubtedly provided Huaming with an excellent opportunity to target Jiang Hao during the race. "Jiang Hao, I still say we can completely forfeit this race. We don't need to participate." Although she was eager for the system's generous rewards, she did not want to see Jiang Hao get hurt. "We've already come to the competition site. How could we choose to give up? Besides, I don't think this track is dangerous at all. On the contrary, I think it's quite interesting. Maybe we can even see a unique bumper car competition here." "Ha ha ha," Jiang Hao said, laughing heartily. You Chen Xueying sighed helplessly. She really didn't understand where Jiang Hao's confidence came from. Just then, a burly man in a black tank top walked up to Jiang Hao with a contemptuous expression. He looked Jiang Hao up and down, sneering twice. You don't look like much. Jiang Hao, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, once the race starts, you will definitely suffer. You might even lose your life. Chapter 59. Crisis lurking. The burly man speaking was named Li Cheng, from the Jiangcheng Wild Bull Racing Club. Originally, their team aimed to win the doubles racing championship. However, the situation had changed. Huoming offered a high price for them to take the opportunity during the race to crash Jiang Hao's mech. Although this would also injure their own mech, Huoming promised a hefty fee and would hire a mechanic for treatment afterward. Thus, they had no reason to refuse. As a result, in this doubles racing competition, aside from the Wild Bull Club, the other two clubs from Jiangcheng also changed their plans unanimously. They now had only one goal: to make Jiang Hao overturn his vehicle during the race, legally and reasonably. The Windmill Island track was particularly suitable for them to do so. Therefore, in Li Cheng's view, once Jiang Hao started the race, even if he didn't die, he would end up crippled. He came over to see what kind of person Jiang Hao was to dare to provoke the third young master of the Hua family. The race hasn't even started. What makes you think I will suffer? Jiang had already picked up on the threat in Li Cheng's words, but he showed no fear. With a faint smile, he continued, I actually think that after the race starts, it will be you guys who will suffer. Ha. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng's brow furrowed. All right, you're even more arrogant than I imagined. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us. Good luck. After saying that, Li Cheng turned and walked away. The Wild Bull Club had already investigated Jiang Hao's background. They knew he was a dark horse in this year's Eastern China New Star Racing competition, having won the A Group Championship in Fuching despite having no prior racing experience, which was indeed shocking. But even so, what could they do? After all, Li Cheng's aim was not to win, but to knock over Jiang Hao. That was an easy task for him. Jiang Hao, I still stand by my words. It's not too late for us to back out now. The guy just now, if I'm not mistaken, should be from the Wild Bull Club. In Jiangcheng, the Wild Bull Club is a top-tier team with strong capabilities. That guy clearly came for you, and he must have received benefits from Huoming. Chen Xueying grew increasingly worried. The Windmill Island track is already unfavorable for us, and if they unite against you, it would be a huge problem. It's just a race. There's no need to clash fiercely with these people. From what Chen Xueying knew about Huoming, he would not let Jiang Hao off the hook. There are 3 teams participating in the doubles racing competition, this time in Jiangcheng. The Hua family is already in Jiangcheng, and undoubtedly, these 3 teams have been bought off by Huoming. Additionally, given the Hua family's immense power and wealth, it's very likely that teams from other cities have also been bought off. This means that once Jiang Hao starts the race, countless eyes will be on him. Even if the subsequent matches adopt a random matching grouping, there will definitely be drivers paired with Jiang Hao. Once they enter the wide track on Windmill Island, these people will definitely take action against Jiang Hao. Under these circumstances, Jiang Hao is indeed in great danger. Although Jiang Hao had repeatedly disrupted Chen Xueying's plans, during their time together, she had already established a deep friendship with him. In fact, the reason Huoming held a grudge against Jiang Hao was because he had saved her. Chen Xueying absolutely did not want any accidents to happen to Jiang Hao. President Chen, I think you're overthinking it. The doubles racing competition is a formal event organized by the Eastern China Racing Association. To dare to maliciously crash into other racers and endanger the lives of drivers and MECHs in such a formal competition is not just a simple disqualification. In severe cases, it could even lead to imprisonment. So even if those guys want to target me, they can't go too far. At this point, Jiang Hao pointed to the judging panel. Those people are all big names in the racing world, and there are even government officials among them. I don't believe they would dare to commit such crazy acts right under their noses. Even if the Hua family is powerful, they wouldn't dare to do that. That said, I still feel a bit uneasy. Chen Xueying wanted to say more, but it was too late. At that moment, an announcement rang out in the arena. All participating teams have entered the arena, and the first round of the competition is about to begin. As the announcement sounded, the names of the 20 teams participating in the doubles racing competition in Eastern China appeared on the big screen. Under the automatic grouping by the system, the 20 teams quickly completed their groupings. Chen Xueying took a glance at the grouping situation and her eyes widened in disbelief. How? How can this be? This is a bit too unlucky, right? The Xingchen Racing Club was in the third group, which included Wild Bull, Yaoxing, Fading, and Huiyang clubs. Among them, Wild Bull and Fading clubs were both from Jiangcheng. As for Yaoxing Racing Club, Huaming himself was in this team, so they would definitely target Jiang Hao. As for the last Huiyang Racing Club, it had another dark horse, Li Qi. If the previous situation hadn't occurred, Chen Xueying would be incredibly excited right now, because the drivers from these teams were all very strong, and even if Jiang Hao couldn't finish last, he wouldn't be able to win the championship. But now, among these teams, at least 3 would target Jiang Hao. This undoubtedly made Jiang Hao's situation in the race even more dangerous. Damn it, the whole family wouldn't have bribed the judges, would they? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Chen Xueying couldn't help but curse. What are you thinking? This is the automatic matching of the intelligent mechanism world. Do you really think the whole family is powerful enough to influence the decisions of the intelligent mechanism world? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Don't worry. Even if 3 teams target me, I have no fear. President Chen, you just need to run steadily in the first round. As for everything else, I can handle it. Although Chen Xueying still felt uneasy, Jiang Hao's confidence made her hesitate to say more. She followed Jiang Hao to a nearby rest area. Soon, the first group of races began. As everyone had anticipated, the competition on the wide track at the end of Windmill Island was extremely fierce. All the drivers wanted to rush in the narrow path as quickly as possible, but couldn't avoid being blocked by other drivers. In just the first group's race, 2 teams' contestants had already overturned their vehicles. Once a vehicle overturned, that team would be directly eliminated. Such intense competition naturally caused the audience to scream and cheer continuously. Meanwhile, Chen Xueying, who was resting, had an increasingly heavy expression. Chapter 60. The gap is too big. Is it hard to win? Mr. Chen, don't be in a daze. The second group match is about to end. It's your turn to compete. Jiang Hao's voice snapped Chen Xueying back to reality. She quickly adjusted her mindset and walked onto the track with her machine girl. During her earlier contemplation, Chen Xueying had considered deliberately crashing, which would lead to the immediate elimination of the Xingchen Racing Club. This way, Jiang Hao would not need to compete in the second round. However, if she did that, it would mean going against the system's requirements, and the system would disappear immediately. Jiang Hao had been confident throughout. In this situation, even the most skilled drivers would feel anxious. But Jiang Hao was not like that. Chen Xueying thought that perhaps Jiang Hao had some secret weapon to deal with these people, at least to ensure his own safety. After thinking for a long time, she ultimately made a decision. She would complete the Windmill Island track normally and not affect Jiang Hao's second-round competition. She was also curious to see where Jiang Hao's confidence came from. Once on the track, everything was as Chen Xueying expected. The drivers competing against her were not the main force. The main drivers were all scheduled to compete in the second round, specifically targeting Jiang Hao. Miss Chen, your decision this time is really foolish. If you had let Jiang Hao join the Yaoxing Racing Club earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Li Yanhai walked over to Chen Xueying and said solemnly, I know very well what kind of person Huaming is. I can only say Jiang Hao is in danger. Originally, Li Yanhai was the main driver in the Yaoxing team, but Huaming, the third young master of the Hua family, had parachuted into their team, taking Li Yunhai's position. Li Yanhai believed Huaming wouldn't do this without a reason, most likely to target Jiang Hao. Moreover, he learned that before the competition started, Huaming had specifically gone to the Xingchen Club and then rushed to the hospital afterward. Undoubtedly, something had happened to Huaming at the Xingchen Club. Li Yanhai speculated that Huaming might have taken a liking to Chen Xueying and wanted to visit her, but was stopped by Jiang Hao, leading to a fight between the two, which would certainly make Huaming hate Jiang Hao even more. Now, the teams of Wild Bull, Flying, and Huiyang in the third group all came from Jiang City, which was the Hua family's territory. It was obvious that these 2 teams would definitely target Jiang Hao. Currently, the main drivers of these 2 teams had not participated in the first round, which was enough to prove his speculation. Hearing Li Yunhai's words, Chen Xueying frowned and coldly replied, I don't need you to meddle in my team's affairs. You, at least, were the main driver of the Yaoxing team. Now you've been pushed out by that playboy Huaming. Don't you feel ashamed? I advise you to focus on the race. Otherwise, You might be kicked out of the Yaoxing team in the future. Chen Xueying was well aware of what kind of person her father was. Li Yunhai had not only lost the last friendship match, but also caused the club to lose a high-performance machine girl. Under such circumstances, Li Yunhai would definitely be kicked out of the club. Her father, Chen Xueying, would never want a worthless driver. But now, Li Yunhai was still here competing, which meant he had helped him. Chen Xueying's words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Li Yunhai. Before encountering Jiang Hao, he had been one of the most outstanding young drivers in Fucheng, basking in glory. But all of that had been taken away by Jiang Hao. Now, he was even facing the risk of being kicked out of the club. Li Yunhai thought all of this was Jiang Hao's fault, so he hoped something unfortunate would happen to Jiang Hao. However, rather than dwelling on these thoughts, Li Yunhai needed to focus on showcasing his excellent driving skills and completing this round of the race. As long as the Yaoxing team could win the championship in this double racing competition, he could continue to stay in the club. By then, Ming would leave, and he would naturally be the main driver again. Miss Chen, I'm just kindly reminding you. After saying this, Li Yunhai let the machine girl transform into a racing car and sat in the driver's seat. Chen Xueying also said no more and entered the driver's seat at the same time. The other three drivers were also ready, with the beep signaling the start. The third group match began. No matter how you looked at it, Li Yunhai had once been a top contender among the young drivers in Fucheng. He replaced him with a powerful machine girl to ensure he could continue in the club. As the race began, Li Yunhai quickly pulled ahead, leaving the other four teams far behind, and completed the Windmill Island track at the fastest speed. The drivers from the Wild Bull, Flying, and Huiyang teams also gradually reached the finish line. Although they were a bit slower compared to Li Yunhai, it was only the first round after all. The real competition lay in the second round. Look, that female driver from the Xingchen Club is way too slow. Is she here to be a joke? Didn't they say that the teams participating in the double racing competition all qualified through the Supernova preliminaries? Don't tell me this girl passed the preliminaries? No, not her. I know about the Xingchen Racing Club. Their strongest driver is Jiang Hao. This Chen Xueying is actually the owner of the Xingchen Racing Club. Her father is the chairman of the Yaoxing Group. Wow, the rich beauty actually came to compete herself. It seems like Chen Xueying is just playing around. It's a pity for Jiang Hao. He might be dragged down by her. Amidst the discussions, Chen Xueying successfully drove to the finish line. Her time was more than 1 minute and 30 seconds slower than Li Yunhai, a significant gap. Throughout the process, Chen Xueying strictly followed the system's requirements and did not do anything that would affect the outcome of the race. In the rest area, Jiang Hao had anticipated that Chen Xueying's driving skills would be poor, but he did not expect it to be this bad. The speed was so much slower than Li Yunhai's, which greatly increased the difficulty for Jiang Hao to win the championship. It could be said that winning was out of reach. Even if Jiang Hao activated a super acceleration for the entire venue in the second round, it would be hard to make up for this huge gap. However, Jiang Hao did not despair. Under normal circumstances, it was indeed unlikely to win. But as long as an accident occurred, there would be a chance. For example, if the drivers from those teams encountered unexpected incidents, they could be eliminated directly. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth. Chapter 61 Cooperation at this moment. A short-haired man with a cold expression suddenly walked into the lounge. His gaze instantly locked onto Jiang Hao, and he quickly approached him. You are Jiang Hao? He looked Jiang Hao up and down and immediately asked, Who are you? Jiang Hao did not recognize the short-haired man in front of him. He thought that the man might be another driver bought off by Ming and felt very repulsed, showing no good demeanor. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Qi from the Huiyang Racing Club. As soon as he said this, Jiang Hao was taken aback. He truly did not expect Li Qi to approach him. Before the race, Jiang Hao had learned about Li Qi's situation. This guy was also a major dark horse in the current Supernova Championship, the biggest one in East China. Previously, Li Qi had no racing experience, yet he won the championship in the Shanghai Supernova preliminaries with his outstanding driving skills. After a brief shock, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. May I ask if there is something you need? Could it be that you, like those guys, intend to? Before he could finish, Li Qi quickly interjected. You misunderstand. My intentions are completely different from those guys. I would never be bought off by a wastrel like Ming. Li Qi's Huiyang Racing Club had also received an invitation from Ming, who hoped Li Qi would team up with him to deal with Jiang Hao. However, Li Qi resolutely rejected this proposal. He originally did not plan to participate in the doubles race, but wanted to conserve his strength and give his all in the supernova preliminaries. But Jiang Hao caught Li Qi's attention deeply. He never expected that a driver from Fuqing, like him, would have no racing experience either. They both became famous by winning the championship in the supernova preliminaries. During this time, he repeatedly watched Jiang Hao's race videos and was amazed by his driving skills. Collaborating with Huang Ming and others to deal with Jiang Hao was not what he desired. He yearned for a fair competition with Jiang Hao. To be honest, I'm here to help you. I know very well about Huang Ming's plans. You will be in great danger in the second round. If you're willing, I can help you out when the time comes. At least I can ensure you finish the race safely. Huang Ming originally intended to confront Jiang Hao in this doubles race. But if Huang Ming and others succeeded in teaming up against Jiang Hao, the competition would lose its meaning. Li Qi had long regarded Jiang Hao as his strongest opponent and was determined to compete with him no matter what. Therefore, he could not let Huang Ming and others succeed and must ensure Jiang Hao could safely complete the race. Only then could he have a fair showdown with Jiang Hao in the preliminaries. What? Jiang Hao frowned upon hearing this. You want to help me? It must be said that Li Qi's words genuinely piqued Jiang Hao's interest. He countered, how do you plan to help me? In fact, Jiang Hao already had a plan in mind to deal with Huang Ming and others' attacks. But if Li Qi could actively help him, that would make things much easier. When the race starts later, I'll help you block Huang Ming. Although this guy is a wastrel, he is Lin Xueying's disciple and has decent strength. As for the rest, the people from the Wild Bull and Fading teams, that will be up to you. At this point, Li Qi suddenly showed a cold smile. Jiang Yin, I will block Huang Ming for you, but if you still have an accident because of that, it will only prove that I misjudged you. I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as Li Qi finished speaking, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha, do you really think I'm that kind of fool? If I couldn't handle their attacks, I would have withdrawn from the competition long ago. Why wait until now? To be honest, even if you don't help me, I would still be fearless. By the way, I have a message for you. The champion of this doubles race will definitely be me. Hee hee. Li Qi sneered a couple of times, then I'll wait and see. With that, Li Qi turned and left. Shortly after, Chen Xueying returned to the lounge. Jiang Hao, I'm really sorry, but I've done my best. The first round of the competition is over, and aside from those teams that were eliminated due to accidents, our team should be in last place. The gap is really too big. You must not be overly ambitious. Just focus on completing the race steadily. Chen Xueying was very aware of the gap between herself and Li Yunhai. Even if Jiang Hao unleashed a speed beyond his limits in the second round, it would be difficult to make up for this gap. Not to mention, there were so many people targeting Jiang Hao. She now just hoped that Jiang Hao could safely complete the second round of the race. Safety was the most important. In Chen Xueying's view, once the race was over, she would receive system rebates and compensation. Even if she couldn't avoid finishing last, at least she wouldn't win the championship. The money invested in Jiang Hao could all be refunded, coupled with the current funds of the club and the 20 million Huang Ming had given. She could at least not worry about money for a long time. I understand. Don't worry, Director Chen. Jiang Hao had already devised a perfect plan in his mind. He was determined to win the championship in this doubles race. Soon, the first round of the doubles race, involving 4 groups of drivers, concluded. Due to accidents in the first round, the first, second, and fourth groups were eliminated early. As a result, apart from the drivers in the third group, the remaining drivers were matched again. Originally, there were 20 participants, but now only 15 were left, and the groupings changed to 3 groups. However, Jiang Hao did not care about this. What mattered to him was the results of all the teams after the first round. As he expected, the Yaoxing Club was firmly in first place. Li Yunhai performed excellently in the first round, leading the second place by almost 30 seconds. Not to mention, in the second round, the Yaoxing team sent out Huang Ming, who was Lin Xueying's disciple. This led almost all the audience, including the judges, to believe that the championship of this doubles race should belong to the Yaoxing Racing Club. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao Xingchen Racing Club was in dire straits. Chen Xueying's speed was too slow, resulting in Xingchen Racing Club being at the bottom. At this moment, Lin Zheng, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but sigh deeply upon seeing the race situation. Miss, this is really too much of a pitfall. Now, not to mention winning the championship. There is hardly any chance of making it to the top 3. Chapter 62, Deadly Danger. Originally, with so many people targeting Jiang Hao, Lin Zheng already felt that winning the championship was hopeless. Now, Chen Xueying's performance felt like a rope binding his feet, making him deeply worried about the prospects. He even thought that as long as they didn't end up at the bottom of the rankings, it would be a blessing. Fortunately, the funding he secured from Huang Ming earlier was like a lifeline, saving the club from the crisis of dissolution. He silently prayed for a miracle to happen. Meanwhile, after a brief break, the second round of the competition officially began. The main drivers from 15 teams took the stage one by one, indicating that this round would be more intense and brutal than the first. The 5 drivers in the first group, in a bid to secure priority entry into the narrow passage, gave it their all and sprinted fiercely. However, at the end of the wide road on Windmill Island, a fierce collision was inevitable. Even if they barely managed to stabilize their vehicles to avoid flipping over, the aftershocks of the impact still greatly reduced their speed. The audience witnessed this thrilling and intense race, cheering and praising it endlessly. They truly didn't expect that this 2-person racing competition could be so exhilarating. The ticket was definitely worth it. In fact, the strength of the teams participating in this 2-person racing competition was quite similar. Moreover, these teams had all passed the preliminaries of the supernova. If they wanted to reach the finish line at the fastest speed, they had to ensure that there were no collisions in the final segment. But this was nearly impossible unless one had a crushing advantage over the other drivers. Forget it. The second round participants are all main drivers from their teams. No one is weak. Look, a driver flipped over. With a gasp from the audience, everyone's gaze turned to the racetrack. A driver, in an attempt to seize the opportunity to enter the narrow passage, accidentally got knocked off course by another driver. The racing car rolled violently against the guardrail. The machine girl was severely injured, and the driver was knocked unconscious on the spot. This scene shocked everyone present. Medical personnel rushed onto the track to provide emergency assistance. At this moment, in the rest area, Huang Ming burst into laughter upon seeing the situation. Ha ha! You all saw that, right? This is how we deal with Jiang Hao later. I must let this kid know the painful price of provoking me. Sitting next to Huang Ming, besides Li Cheng from the Wild Bull Club, there was also Chun Ping from the Flying Racing Club. Both of them had been bought off by Huang Ming, and their purpose for participating in this competition was not to compete for the championship, but specifically to deal with Jiang Hao. It wasn't difficult to knock Jiang Hao over, Chun Ping said with a heavy tone. But the key is how we can reasonably knock him over. Young Master Hua, don't forget, this 2-person racing competition is an official event. The judges sitting at the judges' stand are all significant figures. I'm worried that if we maliciously collide with Jiang Hao, we could get into big trouble. We might even be disqualified, affecting the subsequent supernova preliminaries. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, Li Cheng, sitting beside him, immediately nodded in agreement. Both of them had passed the supernova preliminaries, so they naturally didn't want to ruin their futures because of this race. What are you afraid of? Huang Ming spoke coldly. This last segment of the track on Windmill Island is so unique that a racing accident is inevitable. After all, the championship prize is up to 10 million. Who wouldn't want it? Since the race started, so many people have been colliding with others' machine girls, yet who has been punished by the judges? Rest assured, as long as we don't make it too obvious, nothing will happen. Hearing this, Chun Ping and Li Cheng still had some concerns, but at this moment, they didn't want to say much. Since they had already taken Huang Ming's money, they naturally had to help him deal with Jiang Hao. They then began planning how to reasonably knock Jiang Hao over. Meanwhile, Huang Ming looked seriously at Li Qi not far ahead. Earlier, to deal with Jiang Hao, Huang Ming had approached the Huiyang Club, attempting to sell Li Qi, but in the end, he was ruthlessly rejected by Li Qi. Huang Ming was worried that Li Qi would obstruct their plans against Jiang Hao once the race began. After pondering for a moment, Huang Ming stood up and walked over to Li Qi. Name your price. No matter how much, I can give it to you. Just crash into Jiang Hao's racing car once after the race starts. If you can do that, I might even consider giving you the champion's seat. This way, you could also receive the additional 10 million prize from the 2-person racing competition. I don't think you have any reason to refuse me. Huang Ming's master is known as the god of racing in East China, Lin Xueying. And Lin Xueying was once part of the Huiyang Racing Club. Therefore, Huaming had some understanding of the Huiyang Club. Li Qi is a young driver secretly cultivated by the Huiyang Club over the years. Silent until now, but then suddenly remarkable. During the Supernova preliminaries in Magic City, Li Qi won the preliminary championship with an overwhelming display of strength. Magic City is the most prosperous city in East China, gathering countless top drivers. The fact that Li Qi stood out among them to win the championship proves how strong he is. Although Huaming was quite confident in his own strength and did not believe Li Qi could defeat him, he was wary of the possibility of Li Qi teaming up with Jiang Hao. Therefore, he had to pull Li Qi in again to ensure that Jiang Hao could be dealt with. Upon hearing Huaming's words, Li Qi smiled slightly. "Young Master Hua, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I have no interest in your little tricks at all. My purpose in participating is very simple, to compete seriously. Besides that, I'm unwilling to get involved in any underhanded dealings. As for your claim about giving me the championship, it's simply ridiculous. I will fight for the championship with my own strength, not rely on someone else's charity." Li Qi despised Huaming's character deeply. He didn't want to sink to the level of such a person. As soon as Li Qi finished speaking, Huaming's face instantly darkened. He clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger as he stared fiercely at Li Qi. "I advise you not to be ungrateful. This is the last chance I'm giving you. If you don't know your place, don't blame me for being rude. My Hua family is one of the top families in East China, with immense power. Even the owner of the Huiyang Club wouldn't dare to provoke my Hua family easily. Moreover, my master is the god of racing, Lin Xueying. If I truly want to win the championship, then you will have no chance of winning." Chapter 63 Lightning Family Machine Girl SD 725 Li Qi originally didn't want to pay much attention to Huaming. However, when he mentioned the name Lin Xueying, a flash of anger crossed Li Qi's eyes. What a ridiculous so-called god of cars in East China. In my eyes, Lin Xueying is nothing but an ungrateful and despicable person. As for his driving skills, Li Qi sneered coldly. In my view, his skills are nothing, merely relying on the performance of his machine girl. Shut your mouth. As Huaming, the disciple of Lin Xueying, could not tolerate such humiliation towards his master. He immediately shouted, "My master Lin Xueying is a recognized god of cars in East China, ranked 7th among all drivers nationwide. How dare you slander my master?" After saying this, Huaming turned to leave, choosing not to waste more words with Li Qi initially. He intended to win Li Qi over. But now he had changed his mind. He had to ensure that Li Qi would meet the same fate as Jiang Hao on the racetrack. As for Li Qi's claim that Lin Xueying was an ungrateful person, Huaming thought it was pure nonsense. Since ancient times, good birds choose good trees to perch on. The Huiyang Club could no longer provide any assistance to Lin Xueying, so it was reasonable for him to leave the club. However, the Huiyang Club was holding Lin Xueying back, which led to him turning against them, and this was quite normal. In Huaming's view, it was merely the Huiyang Club reaping what they sowed. If they had let Lin Xueying go earlier, would things have turned out like this? Meanwhile, on the other side of the resting area, Jiang Hao also witnessed the scene of the previous competitor's serious injury from the car accident. However, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, his expression became even more confident. "Jiang Hao, can I know where you get your confidence from? Wu Ming, Li Sheng, and Chen Ping would definitely team up against you. And there's also the unstable Li Qi in such a situation. How can you escape?" Chen Xueying had just run over to take a glance at Huaming, only to find him, Li Cheng, and Chen Ping sitting together, incessantly discussing something. It was clear that they were plotting against Jiang Hao. Had she known this would happen, she shouldn't have signed up for the competition in the first place. My confidence naturally comes from my driving skills. With so many judges sitting outside the track for such a large official competition, they can't directly crash into me. If they do, they would face terrible consequences. So even if these guys want to target me, they can't come at me openly. I am fully confident that I can win the championship. Jiang Hao said this with increasing confidence. During this time, he had been training on the track, conducting special training with simulated drivers. He might not be able to avoid everything 100, but he could definitely do it 80 to 90. As for the remaining situations, he was confident that he wouldn't let the lightning vehicle suffer severe damage. "Forget it. I won't ask you anymore. You need to be careful and avoid any accidents. If necessary, even if it means giving up the competition, you must ensure your safety. Chen Xueying still looked worried. Before long, the first and second groups of races had concluded, leaving only the final third group. This was also the last group of competitors in this double machine racing competition. Young Master Hua has finally appeared. I bought a ticket to watch the race just to see young Master Hua. He's Lin Zhuiyue's disciple, so his driving skills must be impressive. And the driver Li Yunhai from the first round of the Yaoxing Club was already very good. I can guarantee the championship belongs to the Yaoxing team. But strange, why did young Master Hua suddenly join the Yaoxing team in Fucheng? Huaming, due to his prominent family background and being Lin Zhuiyue's disciple, attracted the audience's attention. He had many fans, mostly female, who were now cheering his name. The only remaining competitors with the same level of popularity were Jiang Hao and Li Qi. Almost everyone was eagerly anticipating the final group of the double machine racing competition. Jiang Hao, I've already told you before that I will make you pay a painful price. If you're willing to kneel down publicly and admit your mistake, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, you may never have the chance to drive a machine girl again. I advise you to seize this rare opportunity. Huaming said to Jiang Hao with a very contemptuous expression. Following him, his machine girl, Bai Ling, wore an arrogant look. She already knew the background of Jiang Hao's machine girl, a discarded waste from the Lightning family. She didn't take him seriously. At this moment, Jiang Hao noticed that there was also an SD logo on Bai Ling's outfit. This proved that Huaming's machine girl also belonged to the Lightning family. Master, her model is SD 725. Lightning showed obvious signs of nervousness upon seeing Bai Ling, even daring not to look directly into her eyes. Ha! Bai Ling sneered. SD 799. I really didn't expect you to still have the face to enter the track. A waste like you should have been scrapped long ago. You've tarnished the reputation of the Lightning family. As a member of the Lightning family, Bai Ling felt an endless pride. In her eyes, a defective product like SD 799 was not worthy of competing on the same track. Huaming could ignore Jiang Hao's ridicule, but Jiang Hao absolutely couldn't tolerate Bai Ling's humiliation towards Lightning. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked coldly at Bai Ling. What the hell are you? Is the Lightning family that impressive? In my eyes, you are no different from an ordinary machine girl. As he said this, a detailed attribute panel appeared in Jiang Hao's eyes. Drifting, 75 points acceleration, 90 points bending, 80 points charging, 82 points stability, 83 points crash resistance, 70 points endurance, 70 points special ability. Super engine can increase speed by 10 within 30 seconds. Reduces stability by 30 in acceleration state. Evaluation. An excellent machine girl from the Lightning family. Speed is her proudest feature, and she is equipped with a purple quality structural module, making the vehicle more stable. Although this girl's attributes were indeed quite good, and she possessed a special ability that could make SD 725 faster, Jiang Hao wasn't worried. Her stability was poor. She completely relied on the purple module's ability to reach 83. If the super engine was triggered, it would greatly reduce her stability, even failing to meet the passing line. This would also become her fatal weakness. Chapter 64. Despicable Tactics. Jiang Hao, do you even know what you're saying? You actually said my Bai Ling is no different from an ordinary mech girl? At this point, Huaming burst into laughter. Ha ha. This is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Jiang Hao, you are simply a fool. My mech girl is a member of the Lightning family, not something that the trash beside you can compare to. You dare to say my mech girl is no different from an ordinary mech girl? Utterly foolish. Huaming looked at Jiang Hao with disdain. In his view, a country bumpkin like Jiang Hao must have never seen a real mech girl from the Lightning family. Otherwise, he would never say such stupid words. As for Jiang Hao's SD 799, although she also comes from the Lightning family, to Huaming, she is nothing but a joke. A piece of trash that should have been sent back to the furnace long ago. Huh! Facing Huaming's ridicule, Jiang Hao sneered twice. The race is about to start, and I don't want to waste more words with you. See you on the track. After saying that, Jiang Hao walked into the racetrack with Lightning and directly transformed her into a racing car, taking the lead to sit in the driver's seat. The other drivers were also in position. Damn it, Jiang Hao, you're dead. Huaming cursed angrily in his heart. and then entered the racetrack as well. His MECH girl, Bailing, transformed into a fully silver racing car, which looked quite cool. There was a golden lightning logo on the car body, the exclusive logo of the Lightning family, symbolizing the supreme glory of being part of the Lightning family. Jiang Hao's SD-799, however, was stripped of this logo because she was expelled from the Lightning family. This led to Jiang Hao's MECH girl not displaying the golden lightning logo after transforming into a racing car. However, Jiang Hao didn't care at all. He chose SD-799 not because she was from the Lightning family. To be honest, Jiang Hao was completely unaware of the Lightning family at first. The reason he named her Lightning was merely coincidental. Just then, a prompt echoed throughout the venue. All drivers are in position. The race is about to start. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. During the countdown, Jiang Hao was already prepared for an explosive start, ready to go. Huaming saw this driving skill, but he didn't care at all. He believed that in the face of absolute strength, any flashy maneuvers were meaningless. Bailing, being a member of the Lightning family, was extremely fast, and with her special ability enhancement, he didn't think Jiang Hao had any chance of winning. However, his purpose for this race was not entirely to win. Mainly, he wanted to take down Jiang Hao. So he didn't want to easily defeat Jiang Hao, but instead wanted to toy with him, cooperating with Li Cheng, Chen Ping, and others to knock Jiang Hao down. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Jiang Hao, using his explosive start technique, rushed onto the racetrack at the fastest speed. In an instant, he pushed his speed to the limit, pulling far ahead of Huaming, Li Qi, and the other 4 drivers. This scene undoubtedly shocked the audience, who cheered continuously. After all, this dual-driver racing competition was for the entire East China region. The audience came from many cities in East China, and many people were not very familiar with Jiang Hao. This Jiang Hao from Fuqing is quite interesting. He is so fast. Can anyone tell me how he did that? He completely skipped the acceleration process and started at maximum speed. Truly a dark horse competitor like Li Qi in this East China competition. But let's not speak too soon. Even though Jiang Hao has mastered special driving skills, his MECH girl is obviously problematic. Didn't you notice that her speed is very slow? Once this was said, many audience members looked at the big screen beside them. They found that Jiang Hao's MECH girl barely reached a maximum speed of 380 km/h. In contrast, the other 4 drivers' MECH girls all exceeded 400 km/h. This led to Jiang Hao only being in the lead for a short while before being overtaken by the 4 drivers, dropping from first place to last. Is this it? Jiang Hao, is this your strength? Pathetically weak. Trash MECH girl. Ultimately just a trash MECH girl. After overtaking Jiang Hao, Huaming, with the advantage of bailing speed, steadily occupied the first position. The initial segment of the Windmill Island racetrack was almost all straight. In this case, Huaming could actually choose to trigger Bailing's special ability, which would make her speed even faster for 30 seconds. This way, he could use his speed advantage to leave Jiang Hao and the others far behind, so they couldn't even see his taillights. But doing so did not align with Huaming's current plan. Therefore, he did not rush to use Bailing's ability, but instead maintained his speed, keeping his lead without leaving Jiang Hao too far behind. This way, he could ensure that he could knock Jiang Hao off later. At this moment, Li Cheng from the Wild Bull team and Chen Ping from the Flying team were following the previously discussed plan, closely flanking Huaming on both sides. The 3 racing cars formed a triangle, blocking any overtaking routes for Jiang Hao and Li Qi Master. These 3 guys are too cunning. Lightning couldn't help but curse angrily. Don't panic and don't get angry. We're not in a hurry to overtake them. This stretch is all straight, and those 3 have blocked all routes. We can say we have no chance to overtake. Even using high-speed straight-line drifting would be obstructed by them. What we need to do now is to endure temporarily. The first corner of Windmill Island is a right-angle turn, and these 3 will definitely slow down due to their high speeds. This is our best opportunity. Although Jiang Hao was confident he could dodge the 3's collision and would not fall into their trap, he remembered that in the first round of the race, Chen Xueying had fallen too far behind. If he couldn't make up for the speed gap, even if he could cross the finish line first in this round, it would be hard to win the championship. Therefore, he absolutely could not remain pressured by Huaming, Li Cheng, and Chen Ping. The next right-angle turn would be Jiang Hao's chance to overtake them. Chapter 65. I will make Jiang Hao crash and die. At this moment, Huaming was in the cockpit of his mech. He used the communication feature of the mech to simultaneously call Li Cheng and Chen Ping. They were about to enter the first right-angle turn. You two pay attention, don't flip the car, Huaming warned. If anything happens to you before the plan succeeds, don't expect to earn a single penny. As soon as Huaming finished speaking, Li Cheng's laughter came through the line. Ha ha ha, young Master Hua, you're underestimating us. A mere right-angle turn. How could we possibly flip the car? Don't worry, as long as we maintain our formation, Jiang Hao won't be able to overtake us. By the time we reach the final stretch, I guarantee he will crash. Huaming nodded in satisfaction. Hee, Jiang Hao is doomed this time. But just then, Chen Ping spoke up with a serious tone. Young Master Hua, I've been reviewing Jiang Hao's race videos repeatedly during this time. Although there are only 2 recorded races, this kid's driving skills are not to be underestimated. His strongest point is overtaking in turns. I'm worried that, before Chen Ping could finish, Huaming interrupted him. Ridiculous. No matter how good his driving skills are, he can't break through our encirclement. Besides, that guy's mech is so slow that by the time we go through the turn, he probably won't even catch up. We just need to hold our ground and wait for the final stretch before we strike. Do you all understand? Li Sheng responda crisply. Understood. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ping also replied, okay, got it. Although he said this, Chen Ping still felt a bit uneasy. He had specifically pulled up the videos of Jiang Hao's participation in the Seoul Club friendship races. Jiang Hao's driving skills exceeded his expectations. Especially in the last lap, Jiang Hao could actually drift on a straightaway, which left him in disbelief. He knew that Jiang Hao's mech came from the Lightning family. Even though he had serious defects and was expelled from the family, he undoubtedly possessed special abilities. In his opinion, Jiang Hao's ability to easily navigate turns and accelerate afterwards was definitely due to the MECH's capabilities. Originally, he wanted to persuade Huaming not to be overly confident, but Huaming was too arrogant, so he didn't say much. He could only follow Huaming's orders and continue to encircle Jiang Hao with Li Cheng. However, even if their MECH were fast, they still had to slow down when facing the right-angle turn. Especially Huaming, whose mech was very fast. Without triggering any special abilities, he could easily exceed 400 km/h. With such astonishing speed, it was impossible for him to navigate the turn without losing speed. Not to mention, the stability of Huaming's mech was not high, which was his greatest weakness. So, when they were only 200 or 300 meters away from the right-angle turn, he decisively slowed down to ensure he wouldn't flip due to excessive speed. Li Cheng and Chen Ping, who were following him, did the same. In fact, the 3 of them had learned the technique of drifting, but they could only do it at a basic level and lacked the skill to execute it perfectly, especially at high speeds. After all, in this world, only the masters could execute a perfect drift. This scene was clearly seen by Jiang Hao, who was following behind them. Good, they've all slowed down. Lightning, get ready, we're about to sprint. Jiang Hao looked at Huaming and the others, who were gradually decelerating, and a smile crept onto his face. Yay, finally we can sprint. I've been holding back for too long. Master, this time we must shake them off. We can't let them surround us again. Lightning had been waiting for this moment for a long time. No problem. Jiang Hao smiled confidently and accelerated towards the right-angle turn. The influence of Huaming, Li Cheng, and Chen Ping extended beyond Jiang Hao. It also impacted Li Qi from the Huiyang team, although he was quite confident in his driving skills. He didn't dare to go full speed into the right-angle turn and was forced to slow down. At that moment, he saw Jiang Hao showing no signs of deceleration, which shocked him. This kid, just like in the videos, never slows down when turning. I want to see how he escapes from the encirclement of these 3. At this moment, the spectators also noticed Jiang Hao's actions and gasped in surprise. What is Jiang Hao doing? Why isn't he slowing down? Does he really think he can make it through the right-angle turn at this speed? Wow, where does this courage come from? How dare he do this? Come on, don't you know anything about Jiang Hao? He is currently the most famous young driver in Fuching, and drifting is his specialty. You can go back and watch his 2 races in Fuching. They're simply breathtaking. A right-angle turn like this is nothing to him. Stop bragging. I don't believe he can make it through the turn without slowing down. Besides, Huaming, Li Cheng, and Chen Ping are blocking the way. Jiang Hao has no chance. As everyone debated, in the pit area, Chen Xueying and Li Zheng in the stands clenched their fists nervously. If it were just a right-angle turn, they wouldn't be worried at all. With Jiang Hao's skills, he could pass through in an instant. But the problem was that Huang Ming, Li Cheng, and Chen Ping were too cunning. It was really too difficult for Jiang Hao to pass through their encirclement without losing speed. A slight misstep could lead to a crash. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao on the track showed no signs of slowing down and continued to unleash lightning's top speed. Soon, he caught up with Huang Ming, Li Cheng, and Chen Ping. What's going on? This kid isn't slowing down? Has he gone mad? Huang Ming's eyes widened in shock. But after a brief moment of astonishment, a cunning smile appeared on his face. He quickly contacted Li Cheng and Chen Ping, saying, "Did you see that? Jiang Hao has gone crazy. Our original plan was to strike at Jiang Hao during the last stretch of Windmill Island. But now this kid is trying to drift through the right-angle turn without slowing down, which gives us a fantastic opportunity. You two listen closely. When Jiang Hao drifts through the turn, you both crash into him. I want to make sure Jiang Hao crashes and dies." Chapter 66, Stunning Driving Skills. "You, what did you say?" Chen Ping said incredulously. "Young Master Hua, are you serious? You want us to crash into Jiang Hao while he drifts at full speed? Doesn't that mean we can't slow down either?" "No, the risk is too high." Although Chen Ping had agreed to help Huang Ming collide with Jiang Hao's car during the race, this was on the condition that his own safety was guaranteed. Besides, the mech he was driving was his longtime partner, with whom he had weathered countless storms. If he were to crash into Jiang Hao at full speed on a right-angle turn, regardless of the outcome, his mech would suffer severe damage. Just like Li Yunhai's mech before, which ended up being sent back for repairs. Li Cheng's face also turned unusually serious upon hearing Huang Ming's command. He knew well that such a decision tested not only their driving skills, but also involved gambling. They were betting on the lives of their mechs, and even their own safety. The last stretch of Windmill Island was all straight, and the track was extremely wide, so crashing into Jiang Hao posed little risk to them. Even if their mech got hurt, it wouldn't be too serious. However, if they attempted to crash into Jiang Hao while navigating the right-angle turn, the risk would indeed be too great. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma, unsure of what to decide. In that brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Hao seized a fleeting opportunity. He was like a cheetah poised to pounce, keenly sensing his opponent's hesitation and wavering. "Now's the time. Overtake them," Jiang Hao shouted at the right moment. At this instant, lightning had waited too long. He hesitated not at all. The engine roared, and the speed soared to its limit. Like an arrow released from its bow, he sped toward the impending right-angle turn. At this moment, Jiang Hao showcased his astonishing driving skills, skillfully utilizing a tiny angle deviation. He made lightning slide into the turn at an incredible speed, the car body nearly parallel to the ground. The sparks generated from the tires rubbing against the track were like brilliant stars, cutting through the night sky. Huang Ming, Li Cheng, and Chen Ping had not yet reacted when Jiang Hao had already driven lightning, executing a breathtaking drift, speeding through the turn. It was as if a bolt of lightning had pierced through the darkness, instantly breaking through their encirclement. When the three regained their senses, they could only see the afterimage left by lightning and the roaring sound of the engine still echoing in the air. Jiang Hao had already surpassed them, and under the effect of his special ability, his speed soared, leading far ahead. "What the hell? What are you two useless idiots doing? Who gave you the guts to disobey my orders? Such a great opportunity has been missed because of you." Huang Ming roared angrily, venting his frustration. In his view, if Chen Ping and Li Cheng had decisively accelerated and crashed into Jiang Hao's car just now, then Jiang Hao would have surely crashed and flipped over. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Such a perfect plan had failed, leading to being overtaken by Jiang Hao. How could Huang Ming not feel furious? Moreover, what surprised him even more was that Jiang Hao's driving skills were indeed too incredible. Not only did he manage to drift at full speed through the turn, but he also found a gap to break free from their encirclement. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? The audience at the scene, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into deafening applause and cheers. "Wow, that's amazing. I take back what I said earlier. This Jiang Hao is indeed quite impressive. Not just impressive, that maneuver he just pulled off is probably something even Chen Xueying couldn't do. Wow, this is truly the new generation pushing the old. Who would have thought that our East China region could produce such an outstanding young driver? I have a feeling that this year's Supernova Championship might just go to him. But let us not speak too soon. This year, it's said that many talents have emerged from various places. Moreover, Jiang Hao could maintain such smooth drifting at high speed, not only due to his exceptional skills, but also because the ability of his MECH played a crucial role. Although it had performance flaws, it was still a member of the Lightning family. It was said that this SD-799 was the last MECH produced in this batch of the Lightning family and was supposed to be the strongest, but an accident occurred. If it hadn't been for that accident, this MECH would indeed be very powerful. Unfortunately, SD-799 speed was too slow, which was a significant drawback, making it hard to compete with other MECHs. At this moment, not only were the audience discussing amongst themselves, but even the judges were also showing great interest in Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, on the track, Jiang Hao, utilizing Lightning's special ability, gained a brief burst of speed after the turn. His speed broke 400, far ahead of Huaming and the others. However, although Lightning's acceleration ability was powerful, it was as fleeting as a shooting star. It couldn't allow him to maintain such astonishing speed for long. Jiang Hao knew very well that once his speed dropped, Huaming and the others would quickly counterattack like cheetahs, easily surrounding him again and putting him in an inescapable predicament. Now that Jiang Hao had finally broken free from their encirclement, he would not give them any opportunity again. Just ahead was a series of S-shaped curves, perfect for Jiang Hao to showcase his skills. It was time to demonstrate what true driving skills were. A confident smile crept across Jiang Hao's face. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and, in Lightning's ultra-high-speed state, executed the high-speed, straight-line drift technique. Previously, Jiang Hao had already astounded the audience with his impeccable drifting skills as he passed through the turn and successfully broke free from Huaming and the others' encirclement. Now, his next move left everyone speechless, shocked beyond words. No one expected Jiang Hao to suddenly start drifting on straight. Moreover, throughout the entire process, Lightning did not slow down, maintaining a top speed of 400 kilometers per hour. With unimaginable skill, he drove Lightning through the S-shaped curve like a bolt of lightning. The sparks generated by the tires rubbing against the track were like meteors streaking across the night sky. The audience witnessed this scene, stunned to the point where it felt like their breaths had stopped. They held their breath, intently watching every move Jiang Hao made, afraid to miss any detail. Even more astonishing was that after navigating the S-shaped curve, Jiang Hao triggered Lightning's special ability, gaining a 10-second super acceleration. During this process, Lightning's speed continued to increase. Huaming, Li Cheng, Chen Ping, and even Li Qi from the Huiyang team could no longer see Jiang Hao's taillights. Chapter 67. Crazy Actions. How can this be? What is up with this kid's driving skills? How can he drift on a straight road like that? And at such high speed? Can someone tell me where he learned to drive? At this moment, Huaming was shouting in frustration. He had previously watched Jiang Hao's 2 race videos, but he hadn't taken them seriously and hadn't looked closely. At that time, he thought drifting on a straight line was completely meaningless. Such flashy maneuvers had no significance in front of absolute strength. But now he realized he was completely wrong. He never expected that drifting on a straight line would not only maintain speed, but even increase it. In just a short time, Jiang Hao's taillights had disappeared from view. How could Huaming not feel angry? Master, that guy was abandoned by the Lightning family, but he still came from there. If I'm not mistaken, SD-799's special ability must be to accelerate briefly after drifting. Moreover, SD-799 itself has strong steering capabilities. Bai Ling, Huaming's machine girl, said with a very ugly expression. Initially, she didn't take Lightning seriously. After all, he was just a useless machine girl abandoned by his family. But who would have thought that this useless machine girl could become so powerful in Jiang Hao's hands? Besides anger, Bai Ling felt more jealousy. Damn it, I cannot let Jiang Hao win. He must die. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Huaming shouted angrily. Li Cheng, Chen Ping, you all better listen to me. From now on, You must follow my orders. Otherwise, not only will you not get a single penny, but I will also deal with each of you afterward. Young master, what do you plan to do? Li Cheng and Chen Ping hurriedly responded. If they could start over, they should have followed Huang Ming's orders earlier and crashed into Jiang Hao while he was drifting. Although it was risky and might not succeed, at least it would ensure that Jiang Hao wouldn't easily break through their encirclement. If luck was on their side, they could have flipped Jiang Hao's car out of the race. Now, Jiang Hao not only broke through their encirclement, but was also speeding up. Li Cheng and Chen Ping knew that if they couldn't catch up to Jiang Hao, he would easily pass through that wide section of the track and enter the narrow passage at the fastest speed. After that, it would be too late. Listen up. From now on, pursue Jiang Hao at all costs. Even if your machine girls get damaged, you must not slow down. When you encounter a curve, crash through it. Huang Ming shouted angrily. Young Master Hua, won't this get us disqualified? We might even lose our driver status. Chen Ping said with a serious tone. I'm worried. I'm worried. Before he could finish, Huang Ming immediately interrupted him. What is there to worry about? We are neither deliberately harming anyone nor violating race rules. We just have a strong competitive spirit and want to catch up to Jiang Hao quickly. What is there to be afraid of? Don't worry. The Racing Association won't disqualify you. At most, it will just be a verbal warning. If something really happens, I guarantee I will take care of everything for you. Seeing that Huang Ming had said this, Chen Ping and Li Cheng felt it was inappropriate to say more and immediately responded, Okay, we understand. Anyway, Huang Ming promised to replace their machine girls after the race. Although they were a bit reluctant, under the current circumstances, they had no way back and could only follow Huang Ming's orders. Soon after, Huang Ming, Chen Ping, and Li Cheng all simultaneously pushed their machine girls to the limit. Even with a section of S-shaped curves ahead, they showed no intention of slowing down. Since their drifting skills weren't very strong, and their machine girl steering capabilities were also inadequate, this led to their machines inevitably crashing into the guardrails during the S-curve. But even with damage, they didn't slow down, maintaining an unimaginably high speed through the curve. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone present. The judges sitting at the panel were not only shocked by Huang Ming, Chen Ping, and Li Cheng's actions, but were also filled with anger. This is outrageous. Truly outrageous. These young people are completely out of control. Who allowed them to do this? Achieving such high speed without slowing down through the curves is only acceptable if they had Jiang Hao's skills. But the problem is that their driving skills are not sufficient to drift through the curves without losing speed. Doing this will undoubtedly cause serious damage to their machine girls. Disqualify them. They must be disqualified. Isn't that too much? Personally, I think these three young people are just too impulsive. After all, Jiang Hao's driving skills just now were truly impressive. He even shook them off. If I were them, I would also want to catch up to Jiang Hao quickly. As for the machine girls getting damaged, as long as you have money to find a mechanic, they can all be restored. Some of the judges criticized Huang Ming and the others, while others felt they were somewhat justified. However, regardless of how they felt, the three of them would inevitably face some punishment for their actions. Meanwhile, the current last-place driver on the track, Li Qi, had remained calm from the beginning. Unlike Huang Ming and the others, he did not recklessly chase after Jiang Hao, but steadily drove on the track. He had also clearly seen Jiang Hao's straight-line drifting technique. He understood just how impressive Jiang Hao's driving skills were. In this dual racing competition, defeating Jiang Hao had become nearly impossible. Additionally, with Huang Ming, Li Cheng, and Chen Ping stirring up trouble, Li Qi had already given up on competing for the championship with Jiang Hao. What he needed to do now was to keep a close eye on Huang Ming. At this point, he had regarded Jiang Hao as his biggest rival in life. Until he had a fair showdown with Jiang Hao, he wouldn't allow anyone to harm him. Chapter 68. Anticipating ahead. At this moment, Huang Ming, Chen Ping, and Li Cheng were sprinting at full speed, disregarding everything else. Their eyes were fixed on the vehicle driven by Jiang Hao, like leopards stalking their prey, closing in at an astonishing speed. Despite their mech girls being battered and in pain from continuous violent collisions, there was no sign of slowing down. Master, it hurts so much. Master, I don't want to die. I don't want to be remade. Huang Ming's mech girl, Bai Ling, cried out in agony. As a member of the Lightning family, she had endless pride. She never expected that one day she would suffer such severe injuries. If Huaming didn't find a spirit mechanic to treat her, even as a member of the Lightning family, she would be sent back for remaking. Don't shout. Don't distract me from chasing Jiang Hao. I promise I'll help you recover afterwards. Although Huaming was wealthy, mech girls from the Lightning family were extremely rare. Sometimes, money couldn't buy them. Therefore, no matter what, he would arrange for a spirit mechanic to treat Bai Ling afterwards. For the whole family, finding a spirit mechanic was as easy as pie. Right now, Huaming's mind was entirely focused on overtaking Jiang Hao and crashing into him. Bai Ling felt somewhat at ease due to Huaming's promise, but she knew she couldn't let her guard down, no matter how much pain her body endured. She had to grit her teeth and persevere. Otherwise, she would be ruthlessly abandoned by Huaming. Meanwhile, Chen Ping and Li Qing's mech girls were also struggling in pain. They couldn't defy their master's orders and could only endure the intense pain, striving to race on the track. In the blink of an eye, the three had caught up closely behind Jiang Hao. Lightning witnessed this scene and angrily exclaimed, "Master, those three guys are insane. Don't they fear severe punishment from the Racing Association for recklessly hurting their mech girls? Their behavior is outrageous. They don't deserve to be racers." Jiang Hao had already anticipated this situation and was not too shocked. "Stay calm. We must not let their madness interfere with us. We are about to enter the most treacherous final leg of Windmill Island. This is the most dangerous place on the entire track. They've already gone all out to catch up with us, using every means possible. It is foreseeable that their madness will peak when we enter that special section of the track." Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Hao saw the racing cars driven by Huaming and the others. Despite their astonishing speed, Jiang Hao could clearly perceive the severe damage their cars had sustained. These scars were undoubtedly the price they paid for their pursuit. Even if they could grit their teeth and endure the pain to continue racing, the performance of their cars had already been irreversibly affected. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for Jiang Hao. Initially, he only had about 70 to 80 confidence in safely passing through the dangerous section of the track. However, now he felt fully confident, his assurance rising to 100. Moreover, with Li Qi's strong assistance, the championship was within his grasp. Soon, Jiang Hao, along with Huaming and the others, almost simultaneously entered the final stretch of Windmill Island. This section of the track was extremely wide, easily accommodating 5 racing cars side by side. Many racers had previously encountered accidents in this section. Therefore, as they saw Jiang Hao and others gradually entering this part of the track, the entire audience was glued to the scene, fearing they might miss any exciting moments. Once in this section of the track, Jiang Hao did not frequently use the drift technique to accumulate energy, allowing lightning to unleash incredible speed as he had before. Instead, he actively slowed down, bringing lightning back to a normal driving speed. Jiang Hao's actions were aimed at ensuring absolute safety. He knew that going too fast on this treacherous track would only put him in an uncontrollable situation. Therefore, he had to leave enough reaction time to deal with any potential accidents, avoiding the tragedy of crash. He even had a super acceleration saved up for the final moments, intending to make a comeback at the last second. However, in Huaming's view, this scene indicated that Jiang Hao was afraid. Haha, did you see that? This guy actually slowed down voluntarily. This is the only time he has slowed down since the race began. It shows he fears this last stretch, fearing that an accident might happen. Huaming laughed. "Since that's the case, what are you two waiting for? Crash into him." "No problem, I'm going first." Li Qing ajarli respunda. He then pushed his mech girl to the limit, charging towards a narrow path at an astonishing speed of 400. It seemed he was vying for the chance to enter the narrow path first, but in reality, all his attention was on Jiang Hao. He planned to swerve his car at the moment he surpassed Jiang Hao, deliberately crashing into Jiang Hao's vehicle, causing him to have an accident and flip over. Afterwards, he could easily claim that his mech girl had been hit during the previous turn, leading to stability issues that caused the unintentional crash into Jiang Hao. This reasoning was plausible, and Li Cheng believed that there was no way Jiang Hao could dodge it this time. However, just as he confidently thought that Jiang Hao would surely be knocked over by him, an unexpected event occurred. With the speed of his mech girl, Li Cheng quickly caught up to Jiang Hao and was about to overtake him. But at the moment he prepared to swerve and crash into Jiang Hao's vehicle, Jiang Hao seemed to have anticipated his move and slammed the brakes. Due to the heavy injuries Li Cheng's MECH girl had sustained during the previous pursuit, when Li Cheng intentionally swerved, it not only failed to hit Jiang Hao, but also caused his own MECH girl to lose control. It skidded uncontrollably on the track, unable to stabilize. Ultimately, in a careless moment, Li Cheng's MECH girl crashed into the guardrail and flipped over. The violent impact caused Li Cheng to lose consciousness, and his MECH girl also fell into a comatose state due to the severe injuries. This turn of events left both Huo Ming and Chen Ping in disbelief. Even the entire audience was shocked into silence, unable to utter a word. The entire venue fell silent. Chapter 69, All Dodged. He actually dodged it? How'd he do that? Could it be that he can predict this kind of thing in advance? My God, who is this Jiang Hao? He is too impressive. When the audience first saw Li Cheng's car shaking, they thought a car accident was about to happen, just like in the previous few races where serious accidents occurred. But in the end, Jiang Hao miraculously slammed the brakes and avoided colliding with the rear of Li Cheng's car. This maneuver undoubtedly shocked everyone present. At this moment, a gray-haired man in the judges' stand witnessed this scene and looked at Jiang Hao with admiration. This young man is truly remarkable. The man speaking was Huang Yan, the president of the Eastern China Racing Association. Initially, he and T paid much attention to Jiang Hao. His focus had been almost entirely on Li Qi from the Huiyang Club. After all, the Huiyang Club had once trained top racers like Lin Zhuiyue. Now, Li Qi could very well be the second Lin Zhuiyue. However, he never expected that in this dual racing competition, Li Qi's performance would not stand out. He drove with extremely conservative techniques throughout the race. Instead, Jiang Hao from Fuqing kept opening his eyes. President Huang, do you think this could just be a coincidence? Perhaps this kid was afraid of getting hit, which is why he chose to brake decisively. After all, Li Cheng's machine girl was already severely damaged. A few people sitting next to Huang Yan spoke up. There is a possibility, but I still feel that this Jiang Hao is not that simple. Huang Yan shook his head slightly. In the previous races, other drivers had similar behaviors, but they usually brake from a distance. While Jiang Hao braked at the moment Li Cheng lost control. The timing was truly perfect. Perhaps this kid was already prepared from the beginning for the possibility of being hit. At this point, Huang Yan's expression became extremely serious. Don't you all think that from the start of the race until now, Huo Ming, Li Cheng, and Chen Ping have basically been huddled together? Their purpose is very clear, to block Jiang Hao. Huo Ming is chasing Jiang Hao at all costs, which is understandable since the Huo family is wealthy and can replace machine girls at any moment. The Huo family even collaborates with mechanical engineers to heal SD-725 without any issues. But for Li Cheng and Chen Ping to also imitate Huo Ming's actions and chase Jiang Hao at all costs is a bit unusual. As soon as this was said, the people sitting next to him frowned. President Huang, are you implying that these two have been bought off by Huo Ming? There is indeed such a possibility. Regardless of the race's outcome, an investigation must be conducted into the Yanyu and Fading clubs afterward. If there are any problems, they will be punished without mercy. Understood. The people present nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, having dodged Li Cheng's fatal collision, continued to speed ahead. The entire process was seamless, taking no extra seconds. This was all clearly seen by Huo Ming behind him. How? How could this happen? Impossible, this must be luck. Chen Ping, what are you still dawdling for? Crash into him. Crash into him. Don't hesitate. I guarantee I'll take care of everything for you afterward. Huo Ming never expected that Jiang Hao could dodge Li Cheng's collision, and he shouted in anger. Chen Ping, now tied to Huo Ming, could not afford to show any fear even upon seeing Li Cheng crash and get injured. Otherwise, not only would he not receive the Huo family's money, but he could also face punishment from the Racing Association. He had no choice but to follow Huo Ming's orders and immediately pushed his speed to the limit. Like Li Cheng before him, he seemed to rush toward a narrow path, but his true target was Jiang Hao. However, Chen Ping's actions were even crazier. He didn't pretend to lose control after passing Jiang Hao, but instead began shaking his car side to side before overtaking him. This created the illusion that his machine girl was severely damaged and had lost control due to sudden acceleration. Taking advantage of this, he aimed to crash into Jiang Hao. In this way, he could later claim that it was merely an accident due to the machine girl losing control. However, all of this was within Jiang Hao's expectations. He had simulated such scenarios countless times on the training track. With his extraordinary driving skills, he miraculously dodged Chen Ping's multiple attempts to crash into him. What? Due to excessive shock and the severe damage to his machine girl, Chen Ping's earlier pretense of losing control turned into real loss of control. He crashed violently into the guardrail like Li Cheng, resulting in a serious accident. Huaming watched this unfold clearly. The anger that had been on his face vanished, replaced by shock. He could hardly imagine that every time Chen Ping tried to crash, Jiang Hao managed to dodge it. It was as if Jiang Hao had predicted all of Chen Ping's moves in advance, which was simply unbelievable. He knew very well that Chen Ping had no way to turn back now, so he could only crash into Jiang Hao with all his might. It was impossible for him to warn Jiang Hao. This proved that Jiang Hao had indeed dodged based on skill. Useless. All useless. I don't believe it. You can't possibly dodge all the collisions. Huaming's anger flared up again as he recklessly charged toward Jiang Hao. Both Chen Ping and Li Cheng had concealed their intentions to some extent, but the furious Huaming showed no restraint as he headed straight for Jiang Hao. Even though he might face severe punishment from the Racing Association afterward, Huaming no longer cared. His mind was solely focused on one thought: to crash into Jiang Hao. Now, Jiang Hao was about to enter the narrow path, and if he got in, there would be no chance left. To that end, Huaming spared no effort and directly activated the special ability of his machine girl, the super engine. Under the effect of this special ability, Bai Ling's speed could increase by 10, coupled with the fact that Bai Ling was already faster than Jiang Hao. He had the capability to overtake Jiang Hao in an instant and then crash him out. However, Jiang Hao was watching this scene closely. After Bai Ling activated the super engine, Jiang Hao also immediately used the one-time super acceleration he had accumulated with lightning. In an instant, lightning unleashed an unimaginable burst of speed, making it impossible for Huaming to catch up, since Bai Ling was already severely damaged. Using the super engine would reduce its stability by 30. This put Bai Ling in a state of almost losing control. Just at that moment, the previously steady Li Qi suddenly accelerated. Taking advantage of Huaming's inattention, he slightly brushed against Huaming's car. This action directly caused Huaming's machine girl to lose control and crash violently into the guardrail. Chapter 70. The Glorious Star with a Loud Bang. Huaming was violently impacted and fainted on the spot. His MECH girl, Bai Ling, was even more seriously injured, with the entire front of the vehicle caved in and barely clinging to life. As a noble MECH girl of the Lightning family, she had never sustained such serious injuries. No, I don't want to die. After Bai Ling let out a painful howl, she fell into a complete coma. Just as the medical personnel rushed onto the track to save her, Jiang Hao had already crossed the finish line with the fastest speed. Following closely behind him was Li Qi. Thus, the two-person racing competition came to an end. During the first round of the competition, Chen Xueying had lagged behind due to her slow speed. However, with Jiang Hao's appearance, all the lost time was made up as he caught up. Moreover, due to the crashes of Huaming, Li Cheng, and Chen Fei, their teams were eliminated. The combined time of Jiang Hao and Chen Xueying was the shortest, successfully winning the championship of this two-person racing competition. The second place went to Li Qi's team, the Huiyang team. Jiang Hao only participated in 3 races, winning each one. This two-person racing competition was the largest event in the entire East China region. In addition, Jiang Hao's previously displayed driving skills, along with his evasive maneuvers against Li Cheng and Chen Ping's collisions, undoubtedly made him the center of attention, becoming the most famous young driver in East China. Almost all the spectators on the track were chanting Jiang Hao's name. On the podium, Chen Xueying and Jiang Hao stood together in the champion's position, raising their trophies high. Even now, she felt it was unbelievable. Clearly, she had lagged so far behind in the first round that winning seemed impossible. Yet, Jiang Hao turned the situation around with his own strength. The various driving techniques he displayed during the process left Chen Xueying in awe. It was at this moment that she realized how impressive Jiang Hao truly was. The system bound to Jiang Hao meant that if she wanted to gain system rebates, it would be extremely difficult. She couldn't let Jiang Hao deliberately lose the race. which made Chen Xueying feel quite uncomfortable. Clearly, having the system was of no use. At that moment, Huang Yin, the president of the East China Racing Association, approached her and Jiang Hao. Chen Xueying immediately recognized Huang Yan's identity and hurriedly spoke. Huang, President Huang, hello. Xueying, I really didn't expect you to leave the Yaoxing group and form your own team. I must admit, your vision is quite exceptional to find such a good talent like Jiang Hao, Huang Yin said. He was unaware of the specifics behind Chen Xueying's signing of Jiang Hao. Before this, Jiang Hao was just an unknown newcomer with no racing experience. Chen Xueying's ability to make him the main driver of the team was enough to prove her excellent judgment. However, listening to Huang Yan's words, Chen Xueying showed an awkward expression, unsure how to respond. The reason she signed Jiang Hao wasn't due to outstanding vision. She thought Jiang Hao's skills were poor and would be an excellent target. If she could get Jiang Hao to finish last, she could achieve financial freedom. But unexpectedly, Jiang Hao proved to be so formidable, winning every race. Now, it was too late to say anything. Chen Xueying could only force a smile. President Huang, you were just joking. I was just lucky. All right. When you have time, send my regards to your father. I have some matters to discuss with Jiang Hao alone. Upon hearing this, Chen Xueying nodded slightly and turned to leave. Soon, Huang Yin took Jiang Hao to a nearby resting area. President Huang, did I do something wrong? Jiang Hao felt puzzled by Huang Yan's request to speak with him alone. Jiang Hao, you don't need to be nervous. I just have some things I need to understand. Huang Yin said seriously. Did you have a grudge with Huang Ming before the race started? Huang Yan's tone was grave. Just moments ago, during the final section of Windmill Island, Li Cheng, Chun Ping, and even Huang Ming had continuously attempted to collide with Jiang Hao. It could be considered an accident for one person, but for three to act this way was definitely not a coincidence. This was clearly premeditated. In Huang Yan's view, the most likely scenario was that Huang Ming had colluded with these drivers in advance to set up Jiang Hao, intending to cause a legitimate accident that would lead to his demise in the race. But no one expected that Jiang Hao's driving skills would be so impressive. Not only did he successfully evade fatal blows multiple times, but he also managed to win the championship under such circumstances. It was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Since President Huang had asked this, Jiang Hao decided not to hide anything. Yes, before the race, I did have a personal grudge with Huang Ming. He bullied my boss, and I ended up giving him a good beating. This guy held a grudge against me and sought revenge. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Huang Yin understood everything. It was exactly as he had suspected. He just hadn't expected Jiang Hao to dare to break the head of Huang Ming, the third son of the Hua family. A person from Fuqing without any family background dared to do this. It was indeed quite bold. Huang Yin increasingly admired Jiang Hao. Seeing that Huang Yin remained silent, Jiang Hao frowned. President Huang, I broke Huang Ming's head to save someone. Besides, during the race, I never did anything illegal. I didn't even touch their cars. Everything was due to their own actions. If you cancel my driver status for this, I will report you. As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Yin burst out laughing. Ha. What? Do you think I've been bribed by Huang Ming? Then you underestimate me too much. Hee. Then I can rest assured. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have no connections with the Hua family. I came to find you not only to confirm whether you had a personal grudge with Huang Ming, but also to invite you to join the Glorious Star. What did you say? Glorious Star? Jiang Hao was in utter shock upon hearing this. The Glorious Star that Huang Yin mentioned was not a racing club, but an official guild established by the Yan Nation. Only those with exceptional driving skills and significant fame could qualify to join the Glorious Star. It is no exaggeration to say that joining the Glorious Star meant you were one of the most famous and powerful racers in the Yan Nation. There were less than 30 drivers in the Yan Nation who qualified to join the Glorious Star. Within the Glorious Star, there was also a ranking list that ranked all the drivers in the guild. Previously, Lin Zhiyue was a member of the Glorious Star and was ranked 7th on the list. Jiang Hao truly did not expect that after only participating in 3 races, he would receive an invitation to join the Glorious Star. Chapter 71. Instant Fame. President Huang, are you serious? Do I really qualify to enter the Glorious Star? Jiang Hao asked in shock. Of course. Huang Yin smiled and nodded. You have already met the criteria to enter the Glorious Star. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you specifically. So, are you willing? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded immediately. Yes, of course, why wouldn't I? Great. Next month, before the Supernova preliminary competition begins, there will be a gathering of top drivers in South China. All drivers who join the Glorious Star from the East China region will participate. You must be there. Okay, I understand. Jiang Hao did not refuse and nodded slightly. He also wanted to see who the top drivers in East China were, and naturally, he was most eager to meet Chen Xueying. He wanted to see what kind of person dared to call himself the god of cars in East China. After that, Jiang Hao left the race course and returned to the real world. The two-person racing competition was, after the Supernova competition, the grandest event in the East China region. Even though many people did not make it to the venue to watch, they learned about the competition situation through various media videos. Jiang Hao defeated major teams in East China during the two-person racing competition and won the championship. Additionally, Huang Yin, the president of the East China Racing Association, directly announced Jiang Hao's membership in the Glorious Star. This undoubtedly made Jiang Hao instantly famous, and it also made the Star Racing Club well known throughout East China. In the Fuching area, the Yaoxin Group was the absolute ruler, and when Chen Xueying spoke, all enterprises in Fuching naturally did not dare to sponsor the Star Club. But now the situation was different. After Jiang Hao won the two-person racing competition, the Star Club became thoroughly famous. Enterprises in Fuching, fearing Chen Xueying, did not dare to sponsor the Star Club, but other regions were unaware of this situation and thought that those enterprises in Fuching had no vision. As a result, they rushed to sponsor the Star Club. This also meant that the Star Club no longer needed to worry about lacking funds. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Yaoxin Group in Fuching, he stood nervously in front of Chen Xueying, trembling slightly due to excessive fear. Brother-in-law, please let me explain. I didn't expect this to happen. Who would have thought that Jiang Hao would be so amazing? It's like seeing a ghost. Originally, according to Hiyu's plan, after this two-person racing competition, Jiang Hao should have lost miserably. Moreover, the conflict between Huaming and Jiang Hao should have caused Jiang Hao to be completely driven out of the racing world. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Jiang Hao, under these circumstances, actually managed to win the championship. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. Now, with Jiang Hao's fame, the Star Racing Club was also completely renowned. With so many sponsors for the Star Club, it was impossible to bring it down now. Brother-in-law, please give me one last chance. I promise to make Ying give up the club and go home obediently. He thought that Chen Xueying had called him over to punish him or even to kick him out. He was so scared that his legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. At that moment, Hiyu's sister, Hiwen, also rushed in. Xueying, I only have this one younger brother, Hiyu. If you kick him out, I won't live anymore. Hiwen was crying, snot and tears flowing. What did I say? I would kick him out? Do you two need to panic like this? Crying and making a scene. Get up. Chen Xueying looked at Hiwen and Hiyu with a speechless expression. As the chairman of the Yaoxin Group, how could he not understand their little thoughts? Although Hiyu was greedy, he was still reliable in handling matters. Moreover, he was his brother-in-law. Given that he had married Hiwen, it was impossible for him to kick Hiyu out. Hearing this, Hiwen and Hiyu were first stunned. Then they breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Brother-in-law, thank you for giving me another chance. Hiyu quickly spoke. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely make the Star Club completely collapse. Before Hiyu could finish his sentence, Chen Xueying immediately interrupted him. Collapse? When did I say to make you bring down the Star Club? Ying is my daughter, and the Star Racing Club she founded also belongs to the Yaoxin Group. Now that the Star Club is developing so well, it is all thanks to Ying's keen eye. I really didn't expect that Jiang Hao could be so ridiculously powerful. The youngest member of the Glorious Star in history. It's no exaggeration to say that Jiang Hao should be the most commercially valuable driver in the entire East China region. I can almost see countless bills flying toward me. Ha ha! After Chen Xueying finished speaking, he suddenly burst into laughter. Initially, Chen Xueying did want Hiyu to bring down the Star Club. That way, Chen Xueying would give up her dream of racing and return to the group to inherit the family business. But he never expected that the Star Club would develop unexpectedly. Chen Xueying was always profit-driven, and how could he let Hiyu bring down such a profitable club? His current plan was to cancel the previous order and allow sponsors from Fuching to freely sponsor the Star Club. Even the Yaoxin Group could directly invest to make the Star Club even stronger. Chen Xueying was not interested in racing, but he knew that the racing industry was one of the most profitable industries in the world today. The commercial value brought by a top driver was immense. Previously, Lin Xueying casually asked for hundreds of millions in signing fees. Now, he had a driver under him similar to Lin Xueying, whose momentum even surpassed Lin Xueying at one point. Chen Xueying was already secretly planning to package Jiang Hao and increase his commercial value. Brother-in-law, right now Jiang Hao is indeed in the spotlight and has great commercial value. But don't forget Jiang Hao. He has offended the Hua family. In this two-person racing competition, the third young master of the Hua family, Hua Ming, was seriously injured and is still in the hospital, not yet awake. The old lady of the Hua family favors Hua Ming the most. She definitely won't let Jiang Hao off. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xueying, who had been laughing, immediately froze. Chapter 72. Striking it rich. In the city of Fuqing, Yaoxing Group is undoubtedly the dominant player. However, when considering the entire East China region, Yaoxing Group is not the number one. The true wealthy family in East China is the Hua family. Hua Ming, the third young master of the Hua family, had an accident during the double-person racing competition. But if you investigate a little, you'll find that it was all because of Jiang Hao. Previously, when Hua Ming went to the Star Club and got his head broken by Jiang Hao, Chen Xueying was somewhat aware of it. However, at that time, Hua Ming didn't pursue the matter, and Chen Xueying pretended not to know. Now, with Hua Ming seriously injured and unconscious in the hospital, the Hua family will inevitably target Jiang Hao. If he were just an ordinary person, that would be fine. But Jiang Hao is now too commercially valuable. We must not let anything happen to him. He, go find President Huang immediately. The only person who can stop the Hua family is Huang Yan. He didn't dare to say much and hurriedly turned to leave. After He left, Yuan also made an excuse to leave. She quickly caught up with He. Brother, are you really going to find Huang Yan? Sister, what do you mean by that? Don't you want me to do this? He frowned, his mind solely focused on Jiang Hao. If this matter isn't handled well, I will definitely have to pack up and leave. I don't want to leave Yaoxing Group. Yuan sighed deeply. Xiaoyu, you are still too young. Chen Xueying is almost 60 this year, and so far, he only has one daughter, Chen Xueying. How could such a wealthy man not want a son? Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to marry me after his wife's unexpected death. He just wants to have another son to inherit his family business. But Chen Xueying's health has already deteriorated, which is why he values Chen Xueying so much. Now that Chen Xueying has managed the Star Racing Club so well, Chen Xueying is even more satisfied with her. I can guarantee that it won't be long before Chen Xueying announces that Chen Xueying will inherit everything from Yaoxing Group. At that time, you and I will have nothing. He was confused, his expression growing more puzzled. Sister, so what exactly do you want to do? Are you planning to eliminate Chen Xueying? I advise you to give up on that idea. If this matter gets back to Chen Xueying, we will both be finished. Xiaoyu, what are you thinking? Your sister is a law-abiding citizen. How could she do something like murder and arson? What I care about is the Chen family's immense wealth. Otherwise, with my looks, how could I possibly be interested in that old man Chen Xueying? Yuan smiled slightly. Sister wants you to not go find Huang Yan and let the Hua family deal with Jiang Hao. We shouldn't interfere in this matter. It would be best if the Hua family could get rid of Jiang Hao. Without Jiang Hao, the Star Racing Club will naturally collapse. In that case, Chen Xueying will achieve nothing, and Chen Xueying will definitely be disappointed in her. Hearing this, He chuckled twice. Sister, even if Chen Xueying is disappointed in Chen Xueying, they are still father and daughter. Chen Xueying doesn't have a son. All that wealth will definitely end up with Chen Xueying. What we might get will probably be less than 10%. Who told you that Chen Xueying won't have a son? He immediately interrupted He. To be honest, I'm already pregnant. What? He's eyes widened in shock. Sister, are you serious? Didn't you say Chen Xueying's health was failing? How could you possibly be pregnant in this situation? At this point, He suddenly thought of something, his voice trembling with nervousness. Sister, you wouldn't be cheating on Chen Xueying, would you? Oh my God, if he finds out about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. He never expected that his sister would be so reckless. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Xiaoyu, don't worry. Since I dare to do this, I'm not afraid of Chen Xueying finding out. I've already made all the necessary preparations. I've bribed all the doctors. Chen Xueying will definitely not find out. Besides, at his age, he would be overjoyed to have a son and won't have time to investigate it thoroughly. As long as I give Chen Xueying a son, along with his disappointment in Chen Xueying, the Chen family's wealth will definitely fall into my hands. As she said this, Yuan seemed to envision the scene unfolding and appeared very excited. Then, she looked at Xiaoyu. As long as you help your sister and listen to her, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Once everything is settled, I will give you at least 30% of the Chen family's assets. Yu had been terrified, but after hearing Yuan's words, his fear vanished. In its place was endless greed. Sister, since you have decided to do this, as your brother, I will naturally do everything I can to help you. The first thing we need to do is get rid of Jiang Hao. This guy is really too annoying. Don't worry, I know what to do. I will make the whole family even angrier with Jiang Hao's actions. After saying that, Yu hurriedly turned and left. Meanwhile, in the Star Racing Club, in the conference room, Lin Zheng looked at the various sponsorship contracts and the funds coming in, feeling extremely excited. It's done. From this moment on, our Star Racing Club will soar. We no longer have to worry about funding issues. The more Lin Zheng spoke, the more excited he became, directly shaking Jiang Hao's hand. Mr. Jiang, all of this is thanks to you. I must apologize again. I was blind and almost let the club lose someone as talented as you. Lin Zheng had also watched the double-person racing competition live. At first, he was anxious, worried that Jiang Hao would have an accident. But the facts proved that his worries were completely unnecessary. Jiang Hao was really impressive. He never expected Jiang Hao to directly join Guanghui's Star. Manager Lin, there's no need for that. Since I'm a member of the club, I will naturally work hard for our club's glory. At this point, Jiang Yin looked at Chen Xueying beside him. President Chen, I have a small request. I wonder if you can agree to it? Chapter 73. Danger. Chen Xueying did not respond to Jiang Hao immediately. Instead, she looked at her account balance and fell into deep thought. Initially, her plan was to have Jiang Hao come in last, enabling her to achieve financial freedom through the system's hundredfold return. This was precisely why she had resolutely signed a contract with Jiang Hao. However, she never expected that Jiang Hao would win every race. Even during the nearly impossible situation in the dual racing competition, Jiang Hao managed to turn the tide. Now, Jiang Hao became the youngest member of the glorious Star team in history, famous throughout East China. Suddenly, major sponsors were eager to sponsor the Star Racing Club. By a twist of fate, the club was now firmly on the right track. Since it had already happened, Chen Xueying could only face reality. Continuing to find ways to have Jiang Hao come in last, in an attempt to gain the system's hundredfold return, was clearly no longer feasible. Moreover, doing so would greatly impact the club, leading to a withdrawal of many sponsors and potentially leaving the club with massive debts due to breach of contract. Moving forward, she could no longer arrange for Jiang Hao to participate in races he was bound to lose. Instead, she had to ensure that Jiang Hao could win every competition. Chen Xueying, are you listening? Jiang Hao asked again when he saw that Chen Xueying had not responded. Jiang Hao, just go ahead and speak. No matter what your request is, as long as I can do it, I will definitely fulfill it, Chen Xueying hurriedly replied, coming back to her senses. Jiang Hao was now too important to the Star Club. It's actually not a big deal. I just planned to change the speed flash module recently to see if there is something more suitable, Jiang Hao said. After winning the dual racing championship, he had also received 5 functional points from the system. If he allocated all these points to acceleration, it could potentially make the lightning speed even faster. Although the previously equipped speed flash module could enhance the acceleration attribute by 20 points, it significantly reduced the cornering, drifting, and stability attributes. The faster the speed, the more important these 3 attributes became. In this world, a machine girl could equip only 1 module at most. Now that lightning speed had been gradually enhanced by the system's functional points, he planned to replace this purple module with one that was more advantageous for lightning. That is absolutely fine. You can freely choose from the module shop, and once you find something you like, feel free to contact Supervisor Lin. As always, if you like it, the club will reimburse you in full, Chen Xueying replied. If this were before, Chen Xueying would definitely have suggested that Jiang Hao change machine girls. After all, the SD-799 had significant flaws and was too slow. However, Now she realized that Jiang Hao and the SD-799 were incredibly compatible. Even if it was slow, what had he done? Under Jiang Hao's godly driving skills, he could easily trigger the SD-799's special abilities. Furthermore, as it stood, only the SD-799 could fully unleash Jiang Hao's driving skills. The Supernova preliminary round was about to start, and this race was crucial for both Jiang Hao and the club. It was essential to ensure that Jiang Hao could perform as impressively in the Supernova preliminary round as he did in the dual racing competition. All right, I'll take my time choosing over the next few days. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, Jiang Hao said as he stood up. But at that moment, Chen Xueying suddenly remembered something and immediately called out to Jiang Hao, "Wait. Jiang Hao, during this time, try not to go out. I won't arrange for you to participate in any races before the Supernova preliminary round. You should know the reason." Chen Xueying's expression became extremely serious as she said this. Lin Zheng, who was sitting beside her, also lost his smile, replaced by deep concern. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was initially taken aback, but quickly understood. It was obviously due to the incident with Hua Ming. Hua Ming had suffered a severe car accident during the dual racing competition, and the Hua family would definitely vent their anger on him. However, Jiang Hao showed no signs of fear. He calmly replied, "Chen Zong, I know what you're worried about, but we live in a society governed by law. Do you think the Hua family would dare to kill someone on the street? Moreover, I didn't even touch Hua Ming during the dual racing competition. It was his own machine girl that lost control and crashed. And I am still a member of the Glorious Star team, the most notable young driver in East China. Even if the Hua family holds immense power, what could they do to me?" Hearing this, Chen Xueying sighed slightly. That may be true, but the Hua family matriarch dotes on Hua Ming the most. I worry that she might do something extreme. Thank you for your concern, Chen Zong. I will be careful during this time. Jiang Hao nodded slightly and then turned to leave the club. In Jiang Hao's view, he was currently the most famous driver in East China, hailed as the youngest member of the Glorious Star team in history. He did not believe that the Hua family would dare to take action against him at this time. Instead of worrying day and night about the Hua family's potential retaliation, he preferred to continue honing his driving skills before the preliminary round. Only by becoming increasingly famous would the Hua family dare not take action against him. Meanwhile, in the mansion of Deng Junpeng, Lin Zhiyue stormed in with an extremely angry expression. "Where are you? Deng Junpeng, get out here!" Lin Zhiyue shouted loudly, wanting nothing more than to grab Deng Junpeng and beat him up. During the previous friendly match of the Seoul Racing Club, Jiang Hao's machine girl was severely injured and in urgent need of treatment from a mechanic. He had thought that as long as he bribed Deng Junpeng, Jiang Hao's machine girl would be sent back for reprocessing. Losing the SD-799 machine girl would naturally make Jiang Hao no longer a threat. This way, Jiang Hao would not be able to win in the dual racing competition, and Chen Xueying would be disappointed in him, giving Lin Zhiyue a chance to get closer to Chen Xueying. At that time, he could not only get the signing fee, but also win over Chen Xueying herself. However, he never expected that Jiang Hao's machine girl would be completely unharmed. In the end, Jiang Hao still won the championship, and even his apprentice Hua Ming lost to Jiang Hao. In Lin Zhiyue's view, there was only Deng Junpeng as a mechanic in the entire Fuqing. Other mechanics would not specifically come to Fuqing. Therefore, it was definitely Deng Junpeng who healed Jiang Hao's machine girl. He believed that Deng Junpeng had been untrustworthy, taking his benefits while secretly treating Jiang Hao's machine girl. This made Lin Zhiyue extremely furious, and today he had come specifically to settle the score with Deng Junpeng. Chapter 74. The Fury of the Hua Family. Lin, you really misunderstood me. Deng Junpeng rushed out upon seeing Lin Zhiyue. I didn't treat Jiang Hao's mech girl. I swear to God, if I really treated Jiang Hao's mech girl, I would die a horrible death. Deng Junpeng was also caught off guard by the situation. At that time, although he had taken a look at the condition of SD-799, he could have completely cured it with his abilities. But since he had already promised Lin Zhiyue, Deng Junpeng did not intervene and even deliberately claimed that SD-799 was beyond saving. Under normal circumstances, it would have to be sent back for a complete overhaul and replaced with another mech girl. However, he never expected that during the dual racing competition, Jiang Hao would still be piloting SD-799. This was simply unbelievable to Deng Junpeng. The only possibility was that another spirit mechanic had intervened. Who else could it be but you? Lin Xueying said coldly. Right now, you're the only spirit mechanic in Fuqing. If it's not you, could there be any other spirit mechanics who would come all the way to Fuqing? I've already investigated, and during this time, no other spirit mechanics have come to Fuqing. Apart from you, no other spirit mechanics could have intervened. Deng Junpeng, I advise you to speak the truth. Lin Xueying didn't believe Deng Junpeng much and grabbed his collar to question him. Damn it. Deng Junpeng angrily shook off Lin Xueying's hand. I've already sworn, and you still don't believe me? Lin Xueying, I will say this one last time. It was not me who cured SD. 799, if you have time to go crazy here, you might as well think about how to defeat Jiang Hao in the preliminary round of the supernova competition. To put it bluntly, your current status has basically been taken away by Jiang Hao. Some even say your driving skills are far inferior to his. In my opinion, it won't be long before you, the so-called car god of East China, will be replaced. You're talking nonsense. Lin Xueying roared. What is Jiang Hao even worth? He dares to compete with me for the title of car god of East China. In the dual racing competition, he was just a bit lucky. If it weren't for Li Qi affecting Huang Ming at the last moment, Jiang Hao would have been knocked over by Huang Ming long ago. Although Lin Xueying did not go to watch the dual racing competition in person, he watched the recorded video and clearly saw Jiang Hao's performance. In his view, Jiang Hao's victory was largely due to luck. Otherwise, he would have been knocked off the final stretch of the Windmill Island track long ago. The so-called straight-line drifting was just flashy and not practical driving skills at all. If he had participated in the dual racing competition himself, Jiang Hao would have had no chance of winning. Huang Ming lost entirely due to being too impulsive and lacking the necessary skills. Lin Xueying always believed that Jiang Hao was unworthy of entering the Glorious Star. Hearing Lin Xueying's words, Deng Junpeng smiled faintly. Even if you don't acknowledge Jiang Hao's strength, it won't change anything. Jiang Hao's performance in the dual racing competition was indeed quite impressive. Otherwise, President Huang wouldn't have made an exception to let Jiang Hao enter the Glorious Star. He doesn't deserve it. Lin Xueying clenched his fists and said coldly, I originally didn't plan to intervene personally, but now it seems that if I don't take action, this guy will really climb over my head. Just wait. I will make Jiang Hao kneel before me. After saying that, Lin Xueying turned and left. Although he couldn't find out who had cured SD 799, he was now almost certain it wasn't Deng Junpeng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a vicious oath. As for who it was, Lin Xueying no longer cared, because he had already decided to take action himself. He must defeat Jiang Hao in the preliminary round of the supernova competition. After Lin Xueying left, Deng Junpeng fell in a deep thought. This is impossible. Who could have cured SD 799? Could there be an unknown spirit mechanic hidden in Fuqing? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. In his view, he was the only spirit mechanic in Fuqing. If another spirit mechanic appeared, it would undoubtedly greatly affect Deng Junpeng's status. No matter what, he had to find out who this person was. At the same time, far away in the Hua family in Jiang City, an elegantly dressed elderly woman with silver hair sat in the main seat of the hall. Her expression was extremely unpleasant, and her cold eyes swept over everyone present. Answer me, why did this happen? Why did he go to Fuqing to join the Yaoxing team for no reason? Why did you let Huang Ming act recklessly? The woman speaking was named Lin Qingtong, the highest authority in the Hua family today. Her deceased husband was the former head of the Hua family, Huatai. The Hua family's current status was built by her and Huatai working together in the past. The current head of the Hua family, Hui Yunting, is also her son. Huang Ming, the third son of the Hua family, is her most beloved grandson. Lin Qingtong had long since stopped involving herself in the affairs of the Hua family and had been living in a secluded small courtyard outside Jiang City. Upon learning that Huang Ming had encountered trouble, she was furious and immediately returned to the Hua family. All the Hua family members present dared not show her any disrespect. Just a glance from Lin Qingtong would make them break into a cold sweat, trembling with fear. Mother, the reason Ming'er went to Fuqing to join the Yaoxing team is because of Lin Xueying. Ming'er has loved racing since childhood and spent a lot of money to take Lin Xueying as his master. Ming'er temporarily joined the Yaoxing team because he followed Lin Xueying's instructions. After all, it's just participating in a race. Who could have known such a serious accident would happen afterward? I've already investigated clearly. The one who indirectly caused Ming'er to crash and get seriously injured is that young man named Jiang Hao. It was Jiang Hao who injured Ming'er and Fuqing, and Ming'er, unable to bear it, sought to eliminate Jiang Hao in the dual racing competition. But the result was an accident. Although Hui Yunting was the head of the Hua family, he still felt nervous seeing his mother, Lin Qingtong. He quickly informed her of the situation. Jiang Hao. Lin Qingtong clenched her fists upon hearing this name, furious. What kind of filthy thing dares to harm my beloved grandson so severely? I don't care what methods you use. Jiang Hao must completely disappear from this world. Yunting, you are Ming'er's father. You must handle this matter well. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Chapter 75. Win over Jiang Hao. Hearing Lin Qingtong's words at this moment, Hui Yunting showed a difficult expression. Mom, this might be a bit difficult. If Jiang Hao were just an ordinary driver, then with the strength of our Hua family, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. But the problem is, Jiang Hao is now the most famous young driver in East China. He has also been invited by Huang Yin to join the Glorious Star. In the current situation, if we act rashly, it might affect the reputation of the Hua family. As Hui Yunting, the father of Hua Ming, he certainly wanted to avenge his son. But right now, Jiang Hao is at the height of his popularity. If he were to suddenly die, everyone would suspect it was the work of the Hua family. The members of the Glorious Star are recognized by the Yin country government as the strongest drivers and are highly regarded. Even if the Hua family is strong, they cannot go against the Yin country's official government. What can the Glorious Star do? Lin Qingtong said angrily. My dear grandson is still lying in the hospital and hasn't woken up. Moreover, his right leg is severely injured, and we don't even know if he can fully recover. I must make Jiang Hao pay the price. If you are too afraid to take action, then I will do it myself. Mom, please calm down. I'm not saying we won't take action. Hui Yunting hurriedly tried to soothe Lin Qingtong's emotions. At this moment, a young man standing beside them slowly spoke up. Grandma, you misunderstand Dad. Dad isn't refusing to act. He just wants to find the right opportunity. The young man speaking was Hua Qi, the eldest son of the Hua family and Hua Ming's older brother. As the eldest son of the Hua family, Hua Qi was always steady. Seeing his grandmother getting a bit out of control, he quickly stepped in to calm her down. Cheer, what do you mean by that? What do you plan to take action? Lin Qingtong looked at Hua Qi and questioned. Grandma, there are only a few days left until the supernova preliminary competition starts. A prominent driver like Jiang Hao cannot have any accidents. Moreover, before the preliminary competition starts, Huang Yin will host a banquet inviting all members of the Glorious Star from East China. Jiang Hao will surely be there. Therefore, in my opinion, we absolutely cannot act against Jiang Hao during this time. The best opportunity is to wait until the supernova preliminary competition starts and deal with Jiang Hao during the race. Let him die in a reasonable and legal manner. This way, we can ensure that the reputation of the Hua family will not be affected. Furthermore, Hua Qi paused for a moment and continued. Jiang Hao is indeed a talent. Being the youngest member of the Glorious Star in history is enough to prove his commercial value. I think we should try to win Jiang Hao over. If he is willing to join the Hua family and publicly apologize to Hua Ming, then all past grievances can be forgiven. If not, then he doesn't need to live. When Hua Qi said this last sentence, his originally gentle expression turned cold with murderous intent. Qi is right. Jiang Hao is indeed a rare talent. If he can join our Hua family, it would be even more beneficial for our future development. This kid is even more outstanding than Lin Zhuyu back in the day. Hui Yunting was quite satisfied with what Hua Qi was saying. In his heart, his eldest son Hua Qi was the one he was most pleased with. Although Hua Ming was deeply favored by Lin Qingtong, in Hui Yunting's eyes, Hua Ming was just a playboy who only knew how to indulge in pleasure. The Hua family could not be handed over to Hua Ming. Hua Qi was the most suitable successor. Lin Qingtong, upon hearing this, did not speak immediately. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, I'm not interested in racing. All I know is that he has harmed my dear grandson so badly, and he must pay the price. Even if he is willing to join the Hua family, he must kneel before Hua Ming and apologize. After saying this, Lin Qingtong decisively turned and left. Dad, Grandma is really being a bit too indulgent with the third brother. To be honest, Jiang Hao hasn't done anything out of line this time. In fact, on the track, Jiang Hao has never even collided with Huaming once. From start to finish, it was Huaming's own impulsiveness that led to his crash and serious injury. Moreover, Huaming even bribed so many drivers to deal with Jiang Hao, which seriously violates the rules of the Racing Association. Fortunately, we managed to smooth things over in time. Otherwise, Huaming would have ended up in jail for breaking the law, and our Hua family would have been greatly affected. Huaqi felt very angry about Huaming's actions this time. If Huaming had succeeded, it would have been one thing. After all, with the Hua family's power, they could have smoothed over everything. But the problem was Huaming failed. Moreover, he made Jiang Hao famous, becoming the most renowned young driver in East China. Huaqi said, "Dad, Jiang Hao is a rare talent. From what I understand, he has only just joined the Star Racing Club. This shows that Jiang Hao's strength is not due to the training of the Star Club, but because he is outstanding on his own. The Star Club is merely picking up a bargain. Jiang Hao is currently the most commercially valuable driver in East China, in my opinion. It would be better to win him over than to offend him. As for Grandma's demand for Jiang Hao to kneel and apologize to Huaming, that is obviously impossible. If we won't win Jiang Hao over, Huaming should be the one to apologize." Hui Yunting sighed helplessly upon hearing this. This time Minger has indeed caused a big mess. But you know what kind of person your grandma is. Before Hui Yunting could finish, Huaqi interrupted. "Dad, Grandma is getting older and has long since retired. She no longer interferes in the affairs of the Hua family. If our Hua family wants to establish a foothold in the racing world, we must first obtain a once-in-a-lifetime talent. I personally believe that Jiang Hao is the talent we need." After a brief moment of contemplation, Hui Yunting spoke seriously. "Sure, you could go talk to Jiang Hao first. If he really wants to join the Hua family, then we could discuss everything. But if he is unwilling, then there is no need to waste more time on him. We must eliminate this person as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he continues to grow, it will be extremely detrimental to our Hua family." Huaqi coldly smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry. I guarantee that I will handle this matter well. I definitely have a way to make Jiang Hao join the Hua family." Chapter 76 Threat. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiang Hao devoted almost all his energy to the training track, honing his skills on familiar routes day after day just to improve his driving. Early this morning, however, Jiang Hao did not head to the training track. Instead, he planned to go to the module store to select some modules. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he saw a luxurious black sedan parked at his doorstep. A young man in a black suit, looking elegant and poised, was smiling at him as if he had been waiting there for a long time. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Jiang Hao asked, his face showing suspicion. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huaqi, the eldest son of the Hua family." As soon as Huaqi finished speaking, Jiang Hao clenched his fists, not expecting the Hua family to come after him. "So what are you here for today? To kill me? Do you dare?" Although Jiang Hao had been living peacefully these days without anyone bothering him, he did not let his guard down. As he had suspected, the Hua family had indeed shown up. What surprised him was that the eldest son, Huaqi, would be waiting for him at his doorstep early in the morning. "Huh, Mr. Jiang, you just," Huaqi said in a gentle tone. "People from the Hua family are law-abiding citizens. Killing and arson are absolutely not things we would do. You need not be nervous. I'm here today to apologize on behalf of my foolish younger brother." At this point, Huaqi waved his hand, and 2 tall, muscular men in black suits stepped out from his side. They each carried 2 black boxes and placed them in front of Jiang Hao. When opened, the boxes were filled with cash. There's about 6 million in cash here, as compensation from the Hua family to Mr. Jiang. If Mr. Jiang feels it's not enough, just tell me how much you want, and I could transfer it to you immediately. The Hua family was the largest family and conglomerate in East China, wielding immense power. 6 million was nothing to them. They could easily offer 10 times that amount. Right now, they needed to calm Jiang Hao's anger. Only then could they have the opportunity to win him over. "Oh, the eldest son of the Hua family is generous indeed. Since the money is already offered, how could I refuse?" Jiang Hao said without any politeness, moving the boxes of money into his villa right in front of Huaqi. "Ha ha ha. Seeing Mr. Jiang accept the 6 million makes me very happy." Huaqi laughed heartily. "Mr. Jiang is indeed a smart man. As the saying goes, Good birds choose good trees to perch on. The Star Racing Club is too small for someone like you. Would you be willing to join my whole family? I guarantee that the treatment you receive will be at least 10 times better than at the Star Club. Huiqi had already investigated the situation at the Star Club. The owner, Chen Xueying, was the daughter of the chairman of the Yaoxing Group. This meant that the Star Club was essentially part of the Yaoxing Group. However, Huiqi did not take the Yaoxing Group seriously. In his view, the Hua family was the true ruler of East China, unmatched even by the Chun family. Wow, 10 times the treatment? Does that mean I could earn over 10 million a year in no time? And perhaps have a bigger villa than this one? Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Huiqi's expression turned smug. Of course, Mr. Jiang could even get a more powerful machine girl or modules. In short, any request from Mr. Jiang will be fully satisfied by the Hua family. Huiqi thought Jiang Hao would definitely not be able to refuse such tempting conditions. But unexpectedly, Jiang Hao suddenly shook his head. I appreciate your good intentions, young Master Hua, but I currently have no plans to change jobs. If young Master Hua has nothing else, please don't block my way. Saying this, Jiang Hao turned around with a flash and left. Huiqi watched Jiang Hao's departing figure, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. He coldly called out, Jiang Hao, stop right there. As Huiqi's voice rang out, the two muscular men who had been standing beside him immediately rushed forward to block Jiang Hao's path. What's this? Young Master Hua can't contain himself and plans to take action against me? I am a member of the Glorious Star and currently the most watched racer in East China. Young Master Hua might as well try to take action against me and see what the consequences will be. Jiang Hao looked at the two towering men in front of him, feeling no fear whatsoever. He did not believe that Huiqi would dare to take action against him in broad daylight. Jiang Hao, I advise you not to bite the hand that feeds you. I came personally to find you today. I have given you enough face. If you overstep, don't blame the Hua family for being unkind. You should obediently choose to join the Hua family, and all past grievances will be wiped clean. Otherwise, I will make you understand the painful price of offending the Hua family. Hearing this, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha, is it that the Hua brothers only have a few lines to say back and forth? Last time, Huaming also said I would pay a painful price. Yet the reality was that he ended up crashing and getting seriously injured. I heard Huaming even broke a leg. What a pity, becoming a cripple at such a young age. I guess he will never be able to race again in his life. Huiqi was already very angry, and Jiang Hao's words only fueled his rage further. Jiang Hao, I'm giving you one last chance. Do you really not want to join the Hua family? Before Huiqi could finish, Jiang Hao immediately interrupted him. No, I don't want to. I advise you not to waste your breath. Goodbye. Without fear of the two muscular men in front of him, Jiang Hao pushed them aside and leisurely walked away with a flash. Young master, this Jiang Hao is so arrogant and reckless. Should we teach him a lesson? The two muscular men said angrily. Huiqi did not respond immediately but stared at Jiang Hao's back with a murderous look. Teaching him a lesson now would be meaningless. Since this guy insisted on not joining the Hua family, he would have to die. Saying this, Huiqi coldly looked at his subordinates. Immediately contact Lin Zhuiyue. I will make sure Jiang Hao dies in the preliminary race of the supernova. Chapter 77. Purchasing Modules Master. That guy looks even more difficult to deal with than Huaming, Lightning said with a worried expression as she glanced back at Huiqi. So what? This is a society governed by law. Even if the Hua family is powerful, they wouldn't dare to act against me in broad daylight. Besides, I already have a good idea of the methods the Hua family will use. At this point, Jiang Hao smiled slightly, certain that they planned to pull some tricks during the supernova preliminary competition, just like in the previous two-person racing competition. Therefore, we need to train even harder from now on to ensure we can handle any risks. Lightning nodded obediently, having already prepared herself in her heart. If an unavoidable situation arises, she would immediately eject Jiang Hao from the driver's seat. Even if it meant her own death, she wouldn't let any accident happen to him. After leaving the community, Jiang Hao instructed Lightning to transform into racing mode and headed to the busiest commercial street in Fuqing. During this time, Jiang Hao had become too famous, especially as the youngest member of the Radiant Star, which gave him a special aura. Now, Jiang Hao had become the brightest star in Fuqing. Even a mech girl he drove was a star mech girl. At that moment, as soon as Jiang Hao arrived on the commercial street, it immediately caused a commotion. Countless fans gathered in the streets and alleys, enthusiastically cheering for him. Jiang Hao really didn't expect to have so many fans now, and their craziness caused severe traffic congestion. Fortunately, law enforcement arrived in time to disperse the crowd, giving Jiang Hao the opportunity to browse the module stores. Unfortunately, after visiting several module stores, Jiang Hao didn't find any suitable modules. Unbeknownst to him, he walked into the store where he had previously purchased the Speedy Flash module. As soon as he stepped inside, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and slightly overweight hurried out. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Jiang? Your visit really brings glory to our store. What can I do for you?" Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Jiang Hao frowned immediately, recalling how he had been cheated by this guy. A purple-quality Speedy Flash module, and he had the audacity to sell it for 5 million. At that time, Chen Xueying had given the money too quickly. Otherwise, Jiang Hao would have walked away immediately. Now, he didn't want to be cheated by this unscrupulous merchant again and turned to leave. "Mr. Jiang, please don't rush to leave." The middle-aged man, named Jiang Hao, hurriedly chased after him. He owned the largest module store in Fuching. When he had cheated Jiang Hao before, he never expected Jiang Hao to be so formidable, even becoming the youngest driver in the history of Radiant Star. If he had known, even with 100 times more courage, he wouldn't have dared to do that. "I'm not leaving. Do you want me to let you cheat me again?" Jiang Hao turned around and replied coldly. "It's all a misunderstanding. Mr. Jiang, please let me explain." Jiang Hao quickly grabbed Jiang Hao's arm. "It was my employee who mistakenly labeled the module prices. I got confused and mentioned that unreasonable price of 5 million. Don't worry. To express my apology, I can refund you the full amount." For Jiang Hao, calming Jiang Hao's anger was the most critical thing. If he could befriend Jiang Hao, take a photo with him, and hang it in the store while also promoting that Jiang Hao was his friend, it would definitely make his store more famous and attract many customers. Boss Jiang is quite generous. Since Boss Jiang is willing to refund the money, let's consider the previous incident settled. Jiang Hao was well aware of Zhang Feng's ulterior motives. As a store owner, how could he not know the actual prices of the modules? It was obvious that he was just making excuses. If this were before, Jiang Hao wouldn't have bothered with him. 5 million wasn't a big deal for him now. However, with the Supernova preliminary competition about to start, Jiang Hao urgently needed a crucial module. Jiang Hao, as the owner of the largest module store in Fuching, although a shady businessman, had the ability to quickly procure goods in a short time. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for your generosity." Jiang Hao excitedly grabbed Jiang Hao's hand. "If you have any needs in the future, as long as it's within my ability, I will definitely help you. Since Boss Jiang has said so, I do have something I need your help with," Jiang Hao said as he took out the previously purchased Speedy Flash module. "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to change modules?" Jiang Hao knew that a mech girl could only equip one module. Now that Jiang Hao had taken out the Speedy Flash, it was clear he intended to change it. "That's right." Jiang Hao nodded slightly. "At this stage, this module is no longer useful to me. So, I need Boss Jiang to help me exchange it for another one." "Not a problem." Jiang Hao confirmed that the Speedy Flash was undamaged and readily agreed. Although the selling price of second-hand modules would definitely be less than new ones, Jiang Hao absolutely didn't dare to offend Jiang Hao again. So he quickly asked, "What kind of module does Mr. Jiang need? As long as we have it in the store, feel free to take it." Hearing this, Jiang Hao didn't rush to respond, but carefully searched around store. After a moment, he sighed slightly. "Boss Jiang, it seems there isn't a module that I need in your store. To be honest, I need a module that can enhance the speed of the mech girl, but won't significantly affect her stability or steering ability. If Boss Jiang can help me find it, I will owe you a big favor." Before Jiang Hao could finish, Jiang Hao quickly interrupted him. "Mr. Jiang, the module store I operate is the largest in Fuching. I also have various channels to procure goods. Please give me some time, and I guarantee I will find it for you." Jiang Hao knew very well that a module enhancing a mech girl's speed would definitely affect other attributes. Jiang Hao wanted to increase speed without impacting stability or steering ability. Such a module was extremely rare and inaccessible to ordinary people. It might even exceed purple quality. But regardless, Jiang Hao had to try to find it. If he could truly find it, his store could directly use Jiang Hao for promotion, and business would definitely improve. Chapter 78, Threatening Lin Zhuiyue Boss Jiang. "I can only give you 3 days at most. Can you really find it? Jiang Hao calculated the time. There was less than a week left until the preliminary round. After changing the module, ignoring him, Lightning would definitely need some time to adapt. 3 days was already the limit. If it really couldn't be found, continuing to use Speedy Flash would also be fine. That would be enough. Zhang Feng patted his chest and confidently said, Mr. Jiang, please rest assured. I will definitely deliver the module to you within 3 days. All right, thank you then, Jiang Hao said, turning to leave. Zhang Feng dared not hesitate for a moment. After handing over the shop's various affairs to the manager, he immediately left Fuqing. Meanwhile, the young master of the Hua family, Hua Qi, walked into a luxury mansion in Fuqing with a very displeased expression. Young master Hua has graced us with his presence. Lin is unworthy of such a visit. Lin Zhiyue hurriedly welcomed Hua Qi upon seeing him. Although he prided himself on being the car god of East China, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Hua family. Moreover, the visitor was the young master of the Hua family, the future heir. Earlier, Lin Zhiyue took Hua Ming as his disciple mainly because he valued the resources and wealth of the Hua family. Hua Qi glanced at Lin Zhiyue without saying a word, his expression serious as he entered the hall. He then sat down in a main seat, crossed his legs, and said, Answer me. Why did you let Hua Ming participate in the 2-person racing competition? If it weren't for you, how would he have ended up in conflict with Jiang Hao and get seriously injured? I need a clear answer from you. Hua Qi's gaze was as cold as ice, locking onto Lin Zhiyue tightly. Even though Lin Zhiyue was a prominent figure in East China, at this moment, he was completely suppressed by Hua Qi's aura. Furthermore, with the immense power of the Hua family, Lin Zhiyue did not dare to confront such a top-tier conglomerate. After pondering for a moment, Lin Zhiyue slowly spoke. Young Master Hua, first I must apologize to you. I never expected Hua Ming to be so seriously injured. If I had known it would turn out this way, I would never have let him participate in the 2-person racing competition. After all, he is my only disciple. I have no reason to harm him. The reason I let him participate in the 2-person racing competition was actually to deal with Jiang Hao. This young man has repeatedly provoked me. And it just so happened that Hua Ming was also interested in the 2-person racing competition at that time. So I had him teach Jiang Hao a lesson on my behalf. But I never expected Hua Ming to be so reckless as to bribe people from other teams. Perhaps there was also some conflict between Hua Ming and Jiang Hao. Lin Zhiyue did not hide anything and roughly explained the ins and outs of the situation to Hua Qi. Regarding Hua Ming bribing the teams to unite against Jiang Hao, Lin Zhiyue was indeed unaware. His original plan was simply to have Jiang Hao defeated and humiliated. That's quite honest, and it matches what I investigated. After hearing Lin Zhiyue's words, Hua Qi nodded slightly. After Hua Ming was seriously injured, Hua Qi immediately sent someone to investigate. He had a basic understanding of the grievances between Lin Zhiyue and Jiang Hao. The root cause was that Lin Zhiyue was deeply in debt and urgently needed money. Thus, he wanted to have Chen Xueying sign him at high price. However, due to Jiang Hao's rise, Chen Xueying gave up on the idea of signing with him. Lin Zhiyue wanted to gain Chen Xueying's favor and obtain the Chen family's assets to pay off all his debts. Naturally, he had to eliminate Jiang Hao first. And this guy thought too highly of himself, believing Jiang Hao was not worth him personally taking action, which led to Hua Ming stepping in. The result was Hua Ming getting seriously injured. After a brief silence, Hua Qi looked at Lin Zhiyue coldly. Since the matter has already happened, pursuing you will be of no use. But now you must help me with one thing. If you do this well, the Hua family can pay off your debts. I can even use the Hua family's resources to make you more famous. But if you don't do it well, not only will you get nothing, but I can also make it impossible for you to move in East China. When Hua Qi said this last sentence, a sharp ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Young Master Hua, just tell me what you need. As long as it's within my ability, I guarantee it will be done beautifully. Lin Zhiyue thought Hua Qi came to blame him and had already prepared for it. But he never expected Hua Qi not to blame him and even wanted to help him pay off his debts. This genuinely excited and surprised Lin Zhiyue. Very well. Hua Qi nodded slightly and then spoke. Lin Zhiyue, what I want you to do is actually very simple. At the supernova preliminary, directly cause Jiang Hao to have a fatal accident. I believe with your ability and driving skills, you should be able to do it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xueying's eyes widened in shock. What? Young Master Hua, are you serious? That's the supernova competition. The preliminary round is the most anticipated large-scale event in East China. If I deliberately crash into Jiang Hao and cause him to perish, it wouldn't be as simple as disqualifying a driver. I could very well spend the rest of my life in prison. Moreover, Jiang Hao is currently very popular. It's hard to find a good opportunity. Although Lin Jue wanted to deal with Jiang Hao, he only planned to defeat Jiang Hao in the supernova preliminary. To make Jiang Hao kneel before him, he never expected Hu Qi to be so crazy as to want him to kill Jiang Hao. If it were an ordinary person, Lin Jue might have a way. But now Jiang Hao, whether in popularity or fame, had already surpassed him. It is not an exaggeration to say that in this situation, if something happened to Jiang Hao, the racing associations in East China and even the entire Yin country would not let the person who harmed Jiang Hao go unpunished. Although Lin Jue was greedy for money, he would never dare to wager his life on it. What? From the way you speak, are you going to refuse? Hu Qi looked at Lin Jue with cold eyes. Do you think you still have the capital to refuse? The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves before. Jiang Hao's rise means you will be eliminated sooner or later. Without Jiang Hao, no one in East China can threaten your position. Don't you want him to disappear? Do you really think your driving skills can ensure you will win against Jiang Hao? At this point, Hu Qi stepped in front of Lin Jue. As long as you agree, I can help you settle everything afterward. Chapter 79, Killing Module, Twin Evil. Listening to Hu Qi's words at this moment, Lin Jue fell into silence. Even though he wanted to refuse in his heart, he indeed had no capital to do so. The Hua family's power was overwhelming, and Lin Jue could not afford to provoke them. After pondering for a moment, Lin Jue revealed a cold expression. He looked at Hu Qi and said, "All right, I can agree to you. I can deal with Jiang Hao, but you must pay more. After the matter is done, not only must you clear all my debts, but you also need to give me an additional sum. It has to be at least this amount." At this point, Lin Jue extended his index finger, 100 million. Otherwise, even if you have family blacklist me, I won't do this. In Lin Jue's view, since he could no longer refuse, he might as well ask for a large sum of money. This way, even if he lost his qualification as a driver after the supernova preliminary round, he would still have enough wealth to squander for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Hu Qi immediately laughed out loud. Lin Jue, you really are greedy. You even dare to ask me for 100 million. However, I quite like your greedy demeanor. Hu Qi looked at Lin Jue with a sneer. No problem. As long as you can eliminate Jiang Hao for me, the Hua family will clear all your debts, and the 100 million you want will be immediately transferred to your account. But if you can't do it, then you can only pray for yourself. After saying that, Hu Qi decisively turned and left. Master, what should we do next? After Hu Qi left, Lin Jue's MECH girl, Lei Ji, hurried over. Immediately gather all the competition videos of Jiang Hao during this time, as well as information about his MECH girl. I must eliminate Jiang Hao in the supernova preliminary round. As he said this, Lin Jue touched Lei Ji's face. At that time, you will inevitably have to endure some hardships during the competition. But don't worry, after the competition, I will make sure that Deng Junpeng treats you as soon as possible. Lei Ji showed no signs of hesitation, instead snuggling in Lin Jue's embrace. Whatever Master wants to do, Lei Ji will do her best to cooperate. I will definitely not let Master down. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, just as Jiang Hao was about to go out, he heard a hurried doorbell ringing outside. When he opened the door, he found that the visitor was none other than Zhang Feng, the owner of the module shop. Boss Zhang, what a coincidence that you came. I was just about to look for you. During these 3 days, Jiang Hao had been waiting for news from Zhang Feng. Today was the last day, and he had planned to go to the shop to find him, but unexpectedly, he came by himself. Mr. Jiang, I have found the module you wanted. However, this module is not perfect. Zhang Feng's expression was extremely serious as he placed a black box on the table nearby. Not perfect? Jiang Hao frowned upon hearing this. What do you mean? Is this module you brought unusable? As he spoke, Jiang Hao curiously walked over to Zhang Feng and opened the black box. What came into view was an engine module emitting a faint golden light. Name, Twin Evil category, engine module quality, golden acceleration, 30 special effect. After equipping this module, the MECH girl's direction will reverse left and right every 30 seconds, lasting for 30 seconds. What? This is actually a golden quality module. Jiang Hao was extremely shocked upon learning about this module's information. In this world, the quality of modules ranges from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. Normally, a purple quality module is already very powerful and is the highest level module available in ordinary module shops. A module that surpasses purple quality is absolutely unattainable for ordinary people. Such exceptionally powerful modules are often more valuable than their market price. Jiang Hao never expected that Zhang Feng could actually obtain a golden quality engine module. It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the capabilities of this engine module were indeed strong. It directly increased the MECH girl's acceleration attribute by 30 points at the expense of other attributes. However, this twin evil engine module had a rather fatal side effect. Every 30 seconds, the direction would reverse. This meant that if you wanted to drift to the left, you would have to turn the steering wheel to the right. If this effect were triggered suddenly while turning, the consequences would be unimaginable. The racing car could completely lose control and crash into the guardrail. Seeing that Jiang Hao's attention was entirely on the module, Zhang Feng immediately opened his mouth to explain, "Mr. Jiang, this is indeed a golden quality module. But this golden quality module has a serious defect." Zhang Feng said with a solemn expression, "This golden quality engine module is called Twin Evil. Originally, golden quality modules are supposed to go to auction. However, this Twin Evil has a very special side effect. Every 30 seconds, the MECH girl's direction will reverse. Because of this special effect, it has been deemed a severely defective module, so no one wanted it. After going unsold time and again, it finally ended up in the hands of a friend of mine. During these 3 days, I couldn't find a module that matched what Mr. Jiang described. So I could only bring back this Twin Evil. Mr. Jiang, could you give me a few more days? I can continue to search." Zhang Feng was worried that Jiang Hao would blame him, so he immediately explained. He thought Jiang Hao would be angry, but he unexpectedly remained very calm. He even took the Twin Evil module in front of him and began to observe it carefully. "Mr. Jiang, are you interested in this module?" Zhang Feng frowned upon seeing this. "Of course I am." Jiang Hao smiled slightly. "This is a golden quality module. I never expected that you could obtain such a top-tier module. As for the side effect you mentioned, I don't think it's that serious. In my opinion, this golden quality, Twin Evil, module is quite good." As soon as Jiang Hao said this, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. "Mr. Jiang, you aren't joking, right? This Twin Evil will make the MECH girl's direction reverse left and right. Any MECH girl equipped with this module has suffered serious accidents. The Twin Evil is also known as the killing module." Zhang Feng brought back the Twin Evil, not to report to Jiang Hao, but to prove his connections, to show that he could even get a golden quality module. This way, he could ask Jiang Hao for an extra day or two to search in other places. But he truly did not expect that Jiang Hao would be interested in this killing module. Chapter 80, I Want It Murder Module. Jiang Hao smiled slightly upon hearing this. In my opinion, it was indeed a bit exaggerated. The reason for easily getting into accidents is simply because one doesn't react quickly when the directions are reversed. As long as one can adapt to this effect, then the Twin Demon engine module will be incredibly powerful. It unconditionally adds 30 points to the acceleration attribute, which is something no other engine module can achieve. I'm definitely going to get this module. Jiang Hao knew all the information the moment he saw Twin Demon. Even if Zhang Feng didn't explain, Jiang Hao was aware of the side effects of Twin Demon. For those machine girls that were already fast, the 30 points in acceleration provided by Twin Demon didn't stand out as much. Moreover, due to the side effects, it could easily lead to accidents and crashes. However, for the lightning that Jiang Hao owned, the 30 points in acceleration from Twin Demon were particularly important. Currently, Jiang Hao had won 3 championships: the Supernova Preliminaries, the Soul Club Friendly Match, and the Duo Racing Championship. He had gained a total of 13 functional points. He allocated all these functional points to Lightning S acceleration attribute. Without any module support, Lightning S original acceleration attribute of 28 was raised to 41. However, even so, Lightning's acceleration attribute still did not reach the passing mark. If he could equip the Twin Demon module of golden quality, it would directly raise Lightning's acceleration attribute to 71, and none of the other attributes would be reduced. This would undoubtedly make Lightning extremely powerful, completely shedding the previous defect of being slow. As for the side effect of reversing directions, Jiang Hao believed that with more training, he would definitely be able to adapt. Huh? Jiang Hao, are you really going to choose this module? Zhang Feng asked, his expression horrified. That's right. Jiang Hao carefully stored the Twin Demon module and then looked at Zhang Feng, asking, what's wrong? Is Boss Zhang reluctant? It's understandable, after all. This is a golden quality module, very rare. Boss Zhang, name your price and I'll buy it. No. How could I dare to take Mr. Zhang's money? Zhang Feng hurriedly replied, since Mr. Jiang likes this module, let us consider it a gift from me to you. As long as Mr. Jiang doesn't target me in the future, that's enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was taken aback. You're giving it to me? This is a golden quality module. Aren't they usually priceless? Zhang Feng chuckled bitterly. Mr. Jiang, a normal golden quality module is something I can't afford at all, let alone buy one to give to you. This Twin Demon is indeed of golden quality, but because of its terrible side effects, no one dares to use it. A module that nobody wants, even if it's of golden quality, isn't worth much at all. I actually only spent 5 million to buy it from a friend. Zhang Feng didn't hide anything and revealed the true price of Twin Demon to Jiang Hao. It could be this cheap. This is simply unbelievable. Jiang Hao was incredibly shocked upon learning this. Typically, a golden quality module should be worth at least 50 million or more, and they are usually priceless. In a certain sense, this Twin Demon module is quite similar to Lightning. Since Mr. Jiang has chosen this module, I won't disturb you any further. If there is an opportunity another day, you are welcome to come to my humble abode for tea. After saying this, Zhang Feng hurriedly left. Jiang Hao immediately handed the Twin Demon module to Lightning. From now until the supernova preliminaries begin, we have about 2 days. No matter what, we must adapt to the negative effects of the Twin Demon. If we can achieve that, then no one in the supernova preliminaries will be our opponent. Although the participants in the Duo Racing Championship were mostly those who advanced to the supernova preliminaries, Jiang Hao defeating them also meant that they wouldn't be his opponents in the preliminaries. However, unexpected events could still occur, and many supernova preliminaries participants did not compete in the Duo Racing Championship. This includes members of the Glorious Star from the East China region, as well as the renowned Chen Xueying. For Jiang Hao, these are the real competitors he faces in the supernova preliminaries. Lightning's only flaw at present is its slow speed. If it can perfectly adapt to the negative effects of Twin Demon, then this sole flaw will no longer exist. Master, I'm ready. We can start anytime, Lightning said firmly. Great, then let us begin. Without wasting any time, Jiang Hao immediately took Lightning to the training track. Meanwhile, in Chen Xueying's mansion, Lei Ji walked in joyfully. Master, I have good news. Huh? Good news? Chen Xueying furrowed his brow upon looking at Lei Ji. Could it be that Jiang Hao had an accident? In recent days, Chen Xueying had instructed Lei Ji to keep an eye on Jiang Hao before the supernova preliminaries. He needed to know Jiang Hao's every move. This way, even if Jiang Hao changed machine girls or modules before the competition, Chen Xueying would know immediately. No. Lei Ji walked to Chen Xueying's side. Jiang Hao didn't have any accidents. He just changed a module. This module is a golden quality engine module. What did you say? Chen Xueying's expression darkened. A golden quality module. And it's an engine module? This is impossible. Where did he get such a top-notch module? With such a powerful engine module, SD 799S speed will undoubtedly increase dramatically. What kind of good news is this? Lei Ji, are you kidding me? Master, you misunderstood me. Lei Ji quickly explained, golden quality modules are extremely rare. How could Jiang Hao casually obtain one? The golden quality module he changed to is Twin Demon. Master, Jiang Hao's action is tantamount to seeking death. Hearing this, Lin was first taken aback and then burst into wild laughter. Chapter 81 Banquet. No way. That kid Jiang Hao is actually this foolish. Doesn't he realize the negative effects of twin demons? Or has he become so arrogant that he thinks he can ignore the side effects of direction reversal? It's simply ridiculous. In this world, every golden quality module is an incredibly powerful existence. If Jiang Hao truly acquired an immensely powerful golden quality engine module, then his MECH girl speed would undoubtedly soar to the extreme. In that case, in the supernova preliminary round, Chen Xueying would face an unprecedented challenge, whether he wanted to confront Jiang Hao or defeat him. However, the current situation has undergone a tremendous change. Jiang Hao actually chose Twin Demons, a module with severe negative effects, which undoubtedly presents Chen Xueying with a rare opportunity. Chen Xueying, who prides himself as the god of racing in East China, is very familiar with the Twin Demons module and knows it is an absolute killing module. No one can control such a terrifying module, not even Chen Xueying himself. At this moment, Chen Xueying seems to foresee a tragic scene where Jiang Hao suffers a car accident on the track due to direction reversal and is seriously injured. Master, what should we do next? Lei Ji walked up to Chen Xueying and quietly asked if they needed to continue monitoring Jiang Hao. No need. This kid is even more foolish than I expected. He naively believes that any golden quality module must be incredibly powerful. From a moment, he chose the Twin Demons module. It was destined for him to perish. After all, there are only 2 days left until the competition starts. We should rest and adjust our state. This time, we must completely eliminate Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, on the training track, Jiang Hao intentionally chose the Winding Bay Road racing track. This was the track where he won the championship in the Supernova preliminary round. It has 20 corners, and there is a narrow lightning-style series of curves before the finish line. With Jiang Hao's current driving skills and the performance of Lightning, this track should pose no challenge for him. However, now that Lightning is equipped with Twin Demons, this golden quality engine module has drastically increased Lightning speed. But every 30 seconds, the direction will reverse, and this effect will last for 30 seconds. On a straight line, direction reversal may not pose much of a problem, but during turns, being able to react immediately is a significant challenge. Therefore, Jiang Hao chose the Bay Road track for intense training. Initially, the training did not go smoothly. Jiang Hao crashed Lightning into the barriers multiple times. Fortunately, this was on a training track, and the MECH girl would not be truly injured. This allowed Jiang Hao to conduct devilish training without worry. With Jiang Hao's exceptional driving skills and astonishing reflexes, it didn't take long for him to gradually adapt to the negative effects brought by Twin Demons. Now, the only difficulty lies in accurately grasping the timing of the negative effect's appearance and disappearance. Once the negative effect occurs, he must drive in the opposite direction. When the negative effect disappears, he must immediately switch back to normal operation mode. This places extremely high demands on Jiang Hao's reflexes. Fortunately, as a MECH girl, Lightning can precisely grasp the timing of the negative effect's appearance and inform Jiang Hao in advance. After about 2 days of intense training, Jiang Hao has completely mastered Twin Demons. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Hao was invited by Huang Yan, the president of the East China Racing Association, to the headquarters of the Magic City Racing Association. A grand banquet was being held here. All members of the glorious stars in East China gathered here tonight. As soon as Jiang Hao stepped into the banquet hall, pairs of eyes immediately fell upon him. Members of the glorious stars are all top-notch racers, including Jiang Hao. There are only 28 members of the glorious stars in East China. These people are all seniors to Jiang Hao. Only a few are younger, but they're generally around 30 years old. And someone like Jiang Hao, who is just in his early 20s and has joined the glorious stars, is unprecedented not only in East China, but in the entire Yin country. Now, under Huang Yan's lead, Jiang Hao entered the banquet hall, undoubtedly attracting everyone's attention. The new generation pushing the old, this Jiang Hao is indeed impressive. To be honest, I didn't think much of Jiang Hao at first, believing he was just lucky. But after watching the double racing competition, I realized how strong he is. Yes, Jiang Hao's performance in the double racing competition was truly remarkable. Something ordinary people simply cannot achieve. Not to mention ordinary people, even we might not be able to do it. I really don't know where this kid learned his skills. Could he be self-taught? If that's the case, then this kid's talent is truly monstrous. Compared to Jiang Hao, even Lin Xueying seems much weaker. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, everyone raised their glasses and walked toward him. They all wanted to befriend this exceptionally talented young man. Only Lin Xueying stood alone in a corner, looking extremely displeased. He heard a bit of the crowd's discussions just now. They compared Jiang Hao to him and even openly said he was inferior to Jiang Hao. This was already hard for Lin Xueying to accept. Now, Huang Yin has specially hosted this grand banquet for Jiang Hao. Back when he joined the Glorious Stars, he never received such treatment. This undoubtedly made Lin Xueying even more angry and jealous. Jiang Hao. Lin Xueying could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and immediately walked toward Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao had heard of Lin Xueying's name, he had never seen him in person. However, Jiang Hao was not all shocked. After all, Lin Xueying is indeed a well-known racer in East China and also a member of the Glorious Stars. It is very normal for Lin Xueying to appear at this banquet. I wonder why Brother Lin is so eager to find me. Is there something important? Jiang Hao said this, but his eyes were filled with disdain when looking at Lin Xueying. He was well aware that Huang Ming was Lin Xueying's disciple. Huang Ming's sudden arrival in Fuqing and joining the Radiant Star team was instigated by Lin Xueying. As for why Lin Xueying was targeting him, Jiang Hao had already learned from Chen Xueying. Chapter 82. The bet. At first, Chen Xueying intended to sign Lin Xueying at a high price. However, due to Jiang Hao's rise, she abandoned this idea. Lin Xueying lost a considerable amount of money for nothing, naturally harboring resentment towards Jiang Hao. However, even if Jiang Hao knew about these matters, he had no fear of Lin Xueying. In Jiang Hao's eyes, Lin Xueying's self-proclaimed title of car god of East China was nothing but a joke. Jiang Hao, what qualifications do you have to be here? Lin Xueying glared at Jiang Hao, questioning loudly. Lin, what are you talking about? I'm a member of the Glorious Star. I was invited by President Huang to this banquet. Is there a problem? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xueying retorted angrily. Do you even deserve to be a part of the Glorious Star? Jiang Hao, you have only participated in 3 races since becoming a professional driver. His words were filled with disdain. Strictly speaking, you have no qualifications to be a member of the Glorious Star. Then, Lin Xueying turned his attention to Huang Yin. President Huang, as the president of the East China Racing Association, you hold a high position, but you can't be so biased towards Jiang Hao. He looked around and continued. Every member of the Glorious Star present here has won at least 20 championships in major events. And Jiang Hao is just a novice who has participated in 3 races. You are clearly giving him a backdoor entry. Lin Xueying's remarks instantly stirred up a huge uproar in the venue. Huang Yin, the president of the East China Racing Association, had a prestigious status and was once an outstanding racer himself. All members of the Glorious Star present held him in great respect. However, Lin Xueying dared to openly accuse him of favoritism towards Jiang Hao, which shocked everyone. Although they had doubts in their hearts about whether Jiang Hao met the standards of the Glorious Star, they did not dare to easily voice their opinions due to Huang Yin's authority. Moreover, Jiang Hao's driving skills were indeed impressive, and they had gradually accepted him. But now, Lin Xueying's bold public challenge was something no one expected. Lin Xueying, are you implying that I took benefits from Jiang Hao, and therefore deliberately let him join the Glorious Star? Huang Yin coldly responded. Jiang Hao has indeed only participated in 3 races, but 2 of them were major events. And he won them all. Everyone here has witnessed how strong his driving skills are. Don't say 20 championships. Even 100 championships would just be a matter of time for Jiang Hao. As soon as he said this, everyone present nodded in agreement. Jiang Hao was so young and had shown such incredible driving skills. 20 championships indeed posed no difficulty for him. However, Lin Xueying still felt unconvinced and angrily pointed at Jiang Hao. His driving skills are strong? Nonsense. His skills may seem flashy, but they are useless. President Huang, do you dare to bet with me? If I defeat Jiang Hao tomorrow, you must strip Jiang Hao of his membership in the Glorious Star. At the same time, announce to the entire East China region that I am the car god of East China. And if I can't do it, I will immediately withdraw from the Glorious Star and never step onto the racing track again. Lin Xueying already knew Jiang Hao's machine girl was equipped with twin demons. In his view, Jiang Hao was bound to lose the race tomorrow. He could use this opportunity to eliminate Jiang Hao. The reason he deliberately humiliated Jiang Hao and provoked Huang Yin tonight was just to officially claim the title of car god of East China. Once he had this title, it meant he was the strongest racer in East China, and he would have endless wealth in the future. What did you say? Acknowledge your identity as the car god of East China? Huang Yin was instantly furious. Lin Zhiyue, among your peers, you are indeed quite outstanding. But the title of car god of East China signifies the strongest racer in the region. To be frank, you are not qualified. Not qualified? Does that mean Jiang Hao is qualified? Lin Zhiyue had long anticipated Huang Yan's opposition. At this moment, he sneered twice and continued, President Huang, I know you have high hopes for Jiang Hao. You even think he is the future of our East China racing scene. Since you are so optimistic about him, why are you afraid to bet? Huang Yin was about to say something, but Jiang Hao spoke first. President Huang, since he is so confident, why don't we agree to his bet? I want to see what gives him the confidence to call himself the car god of East China. Jiang Hao originally planned to defeat Lin Zhiyue in the supernova preliminaries. Now that this guy had come to challenge him, Jiang Hao had no reason to refuse, nor could he be afraid of him. Huang Yin fell silent upon hearing Jiang Hao's words. Before Jiang Hao appeared, Lin Zhiyue was indeed an excellent racer in East China. Huang Yin had once highly regarded Lin Zhiyue, believing he would become the strongest racer leading East China. However, he gradually discovered Lin Zhiyue's character problems. He was extremely greedy, lustful, and even resorted to unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. Back then, Lin Zhiyue was just a nameless junior. After joining the Huiyang Club, he received unwavering support and training. Even the machine girl Lin Zhiyue currently used was provided by the Huiyang Club. The Huiyang Club did everything possible to cultivate Lin Zhiyue, but he betrayed the club in return, causing the once-renowned Huiyang Club in East China to fall into decline. From that time on, Huang Yin began to despise Lin Zhiyue. He believed Lin Zhiyue was not worthy of being a racer. Bestowing upon him the honor of car god of East China was out of the question. He made an exception to let Jiang Hao join the Glorious Star because he saw potential in Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao was still too young, and although Lin Zhiyue had poor character, he had been famous for a long time. However, now he saw full confidence in Jiang Hao's eyes. Perhaps Jiang Hao really had the ability to defeat Lin Zhiyue. He could take this opportunity to strip Lin Zhiyue of his status as a racer. Lin Zhiyue, think carefully. If you lose the race, you will no longer be a racer. Huang Yin said coldly, if you are afraid, now is still the time to back out. What a joke. Lin Zhiyue said confidently, President Huang, since I dare to propose this bet, I certainly will not lose. President Huang, I will show you just how strong my driving skills are. The title of car god of East China can only belong to me. Lin Zhiyue. Chapter 83. I agreed. Originally, everyone came to the banquet tonight to get to know Jiang Hao. However, no one expected Lin Zhiyue to suddenly propose such a crazy bet. This undoubtedly shocked everyone present. Could it be that Lin Zhiyue and Jiang Hao have a grudge? Otherwise, why would they argue incessantly upon meeting? Even betting on the future of a racer is hard to comprehend. If I remember correctly, the one who was injured and fell into a coma during the double racing competition, Huaming, is Lin Zhiyue's disciple. In my opinion, Lin Zhiyue is likely seeking revenge for Huaming. This seems a bit ridiculous. Wasn't it Huaming who crashed his own car? What does that have to do with Jiang Hao? Moreover, it is said that Huaming bribed other racers to deal with Jiang Hao, which is simply lawless. Lin Zhiyue's character is already questionable, but it turns out his disciple is even worse. I now hope Jiang Hao can win, but it's too early to say. Although Lin Zhiyue's character is despicable, his driving skills are quite good. I don't believe Jiang Hao necessarily has the ability to defeat Lin Zhiyue. Everyone's discussions were all heard by Lin Zhiyue. However, he didn't care and didn't want to talk to them any further. The bet was already in effect, with Huang Yin as the witness, and there was no turning back. In tomorrow's double racing competition, as long as Lin Zhiyue defeats Jiang Hao and takes him down, he will become the racing god of East China. At that time, he would not only gain the vast wealth of the Hua family, but also truly become famous in East China. Both fame and fortune. After that, Lin Jue swaggered away, his expression full of excitement, as if he had already seen the scene of Jiang Hao's tragic death tomorrow. After Lin Jue left, the banquet did not end. Everyone continued to drink and chat, discussing Jiang Hao and Lin Jue, as well as the upcoming double racing competition. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was pulled aside by Huang Yan. At this moment, Huang Yan's expression was extremely serious as he said, "Jiang Hao, tell me, how confident are you in defeating Lin Jue? This bet is extremely absurd. I would never have allowed it. If you hadn't insisted on accepting it, I would have outright refused and chased Lin Jue away. If you regret it now, it's not too late." Hearing Huang Yan's words, Jiang Hao smiled slightly and said, "President Huang, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I'm not acting on impulse. The reason I agreed to Lin Jue's bet is that I don't take him seriously at all. In the past few days, I actually watched Lin Jue's race videos. To be honest, this guy's driving skills are quite ordinary. He just has a powerful mech and a good synergy with it. What's so-called racing god of East China? It's utterly ridiculous." As Jiang Hao spoke, his expression remained incredibly confident. He already knew that Lin Jue's mech also came from the Lightning family, model SD 715. Although he wasn't entirely sure what special abilities Lin Jue's mech possessed, one thing Jiang Hao was clear about was that among the same batch of Lightning family mechs, the later the model, the stronger the performance. This meant that Hua Ming's SD 725 was actually superior to Lin Jue's SD 715. However, because Hua Ming's driving skills were too poor, he couldn't compare to Lin Jue. Furthermore, from Jiang Hao's perspective, Lin Jue's fame in East China at such a young age, and even daring to call himself the racing god, indicated that his mech was extraordinary, perhaps equipped with extremely powerful modules. Yet even so, Jiang Hao still didn't take Lin Jue seriously. He was full of confidence in his own driving skills. Seeing Jiang Hao's confidence, Huang Yan didn't know what else to say. Since he had already agreed, all he could do now was to help Jiang Hao as much as possible. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huang Yan said seriously, "Jiang Hao, having confidence is certainly a good thing. I believe that with your strength, you do have a chance to defeat Lin Jue. But Lin Jue has been famous for a long time and has a questionable character. Since he dares to openly set such a bet, it means he definitely has a secret weapon to defeat you. Jiang Hao, you must be cautious of Lin Jue." At this point, Huang Yan lowered his voice and said softly, "Lin Jue's mech is far more powerful than you imagine. To ensure you can win, I can secretly support you with a golden quality engine module. This way, it can significantly enhance your mech speed. I can see that your SD 799 has serious speed deficiencies. Even if the cornering is excellent, it will be difficult to defeat Lin Jue in tomorrow's race. The preliminary round of the Supernova is filled with hidden talents and strong competitors." Huang Yan had already investigated the mech that Jiang Hao owned. The SD 799 was the last to be born among the Lightning family's batch of mechs. According to the rules of the Lightning family, the last-born mechs are usually the most powerful. However, an accident occurred. After its birth, the acceleration attribute had serious defects. Even with a very strong special ability, it couldn't make up for this flaw. This made what should have been the strongest mech of the Lightning family become a useless mech, abandoned by countless people. Huang Yan knew Lin Jue's strength, and was also aware that his mech was also a member of the Lightning family. Jiang Hao was using a defective mech to deal with Lin Jue, which made him feel uneasy. He had to step in to help Jiang Hao. However, just when he thought Jiang Hao would accept his help, Jiang Hao suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha! President Huang, if I accept your module now, wouldn't I be confirming what Lin Jue said? Even if I can defeat Lin Jue, this guy will say you helped me in secret. With Lin Jue's character, he definitely won't accept defeat and might even bite back at you. I appreciate your kindness, but I am determined to defeat Lin Jue. I won't hide it from you. Actually, I already have a golden quality engine module." As soon as Jiang Hao said this, Huang Yan was taken aback. "You have one too? What is the name of the golden quality module you possess? Where did you get it? Why have I never seen you use it before?" Chapter 84. The plan of the Hua family. Huang Yan, as the president of the Racing Association, was well aware of how rare and precious a golden quality module was. The golden quality engine module in his hand had been collected for many years. Nowadays, golden quality modules were almost non-existent in the market. Even with ample money, one might not be able to buy one. The fact that Jiang Hao, a driver with no background, could possess a golden quality module truly shocked Huang Yan. Although Jiang Hao belonged to the Star Racing Club, which was part of the Yaoxin Group, given the strength of the Yaoxin Group, it was not guaranteed that they could acquire a golden quality module. Moreover, the chairman of the Yaoxin Group, Chen Xueying, was known not to like racing and was rather stingy. Based on Huang Yan's understanding of Chen Xueying, he would never spend a fortune to buy a golden quality module for Jiang Hao. In Chen Xueying's eyes, that would undoubtedly be a losing deal. How could he do such a thing? At this moment, the more Huang Yan thought about it, the more puzzled he became. President Huang, I have to keep the matter of the golden quality module confidential for now, but I will definitely be the champion in tomorrow's Supernova preliminary. Lin Xueying will not be my opponent. Jiang Hao's expression remained confident. He also did not want to reveal the special golden quality module, Twin Demons, too early. This was undoubtedly a secret weapon for him. President Huang, I still need to prepare for tomorrow's race, so I won't stay longer. Farewell. After cupping his fists towards Huang Yan, Jiang Hao hurriedly left the banquet hall. Since the preliminary round of the Supernova competition would be held in the mechanical world, one could teleport to the competition-specific track from any city. Therefore, Jiang Hao was not in a hurry to return to Fuching overnight. Instead, he stayed at the most luxurious hotel in Modu under Huang Yan's arrangement. To keep the lightning in perfect condition, Jiang Hao did not disturb her that night and provided her with 3 bottles of performance nutrient solution for absorption. Jiang Hao initially planned to rest early. However, at that moment, an unexpected visitor knocked on his door. When he opened it, he found that the visitor was Li Qi from the Huiyang Club. It's you. Jiang Hao recognized Li Qi and let him into the room. If I'm not mistaken, you're also participating in the Supernova preliminary tomorrow, right? Why are you here instead of resting properly? Jiang Hao was well aware that the headquarters of the Huiyang Club was in Modu. Li Qi was also a well-known young driver in Modu. It was not surprising to run into Li Qi there, but what puzzled him was that Li Qi would come to find him late at night. Jiang, there is something I must tell you, Li Qi said with a very grim expression. I cannot participate in tomorrow's Supernova preliminary. What? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Aren't you the champion of the Modu Supernova preliminaries? How can you not participate in the Supernova preliminary? Although Jiang Hao was set to compete against Lin Xueying, he did not regard Lin Xueying as a significant opponent. His real challenge was Li Qi previously, during the twin racing competition. Although Li Qi had performed unremarkably, Jiang Hao knew that he had not shown his full strength at that time. He truly did not expect that Li Qi would be disqualified from the Supernova preliminary. Li Qi sighed deeply. Under normal circumstances, as the champion of the Supernova preliminaries, I should participate in the preliminary. But the issue is that during the twin racing competition, I brushed against Huaming's racing car, which ultimately led to Huaming crashing and getting seriously injured. The Hua family complained to the Racing Association headquarters because of this. President Huang intended to speak on my behalf, but unfortunately, the Hua family wields immense power. They directly bypassed President Huang and, in the name of the Racing Association headquarters, canceled my participation qualification. What? Jiang Hao was incredibly shocked upon hearing this. He never expected the Hua family would target Li Qi. Li Qi said gravely, Jiang Hao, actually whether I participate in this Supernova competition is not important. I'm still young. I can always participate in the next one. But don't you find this matter too strange? I indeed brushed against Huaming's MECH, but that was not the main reason for his crash. To the Hua family, I'm just an insignificant character. How could they use their power and go through so much trouble to bribe people at the Racing Association headquarters to deal with me? Don't you think all of this is unreasonable? Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Jiang Hao fell into silence. Initially, he was unclear why the Hua family would do this, but after thinking it over carefully, he immediately understood everything. Li Qi, if I'm not mistaken, the Hua family's target is not you. They want to deal with me. In Jiang Hao's view, the reason the Hua family targeted Li Qi was that they had already learned about the alliance between Li Qi and Jiang Hao. During the twin racing competition, Li Qi had merely held back his strength and did not compete seriously for the championship. He wanted to help Jiang Hao so they could compete fairly in the Supernova preliminary. But now the Hua family had used their power to strip Li Qi of his qualification for this supernova competition. Clearly, this was because the Hua family was worried that Li Qi would team up with Jiang Hao again. Moreover, Huaming just happened to be Lin Zhuiyue's apprentice. And earlier at the banquet, Lin Zhuiyue had deliberately bet against Jiang Hao. This implied that Lin Zhuiyue had likely been bribed by the Hua family to take action against Jiang Hao in the supernova preliminary. All of this was evidently part of the Hua family's plan. If Jiang Hao had accepted the invitation from Hua Qi, the young master of the Hua family, none of this would have happened. But Jiang Hao had refused, which undoubtedly angered Hua Qi and led to the Hua family's furious retaliation. You guessed correctly. The Hua family is indeed going to take action against you. As far as I know, Huaming has still not woken up and has even lost a leg. The old lady of the Hua family has always spoiled Huaming. She will never let you go. Jiang Hao, I came to find you tonight because I want to advise you to withdraw from tomorrow's race. Li Qi said heavily, I worry that if you participate in the race tomorrow, you will die on the track. I don't want to lose a strong opponent like you. We are still young. There's no need to place too much importance on this supernova competition. Staying alive is the most important thing. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Brotherly, you came a step too late. Just now at the Glorious Star Banquet, I already agreed to Lin Zhuiyue's bet. Tomorrow, it will either be his death or mine. Chapter 85 B-Class Track. Mechanical Factory, what is this? A bet? Li Qi was greatly shocked upon hearing this. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by that? Are you and Lin Zhuiyue going to settle at once and for all at tomorrow's supernova preliminaries, even to the point of life and death? How could President Huang agree to such a thing? That is too crazy. The more Li Qi thought about it, the more horrified he became. The supernova competition was a major event that attracted nationwide attention, hosted by the government. How could Huang Yin, as the president of the East China Racing Association, allow Jiang Hao and Lin Zhuiyue to mess around in such a competition? Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao looked at Li Qi's shocked expression and burst into laughter. Brotherly, there's no need to be nervous. I'm a law-abiding citizen and wouldn't do anything that would jeopardize my future. I will naturally give my all in the supernova preliminaries. My only goal is to win the championship. But if Lin Zhuiyue provokes me during the process, then I can't be blamed. Jiang Hao's original plan was simply to publicly defeat Lin Zhuiyue in the supernova preliminaries and claim the championship. But now that he knew about the collusion between the Hua family and Lin Zhuiyue, he naturally had to make changes. As long as Lin Zhuiyue shows any abnormality tomorrow, Jiang Hao would return the favor. I see, now I understand. After a brief silence, Li Qi smiled slightly. Brother Jiang, I originally planned to compete with you fairly in the supernova preliminaries. But unfortunately, I have already been disqualified. However, that doesn't mean I've lost to you. Li Qi confidently looked at Jiang Hao. After the supernova preliminaries, I will challenge you. All right, no problem. Even if you don't challenge me, I intend to compete with you. Jiang Hao readily agreed. After chatting for a while longer, Li Qi left. The next day, in the morning, the supernova competition preliminaries officially began. All the drivers who stood out from the qualifiers gathered on the track of the mechanical factory in the world of intelligent machines. The track used for this supernova preliminaries was not a C-class track, but a B-class track. The track was named Mechanical Factory. The entire track was 40 kilometers long, with straight sections being scarce, accounting for only a quarter of the track. The remaining 3/4 consisted of various curves. Even before the finish line, there was a cliff section where drivers had to leap over the cliff with their cars. Given the performance of the machine girls, it was actually quite easy to leap over the final cliff. Even a slower machine girl like Lightning could manage it. But the problem lay in whether they could successfully make the jump. If they encountered malicious collisions from other competitors during the process, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the cliff wasn't very high, and the world of intelligent machines had set up soft pads at the cliff's edge to protect the drivers, so that even if a driver accidentally fell, they wouldn't die, but might just be severely injured and unconscious. However, anyone who fell off the cliff and failed to jump over would be eliminated. This also meant that the competition on this final stretch would be extremely fierce. Similar to the previous two-person racing competition on Windmill Island, there was a high likelihood of intense collisions occurring on the last stretch. Furthermore, The track, named Mechanical Factory, was not without significance. Mechanical dogs could pop up at any moment on the track. These mechanical dogs would block the track, and if a driver with a machine girl failed to dodge them in time, they would collide and flip over. Additionally, there would occasionally be hidden mechanisms triggered on the track, creating constant dangers. At this moment, on the Supernova preliminary stage, Jiang Hao clearly saw the Mechanical Factory track. Although Jiang Hao had anticipated that the track used for the Supernova preliminaries would be more difficult than that of the two-person racing competition, he truly did not expect it to reach B-class difficulty. This was also the most difficult track Jiang Hao had faced since becoming a driver, with traps and mechanisms. This track was indeed quite interesting. Knowing the situation of the Mechanical Factory track, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Despite the high difficulty of this track, Jiang Hao was not panicking at all. On the contrary, the more difficult the track, the more he liked it. What, looking like that? Do you think you've already won? Jiang Hao, you really are extremely arrogant. Lin Jue swaggered over to Jiang Hao, speaking with a disdainful expression. His machine girl, Reiji, was clinging to Lin Jue's arm, and when her gaze landed on Lightning, she couldn't help but chuckle twice. Even without speaking, Jiang Hao could see her disdain in her expression. It was as if in her eyes, his machine girl was just like a stray dog on the street, which truly annoyed Jiang Hao. Lin Jue, so this is your machine girl? She doesn't look that great to me. If it's looks, she has none, and her figure is not as good as my machine girl. The whole outfit is just so tacky. Such an ugly machine girl should be sent back for a remake, so she doesn't embarrass herself here. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Reiji was instantly furious. You, how dare you insult me? What can you do if I insult you? In my eyes, you so-called high and mighty machine girls are all trash. Previously, Jiang Hao's SD799 had become a laughingstock in the machine girl community due to its insufficient acceleration attribute and being disqualified by the Lightning family. Any machine girl that came by would insult her. Jiang Hao had long been holding in his anger, and now it was the perfect time to release it. Standing beside Jiang Hao, Lightning couldn't help but laugh at Reiji's furious expression. Master, they are bullying me. Reiji looked at Lin Jue with red eyes, feeling quite aggrieved. Hee. Lin Jue sneered twice. No worries, this guy can only talk big. At this point, Lin Jue looked disdainfully at Jiang Hao. Do you think that by insulting my machine girl, you can affect my strength? Jiang Hao, you really are naive. My driving skills far exceed your imagination, and my machine girl is much stronger than you think. You will never defeat me. Not to mention, you're equipped with the Twin Demons killing module. You are bound to lose. Jiang Hao had originally not wanted to pay attention to Lin Jue, but upon hearing his words, he was suddenly startled. You actually know I have the Twin Demons module. I never expected that you, who pride yourself as the god of racing in East China, would actually be monitoring me? Can I understand this as you fearing my strength? Chapter 86. The Supernova Preliminary begins. Since Jiang Hao obtained the special golden quality module, Twin Demons, he had never exposed it to anyone, not even Chen Xueying or Lin Zheng. He never expected that Lin Jue would actually know he possessed Twin Demons. This could only prove one thing. Lin Jue had been monitoring Jiang Hao from the beginning. Reflecting on Lin Jue's confident wager at the Radiant Star Banquet, it was clear he already knew Jiang Hao had Twin Demons. In the eyes of others, Twin Demons was simply a killing module. Lin Jue believed that equipping this module would ensure Jiang Hao's death, which was why he boldly challenged him to a bet. Hearing Jiang Hao's words at this moment, Lin Jue burst into laughter. Haha, Jiang Hao, are you out of your mind? Why would I send someone to monitor you? To me, you are just an ant. I just happen to know you have Twin Demons. Equipping such a killing module to participate in the Supernova Preliminary and encountering such a difficult track. Jiang Hao, even the gods can't save you this time. As Lin Jue spoke, he laughed as if he could already see Jiang Hao's fatal accident. Before the Supernova Preliminary officially began, all contestants were unaware of the specific track in advance. Lin Jue truly did not expect that the track used for the preliminary was so interesting. In his view, a driver equipped with the Twin Demons module could never safely traverse this track. The infamous killing module was no joke. Lin Jue, do you think I'm as stupid as you? Since I dare to equip Twin Demons, I naturally have sufficient confidence. You should think carefully about what you will do after losing today's race. After all, if you lose today, you will lose your driver qualification. I think setting up a stall under the overpass would suit you well. Ha ha ha. After saying this, Jiang Hao left with a flash of lightning. No longer wanted to waste words with Lin Xueying. You bastard, dare to humiliate me. Lin Xueying glared fiercely at Jiang Hao. Just wait. This time I will make you die on the track. Meanwhile, the stands around the track were already packed, buzzing with excitement. The Supernova Preliminary was the grandest event in East China, naturally attracting countless spectators to witness it live. Not to mention that this Supernova Preliminary featured not only Lin Xueying, but also the biggest dark horse of this session, Jiang Hao. During this time, Jiang Hao had undoubtedly become the most famous racer in East China and was hailed as the youngest member of the Radiant Star in history. Countless people had begun to compare Jiang Hao to Lin Xueying, and everyone was eager to see them compete. At this moment in the stands, countless fans of Jiang Hao and Lin Xueying were cheering for their respective idols. Just as they were enthusiastically cheering, the head of the Hua family, Hui Yunting, the eldest son Hui Qi, and other members of the Hua family entered the VIP box in a grand manner. The Supernova competition was one of the most magnificent competitions, and even the venue was much larger than ordinary competitions. Only prominent figures from East China could enter the VIP box. Even Chen Xueying, the chairman of Yaoxin Group, who usually did not like racing, personally came to the venue. Besides him, He Yu, and his daughter Chen Xueying were all gathered there. Chen Xueying, with his arm around He smiled as he stroked her belly. Clearly, Chen Xueying had already learned that He was pregnant. Having a child in old age was undoubtedly a great joy for him. Sir, look at how popular Jiang Hao is now. If he could return to our Yaoxin Group, it would undoubtedly bring us tremendous benefits. But Xueying is too disobedient, unwilling to give up Jiang Hao. We are nurturing him with all our strength. How can it be less than a small club? He said this while looking at Chen Xueying with a very proud expression. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Hao's influence is indeed significant. This was Chen Xueying's first time watching a racing event live, and seeing the countless spectators cheering for Jiang Hao's name immediately made him see the enormous benefits Jiang Hao could bring. Don't worry, my dear. I will handle Jiang Hao's matter well. Chen Xueying did not pressure Chen Xueying in this situation. After all, once the Supernova Preliminary ended today, he would make sure Chen Xueying handed over the Star Club and Jiang Hao. The reason Chen Xueying was doing this was that He was pregnant with a boy. Chen Xueying believed that his vast fortune needed to be inherited by his son. He initially thought of passing it on to Chen Xueying because he could not have a son. Now that the Chen family son would be born soon, he had to pave the way for his own son. What he could offer to Chen Xueying back then, he could now forcibly take back. At this moment, Hui Yunting approached Chen Xueying and sat beside him. Brother Chen, I really didn't expect you to come to the scene to watch the race. You, someone who has no interest in racing at all, managed to find a top driver like Jiang Hao. Chen Xueying was about to say something when Chen Xueying interjected. Sorry. Jiang Hao was discovered by me, not him. Xueying, adults are talking. What are you interrupting for? Chen Xueying was obviously very displeased with Chen Xueying. If it were before, he would naturally dote on his only daughter. But the situation was different now. He had a son. Now, Chen Xueying was dispensable. Chen Xueying did not care about Chen Xueying's scolding. She turned her back and looked at Jiang Hao on the track. Immediately afterward, Chen Xueying turned to Hui Yunting beside him and said, "Hua family master, my little girl has been spoiled by me. Please don't mind." Ha ha ha. Hui Yunting laughed in response. Of course I won't mind. I actually came to find Brother Chen for a private matter. After the race, we can discuss it slowly. It's beneficial for the development of our two families. Hearing this, Chen Xueying's eyes immediately lit up. All right, no problem. We can talk while drinking. Regarding the private matter Hui Yunting mentioned, Chen Xueying had already known in advance. It referred to the marriage between Hua Ming and Chen Xueying. Although Hua Ming had been seriously injured and limped due to racing, he was still the third young master of the Hua family. Now that Chen Xueying had given up on Chen Xueying, a man who valued interests would naturally want to extract all the value from her. He wanted Chen Xueying to marry Hua Ming, thereby completely binding the Yaoxin Group and the Hua family. Chapter 87. The Speed of Lightning. An astonishing improvement. While Hui Yunting and Chen Xueying were quietly chatting, The eldest son of the Hua family, Qi, remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Hao in the arena. Previously, Qi had already given Jiang Hao a chance and even specifically waited outside Jiang Hao's house to invite him to join the Hua family. However, Jiang Hao showed him no respect at all. He even openly humiliated Qi and the entire Hua family. This left Qi feeling incredibly furious. He declared that he would eliminate Jiang Hao today, no matter what. At this moment, Huiyanting turned to Qi, wondering if Lin Zhiyue was reliable. After all, this was the preliminary round of the supernova competition, the grandest event in the East China region. If Lin Zhiyue failed to deal with Jiang Hao, given this kid's strength, he could very likely win the championship again. By then, Jiang Hao would be recognized as the strongest driver in the East China region. He would represent the entire East China region in the supernova finals. This would undoubtedly make Jiang Hao even more famous, receiving comprehensive protection from the Racing Association, making it impossible to deal with him. Huiyanting was well aware of what had happened when Qi went to find Jiang Hao that day. As the head of the Hua family and the most powerful person in the East China region, he had been humiliated by a junior like this. If the Hua family couldn't eliminate this guy, it would undoubtedly lose face. Don't worry, Dad. Although Lin Zhiyue's character is questionable, he is still the most outstanding young driver in the East China region. His driving skills, machine girl, and even modules are all recognized as powerful. And Jiang Hao is just a newcomer. As long as Lin Zhiyue gives it his all, even if Jiang Hao's driving skills are fast, he won't be able to evade Lin Zhiyue's sneak attack. Moreover, if even Lin Zhiyue can't deal with Jiang Hao, then no one in the entire East China region will be able to handle him. I can't believe that this guy is really that strong. Qi looked disdainfully at Jiang Hao in the arena. Since you have already made arrangements, I will trust you. This guy must die. Otherwise, he will definitely affect our Hua family in the future. A fierce killing intent flashed in Huiyanting's eyes. At the same time, in the arena, Jiang Hao looked towards the guest box. Through the glass, he met Qi's cold gaze. Hee, Jiang Hao sneered coldly. You seem to be convinced that I'm going to die today. Unfortunately, I will definitely disappoint you and the Hua family. After saying that, Jiang Hao stepped onto the track with lightning, ready to start the race. To qualify for the preliminary round of the supernova competition, there are two ways. The first is through the Racing Association's direct admission quota, which allows some renowned and skilled drivers, like Lin Zhiyue, to be directly promoted to the preliminary round. The second is the regular competition method, where drivers who place in the top 3 in the preliminaries can advance directly to the preliminary round. This year, there are a total of 50 drivers qualified for the Supernova preliminary round. Among these 50, whoever stands out and wins the championship will represent the East China region in the finals of the Supernova competition. The remaining drivers who do not win will receive bonuses from the local racing association based on their rankings. As the 50 contestants began to step onto the track one by one, the Supernova preliminary round officially began. Similar to the previous preliminaries, a starting position system was used, based on the time of crossing the finish line for final rankings. Jiang Hao's number was 26, while Lin Zhiyue's number was surprisingly 27, right behind Jiang Hao. This genuinely surprised Jiang Hao. After all, the ranking of numbers was not manipulated but randomly arranged by the intelligent machine world, impossible to interfere with artificially. Haha! Upon seeing his number, Lin Zhiyue immediately burst out laughing. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I really didn't expect even the intelligent machine world to be helping me. Jiang Hao, I can only say your luck is truly terrible. Lin Zhiyue was also surprised by his number, but felt more excitement and eagerness. This way, he could closely follow behind Jiang Hao and cause trouble. In Lin Zhiyue's view, Jiang Hao's waste machine girl was very slow. Even if she started ahead of him, he could easily catch up. Plus, with the side effects of the twin evil module, he just needed to make a slight adjustment, and Jiang Hao would surely crash. Hee. Listening to Lin Zhiyue's taunts from behind, Jiang Hao scoffed. Lin Zhiyue, may I ask what makes you think I'm unlucky? On the contrary, I think we are quite lucky because this way, I can thoroughly humiliate you. I will make sure you can never catch up to me. You won't even be able to see my taillights. At first, Jiang Hao was indeed surprised, but he felt no fear. In fact, he was quite excited. He wanted to see how Lin Zhiyue, who called himself the god of cars in East China, would catch up to him. Jiang Hao, you really are quite arrogant. I am the god of cars in East China. I can surpass you in no time. Just wait. Lin Xueying's gaze towards Jiang Hao gradually became fierce. Cut. Jiang Hao showed no fear towards Lin Xueying, then transformed lightning into racing mode and entered the driver's seat. Seeing this, Lin Xueying quickly had his Reiji transform into racing mode as well. Reiji's racing form was somewhat similar to lightning, but it was entirely golden, exuding a luxurious aura. Additionally, on Reiji's body, there was the emblem of the lightning family. Just a waste machine girl kicked out by the lightning family. I want to see how you can compete with Reiji. After saying that, Lin Xueying sat in the driver's seat amidst the cheers of fans. As one driver after another started their engines, it quickly became Jiang Hao's turn. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown ended, Jiang Hao instantly completed a launch start, skyrocketing to the limit speed as he dashed onto the track. Before equipping the Twin Evil module, Lightning's maximum speed without relying on special abilities was only around 380 km/h. Now, with the Twin Evil module providing 30 points of acceleration attribute, Lightning's maximum speed had directly reached 400 km/h. Although this speed was not considered fast among all the drivers advancing to the preliminary round, it was already far superior to any previous race. At this moment, Huang Yin at the judges' table, along with the other members of the Racing Association, and even many members of the Glorious Stars, clearly noticed that something was off with Jiang Hao's machine girl. Chapter 88. He actually equipped the killing module. This situation doesn't seem right. Jiang Hao's SD-799 has a significant speed defect. Previously, in the two-person racing competition, if he didn't trigger any special abilities, the maximum speed was around 380 km/h. How did it suddenly spike to 400 km/h now? We are all too familiar with the SD-799. Its base speed is very slow. How could it become so fast? This can only mean one thing. Jiang Hao's SD-799 must be equipped with a more powerful engine module. As everyone was discussing, the president of the Racing Association, Huang Yin, recalled what Jiang Hao had said last night. At that time, Jiang Hao clearly admitted that he had a golden quality module. Now, with the SD-799 able to unleash a speed far beyond before, it proves that Jiang Hao was not lying. This must be due to the golden quality engine module, which has transformed the SD-799. But the problem is, in this world, any module, even a golden quality one, while providing enhancements, will also reduce other attributes to some extent, or there might be some special negative effects. In Huang Yan's view, the fact that the SD-799 speed could suddenly become this fast indicates that the engine module it is equipped with must have greatly enhanced the acceleration attribute. The significant boost in acceleration would undoubtedly result in the weakening of other attributes. The most likely scenario is a reduction in turning and stability, even if the golden quality module does not weaken them too much. Huang Yin is still worried that it might hinder Jiang Hao's ability to display the graceful drifting skills he had during the two-person racing competition. Hopefully, nothing major will happen. Huang Yin sighed slightly and continued to focus on Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Lin Xueying, who was waiting to start on the track, was not the slightest bit surprised by Jiang Hao's machine girl's top speed. He even laughed disdainfully. Ha ha, this kid is really too stupid. If he hadn't equipped twin demons, I might have to be more careful. But now it's no longer a concern. Daring to equip twin demons, this kid is just looking for death. Lin Xueying was well aware of twin demons' attributes. Although it could make Jiang Hao's machine girl very fast, it had a terrifying side effect that could flip the steering direction. Given that the difficulty of this preliminary track is B-level, with many curves and hidden traps like mechanical dogs, the side effects of twin demons would undoubtedly become even more dreadful. Lin Xueying didn't believe that Jiang Hao could fully control such a killing module. Soon, it was Lin Xueying's turn to start. As the countdown ended, he dashed onto the track. Although he didn't possess the same launch technique as Jiang Hao, his machine girl was extremely fast and quickly reached her maximum speed. At around 410 km/h, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would soon catch up to Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao noticed Lin Xueying rapidly approaching from behind and smiled slightly. He was already aware of Lin Xueying's machine girl's attributes. Drift, 70 points. Acceleration, 92 points. Turning, 75 points. Charge, 75 points. Stability, 88 points. Impact resistance, 78 points. Endurance, 62 points. Special ability, energy shield, can generate a layer of energy shield around the racing car for 30 seconds. Immune to collisions with other cars and external disturbances during this time, and requires 1 minute to recharge after the effect ends. Evaluation, an excellent machine girl from the Lightning family, with stability being her proudest attribute, and equipped with a golden quality beyond limits engine module, making her speed even faster. Name, beyond limits. Category, engine module. Quality, golden. Acceleration, 28 stability, -5 endurance, -10 using the ability of the all-knowing eye. Jiang Hao not only learned the detailed attributes of Lin Zhuiyue's machine girl, but also gained insight into the module equipped on his own machine girl. The golden quality module that Lin Zhuiyue possesses is indeed quite impressive. It provides an increase of 28 points in the acceleration attribute, and the reductions to other attributes of the machine girl are very minimal. Lin Zhuiyue's machine girl has extremely high stability, with a whopping 93 points in stability when not equipped with beyond limits. This means that this machine girl is almost never going to lose control, allowing the driver to drive steadily. Although it now has a reduction of 5 points in stability, it actually doesn't have a significant impact on this machine girl. The only downside is that this golden quality module has reduced endurance by 10 points. Lin Zhuiyue's SD 715 already has weak endurance, and this golden quality module has made its attributes even weaker, barely maintaining a passing grade. This means that the SD 715 cannot run on extremely long tracks. However, the current 40 km track is within the SD 715's capacity. For this reason, Lin Zhuiyue is so confident. Lightning, are you scared? Jiang Hao jokingly patted Lightning's rear. If it were before, I would definitely be afraid. After all, Lin Zhuiyue is famous, and his machine girl is also an excellent one from the Lightning family. And I am nothing. But now the situation is different. Lightning confidently replied, I have the best and most powerful master in the world. I won't lose to Lin Zhuiyue's machine girl, the Lightning family. I don't care. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Good. That's my machine girl. The mechanical factory track has very few straight sections. If I remember correctly, we should soon enter a series of curves. Come on, it's time to get serious. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the twin demons module equipped on Lightning activated its effect. At that moment, a terrifying demon head appeared above Lightning's body. For these 30 seconds, Jiang Hao's steering direction was flipped. However, this did not affect Jiang Hao at all. He still executed the graceful drifting technique effortlessly. At first, the audience did not notice anything unusual, as Jiang Hao's drifting skills were indeed impressive. But when they noticed the demon head above Lightning's body, everyone in the audience widened their eyes in shock. Huang Yin in the judge's stand was so shocked that he stood up directly. This kid, he actually equipped twin demons. Has he gone mad? Chapter 89, Ignoring Side Effects. I was puzzled about where this kid got the golden quality module. It turned out that the module he mentioned was actually the twin demons. How could he be so reckless? Huang Yin watched the track, and on Jiang Hao's mech girl, the demon icon was floating, his expression extremely ugly. As the president of the East China Racing Association, he knew all too well how terrifying the side effects of the twin demons were. Although it could increase the mech girl's acceleration attribute by a full 30 points, it would also reverse the steering direction. When driving in a straight line, the reverse direction might not be a big deal, but once it suddenly reversed during a turn, it would undoubtedly crash into the guardrail. In severe cases, it could even lead to a serious accident. Huang Yin had high hopes for Jiang Hao, but he never expected Jiang Hao would joke with his life. President, this twin demons is a definite killing module. Since its inception, too many drivers have died in accidents because of this module. I thought this module had already been destroyed, but I didn't expect it to still exist. This young man, Jiang Hao, has extraordinary potential, but he can't let the effects of the twin demons lead him to death on the track. Should we halt the race? A few judges sitting beside Huang Yin said with serious expressions. Halt the race? Huang Yin immediately shook his head. This was the supernova preliminary round. How could I halt the race? Just look at how many spectators are around. If they recklessly halted the race, it would definitely cause an uproar. Moreover, the Supernova Preliminary Round is a large event organized by the national government. We have no authority to stop it. At this point, Huang Yin sighed deeply, hoping this kid could be a little more cautious. Losing the race was not a big deal. The worst fear was an accident happening to him. The judges present shook their heads, helplessly. They couldn't understand Jiang Hao's actions at all. Meanwhile, in the guest box, at first, Huiqi was surprised to see Jiang Hao launch off the starting line with a speed of 400 km/h. Before this, he had watched Jiang Hao's races and knew his MECH girl was very slow. But now, the speed had increased so dramatically, which clearly meant he was equipped with a powerful module. However, upon learning that Jiang Hao was equipped with the twin demons, Huiqi was overjoyed. Initially, he was worried that Chen Xueying might not be able to defeat Jiang Hao. But now, he realized his worries were unnecessary. With the twin demons module equipped, Jiang Hao was destined to lose without a doubt. Beside him, Hui Yunting couldn't help but smile as if he had already seen Jiang Hao's crash. On the other side, Chen Xueying's face was extremely grim. At first, he didn't know what the twin demons was. It was only after Hiyu informed him that he understood everything. This is outrageous. Chen Xueying shouted angrily at Chen Xueying. You are Jiang Hao's boss, the head of the club. How could you let him equip such a module? Are you crazy? Do you want Jiang Hao to die? If I had known you would do something so foolish, I should have forcibly taken back the Star Club. Ever since Jiang Hao became famous, Chen Xueying had been planning for him to earn a lot of money. But now, Jiang Hao had equipped a killing module that could lead to his death at any moment on the track. This was something Chen Xueying could not accept, and he felt even angrier. All right, don't be angry. Maybe Ying herself doesn't know about this. Don't let it affect your health. Hiwen quickly spoke to soothe Chen Xueying's emotions. Although she said this, she was actually very pleased in her heart. The more Chen Xueying was angry with Chen Xueying, the easier it would be for Hiwen to drive her away later. Then she could occupy all of the Chen family's assets. However, at this moment, Chen Xueying did not pay attention to Chen Xueying. She hadn't expected Jiang Hao to equip the terrifying Twin Demons module. Since the dual racing competition, the Star Club had gained many business collaborations and was busy. Moreover, Jiang Hao had been training on the track, so she hadn't disturbed him too much. Although Jiang Hao had mentioned changing a module, he hadn't specified which one. She had no idea how much it cost, and now she finally understood everything. Jiang Hao had kept it hidden because he had replaced it with a Twin Demons killing module. Ying, are you not listening to me? Answer me. Seeing Chen Xueying not speaking, Chen Xueying's anger grew. How can I answer you when I don't even know about this? Chen Xueying coldly replied, then walked out of the guest box. She needed to find Lin Zheng in the audience to ask him if he was aware of this matter and to investigate where Jiang Hao got the Twin Demons. As for Chen Xueying and Hiwen's unborn son, Chen Xueying didn't care. But Jiang Hao, who was on the track, remained very calm. During this training period, he had completely mastered the Twin Demons. For others, this module was indeed quite terrifying. But in Jiang Hao's eyes, this module was the most powerful golden quality module. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, Jiang Hao was completely unaffected by the reverse steering direction, smoothly drifting through the turns. Even when the 30 seconds were up and the direction returned to normal, Jiang Hao was able to switch immediately. The entire process was seamless as he effortlessly navigated the continuous curves, as if the effects of the Twin Demons had no effect on him at all. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone present. What? What is going on? Is the module Jiang Hao equipped, not the Twin Demons? It can't be. It is the Twin Demons. Otherwise, his MECH girl's body wouldn't have the demon icon. Could it be that Jiang Hao's driving skills have become so powerful that he can ignore the terrifying side effects of the Twin Demons? My God, who is this kid? Is he really a divine being in a racing car? At this moment, the judges at the judging table, after a brief shock, all stood up excitedly. Among them, Huang Yin was the most excited. Good. I thought this kid was crazy. It turns out he has already overcome the side effects of the Twin Demons. If that's the case, then the 30 points of acceleration provided by the Twin Demons will undoubtedly transform his MECH girl completely. Chapter 90 Mechanical Dog. At this moment, Lin Xueying was on the racetrack. He thought Jiang Hao would never be able to make it through this series of continuous turns. After all, he was well aware of how terrifying the effect of the twin demons was. But to his utter disbelief, Jiang Hao passed through without a scratch. Moreover, relying on his excellent driving skills and lightning special abilities, he exploded with even more astonishing speed after the turn, quickly leaving Lin Jueyue behind. He could barely see Jiang Hao's taillights now, although the Supernova preliminary race started in order of qualification, with Lin Jueyue starting behind Jiang Hao. The time difference was about 30 seconds. It was only natural for Jiang Hao to be ahead. However, Lin Jueyue could not bear to see Jiang Hao in front of him. He originally thought that under the influence of the twin demons, Jiang Hao would either crash or hit the barriers in this series of turns. He could then take the opportunity to overtake him. Who would have thought that Jiang Hao could remain unaffected by the side effects of the twin demons? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Jueyue wouldn't have believed it. In his eagerness to catch up with Jiang Hao, Lin Jueyue made a mistake while turning. Fortunately, Reiji reacted quickly and took over the controls, preventing a crash into the barriers. Then she hurriedly spoke, "Master, we can't let Jiang Hao affect us. This guy's driving skills are indeed strong, and he must have undergone extensive training to dare to equip the twin demons. Even in the negative state of the twin demons, he can easily navigate the turns. After all, his mech girl can also send him signals in time to ensure he can adjust when the negative effects appear or disappear." Hearing Reiji's words, Lin Jueyue's face turned extremely ugly. "So according to what you said, I can only choose to give up? Am I supposed to just watch him win the championship? If he couldn't defeat Jiang Hao in this Supernova preliminary race, they would be doomed." Lin Jueyue looked at Jiang Hao's taillights gradually disappearing, feeling increasingly anxious. He actually knew that in this situation, being too anxious would only lead to more problems. But this race was too important for Lin Jueyue. He had even staked his future as a driver on it. If successful, he would not only rightfully become the racing god of East China, but also gain a fortune from the Hua family. But if he failed, Lin Jueyue would lose everything he had. He might even be killed in the streets for being unable to repay a massive gambling debt. The more Lin Jueyue thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the more eager he was to defeat Jiang Hao. Reiji sensed her master's mood and hurriedly spoke. "Master, you need to calm down. We can't act impulsively right now. You know how strong Jiang Hao's driving skills are. His drifting technique through the turns is exceptional. But don't forget, this racetrack is a B-class mechanical factory. There might be many hidden mechanisms on this track, and mechanical dogs could appear at any moment. With my special abilities, I can easily avoid the traps here, but Jiang Hao definitely can't. Originally, because of the twin demons, he was already dealing with the disorienting side effects. If a mechanical dog or some hidden mechanism suddenly appeared in this situation, do you think he could dodge it?" Upon hearing Reiji's words, Lin Jueyue was taken aback, then revealed a cunning smile. "You're right. This racetrack is not an ordinary one. There are many traps. With Jiang Hao equipped with that terrifying module twin demons, he won't be able to avoid them completely. If he makes even one mistake, it could be fatal." Lin Jueyue gradually calmed down. The earlier impatience swept away. Although he was temporarily behind Jiang Hao, he was no longer anxious. He resumed focusing on driving the mech girl and chasing after Jiang Hao. Lin Jueyue was, after all, a well-known racer in East China, and claiming to be the racing god of East China was enough to prove his exceptional skills. Even if he couldn't compare to Jiang Hao, he was far superior to ordinary drivers. Moreover, with Reiji's already high speed and stability, it didn't take long for him to see Jiang Hao's taillights again, and he was closing in on him at a rapid pace. At this moment, Lightning noticed Lin Jueyue driving Reiji behind them and was startled. "Master, Lin Jueyue has caught up so quickly. What should we do now? Should we use high-speed, straight-line drifting?" Lightning knew how important this race was to his master and couldn't help but start to feel anxious. However, Jiang Hao remained calm, even not rushing to use Lightning's super acceleration ability. "Lightning, under normal circumstances, we should indeed use high-speed straight-line drifting to accumulate a lot of energy. But don't forget, this racetrack is a B-class mechanical factory. Right now, we are in the middle section of the track where there are many turns, and mechanical dogs could appear at any moment, along with traps that we might not be able to detect in advance. while high-speed straight-line drifting allows us to continuously use super acceleration. If we encounter a mechanical dog or a trap, we won't be able to dodge in time. Besides, there are the terrifying side effects of the twin demons, so we cannot act too impulsively at this stage. We must be cautious. At the very least, we need to understand what the mechanical dogs and traps are. Jiang Hao was very clear about Lin Zhueyue's strength. It was within his expectations that he could catch up so quickly. After all, Reiji's acceleration attribute was as high as 92. This was the fastest mech girl Jiang Hao had ever encountered. Previously, Lin Dongkai from the Seoul Racing Team could also raise his mech girl's acceleration attribute to 90, but he sacrificed turning ability, making it difficult to operate. But Reiji was completely different. Fast speed, high stability, and decent turning ability made her almost a perfect mech girl. Lin Zhueyue's fame in East China was largely due to Reiji. However, Jiang Hao did not feel any fear because of this. No matter how fast Reiji was, she could not outpace lightning in super acceleration mode. Only by familiarizing himself with the mechanical dogs and traps could he use super acceleration without hesitation. Just then, a sudden barking sound came from the side. The left barrier suddenly opened, and a mechanical dog about 1 meter in size lunged at Jiang Hao. Chapter 91. The Treacherous Track. Wow. The moment the mechanical dog appeared, Jiang Hao was taken aback. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged in time. However, due to the haste, the car swayed noticeably for a moment. Under Jiang Hao's driving skills, it soon stabilized. He discovered that the mechanical dogs wouldn't chase after the drivers. They would only attack once before returning to the barriers to wait for the next driver to ambush. Additionally, although these mechanical dogs appeared suddenly, they were always preceded by barking sounds, clearly serving as a warning to test the driver's reaction speeds. This is interesting. It's not as difficult as I imagined. Initially, Jiang Hao was a bit panicked, but he quickly adapted. During the next stretch, mechanical dogs frequently appeared, but without exception, Jiang Hao easily dodged them. However, for Jiang Hao, these easily avoidable mechanical dogs were truly a nightmare for other drivers. Anyone who reacted even slightly slower would undoubtedly be knocked off by the mechanical dogs, leading to their cars crashing into the barriers. Those unfortunate enough could even flip their cars. Out of the original 50 participants, more than half had been forced to lose their qualification to continue the race due to the mechanical dogs. This eliminated more than half the competitors. This truly made everyone present realize the terrifying nature of this mechanical factory track. Yet, even so, Jiang Hao, equipped with the Twin Demons module, experienced no accidents. Every time a mechanical dog appeared, he was always able to dodge it immediately. Even under the side effects of Twin Demons, he was hardly affected. Jiang Hao undoubtedly proved once again how strong he was. This made many of his fans in the audience excitedly cheer loudly. At this moment in the audience, Chen Xueying was sitting next to Lin Zhang. He had initially wanted to ask Lin Zhang if he knew about the Twin Demons, but it seemed unnecessary now. Miss, I don't know about Jiang Hao equipping the Twin Demons module, but from what I can see now, he has definitely mastered it skillfully. Even with the terrifying side effects, it hardly affects him. This kid is truly amazing. Lin Zhang looked at Jiang Hao's astonishing performance on the track, feeling incredibly excited. If everything went smoothly, Jiang Hao would surely defeat Lin Zhueyue and become the champion of this supernova preliminary round. In that case, Jiang Hao would become the strongest driver in East China for the year. This would undoubtedly propel the Star Club to new heights. Although Chen Xueying didn't speak, her expression was also very excited. Clearly, Jiang Hao's strength had once again shocked her. Now, looking back, Chen Xueying felt it was unbelievable. Who would have thought that a rookie driver who had just gotten his license not long ago could be this powerful? Since Jiang Hao had a high probability of winning, Chen Xueying no longer needed to worry about him. She could focus on dealing with He1 and He-Yu. Chen Xueying was not a foolish person. She was well aware that He-Wen's pregnancy was too strange. There had been no signs before, yet she suddenly became pregnant after the Star Club gained fame. In Chen Xueying's view, if Jiang Hao really won the championship this time, He-Wen would inevitably use her pregnancy to threaten Chen Wansong to forcibly take over her Star Club. She was determined not to let her hard work be taken away by this wicked pair of siblings. She needed to investigate everything thoroughly. Meanwhile, on the track, Lin Xueying was closely following Jiang Hao. To avoid being hit by the mechanical dogs, he directly used the special effect energy shield of Reiji while passing through the section where the mechanical dogs frequently appeared. For 30 seconds, Reiji could be immune to all collisions, even ignoring hits from mechanical dogs. During this 30 seconds, Reiji was in an invincible state. This allowed Lin Xueying to drive freely without worrying about the mechanical dogs' attacks, smoothly passing through that section of the track. He thought that even if Jiang Hao wasn't knocked over, he would lose control of his car due to the mechanical dog's presence. In that case, Lin Xueying could take the opportunity to overtake Jiang Hao. He could even deliberately collide with Jiang Hao's car, flipping it over and causing a crash. However, what Lin never expected was that even under the side effects of twin demons, Jiang Hao could still easily dodge the mechanical dogs. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Xueying would never have believed it. Why? Why could he be so ridiculously strong? He was just a rookie driver who had just gotten his license. So how could he possess such incredible driving skills? Who was his mentor? In the driver's seat, Lin Xueying roared in anger. Calm down, master. Just because Jiang Hao has a way to dodge the mechanical dogs doesn't mean he can dodge all traps. We must remain calm the entire time. The energy shield has disappeared, and using it again requires a minute to recharge. We must not have any accidents during this minute. We need to pass through the tracks safely. Reiji was worried that her master would lose control and affect his driving skills, so she hurriedly reminded him. I know that, but I just can't stand Jiang Hao. Why is he younger than me, but has much better driving skills? Lin Xueying was determined to eliminate him. Otherwise, there would be no place for him in East China in the future. At first, Lin Xueying believed that his driving skills were unrivaled in East China. Even Jiang Hao had never been on his radar. But now that he had witnessed Jiang Hao's skills firsthand, he had to admit that Jiang Hao's driving skills were far superior to his. Lin Xueying had worked hard to attain his current status, and he would never allow everything that belonged to him to be taken away by Jiang Hao. Just then, a loud crash echoed ahead. A driver, while navigating an uphill section, suddenly had a mechanical claw rise up from the ground. The driver failed to dodge in time, and the car was directly grabbed by the mechanical claw and flung away, crashing violently into the barriers. Both the driver and the mechanical girl lost consciousness on the spot. Medical personnel quickly rushed onto the track to provide treatment. This scene was witnessed not only by Lin Xueying, but also by Jiang Hao, who was equally taken aback. He never expected that such a stable uphill stretch would suddenly have a mechanical hand. The drivers who could qualify for the Supernova preliminary round were already among the top competitors in the area. The fact that even they couldn't react in time was enough to demonstrate just how terrifying the mechanical hand was. Chapter 92, Trap Master. This racetrack is really too dangerous. If we get caught by the mechanical arm, no matter how good our driving skills are, we will be doomed, Lightning said with great concern. The driver who had just had an accident was right in front of her. Lightning had witnessed the entire process of the crash firsthand. She was worried that she might also be ambushed by the mechanical arm while climbing the slope. Before this, other drivers had also gone up the slope, but only the driver who had just crashed was caught by the mechanical arm. This proved that the mechanical arm did not appear all the time. It would be great if they could know when the mechanical arm would appear. As Lightning watched the distance to the uphill track getting closer, her worries grew. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly burst into laughter after a brief silence. Ha ha ha! Lightning was startled and asked, Master, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Did you see something? Jiang Hao smiled slightly and said, To be honest, I was also quite worried about this mechanical arm at first. But I noticed that when the mechanical arm appeared just now, the ground lit up with a faint blue light. At first, I thought it was that machine girl's ability, but it turned out to be a mechanical arm appearing. Prior to that, none of the drivers who passed through this uphill track had seen the ground light up blue. This indicates that the mechanical arm only appears when the ground emits a faint blue light. With my reflexes, I can easily dodge it. You just need to keep an eye on the negative status of twin demons and make sure to notify me immediately. Saying this, Jiang Hao charged forward up the slope without hesitation. Initially, Lightning was still very worried, but seeing Jiang Hao's confident expression, her concerns vanished. She knew how powerful her master was. A mere mechanical arm would definitely not be able to stop him. As Jiang Hao dashed up the slope at full speed, the ground did not light up blue, and the terrifying mechanical arm did not appear either. Jiang Hao passed through safely, further confirming that his guess was correct. As long as they kept an eye on the track conditions, they could dodge in time. This scene was clearly observed by Lin Xueying, who was not far behind. Damn it, why didn't the mechanical arm appear? This guy's luck is just too good. Lin Xueying watched Jiang Hao pass through the section of the track unscathed. Filled with rage, he had also noticed that the mechanical arm did not always appear on this uphill track. But he hoped to see Jiang Hao caught by the mechanical arm and thrown out like the previous driver, crashing against the guardrail and causing a serious accident. But none of that happened. This truly infuriated Lin Xueying. In addition to his anger, he felt more apprehensive. Now that Leiji's energy shield was still cooling down, if he accidentally encountered the mechanical arm while passing through this uphill section, dodging would undoubtedly be very difficult. Therefore, to prevent any mishaps, Lin Xueying had to slow down. This way, even if the mechanical arm suddenly appeared, he would have enough time to react. However, slowing down meant he could only watch Jiang Hao's taillights gradually disappear. Lin Xueying felt increasingly angry, gritting his teeth. Master, please calm down. Leiji wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Lin Xueying. Enough. I am a noble racer. I don't need you, a machine girl, to dictate how I should act. If you say one more word, I'll send you back for reprocessing. Seeing her master so furious and impatient, Leiji felt helpless. She had already noticed some clues and knew that the mechanical arm would only appear when the blue light showed up. But Lin Xueying was not listening, and she had no way to change that. She could only pay attention to the track conditions and dodge in time when the blue light appeared. At this moment, Jiang Hao noticed that Lin Xueying had slowed down and a smirk appeared on his face. This guy really is afraid of death, and he is particularly foolish. How can he call himself the god of racing in East China? It's simply laughable. Jiang Hao had long noticed that Lin Xueying's driving skills were not that strong, only slightly better than average drivers. The reason he was so famous in the East China region and even dared to call himself the god of racing was that his machine girl was truly powerful. Jiang Hao had already observed that after the race began, Lin Xueying had been acting very impatiently. Many times he had avoided accidents thanks to Leiji's timely interventions. Even when passing through the mechanical dog section, he relied solely on Leiji's special abilities. Without Leiji, Lin Xueying would have flipped over long ago. Lightning. I think it's time to deal with Lin Xueying. I want to see how this god of racing in East China will deal with it. Jiang Hao said with a sly smile. Master, do you have some clever plan? Lightning asked curiously. Of course. If I remember correctly, Leiji's energy shield has a cooldown time of 1 minute. Since Lin Xueying activated the energy shield just now, almost a minute has passed. This means his energy shield is available again. The track is now about 3/4 completed, and the finish line is not far away. This guy must be eager to eliminate me, so I will take advantage of this opportunity. At this point, the ground of the track suddenly lit up with blue light, and Jiang Hao swiftly dodged the blue light zone, causing the mechanical arm that emerged from the ground not to attack him. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Hao displayed extraordinary calmness and driving skills. Neither the mechanical dog nor the mechanical arm could do anything to him. Even when the negative effect of twin demons appeared, it did not affect Jiang Hao at all. His driving skills and the tacit cooperation with lightning undoubtedly shocked the audience once again. Even some drivers who had originally supported Lin Xueying fell silent. At this moment, Lin Xueying indeed seemed to pale in comparison to Jiang Hao. After avoiding the mechanical arm, Jiang Hao continued. From my observation, I found that the closer we get to the finish line, the more frequently the mechanical arm appears. With Lin Xueying's reaction ability, without relying on Leiji's energy shield, he cannot completely dodge it. From here to the finish line, 30 seconds is completely insufficient. What I need to do now is to provoke him, make him activate the energy shield early, and then charge at me recklessly. Once the energy shield disappears, you'll be done for. Chapter 93. The champion is definitely mine. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao immediately accelerated and continued to charge forward. Throughout the process, Jiang Hao relied on his astonishing driving skills and reflexes to dodge the attacks of the mechanical arms time and again. The finish line was getting closer and closer. Lin Jie, who was following Jiang Hao, noticed that Jiang Hao's taillights were getting further away and felt increasingly anxious. He knew very well that they had reached the final stretch of the track. As long as he passed through this area with the mechanical arms, he would reach the cliff. If Jiang Hao jumped over the cliff, he would have no chance to catch up. No way. I must overtake Jiang Hao. I can't hold back my speed any longer. I need to push through this area with all my strength. As soon as Lin Jie finished speaking, Lei Ji quickly interjected. Master, you can't do that. The energy shield can only last for 30 seconds. In that time, we won't be able to reach the finish line. Once the energy shield disappears, if we encounter an attack from the mechanical arms and fail to dodge in time, it will be disastrous. Jiang Hao is deliberately trying to provoke you. We don't need to overtake him. As long as we stay right behind him, our race time will definitely be less than his. Winning the championship is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie became even angrier. What did you say? Do you mean I have to spend my life being stuck behind Jiang Hao? What joke? Lin Jie, am the racing god of East China. How can I be left behind by someone like him? If you say one more word, I'll send you back to be reprogrammed. Lin Jie, blinded by rage, completely ignored Lei Ji's advice and directly activated the energy shield, charging ahead with unstoppable momentum. Even when faced with the sudden attacks of the mechanical arms, it didn't affect Lin Jie at all. Under the protection of the energy shield, he was invincible during those 30 seconds. Lin Jie quickly closed the gap with Jiang Hao and overtook him. Ha ha ha, I've overtaken him. The championship is definitely mine. Lin Jie laughed maniacally. Although the energy shield had disappeared, the cliff was getting closer. As long as he jumped over the cliff, the championship would be his. Even though he couldn't eliminate Jiang Hao in this race, at the very least, Lin Jie would win the championship. At that time, even if the whole family didn't give him money, he would still rightfully become the racing god of East China. Whatever amount he wanted, he could easily earn it. However, while Lin Jie was feeling triumphant, Lei Ji looked extremely anxious. As Lin Jie had said, they were indeed getting closer to the cliff, but there was still a distance to cover. Without the protection of the energy shield, it would undoubtedly be very dangerous. Lin Jie was already blinded by anger and would not have time to react. As a machine girl, Lei Ji could not dodge every attack without timely control from a driver. She could only hope that the stretch of road was safe and keep a close eye on the ground. The moment the blue light appeared, she needed to take control immediately to avoid that area. Otherwise, if the mechanical arm showed up, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, Jiang Hao looked at Lin Jie, who was not far ahead, without showing any signs of panic. Everything was within his expectations. This fool actually fell for it, wasting the last energy shield of this race. In the area ahead, mechanical arms were appearing wildly, proving that the closer they got to the finish line, the more dangerous it became. Although this mechanical factory track had many turns, it wasn't too difficult. It relied on the driver's reflexes and observation skills. If Lin Jie had been calm, he might have been able to dodge. But in his current state, that was impossible. As Jiang Hao said this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But soon, his expression became extremely serious. Lightning, listen carefully. After the negative state of dual-born demon disappears, I will activate your super acceleration ability. In 10 seconds, overtake Lin Jie at full speed. During this process, remember to keep an eye on the ground. If there's blue light and I don't react in time, you must take control immediately to ensure that nothing unexpected happens within those 10 seconds. Lightning quickly responded. Master, don't worry. I'm always watching the changes on the track. Good, then let us get started. At the moment the negative effect of dual-born demon disappeared, Jiang Hao instantly used Lightning's super acceleration. Within 10 seconds, his speed surged explosively. If it were a normal track, Jiang Hao would have charged ahead without hesitation. But the mechanical factory track was fraught with danger. Even in super acceleration, Jiang Hao didn't have complete confidence that he could dodge the attacks of the mechanical arms. Therefore, he needed Lightning's assistance. As long as he overtook Lin Jie, with Lin Jie's personality, he would undoubtedly become extremely anxious and even frantic. At that moment, Lin Jie would accelerate at all costs to try to overtake Jiang Hao again. In such a situation, it would be even harder for Lin Xueying to dodge the attacks of the mechanical arms. One mistake, and he would be finished. Everything unfolded as Jiang Hao had anticipated. In super acceleration, he easily overtook Lin Xueying. Even when faced with mechanical arm attacks, thanks to his seamless coordination with lightning, he successfully dodged them. No. Why? This guy has overtaken me again. Lin Xueying thought he could leave Jiang Hao far behind, but the result was that he was once again left in the dust. This was unacceptable to him, and he roared in anger. Charge! Keep charging. I must overtake Jiang Hao. I am the racing god of East China. How can I be stuck behind this guy? I will not allow any other cars in front of me. Lin Xueying completely lost his mind, disregarding whether there were mechanical arms ahead, and charged forward like a madman. Master, you must not. Jiang Hao is deliberately trying to provoke you. Leiji hurriedly tried to persuade Lin Xueying to calm down. But at that moment, Lin Xueying could not hear a word Leiji said. He recklessly charged ahead. Leiji, you better shut up. I don't need you to manage how I do things. I will never allow Jiang Hao to be in front of me. Chapter 94. The True Champion. The machine girl cannot disobey her master's commands. Lin Xueying was plunged into a state of madness, and Leiji could not stop him. The only thing she could do now was to pay attention to the situation on the track as much as possible. She needed to take control the moment the blue light appeared to prevent being attacked by the mechanical arm. As long as she could drive steadily to the finish line, that would be enough. However, the last stretch of the road seemed short, but was fraught with danger. Jiang Hao and Lightning trusted each other and worked in perfect harmony. Even under the negative state of twin demons, they could still deftly avoid the mechanical arms attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Xueying, having lost his mind, was almost out of control. He couldn't hear any of Leiji's words, as his mind was filled with thoughts of surpassing Jiang Hao, perhaps due to good luck. He had not been attacked by the mechanical arm throughout the race, which only drove Lin Xueying further into madness. Plus, with Jiang Hao's super acceleration effect wearing off and his speed significantly reduced, Lin Xueying seized the opportunity to overtake him. Ha ha ha! Jiang Hao, you ultimately lost to me. I will never give you a chance to surpass me again. Lin Xueying continued to accelerate madly, charging towards the cliff ahead. As long as he could get over it, the championship would be his. But just as Lin Xueying reached the cliff, the ground suddenly lit up with blue light. Leiji noticed it immediately and hurriedly took control to prepare for braking to avoid the mechanical arms attack. However, this action was met with Lin Xueying's harsh reprimand. What are you doing? Who allowed you to disobey my commands? You want a break? You're asking for it. No matter what, after the race, I will teach you a lesson. Lin Xueying, in his excessive anger and impatience, failed to notice that the mechanical arm's appearance was signaled by the faint blue light on the ground. In his view, as long as he could get over this cliff, he would win. In this situation, Leiji wanting to brake forcefully only infuriated Lin Xueying even more. Master, you mustn't. The blue light is a warning that the mechanical arm will appear. If we recklessly jump over the cliff, the consequences will be unimaginable if we get caught by the mechanical arm. Leiji shouted desperately, but Lin Xueying couldn't hear a word of what she said. He even thought Leiji was being very disobedient. Shut up. What nonsense blue light warning? You're just talking nonsense. I must rush over. I want to win. I want to rightfully become the car god of East China. Lin Xueying forcefully controlled Leiji, speeding towards the cliff ahead. Just as Lin Xueying was about to leap over the cliff, a mechanical arm suddenly shot out from the ground. Lin Xueying had no chance to react. The entire car was caught by the mechanical arm. Then it was violently thrown against the guardrail. Boom! With a loud crash, the car driven by Lin Xueying smashed heavily into the guardrail. The entire front of the car was crumpled in, emitting billows of white smoke. Master, Master, why won't you listen to advice? Leiji cried out in immense pain. As a member of the Lightning family, she never dreamed she would suffer such serious injuries one day. If her lightning shield had still been active, the mechanical arm would have had no effect on her at all. But it was all too late now. Leiji's injuries were too severe, and the intense pain caused her to gradually lose consciousness. Lin Xueying also fell into a state of unconsciousness due to the impact his head bleeding from the crash. No one expected that the most outstanding racer in East China, Chen Xueying, would suffer a serious accident during the Supernova preliminary round. This scene undoubtedly shocked all the spectators present. At this moment in the guest box, He witnessed Chen Xueying's car accident, seriously injured and unconscious. And he pounded his fist against the window in anger. No? How could this happen? Chen Xueying, you've disappointed me too much, you worthless piece of trash. Qi suppressed his anger, his whole body trembling with rage. In this Supernova preliminary round, the only racer who could suppress Jiang Hao and defeat him was Chen Xueying. If Chen Xueying had successfully leaped over the cliff, he would have been the champion. Although Chen Xueying failed to eliminate Jiang Hao during the race as he had requested. Qi thought this was understandable, as Jiang Hao was able to overcome even the side effects of twin demons. That was not just impressive, it was simply incredible. He only hoped Chen Xueying could successfully defeat Jiang Hao and win the championship, which would help keep Jiang Hao in check. But the result was that Chen Xueying crashed. At the same time, this also meant that Jiang Hao would advance unimpeded, with no one able to stop him. In this Supernova preliminary round, Jiang Hao had basically secured the champion position. Next to him, Hui Yunting, witnessing the situation, seemed to lose his soul, collapsing onto the ground. If Jiang Hao won the championship, it would mean he became the strongest racer in East China. He would also represent East China in the National Supernova Finals. No matter what, Jiang Hao would be thoroughly famous. Unless something unexpected happened to Jiang Hao right now, the Hua family would no longer be able to deal with him. Compared to the despair of the Hua family, Chen Xueying, he won, and others were incredibly excited. Master, this is great. Chen Xueying crashed. So Jiang Hao will definitely be the champion. They never expected this kid to be so ridiculously strong. Since becoming a racer, including this Supernova preliminary round, he had only participated in 4 races. To become the strongest racer in East China in just 4 races was simply unbelievable. Now the Starry Club. No, our entire Yaoxin group is going to gain fame worldwide. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao on the track, as if seeing countless bills waving at her. Ha ha! Chen Xueying was grinning from ear to ear. Although Jiang Hao had not crossed the finish line yet, he had basically already won. He had already started celebrating with those around him. At the same time, it strengthened one thought in his mind. He had to get back to Starry Club. This way, Yaoxin Group could obtain Jiang Hao and, riding on Jiang Hao's fame, soar to great heights. Everything went just as they had anticipated. After Chen Xueying's accident, Jiang Hao advanced unimpeded, skillfully predicting the possible position of the mechanical arm before leaping over the cliff. He successfully avoided it and crossed the finish line with the fastest speed in the entire venue, winning the championship of this Supernova preliminary round. Chapter 95. Forcibly reclaiming the club. With Jiang Hao's victory, it also meant the conclusion of this year's Supernova preliminary competition. His originally strong opponent, Chen Xueying, was eliminated early due to a car accident. Moreover, Jiang Hao showcased astonishing driving skills during the competition, even conquering the killing module, Twin Demons. This undoubtedly shocked everyone present, turning the audience into Jiang Hao's fans, who cheered enthusiastically. At this moment, during the award ceremony, Huang Yin excitedly approached Jiang Hao. Kid, I really didn't expect you to pull it off. Did you see through Chen Xueying's weak mentality? Huang Yin had just carefully watched the entire match. In fact, Chen Xueying was just a little short of defeating Jiang Hao. The fundamental reason for his failure was his impatience. If he had coordinated well with Lei Ji as he usually did, even if Chen Xueying didn't become the champion, he certainly wouldn't have suffered a serious injury in an accident. Hearing Huang Yan's words, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Chairman Huang, your eyes are indeed sharp. Nothing escapes you. That's right. I did notice Chen Xueying's psychological issues early on, so I took advantage of that to let him lose the match embarrassingly. Jiang Hao had watched some of Chen Xueying's previous races and had to admit that Chen Xueying was indeed much better than an average driver. Moreover, his cooperation with Lei Ji was quite seamless. However, in this match, Chen Xueying wanted to win too badly. He was eager to defeat Jiang Hao. Additionally, the pressure from the Hua family undoubtedly affected Chen Xueying significantly. As a result, just as Jiang Hao had anticipated after the race began, Chen Xueying realizing he couldn't surpass him, became increasingly impatient. Jiang Hao merely used a small trick to eliminate him. "You kid, you are quite impressive. You've only participated in 4 races and have become the strongest driver in East China. You can definitely be considered unprecedented." Huang Yin first patted Jiang Hao's shoulder in admiration. Then his expression turned serious. He said in a grave tone, "But I hope you don't get too complacent. After all, what you will face next are the top drivers from all over the country. The Supernova Finals will definitely not be as simple as you imagine. Chairman Huang, please rest assured I know what to do. Besides, the East China champion is nothing to me. My goal from the very beginning has always been the national championship," Jiang Hao said confidently. "Very good." Huang Yin nodded in satisfaction. Since the Supernova competition began, East China had never produced an overall champion. It had always been regarded as the region with the weakest racing skills. Even though Huang Yin found it hard to accept, he had no rebuttal. But now Jiang Hao had appeared. Huang Yin saw hope in Jiang Hao. He believed Jiang Hao could create a miracle. As the awards ceremony concluded, this year's Supernova preliminary competition also came to a complete end. Everyone was gradually leaving the venue. Soon after, in the Fuqing Star Racing Club, Jiang Hao, Chen Xueying, and Lin Zheng gathered in the conference room. Additionally, there were Chen Xueying and the He siblings, He Wen and He Yu. "Jiang Hao, you performed exceptionally well this time. I've decided to let you return to the Yaoxin group and accept our full training. There is exactly 1 month left until the Supernova Finals. I can definitely package you to become the East China racing god who surpasses Lin Zhuiyue." After Chen Xueying finished speaking, Chen Xueying immediately became displeased. "Dad, isn't this a bit too much? Jiang Hao has always been a member of the Star Club, not belonging to the Yaoxin group. The entire Star Club doesn't belong to the Yaoxin group, and you said this yourself." Hearing this, Chen Xueying sneered coldly. "Ying, you are too naive. I did say that all affairs of the Star Club are under your full control and do not belong to the Yaoxin group. But don't forget, the money you spent to establish the Star Club came from me. Without the 50 million I gave you, where would you have gotten the starter capital? Even if it doesn't belong to the Yaoxin group, it still belongs to me, Chen Xueying, and I naturally have a right to reclaim it. Beside them," He Wen quickly added, Ying, you are misunderstanding your dad. Now that the Star Club is becoming more famous, it surely needs to expand, something you can't handle with your abilities. Your dad is just trying to share the burden for you." Chen Xueying was already quite displeased, and He Wen's words undoubtedly angered her further. "Shut up. What does my family's business have to do with you? Please, you and your brother, get out of here. Impudent." Chen Xueying slammed the table in anger. Ying, you are going too far. No matter what, Aunt He is your elder. How can you be so rude? It's your dad's indulgence over the years that has spoiled you. You must apologize to Aunt He. Furthermore, you have no right to refuse the matters concerning the Star Club. I must reclaim it. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to the club to hand over the work to you. From now on, the Star Club will merge into the Yaoxin Club." Chen Xueying was now solely focused on his unborn son. He had to pave the way for his son. Chen Xueying's disobedience truly infuriated him. Although Jiang Hao remained silent throughout, he understood one thing. He belonged to the Star Club, not the Yaoxin group. Chen Xueying was his mentor, and he would never betray her. Seeing Chen Xueying silent, He Wen was overjoyed. In her view, Chen Xueying would definitely not be able to resist Chen Xueying. After all, Chen Xueying controlled the entire Yaoxin group with just one word. He could forcibly take the Star Club away. This way, He Wen could arrange for He Yu to take over the Star Club. Meanwhile, she could gradually consume the Yaoxin group, putting all of Chen's wealth into her own pocket. Thinking of this, He Wen became very excited and instinctively hugged Chen Xueying. But at this moment, the previously silent Chen Xueying suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, Dad, if I'm not mistaken, everything you're doing now is for the child in He Wen's belly, right? But have you ever thought about the fact that this son might not actually be yours? It's ridiculous that you, the chairman of the Yaoxin group, have become so foolish." Chapter 96. Chen Xueying's fury He Wen, who was still immersed in her fantasies and joy, was greatly shocked when she heard Chen Xueying's words. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? The child in my belly is the bloodline of the master, the bloodline of the Chen family. Don't slander me." He Yu quickly interjected. "That's right. I think you've gone mad. Brother-in-law, Ying is really out of line. How could she say such absurd words? Is she questioning you? No matter what, Chen Xueying was a man, and Chen Xueying openly accused him of being cuckolded, which he simply could not accept. He immediately yelled, Ying, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm stupid? I really didn't expect you to become so unreasonable now. Originally, I planned to let you continue managing the Star Club, but now it seems you're completely unfit for it. I even think there's something wrong with your mental state. It looks like I need to contact a psychiatric hospital for you. Hearing Chen Xueying's words, Chen Xueying smiled lightly. Dad, I've noticed you've been a bit confused lately. You used to be so sharp. Why have you become so foolish now? I'm too lazy to argue with you. Just take a look for yourself. After saying this, Chen Xueying gave a glance to Lin Zheng. After a brief hesitation, Lin Zheng handed a report to Chen Xueying. Dad, if you still recognize me as your daughter, please come out and talk to me alone. If after our conversation you still want to forcibly take back my Star Club, then I can only give up. With that, Chen Xueying turned and walked out of the conference room. Master, Ying is too disobedient. You must not be fooled by her. He went hugged Chen Xueying, not wanting him to follow Chen Xueying out. But at this moment, Chen Xueying fell into silence. Although Chen Xueying had indeed been very disobedient lately, making him particularly angry, he was still her father and knew very well what kind of person Chen Xueying was. She wouldn't randomly claim to be cuckolded. Moreover, just now Chen Xueying had received a mysterious report from Lin Zheng, which inevitably made him suspicious. Even if she wasn't being cuckolded, Chen Xueying definitely knew something. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Xueying gently released Hewen's hand. Wife, you rest here for a while. I'll go out with Ying first. When I come back, I will take back the Star Club. After kissing Hewen's cheek, Chen Xueying hurried out of the conference room. At this moment, He stood up and walked to Jiang Hao's side. Mr. Jiang, I have to admit that I severely underestimated you before. On behalf of Yaoxin Group, I apologize to you and hope you can quickly integrate into the Yaoxin Club. Only with the training from Yaoxin Club can you truly become the car god of East China. Hearing this, Jiang Hao scoffed. Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. Why should I integrate into Yaoxin Club? I am a driver of the Star Club and have no connection with Yaoxin Group. As soon as these words came out, he was instantly furious. Jiang Hao, do you know what you are saying? The Star Club is about to be gone. You only have one choice, which is to join Yaoxin Club. I advise you to calm down and think carefully. What Chen Xueying can give you, the group can give you more. He knew very well how important Jiang Hao was. If he could successfully win Jiang Hao over, then the Yaoxin Club would become the strongest club in East China, bringing him endless profits. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao ignored Yu, crossing his legs and closing his eyes to rest. His actions undoubtedly made Yu even angrier. Jiang Hao, he wanted to say something, but was stopped by Hewen beside him. Calm down. The Star Club is about to be taken back anyway. Jiang Hao is a member of the Star Club, so he naturally belongs to Yaoxin Group. We must not act impulsively now. Hearing this, Yu nodded slightly and then sat down without saying anything further. Meanwhile, in a quiet room outside the conference room, Chen Xueying handed the report in her hand to Chen Xueying. Initially, Chen Xueying didn't take it seriously, but when he saw the content of the report, his brows immediately furrowed. Dad, your work is very busy. Sometimes you are away on business for 10 or 20 days. You can't possibly know Hewen's whereabouts all the time. The report I gave you clearly states that during your business trips, Hewen had multiple encounters with several young men at hotels. There are even photos as evidence. After that, she became pregnant. Don't you think all of this is too coincidental? After learning that Hewen was pregnant, Chen Xueying secretly began to investigate. Although the doctors at the hospital had been bribed by Hewen, she still overlooked one crucial aspect: the hotel surveillance. The evidence of Hewen entering and exiting hotels with multiple men every night was undeniably solid proof. Chen Xueying didn't expect Hewen to be so unscrupulous. No, Chen Xueying roared, tearing the report and the photos to shreds. This bitch actually dared to deceive me. At first, Chen Xueying had suspected Hewen. He knew best what his own health was like over the years. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only Chen Xueying as his daughter. He chose to believe Hewen because the hospital's examination report proved that the child in Hewen's belly was his bloodline. But now, The hotel surveillance photos that Chen Xueying presented undoubtedly proved one thing. Yuan had bribed those hospitals. Clearly, Yuan overlooked the hotel surveillance, which is why Chen Xueying found the flaw. I never expected that Chen Xueying, with a lifetime of fame, will be deceived by such a bitch in my old age. Does she think that by doing this, she can occupy the assets of the Chen family? I will never let this pair of siblings, he won and he you go. Saying this, Chen Xueying looked apologetically at Chen Xueying. Ying, it's Dad's fault. Dad was too confused. Dad, I know that if Jiang Hao wants to continue developing, he needs the group's help. I am also willing to bring Jiang Hao and the Star Club back to Yaoxin Group. But he won, he you, and everyone associated with them must be eliminated. Chen Xueying said firmly, from now on, I will take control of all matters of the club. Chapter 97 The Truth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Xueying nodded slightly. All right, then let's do as you said. He then sighed deeply, his voice filled with the weight of years. I really am getting old. If you hadn't discovered and reminded me in time, everything in the Chen family would have truly been stolen by that wretched woman. Upon reflection, he realized he was nearing retirement age. Once this matter is settled, you will have to start getting involved in managing the affairs of Yaoxin Group. Dad only has you as a daughter. If you don't help me, then no one will help your father. After this incident, Chen Xueying was greatly affected and began to contemplate retirement. But before retiring, he had to clear all obstacles for Chen Xueying. The first thing to do was to completely eliminate the He siblings. Chen Xueying did not speak, but nodded slightly before turning and leaving the room. Returning to the conference room, seeing Chen Xueying's silence and gloomy expression, Yuan felt secretly pleased. She pretended to be concerned and said, Ying, you really don't need to be like this. After all, you are your father's daughter. You have a share in these properties of the Chen family. You are still the head of the Star Club. It's just that the Star Club will be merged into Yaoxin Group. Yuan's words seemed to show concern for Chen Xueying. However, the implication was a reminder that Chen Xueying was merely the head of a club, while the other properties of the Chen family would all belong to her. He, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile proudly. However, Chen Xueying ignored Yuan's provocation and turned to Jiang Hao. I'm really sorry for making you laugh. After today, there will no longer be any annoying, dirty things. Mr. Jiang, if you have any needs, I will do my best to meet them. Furthermore, given that your status has changed dramatically, the treatment I previously gave you was indeed too low. Later, Supervisor Lin will discuss a raise in your treatment with you. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. All right, no problem. Although Chen Xueying did not reveal what she specifically discussed with Chen Xueying, Jiang had already guessed from her demeanor that she had managed everything well. Seeing that Chen Xueying was indifferent to him, Yuan's anger burned. But in such a situation, she could only suppress her anger and dared not act rashly. Moments later, Chen Xueying slowly entered the room. Master, you're finally here. I'm so hungry. Let's go eat. Yuan pretended to touch her stomach, feigning a wronged expression. However, at this moment, Chen Xueying's face was terrifyingly dark. He didn't even look at Yuan, pushing her away forcefully. Get lost. Who allowed you, this wretched woman, to touch me? Chen Xueying's force was so great that Yuan stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Master, what are you doing? I'm carrying your son. Yuan covered her stomach in terror, her face filled with panic. Seeing this, he rushed forward to help Yuan up, then looked at Chen Xueying in confusion. Brother-in-law, have you gone mad? Do you want my sister to miscarry? This is your son. Hearing this, Chen Xueying couldn't help but sneer. Haha, my son. Yuan, do you really think I'm a fool? While I was on a business trip, you went in and out of hotels with multiple men, partying every night. Do you think I don't know? Do you think that because you bribed those doctors, I wouldn't be able to uncover the truth? You really underestimate me. Upon hearing this, Yuan and you were as if struck by lightning. Master, what are you saying? I don't understand your words at all. I've never been to any hotel, nor have I partied with wild men every night. Someone must be framing me. As Yuan spoke, she looked venomously at Chen Xueying. It must be you. You want to drive me away to seize the Chen family's assets. Ying, you're too despicable. Chen Xueying angrily slammed the table. Shut your mouth. You're about to die, and you still want to bite back. In that case, let me make your death a bit easier. Chen Xueying signaled to Lin Zheng beside her. Soon, a segment of hotel surveillance footage began to loop on the big screen in front of them. It showed Hewen hugging different men as they entered and exited hotels, with even some very explicit footage. Watching the video playing on the big screen, Hewen was instantly dumbfounded. She never expected she would make such a low-level mistake and overlook the hotel surveillance. No, Hewen knelt on the ground, grabbing Chen Xueying's pant leg. Master, this isn't me. This surveillance is all fake. Get lost, you wretched woman. Chen Xueying angrily kicked Hewen away. Now that the evidence is conclusive, you still want to quibble. Fine, then I'll make sure you understand your death. Someone bring those guys in. With Chen Xueying's words, the bodyguards of Yaoxing Group brought in one doctor after another. These were all doctors bribed by Hewen. Boss Chen, we were forced to do this by Hewen. If we didn't follow her orders, she would have kicked us out. I have to support my whole family. I can't afford to be fired. Please give us another chance. The doctors present were all from hospitals under Yaoxing Group. Chen Xueying trusted them very much, but never expected they would be bribed by Hewen. Earlier, Chen Xueying hadn't rushed back to the conference room because he sent someone to bring these guys over. Hewen had initially wanted to quibble, but now that even the doctors she bribed had been caught, she had no room to argue. At this moment, Hewen was trembling in fear. Master, please spare me. Please give me another chance. Chen Xueying was already very angry, and hearing Hewen's words made him furious enough to almost spit fire. Wretched woman, do you want me to give you another chance to cuckold me? You won't take a single cent from the Chen family's wealth. Immediately drag this despicable pair of siblings out. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards of Yaoxing Group immediately sprang into action. Hewen and Yu had no ability to resist and were forcibly taken away. Ying, Dad will handle this pair of siblings from the He family. You can take full responsibility for the club's matters. After giving a simple reminder, Chen Xueying turned and left. Chapter 98. Times have changed after Chen Xueying and others left. Chen Xueying and Lin Zheng pulled Jiang Hao aside to discuss improving his. From the original annual salary of 1 million, it increased to 10 million. This was just a fixed income. For other earnings, such as advertisements and endorsements, Jiang Hao could unconditionally take 60. Additionally, the ownership of the villa he lived in completely belonged to him. However, for Jiang Hao, money was not a concern. With his current fame, making money was a piece of cake. What he cared about now was the upcoming Supernova Finals. There was about a month left before the finals began. He planned to train continuously with Lightning during this period to ensure he could become fully familiar with the special module, Twin Demons, and achieve complete mastery. Furthermore, after winning the Supernova preliminaries, he had gained 5 functional points, which would further enhance Lightning's speed. Just as Jiang Hao was about to leave the club to head to the training track, Hui Yunting and Hui Qi from the Hua family came to find him. Mr. Jiang, may I take up a bit of your time? Hui Yunting hurriedly approached Jiang Hao, speaking respectfully. As the current head of the Hua family, Hui Yunting was a definite overlord in East China. Yet at this moment, facing Jiang Hao, he was extremely respectful and did not dare to act like the head of the Hua family. The reason was simple. Jiang Hao was no longer the same person. In this world, the status of a race car driver was very high, and someone like Jiang Hao, with extraordinary talent and a bright future, was even more valuable. Hui Yunting believed that Jiang Hao could very well be the final champion of this supernova competition. Previously, he had offended Jiang Hao in order to avenge Wu Ming, so now he had to come to apologize. Oh, I didn't expect the famous head of the Hua family would personally come to find me, a nobody. What? Did I offend your Hua family again? Jiang Hao said. Hui Yunting quickly shook his head. No, Mr. Jiang, this is actually a misunderstanding. I've already investigated thoroughly. My useless son was indeed too much. The outcome he faced now is entirely his own fault, and no one else can be blamed. As for Lin Zhuiyue, that guy is already a waste and has paid a very painful price. I hope Mr. Jiang can look on my thin face and not target my Hua family in the future. After speaking, Hui Yunting gave Hui Qi a signal. Hui Qi immediately understood and quickly apologized to Jiang Hao, then hurriedly took out his phone to operate it. Soon after, Jiang Hao received a message. 100 million had been deposited into his bank account. Wow, your Hua family is indeed wealthy. Jiang Hao was genuinely shocked. He had anticipated that the Hua family would come to apologize, but he did not expect them to be so sincere. Not only did the head of the Hua family come, But the young master also showed up, and they immediately offered him 100 million. Who would refuse money? Moreover, Lin Zhuye was already a waste, and his grievances with the Hua family were basically over. Instead of continuing to provoke the Hua family, it would be better to turn hostility into friendship, which would benefit Jiang Hao's future development. As long as we can calm Mr. Jiang's anger, then more money is irrelevant. Hui Yunting said with a smile. This money is nothing to the Hua family. As long as we can ensure that Jiang Hao won't target the Hua family in the future, this money is worth spending. Since the head of the Hua family has said so, I naturally have to give you this face. For now on, we are friends, Jiang Hao said. Upon hearing this, everyone from the Hua family present breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Mr. Jiang is indeed a reasonable person. I wonder if Mr. Jiang is interested in some business cooperation with the Hua family? Jiang Hao smiled slightly at this. Business cooperation is fine with me. If the head of the Hua family has time, he can go to the club to discuss with President Chen. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Jiang Hao got into Lightning's driver's seat and entered the training track. Cheer from now on. The Hua family must establish a good relationship with Jiang Hao, his club, and even the Yaoxing group. Jiang Hao's future is limitless. He can be said to be the most talented race car driver in history. His fame has even spread to other regions. Now that we have turned hostility into friendship with Jiang Hao, we must not anger him again, Hui Yunting said earnestly. Hui Qi quickly nodded. Dad, you can rest assured. I know what to do. After that, Hui Yunting sent Hui Qi to the Star Club to discuss business with Chen Xueying while he returned to Jiang City with the rest of the Hua family. Meanwhile, far away in North China, in the bustling capital city, there is the most famous racing club in the entire Yin country, the Apocalypse Club. Since the Supernova competition began, the Apocalypse Club had won a total of 5 championships, making it the strongest team in Yin country. At this moment, in the club's conference room, a middle-aged man wearing glasses handed a resume to a blonde man with a serious expression. Lu Junsong, I thought you would easily win the championship in this Supernova competition and bring us another trophy. But now there's a formidable newcomer from East China. You better take a serious look at his information. This person has participated in only 4 races since debuting, and every race he won was a championship, including the Supernova preliminaries and qualifiers. I can guarantee that he will be the biggest stumbling block on your path to victory. Upon hearing this, Lu Junsong smiled dismissively and casually tossed the resume to the ground. Boss, you really underestimate me. I, Lu Junsong, am the most famous young driver in the country, ranked 5th in the overall ranking of Glorious Stars. Those ranked higher than me are all respected old-timers. This means that among the younger generation of drivers in the entire Yin country, I am the strongest. Just a local driver from East China. I don't take him seriously at all. I will definitely win this Supernova Championship trophy. After saying this, Lu Junsong turned and left the club, filled with confidence in his own abilities. At this moment, Jiang Hao was working hard to prepare for the Supernova finals. He knew very well that the drivers representing this region in the finals would not be ordinary people. The finals would undoubtedly be very challenging, and he could not afford to be complacent. Only by winning the championship could he make a name for himself nationwide. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the Supernova finals began. Jiang Hao and Chen Xueying set off together for the capital to face this most challenging final. The end.